President of Blizzard Entertainment, J. Allen Brack, has a message that he'd like to share.
How you feeling, Blizzcon? Before we start the opening ceremony, I want to say a few words. You know, Blizzard had the opportunity to bring the world together in a tough Hearthstone esports moment about a month ago, and we did not. We moved too quickly in our decision-making, and then, to make matters worse, we were too slow to talk with all of you. When I think about what I'm most unhappy about, there's really two things. The first one is we didn't live up to the high standards that we really set for ourselves. And the second is we failed in our purpose. And for that, I am sorry, and I accept accountability. So what exactly... So what exactly is our purpose? Blizzcon is demonstrating it even as we speak. We aspire to bring the world together in epic entertainment. And I truly believe in the positive power of video games. When we get it right, we create a common ground where the community comes together to compete, connect, and play, irrespective of the things that divide us. As an example, BlizzCon has people from 59 countries all around the world here at the show today. That is amazing. And that is the positive power of video games, to transcend divisions that surround us in so many of our places today. We will do better going forward, but our actions are going to matter more than any of these words. As you walk around this weekend, I hope it's clear how committed we are to everyone's right to express themselves in all kinds of ways, in all kinds of places. I've actually seen and heard many of you expressing yourself this morning. You use your vacation and your family time to be here in Anaheim with us, and we are so grateful that you're here this weekend. Our best moments are here in our shared passion for Blizzard games. So once again, BlizzCon has brought us together, and today you're going to see a lot of the hard work of the Blizzard team. I am personally so proud of what we are building, and I hope you love it too. Thank you for joining us. So, are you ready to start the countdown? Let's do it.
I don't like the taste. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Doth my path is wrought with darkness, guide my soul to thy sacred light. Blessed Acolyte, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me.
Quiet.
Though my path is wrought with darkness.
Shut up. They have our scent. Run! Just keep running. Are you out of your mind? He's not going to make it. He has to.
Blessed Acolyte, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides
Look at me! All the gold we want is right there.
No, I just came here for knowledge.
They're coming! I know.
Get over here!
Now, breach the seal. Get us through that door.
Oh, Lord, help me. By three they come. By three thy way opens. Blood show. This doesn't make any sense. Blood is the key. Blood is the key!
What? I need two of you! No! Go! I'll hold them! Go!
So, it says the blood of the willing goes...
You gotta be kidding me! It worked!
We have to help him!
He's dead already. It's a shame he didn't make it. Oh well, cheer up. Gold splits better 3 ways instead of 4. Must be hidden here somewhere. Read this.
By three they come, by three thy way opens, by the blood of them willing. Hail. Hail the Creator. Oh, hail the daughter of... Oh, no. No.
What about the coin? What's it say?
This is forbidden. This is a summoning. I cannot speak.
Don't lie to me!
We came here for treasure. What is this place?
I don't know. Maybe it's a temple. Or a tomb, or... Blessed Akrat, thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my path is wrought with darkness, guide my soul to thy sacred ways. Thy eternal light protects me. Thy divine wisdom guides me. Though my
Open your eyes.
Eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Thy eternal light protects me. Eternal light protects me. Eternal
There
light.
is no light here. You came to the darkness for knowledge.
Yes.
And all the knowledge you seek is here. Surrender. Speak the words. Call her home.
By three, they come. By three, thy way opens. By the blood of the willing, we call thee home. Hail, daughter of hatred. Creator of sanctuary. Hail, Lilith.
Blessed Mother, save us.
Please welcome Game Director of Diablo, Luis Barriga.
Good morning, Blizzcon! It is so very good to be here. I want to thank all of you for coming, and a big thank you to Blizzard Cinematics for starting things off the right way this weekend. I know you all want to hear about the game, so let's get to it. Diablo 4 is darkness, world, and legacy. Let's start with darkness. Diablo 4 is dark. You just saw the cinematics, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Whether it's the art, the story, or the horror elements that we've embraced, the first thing you will notice about Diablo 4 is that we are going back to the franchise's darker roots. It'll mean blood and gore. It'll mean occult symbols and rituals.
More importantly, it will mean victories are neither clean nor guaranteed. We hope you're as excited about that as we are. Then we have World, also super important for Diablo 4, because we've only seen glimpses into Sanctuary in previous Diablo games. But those glimpses have enthralled us and captured our imaginations. With Diablo 4, we want to put the world of Sanctuary front and center. We want every character, every monster, every faction to have a sense of place. Drowned undead that emerge from the coastlines. Brutal goatmen that come from the hills above us. And as we go deeper and deeper into the depths below, a truly dark, gothic, and medieval version of hell. The world is also how you'll experience most of our game. It is there that you will find enemy camps and friendly towns alike. It is also where you'll find players to interact with, whether it's to trade with them, group with them, or should you choose to do so, murder each other in PvP zones. Finally, Legacy. Whether it's the sense of dread from Diablo 1, or the classic class lineup and loot chase that we still are inspired by from Diablo 2, or the best-in-class visceral and fluid combat from Diablo 3 that we still enjoy, we are approaching this series with complete reverence, and we hope that it shows. If you are new to the series, we want you to feel like we did when we first played Diablo. If you're a longtime fan, we think this is the game you've been waiting for. Isometric, action RPG, developed for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. On that note, we want to offer you a first glance at Diablo 4, along with our first three classes: the Barbarian, the Sorceress, and the Druid. On behalf of everyone on the Diablo 4 team, it is our absolute pleasure now to share with you the world premiere of the Diablo 4 gameplay trailer.
The dream continues to haunt me, old friend. It always starts with a journey to a distant land. There I find a city in flames. Streets choked with corpses. Unthinkable destruction. I witness senseless slaughter. Brother against brother. Pure hatred. And then, executions, agony, suffering surrounded me until my turn comes. They burn my eyes, break my bones. I awaken in terror. There's no one left to stand against them. mad, old friend. But I know these dreams. They tell of the future. Hell is coming, brother. Hell is coming.
All right. How'd you guys like that first look? We have a super exciting next couple days ahead of us. We have panels where we're going to go deeper into the features, the systems, the world, the art of Diablo 4, starting with an Unveiled panel right after opening ceremony on this stage. But that's not all. The team's been working super hard on the game, and therefore we've been able to bring a little bit of that, a little taste for that. That's right, we have a very early look, a demo playable on the floor today, right now. We hope you have as much fun playing it as we did making it. And once again, on behalf of the game team, thank you all, and see you in hell.
Please welcome Game Director of World of Warcraft, Ian Hazzikostas.
Horde! Where are you? Alliance! Let me hear you! Protoss, Terran, Zerg! Heroes of the Storm! Legends of the Tavern! Heroes of Overwatch! And soon, ready to battle the minions of hell in Diablo 4, the brave souls of Sanctuary. It feels really great to be able to say the words Diablo 4 out loud. We use code names when we're working on the game, and we train ourselves not to reference the real name. And so when we're able to kind of come out and finally say Diablo 4, it feels a bit wicked. Diablo 4. We've actually had Diablo 4 in development for some time. You know, when we come before you, we want to ensure that when we reveal Diablo to you, that we can give you a good look at the dark vision of Sanctuary, along with a playable experience here at Blizzcon. You know, I've personally spent a lot of time of playing Diablo over the years, and a lot of love has gone into this game, and I really hope everyone enjoys it. So let's talk about what else is here for us at BlizzCon, our Baker's Dozen BlizzCon, lucky number 13. We see BlizzCon as the place where the Blizzard community can have a home away from home. It's our home, too, because many of us have grown up playing Blizzard games. We've forged lifelong friendships. We've made memories. And we've also had a lot of fun over the last 28 years. This year, for the very first time, we've set up something to honor that legacy and celebrate the beginning of what's made Blizzard great. Celebrate the games and the communities that we have. We're excited to debut the Blizzard Arcade in Hall E. The Blizzard Arcade has an old school arcade vibe. Gather there with friends, play some games, and experience some of the earliest things that Blizzard has ever made. For the very first time at BlizzCon, we have Rock and Roll Racing, Blackthorn, and the Lost Vikings. If you've never experienced these games before, or if you have and you want to relive the magic, then the arcade is a great place to hang out. Joey Ray's Bar, as well as the Slaughtered Calf Inn are there, so you're welcome to kick back, relax, and enjoy. But the arcade isn't just a celebration of where we've come from. It's also a showcase of some of our new announcements. Let's talk about StarCraft II. If you're a StarCraft fan, we have two exciting things for you in the arcade. For several years, we've been working with Google and the DeepMind Artificial Intelligence Project. The DeepMind group has taught agents how to play the game as part of their AI research. And I'm excited to say that for the very first time, players are going to be able to pit themselves against DeepMind AI agents right here on the show floor. We have master level agents, we have a diamond level agent, and just a quick note that if you try this, you will not win. 3 of you will win. I won't win. For StarCraft II fans, we've also been really hard at work on bringing an iconic villain to life. I'm excited to announce that the leader of the Sons of Korhal and the ruler of the Terran Dominion, Arturas Mengsk, is coming to the game later this month as the next co-op commander. Mengsk is unlike any commander that you've ever played, and at Blizzcon, he's loaded up and ready for you in the arcade. Let's talk Heroes of the Storm. For Heroes fans, the team has brought Deathwing the Destroyer into the Nexus. Deathwing is actually the most requested hero of all time, and we're excited for you to have an opportunity to play. Deathwing actually has 2 forms with 2 different sets of abilities, bringing the iconic World Breaker fantasy to life. And Deathwing is playable here for the very first time in the Blizzard Arcade. In addition, everyone with a BlizzCon or virtual ticket will automatically receive Deathwing when he enters the Nexus. Yes! One more thing to talk about with Heroes, and it's that in celebration of BlizzCon, all heroes are free from now until November 10th. So if you've ever wanted to jump in and play, now's a great time. We have one other thing in one of our real-time strategy game in the Blizzard Arcade for you. It is called Warcraft 3 Reforged. We recently started the beta, and we're ready to expand the pool of testers. So everyone here, everyone watching with a virtual ticket, you'll all have beta access to Warcraft 3 Reforged starting Tuesday. And we'll announce the release date for Warcraft 3 Reforged soon. This month is an important one in Warcraft history because we are celebrating both the 25-year anniversary of Warcraft and the 15-year anniversary of World of Warcraft. We kicked off that celebration 2 months ago with the launch of WoW Classic. And we've been excited to welcome back millions of players to Azeroth. It's been a really amazing experience to see the beginning of the game all over again. You know, many of you, I've heard, cursing your limited bag space. Many of you are experiencing Baron's chat, maybe for the first time. And some of you have even gone back to feed your hunter pets. It's part of that anniversary celebration. And in remembrance that for some of you, your favorite flavor is vanilla, we have vanilla ice cream for sale in the WoW concessions area. You think that you want this, and I think maybe that you do. BlizzCon isn't just a celebration of our games, it's also a celebration of the players who play them. And here you can see some of the most skilled pro players compete in our games. I want to thank everyone out there for giving your energy and your support to your favorite teams and favorite players. About a month ago, we held the grand finals for the Overwatch League in Philadelphia. Congratulations to the San Francisco Shock and 2019 MVP Sinatra. Next season, the league is moving to a home and away format, and that means there's competition taking place in 20 cities all around the world. And this is the very first time that something like this has been done in esports. And so it is a great time to be a fan of the Overwatch League, and it's a great time to love Overwatch. At Blizzcon this weekend, the best of the best are going to battle it out in the Overwatch World Cup, featuring more than 30 country-based teams from all around the world. We'll also be celebrating champions and crowning champions for StarCraft II World Championship Series, the Hearthstone Grand Masters, the WoW Arena World Championships, the WoW Mythic Dungeon International Tournaments. BlizzCon has been home to some great moments in esports history, and we're excited to watch the action unfold over the next 2 days. This weekend isn't just about celebrating our pro players, it's also celebrating with you, the Blizzard community. One of the highlights of the show is our community night contests, and for me, that's actually my personal favorite of the show. I am pleased to announce that Darren DePaul, voice of Reinhardt, among other famous Blizzard characters, has returned to host. This is one of the places where you really see the vibrant and creative gaming community that is Blizzard and is BlizzCon come to life. And we're really excited about the talent that everyone demonstrates. All right. In closing, I just want to say there's a lot of people out there that are Blizzard employees, and they're there in the crowd. And the reason that all of us are here is you. We're here to celebrate this moment with you. You know, we really look forward to this weekend. This is a highlight for us all year to come together and to celebrate all the passion of Blizzard games. And so, all of you watching, we are grateful. Thank you for being here with us. BlizzCon, be good to one another. Welcome home.
Please welcome Game Director of World of Warcraft, Ian Hazakostas.
Hello, BlizzCon! I am so honored and humbled to be up here with all of you on behalf of World of Warcraft as it turns 15. This is a game that's been at the center of my life for every one of those 15 years. I think 15 years ago on this day, I think I was wandering around looking for stores that were still taking pre-orders of World of Warcraft so that I could jump in there on day one right with everyone else. And just over 11 years ago, I had the privilege of joining the development team to start to try to give back to this game and to this community that have given me so much. And here, in this 15th anniversary year, it's been a great year for World of Warcraft. Just taking a look back, we kicked things off with the Battle of Dazar'alor, an Alliance and Horde going head-to-head in a raid zone for the very first time. Moved beneath the waves with our Rise of Ashara update. Along the way, we've seen the Kultiran join the Alliance, and the Zandalari Trolls bolster the ranks of the Horde. And of course, we have Mechadomes and Volpera waiting in the wings to join them in our upcoming Visions of N'Zoth update. And of course, just over 2 months ago, we launched this little game called World of Warcraft Classic. And as Jay said, it's been incredible watching millions return to Azeroth as it stood before the Cataclysm. Whether you are returning home to an old friend after a long time away, or experiencing it for the very first time. It's been an incredible journey, and here on the 15th year of World of Warcraft, this community stands as strong as it ever has. Speaking of Classic, I'm excited to announce that we have our next update to Classic just around the corner. In about a week and a half, the week of November 12th, we'll be enabling the world bosses, Azuragos, and Kazakh, but most importantly, the PvP honor system. So if you still have any quests to finish up in Hillsbrad, I would recommend you get those done between now and then. Just a hunch. A couple of weeks ago, we released Dire Maul, and we have Dire Maul playable here on the show floor today. So grab some friends and check it out, or make some new ones. Speaking of the strength of the WoW community, I think one of the greatest sources of pride on our end as the development team is being able to work with the community and harness the power of this incredible community in support of some incredible charitable causes. This year, I'm happy to announce that we're working with not one, but two different charities that both work on behalf of children around the world. The first is the Make-A-Wish Foundation, an incredible group that tries to grant wishes to critically ill kids. And honestly, we've had the pleasure of working closely with them over the years. I want to give a shout out to an inspiring young woman named Amara, who visited us and who we worked with just a couple months ago. The second organization is We.org, which works to provide food, water, shelter, educational opportunities, and more to children in need around the world. So next month, I'm happy to announce and introduce a pet that's going on sale, the adorable Dottie, the baby alpaca. So if you thought that Dolly and Dot were your best friends, wait till you meet Dottie. She'll be worming your way into hearts everywhere in early December, and all proceeds from sales of Dottie from then through the end of the year go to benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation and We.org. But now, back in Battle for Azeroth, the year's not quite over. We have this 15th anniversary celebration that's just around the corner, and I mean just around the corner. This coming Tuesday, November 5th, we will be enabling all of 15th anniversary events in-game. So first off, that is a throwback battleground, Korak's Revenge, inspired by the original Alterac Valley. So dig in, get ready to storm that bridge as you push your way into Stormpike. And next, we have a set of throwback raid experiences, inspired by some of the greatest raid encounters of the early days of WoW, from Kael'thas through the Lich King. Players who complete all three of those experiences will be able to earn their very own Obsidian Worldbreaker mount, inspired by Deathwing. And everyone who logs in during the 2-month celebration will get their own little Lilitharian pet. Now, for those of you here in attendance at Blizzcon in person, we have a second 15th anniversary celebration in store for you. Please join us tonight at 8:30 outside the Arena Plaza for a toast and a celebration with the World of Warcraft team. A toast to 15 years of Warcraft, of World of Warcraft, 25 years of Warcraft, and to the best that is yet to come. Now, as fun as it's been reflecting on the last 15 years and this past year in World of Warcraft, we all know that the most exciting part of BlizzCon every year is getting to hear and to talk about what's coming next. And so that raises the question, really, where would we go from here? What is next in store for Azeroth? I mean, it's, as we stand right now, the Horde and the Alliance are perched on the edge of a tenuous armistice, finally putting an end to the battle for Azeroth that has ravaged their world. And yes, the forces of N'Zoth and his old god minions are looming, but I've seen some pretty reliable data mine spoilers that suggest that we're going to come out on top in this one. Don't tell anyone. And so after, really what's been a rough few years for Azeroth, between the assault of the Iron Horde and the Burning Legion and everything that's gone on since, I think things might finally be looking up for Azeroth. It's, all these threats have been taken care of. Just sunny days and clear skies ahead. Personally, I can't think of any unaccounted for loose ends or anyone who might be lurking in the shadows, thirsting for revenge. Can you?
Ice Crown. A monument to our suffering. The veil between life and death. Where a usurper sits on a frozen throne. But no king rules forever. Unfit to wear this crown. To wield so much power.
That power will be your prison.
This world is a prison.
So now do the blue eyes make sense? So yeah, that just happened. We were once told by King Tyrannus that there must always be a Lich King. And now, for the first time, there is none. Sylvanas herself warned us that in the end, death claims us all. Well, death is coming for us. And if we want to stand a chance, we are going to have to go where no living soul ever has. We are going to the Shadowlands, the world that is the afterlife for the entire Warcraft universe. Now, along the way, we will get a chance to meet some of the Fallen and learn their fates. But this is not a familiar world full of orcs and trolls and dwarves. This is an ancient and mysterious realm that predates the Titans themselves. It is the source of the power of the Scourge that we have seen, true, and it's the power upon which Death Knights draw. But it's also the origin of the noble Valkyr and the spirit healers that guide us back to the land of the living when we pull a couple mobs too many. Not that anyone's ever done that. It's where spirits of nature go to begin a cycle of rest and rebirth, and so much more. Let's take a look at this wondrous world that we are set to explore.
The jailer of the damned. A grim task, which I have failed. Now the eternal veil screams, torn asunder by her. Within the realm of shadow lies the darkest of terrors, which should never be set free. The Shadowlands are infinite. Their terrors and beauty were never meant for mortal eyes. I wonder if they can bear to behold all that awaits them. Denizens of this realm are the key to restoring the balance between life and death, if their trust can be earned. Death comes, and the end of everything is just the beginning.
So World of Warcraft Shadowlands is coming next year, and it will be available for pre-purchase today. That is just a little glimpse of this incredible world that awaits us. Ahead of us lie many fateful decisions, because at its core, Shadowlands is an expansion that is built around the idea of choice. Agency and self-expression in the rewards you pursue and in the allies with whom you cast your lot. I know you have a ton of questions, like what the heck is a covenant? What is that tower that's sticking out of the sky above Icecrown? What other changes are coming to World of Warcraft? And so much more. So we have our first panel for you at 2:30 on the Mythic stage, the World of Warcraft What's Next panel, where we'll dig into that and much, much more. Also, playable here on the show floor, we invite you to journey into the Zone of Bastion and to begin to explore the Shadowlands. Thank you all so much, and it's going to be an incredible weekend ahead. I can't wait to share it with all of you. And now, it's my pleasure to turn things over to Ben Thompson on the Hearthstone team.
What's up, Blizzcon? So thrilling to be here with you today. Holy cow level, that Diablo announcement. And World of Warcraft Shadowlands, you gotta be kidding me. I am so excited for what we are showing you here today. I don't know about you, but I cannot wait to play some games. Can you? Look, whether it's demons crawling out of the very bowels of hell, or the skies above us shattering to pieces, it is clear that Blizzard loves telling you a good story. Sometimes we feel, however, that you shouldn't have to leave the safety of the tavern to enjoy a good tale. We believe some of the best stories are told right here at home. Take, for instance, the story that we've been telling you this year, in the Year of the Dragon. For the very first time, we've introduced you to a story that is taking all 3 sets to tell. It is so big and so awesome. We have been having a lot of fun putting it together. We cannot wait to show you how it all comes to an end. But let's talk a little bit about how it all began. The Rise of Shadows, you were introduced to the formation of a League of Evil. Their plot to steal Dalaran and just how you helped them do it. This was followed by the Saviors of Uldum, as you and the League of Explorers answered the call to adventure and crossed the desert sands, seeking to wipe out the plagues that Rapham and his followers had set loose upon the world. Well, that brings us to our third and final chapter, does it not? The curtain rises on a shimmering twilight sky across a blanket of snow. A chill wind gusts across an ancient field of bones. Now, the League of Evil and the League of Explorers, well, they've chased each other across all of Azeroth to arrive here in Dragonblight.
Above the ice and snow, high in the sky where the cold wind blows. Wings beat down as the beat back foes. Flaming hot fire over frozen bones. Good unites against people they oppose. They ride or die as the legends grow. We must go to sense, doing our hero. There are no silence in this combat zone. Beats mid-air, yeah, it's a chiller. Life and death, yeah, it's a killer. They go round and round, let the beat down pound. Aerial thrills, yeah, it's a thriller. The sky's filled with trauma and all of this drama, portending and impending.
That's right. The Year of the Dragon is going to finally earn its name with more dragons in a single Hearthstone expansion than ever before. Now, you're going to recognize quite a number of these from Azeroth's storied history, but we've stuck a couple in there of our own devising as well for you to enjoy. Descent of Dragons also introduces a handful of new mechanics and one all-powerful new keyword as well. You want to dive in and take a look? Let's do it. Now, it wouldn't be right to make a set based around dragons without at least acknowledging the most terrible, the most feared and fearsome dragon ever to walk the world of Azeroth. No, not Deathwing. It's the progenitor of all dragonkind, the fearsome Galakrond. Galakrond is Hearthstone's newest hero card. That is to say, he takes the place of your own hero when you put him into play. He also brings with him a powerful new battle cry and his own unique hero power. But here's the key. He becomes stronger, more powerful, when you make use of our newest keyword, Invoke. It's important to note here that Invoke has its effects on Galakrond, whether he be in your hand or in your deck. And by doing so, you will allow him to achieve his second form. Gets a bit stronger. Now, believe it or not, there are actually those who eagerly await Galakrond's return, those who praise his name across Azeroth. And as a result, the Invoke keyword will occasionally show up on some neutral cards as well. Doing so will allow you to achieve the most feared and third final form of Galakrond, that of Galakrond, Azeroth's End. Now, I don't know if this actually signals the end of all of Azeroth. Frankly, from what we've just seen, I'm pretty sure that's Sylvanas' job now. But it sure as heck signals the end of any game of Hearthstone he's in if you can appropriately pull off the Invoke mechanic. All 5 classes aligned with the League of Evil will have access to the terrible power of Galakrond and be able to harness it for themselves in the form of a unique hero, bringing a unique battle cry, and a one-of-a-kind hero power as well. Now, Rafam, he takes care of his friends. He is assured that everyone will receive a copy of all 5 Galakrond legendary hero cards for free just for logging in when the set launches. But you may ask, what of the just and noble? What of those pure of heart or more on the side of good? Where are my League of Explorers in this? Well, there are plenty of our winged friends eager to join the fight for good as well. You all know Ysera. Let's say hello to the Druid Legendary Dragon, Ysera Unleashed. She's my favorite too. And finally, what would a dragon be without their fearsome breath weapon? If you're a shaman, you're going to have access to lightning breath here. Yeah, we see all our dragon priest friends out there. You look like you're having a good time. We just think it's time to open up the party a little bit. You see, with every class in Hearthstone will receive a legendary dragon, each and their own. We're sure to see their presence being made known in the meta as soon as we release this newest and final chapter to the trilogy on December 10th. But for those of you looking to dive into the action a little sooner, pre-purchase begins today. Now, normally that'd be it for Hearthstone. We've given you an amazing new set, an awesome new cinematic, and a song that I know I'm going to be humming for the rest of the weekend. But we're not done. We want to leave you with something a little special before we go. As Hearthstone players ourselves, we all continue to enjoy a variety of ways to play this game we know and love. Whether it be in the arena mode or tavern brawl mode, we enjoy thinking of the cards we build and craft and play, and the decks that we put them in different ways. That's why the Hearthstone team is excited to announce today an entirely new way to play this game. And it's a new mode that we like to call Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Hearthstone Battlegrounds is an 8-player mode that is inspired, all 8. 8-player mode that is inspired by the popular auto battler genre with a few Hearthstone twists. In this mode, you and 7 other players are challenged to recruit minions and send them into battle against your opponents until only one victor remains. This is the first new mode to come to the game in some time. We have had so much fun making this, and we've had even more fun playing it. So much so, in fact, that we're excited to dedicate the entirety of the Hearthstone demo area here at Blizzcon to Battlegrounds over the next 2 days. The open beta for this new mode is going to start on November 12th. But for those of you here today, watching at home with the virtual ticket, or pre-purchasing Descent of Dragons, well, you're going to get to enjoy this all starting on Tuesday. We couldn't be more excited to announce even more and talk about more cards and things related to Descent of Dragons and Hearthstone Battlegrounds on the Mythic stage at 3:30. We look forward to seeing you all there. From the very beginning, Hearthstone was always intended to be a warm and welcoming place. It's a place and a home far away from a confusing and often frustrating world outside the tavern. It's a place to set down our swords, join our friends, and gather around the fire. With the return of the Hearthstone Tavern here at BlizzCon, we hope you do just this. We absolutely invite you to come by and tell us what you think of the new mode. And we love answering questions about the newest set. But mostly, we hope you just drop by, if only to take part in the warmth and the friendship that the tavern has to offer. I know I'll be there, and I look forward to seeing each and every one of you. I don't know about you guys, but I really need to see what Overwatch has to offer, don't you? Let's go take a look, shall we?
Years ago, the Omnics declared war. Overwatch was created to rescue humanity from the Omnic crisis. We became the greatest champions of peace and progress mankind has ever seen.
Everybody knows Overwatch got shut down. Half of them are just mercenaries now.
The people decided they were better off without us. They even called us criminals. They tore our family apart.
Papa told me, after so many years of service, you gave Overwatch everything, and then they pushed you out.
Real life is not like the stories our father told us. You were a fool for believing it so.
Perhaps I am a fool to think there is still hope for you, brother.
Human, machine. Before me, I see the future. Humans and Omnics standing together.
The second Omnic crisis continues. The conflict between Omnics and humans has now claimed over 15,000 lives.
But look around. Someone has to do something. We have to do something.
Always remember, never accept the world as it appears to be. Dare to see it for what it could be.
Winston? It's been too long! What is this? This is broadcasting on the Overwatch emergency frequency.
I got a call. They're getting the band back together. They want me, but really, they need you.
I have been called. I must answer. Always.
The enemy is out there and getting stronger.
The world is changing once again, and it's time to pick a side.
We can make a difference again. The world needs us now, more than ever. Are you with me?
Yes, Winston. I am with you.
Please welcome Game Director of Overwatch, Jeff Kaplan.
all doing? You having fun? Blizzcon is so edgy this year. I wore black. It's kind of like dad edgy because it's got a giant pink bunny on it. So I didn't quite get there. So I feel like you and I, and you know who I'm talking to, I feel like you and I have been together for a very long time. Like, we remember when WoW Classic used to be called WoW. We've been around together. I have something, don't ever say that. I have something that I'm very embarrassed to tell you now, and I'm only telling you because we have this close relationship. I totally forget what I'm supposed to say right now. Like, I don't have a clue. Just drew a blank. Anybody who knows me knows I can just ramble forever about anything. But luckily, I can, from the internet, I can read everything I'm supposed to say from the last week. Thank you so much for helping me with that. Oh my gosh. That was so sweet. The team really appreciate it. Actually, if you want to know how game developers feel about leaks, the WoW team made a cinematic called Shadowlands, and picture my face where Sylvanas' was, and then instead of that helmet, it was my cell phone. And that, yeah. I should probably talk about Overwatch now. I'm just digging a hole, you know? So a very dear friend of mine, 5 years ago, on this stage, almost to this very day, a gentleman by the name of Chris Metzen. And let him hear it. He's watching with us right now. Chris came out 5 years ago on this stage, and he said it's time for a new adventure, and he wanted to take us all with him. And he came out and he announced Overwatch, and it was one of the most special moments of my life. And the women and men who work on Overwatch have been working so hard to make something very special. And today they'd like to dedicate that to you. So please enjoy.
Winston?
What's on your mind, May?
Do we have enough people for this mission?
As long as we stick together, we'll be fine. If you're going to show, now would be a good time.
Attention! This is your captain speaking. We are on final approach to Paris.
That's our cue.
You may now power on your electronic devices. Weather is mostly cloudy, with a 100% chance of null sector invasion. Winston, clear as a spot to land. We'll be right behind you.
You better be.
Why is null sector attacking now?
I don't know, May. But the people down there need help. And right now, we are all they've got. Bonjour, officer. We're here to help.
C'était un singe?
Good work, May.
Thanks! Watch your back!
Get the civilians to the ship.
You got it! What was that?
Take cover!
Meg, stay with me! Winston! She needs help. We can't stay here.
Tracer, get everyone out of here. I'll hold the line.
But you said to stick together.
Don't worry. I'll be right behind you.
You'd better be. Let's get you back in the fight.
Interlock shields!
How are we going to stop this thing?
May, your backpack!
That could work! Trista, pulse bomb! Here you go!
It is getting hot!
Ready!
Go long!
Got it!
Victory is ours, my friends!
Hi, Lena. Brigitte? Oh my gosh, you've grown! Oh, everyone, This is May. Hi, everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Reinhardt.
Good to have you on board.
Thank you.
Monsieur, does this mean Overwatch is back?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Did you like it? Did you enjoy? Awesome. On behalf of the Overwatch team, I am extremely proud and excited to finally and officially announce Overwatch 2. Now, I know you have a lot of questions, but we always feel like our games speak for themselves, so let's take a look at the gameplay and then we'll talk.
We're being overrun. Null sector is everywhere. I'll hold them as long as I can.
What are you doing here?
It's happening again.
Paris was just the beginning. This is a global invasion.
So, how's Overwatch enjoying our city?
It's beautiful, except for all the killer robots.
Look up there! That's the command ship!
Then we know what we have to do.
Oh, yeah!
Go with me. We're getting aboard that ship.
I knew you would return one day.
It has been too long, Master. I can't do this.
You've made your choice. Nobody will stop us. Trouble is cropping up all over the world. It's not just Null Sector.
A lot of lives are riding on what we do next.
We'll have to fight. One city at a time.
Let's get them, Brigitte!
I've got you, Papa.
Watching your back.
Now that's teamwork.
Time to learn some new tricks. Hey, chill out.
Do not worry, I will push it. Okay, other direction. I am good at pushing things.
Sojourn here.
Oh, we are going to have so much fun. It is going to be so awesome. So, we have a lot to talk about, right? First and foremost, you have to remember that Overwatch is a team versus team 6v6 competitive experience. And there is no way we're losing that at all. In fact, that's a huge focus. So Overwatch 2 will have a brand new core competitive game mode called Push. Now, what I mean when I say core is that you will play this in quick play, it will be played in competitive, and it will also be played by the Overwatch League. So we're really excited to finally add a new core game mode. Now, we want everybody here today to have a chance to play it and tell us how awesome and balanced it is. So you can play on a brand new map, which takes place in Toronto, our first Canadian map. It's over in Hall A, so we invite you to come play the demo. We think it'll be awesome. Now, when I talk to lots of you, there's a common request that you want out of Overwatch, and Overwatch 2 is going to deliver on this. And that's for more story and for PvE, for cooperative experiences. Overwatch 2 will feature a ton of PvE content. We will have a complete story experience featuring story missions, the first of which is called Rio de Janeiro, is also playable in Hall A for all of you today. Cannot wait to hear what you think about it. In addition, as you saw, we have something called hero missions, which hero missions are focused on highly replayable cooperative experience. The analogy we like to use on the team is similar to what adventure mode is to Diablo versus its campaign. That's what hero missions are intended to be. And they're powered by this really cool progression system where you can level up your heroes, get more powerful, customize your abilities, do different talents. It's going to be a ton of fun. Now, you might have also noticed the heroes all have a new look to them. Every one of the 31 heroes, plus more, are getting an upgraded look to them. And there's a really awesome panel that's going to happen tomorrow on Saturday in here that is going to go through all of the engine upgrades that are coming to Overwatch 2 and all of the new looks and explanation of the new art style that I'm really excited about. Now, Overwatch and Overwatch 2 at their core are all about heroes, and we know that we cannot make a brand new Overwatch game without having new heroes. So Overwatch 2, in addition to featuring Sojourn, who we are not talking about today, besides just confirming that she is here, Overwatch 2 will feature multiple new heroes that will come with the game, and we're very excited about that. Now, a lot of you have questions, like why a sequel? Or what does that mean to me as a player of the original game? I put so much time into this game, I cared about it so much. Well, we thought about it, and for us as gamers, you know, sequels make us nervous more than anything else. So what we're hoping to do with Overwatch 2 is really redefine what a sequel means. And I think some explanation is in order right now. So for all original players of Overwatch, players of the current Overwatch game, you will get to play on all of the same maps as Overwatch 2 players, including all of the brand new maps that are coming to Overwatch 2. And you will get to play with all of the same heroes as Overwatch 2 players. It will be a shared multiplayer environment where no one gets left behind. The other thing that I think a lot of us are thinking about is all of those cool accomplishments and cosmetics that we've been unlocking over the years. You know, how hard did you work for your Witch Mercy skin, for example? We want to make sure that all Overwatch cosmetics come forward with you into Overwatch 2, so all of your progress matters, nothing's getting left behind, no one's getting left behind. We worked so hard to build this community of over 50 million players at this point. The last thing we would ever do is do anything to split what an amazing community you guys are and how much you mean to us. So Overwatch 2 is going to be amazing. We have a panel right here on this stage at 1:30 where we're going to go into a lot more detail. Now, it's time for Blizzcon. I'm staring, you know, straight down the aisle at those beautiful machines with Diablo 4 loaded on them. We've got World of Warcraft Shadowlands. We've got Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We've got 2 different Overwatch 2 demos. I just want you all to remember how much we all mean to each other, be good to each other, enjoy each other this weekend. Now let's go play some video games. Have fun, everybody.
This concludes our opening ceremonies. Mythic Stage's panel presentations resume shortly with Diablo 4 Unveiled. Have a great BlizzCon. Welcome to World of Warcraft. What's next?
BlizzCon! Hello once again. It's been so long. All right. I love you all too. This is the best. Shadowlands. Like Diablo 4, we can finally say it out loud. And this is the time to tell you a bit more about where we're going and what is next in World of Warcraft. So, last time on World of Warcraft, this happened. The sky shattered, and we are left staring across the veil between life and death into a small piece of the Shadowlands. Well, what does that mean for us exactly? So, this panel is going to be a little bit different from some of the past expansion What's Next panels, because this isn't one of those expansions where it's like, okay, we are getting on a ship and sailing off to this new continent that's part of Azeroth that map makers have mysteriously ignored for the last 10 years. We are going to another plane of existence, effectively. We are going to the realm of death, to the afterlife. And so I need to also lay out some of the ground rules for how this whole place works, so bear with me, and then we'll put it all together at the end. There's a couple things where I'm going to gloss over some details because we have a deep dive panel tomorrow where a few of my colleagues are going to go much more in depth on some of the features and systems. Anyway, let's get going. So, for the lore nerds out in the crowd, you may recognize this, the Warcraft cosmology, which lays out the 6 primal forces that define the Warcraft universe. We have light and shadow, order and disorder, and yes, life and death. And so where and what is the Shadowlands? It's right there. It's been right there in front of us this whole time, just on the edge of reality, separated from us by this veil that has shattered. And that's where we're going. So, to kick things off, let's talk about, some light topics, like what happens to us after we die. In Azeroth or other worlds of Warcraft, anyway. So, when death comes, a soul crosses between life and death. Spirit Healer makes that determination, and a winged bearer comes to bring the soul into the Shadowlands. And souls come before a mysterious entity, an ancient entity known only as the Arbiter. The Arbiter, since time immemorial, has functioned in this capacity. And when that soul comes before her, in a fraction of a second, every one of the contents of that soul is laid bare before her. All the deeds, the misdeeds, the thoughts, the aspirations, the triumphs, and the failures are felt, absorbed, and understood by the Arbiter. And the Arbiter sends that soul off to a destination realm, to one of the infinite realms of the Shadowlands, each one of which is ruled over by a powerful covenant, a ruling force within the Shadowlands. Also, and this will matter more in a second, but each soul brings with it a powerful source of energy known as anima. This is a vital force that is the product of all of that soul's experiences, all that they have done in life. Great souls, whether for good or for evil, have a lot of anima, and ones who've lived smaller, more humble lives have less. But folks like Varian, Garrosh, certainly Arthas, the former Lich King, they had a ton. And anima is the mana. It is ironically, the lifeblood of the Shadowlands. In this land of death, it's the force that makes the trees here grow and rivers flow. It's the source that's drawn upon to conduct the magic of death, and much more. And that's going to be essential to understanding this world. So as I mentioned, the Shadowlands has infinite realms, but our journey initially will focus on a few of them. We see Revendreth, Ardenweald, Bastion, and Maldraxxus as 4 major realms. Oribos, a city which stands in the center of it all, and this mysterious region known only as the Maw. Let's start talking about them. So first off, Bastion. Now for each of these zones, I'm going to start by showing a piece of our internal concept art that helped define the look and the feel of the zone, and then we'll see how that turned into reality within the game. So this piece, which I'm sure you're all seeing for the very first time ever as an exclusive part of Blizzcon, reflects our artist's early take on the splendor of Bastion. Bastion is ruled over by the Kyrian Covenant. Now, the Kyrian are the forebears of the Valkyr and the Spirit Healers and more. The Kyrian are ordered and purposeful, and the souls that find their way here, that are sent here by the Arbiter, are ones that had some natural calling in life to service in one form or another. But they don't come here fully ready to assume their ascended role as a Kyrian. Souls come with burdens, and a lot of what goes on in Bastion is meditation, reflection, understanding self through combat and other means to shed those burdens and be ready to ascend to an eternity of service in the afterlife as a Valkyr or a Spirit Healer or one of a couple of other paths. An example of a soul that might be familiar to us who ended up in Bastion is Uther, the Lightbringer. And we will be encountering him, among others, in our journey through Bastion. And of course, if you haven't had a chance to check it out yet, Bastion is the zone that's playable here on the show floor today. So here is a look at some of the environments of Bastion, glowing, resplendent, very much distant from the dark and dreary images that might have been conjured up when you first heard the words Shadowlands. Because the land of death is not all darkness. There's a distinction there. Next, a bit of a darker place, the zone of Maldraxxus. So Maldraxxus, as initially defined in this concept, is ruled over by the Necrolord Covenant, and it reflects the heart of the Shadowlands' military might. The souls here defend the Shadowlands from external forces and wage war on the enemies of death. These are the forces that were called upon by the Lich King, by his servants Kel'Thuzad and others, and we've seen a piece of that. Now, while at a glance, okay, undead, rot, decay, this seems like, okay, these are all evil guys. That's not necessarily what Maldraxxus is about. While this power certainly can be used for evil, at its core really is more about just a relentless spirit, unyielding search and pursuit of power, strength inward and outward. And an example of a soul that ended up in Maldraxxus is actually the warlord Draka, Mother of Thrall, who, while certainly not an evil, wicked soul, was one who would never kneel, never bow before another. And she has actually ascended to a position of some prominence within Maldraxxus, as we will discover when we journey there. Let's take a look at how this is coming together. Now, if you think of Legion as the old Burning Crusade look and feel dialed up to 11, Maldraxxus is very much Eastern Plaguelands, the Scourge, and more, taken to the nth degree. This is the source of that power, and much more. Next, Ardenweald. Ardenweald is an enchanted fairy forest, and that was what we were setting out to create, and this concept by our environment team really helped define that look and the general vibe that we were going for. Now, Ardenweald is ruled over by the Night Fae, and we are familiar with the Emerald Dream, those of you who are druids maybe more so than most. And if we think of the Emerald Dream as a reflection of the spring and the summer, part of nature's cycle, Ardenweald reflects autumn and winter. It's a place of rest, yes, of death, but also of preparation for eventual rebirth. Because the journey into the Shadowlands isn't necessarily a one-way journey. And spirits of nature are the ones who are called powerfully to Ardenweald, and most of them come here to rest and to prepare to serve the wilds once more. An example of a powerful, well-known soul who ended up in Ardenweald is actually the demigod Cenarius. When he fell before the axes of Grommash Hellscream and his band of fel-infused orcs, his soul passed into Ardenweald, where he rested and recovered and returned to serve the wilds in a time of need during the events of the Cataclysm. So here's a look at how that general, those concepts have been translated into in-world environments. As you look up in Ardenweald, you're looking at the underside of canopies of magical ancient trees that almost look like staring up at the night sky. But there are also some parts of Ardenweald that aren't faring quite as well, that also reflect some sorts of powers that we may have seen recently, especially for those of you who are playing Alliance in Battle for Azeroth, because Ardenweald is also deeply connected to the Drust, who come from the Land of Death. Fourth up, Revendreth. Revendreth is awesome. It's basically just a creepy Gothic zone, miasma, soaring castles, villages in their shadow, and terrors and horrors lurking around every corner. Revendreth is ruled over by the Venthyr. This is our fourth major covenant. And Revendreth, unlike the other realms, maybe isn't the place that you would want to go or hope to go as a soul passing into the Shadowlands. The souls that the Arbiter has sent to Revendreth over the years tend to be the ones that have some flaw, whether it's pride or some other problem that's kind of blocking them, that's hindering their ability to serve the Shadowlands in one of the other known paths. And they come to Revendreth to atone, to do penance for their misdeeds, and potentially to be redeemed, and to move on to one of the other realms, or perhaps not. Revendreth is not a particularly fun place to be, but it's an essential part of the engine of death that is the Shadowlands. An example of a soul that came here, and whom we will encounter in our journeys, is none other than Kael'thas Sunstrider. Who, after a setback or two, found his way to this dark land. So here we see, just sort of a look at the landscape, the silhouette of the spires that define the environment. This is one of my favorite zones. I can't wait to explore it. I can't wait for all of you to check it out. There are also parts of Revendreth where the light has actually broken through the clouds and seared the earth, and some are actually caged up here because exposure to the light does horrible, horrible things to many of the souls of this land. Okay, so I've used the word covenant a whole lot. What is a covenant? So a covenant is the ruling power of the Shadowlands. There are 4 major ones we're going to be encountering: the Curians in Bastion, the Necrolords in Maldraxxus, the Night Fae of Ardenweald, and the Venthyr of Revendreth, as described. Covenants are also really the #1 major feature of Shadowlands. In Battle for Azeroth, we had a few different smaller features. We had islands, we had the Heart of Azeroth, we had warfronts. Covenants are more like a garrison or an artifact in the sense of being what we call internally a build-around feature. They're integrated into every aspect of the game, and they're an essential part of your journey, your progression, your power, and more. Each of these covenants, as you encounter them in your journeys, will seek your aid, because you are a powerful, mighty hero who comes with some unique abilities, seeing as you actually are tethered to the land of the living, and you are coming alive from Azeroth, which we'll get to in a second. And of course, in exchange for this, each one of them offers access to their power and a variety of rewards. And so each of you will have to make a fateful choice. Which covenant will you join? Let's take a look at what that will mean for you. So a covenant entails multiple things. First off, each covenant has its own large narrative endgame arc. So in Battle for Azeroth, we had the Horde War campaign and the Alliance War campaign. In Shadowlands, we have 4 of those. Each one opens up at max level, depending on your choice, and will lead you through the world in different ways as you unravel the mysteries of the Shadowlands, but do so in pursuit of your covenant's goals and working to empower them and thus yourself. Each covenant also brings with it 2 active abilities. One of these is class-specific. It's a combat ability that will change your moment-to-moment gameplay. The other one is a universal ability that all members of that covenant will share. And if you check out the demo here today for Bastion, you can see the Kyrian abilities for any given class and mess around with them. Next, covenants bring with them an endgame progression system. There's a ritual known as soul binding, where as a member of a covenant, you can bond your soul to a powerful denizen of the Shadowlands, enhancing your abilities, unlocking new ones, and having a ton of customization there. At a glance, I know this sounds like, okay, this is the artifact system, this is the Heart of Azeroth for this expansion. In some ways, it builds upon lessons learned from both of those. First and foremost, there is no artifact power to grind. This is not a... Yeah. Because honestly, like, that was an essential starting point for us when designing the system. I think one of the lessons we learned from Legion onwards is there is something great about having endgame goals and customization and things to work towards, and to not just have the things that modify your character come to a screeching halt when you hit max level. The flip side is, despite systems of diminishing returns and the other things we had in place in Legion and BFA, there's no question that there are social pressures. There are things that make it feel bad to play alts, where if you're not doing X amount of things every week, you feel like you're falling behind. You're letting your team down, or you're letting your own characters down. We want to have a world where you can have goals to work towards, customization, differentiation, without the grind. More details on this to come. We're going to be talking more about covenants in our deep dive panel tomorrow, but that's an essential piece of this. And of course, alongside the power, there's also a wide array of cosmetic rewards that each covenant has. You saw some of the armor sets in the expansion trailer, and there's a whole lot more beyond that. Each covenant also has a home base, effectively, a sanctum. This is a cross in some ways between the Legion class hall, but also the general feeling that you might have had back in Legion playing through Suramar and restoring Shalaran and building it up from this dingy, dusty, dark hole in the ground into a base with a teleportation network and allies that you'd recruited. And as you work to restore your Covenant's power, you will benefit from that, but you'll also be making choices along the way. Let's take a look at some of these rewards. So, if you join the Kyrian, let's say you're a warrior, this might be the plate set of armor that you can earn, a mount that you can earn, the active ability that all Kyrian warriors will have, Spear of Bastion. If you joined the Venthyr or you joined the Night Fae, you would have a different ability there. And Unburden, a utility movement ability that all members of the Kyrian Covenant will have. With Covenant rewards, we're also looking at exploring some new cosmetic options. Recently we've seen a couple of fun cloak replacements in the form of a backpack or totems on the Tauren Heritage armor. We want to do more with that, to really change your silhouette. So, different covenants So yeah, each covenant will offer a set of cloak replacements or back attachments. So whether you want, a halo or a pair of wings, or depending on the different covenants that you're joining, a different aesthetic entirely, you can pick the one that best suits you. Okay, so covenants. Taking a step back, let's get back to the world for a moment. So I mentioned the 4 zones, each of which has a covenant, and at the center of it all rests Oribos. Oribos is a city that, again, predates memory. It is of an unknown construction, and it is the home of the Arbiter, this powerful, mysterious being that really fuels the machine that is the Shadowlands. And that has drawn to it, over the millennia, all manner of beings across the Shadowlands, and even some from other dimensions. Brokers and soul traders come here to wheel and deal. The politics of this entire dimension center on this bustling city at the heart of the Shadowlands. And this will also serve as our sanctuary city, our main player hub in our adventures through the Shadowlands. Khadgar wanted to bring Dalaran through, but we figured there was already a city there, not needed. Last zone, this mysterious place known as the Maw. So, to our knowledge anyway, there is no covenant. But our knowledge is very, very limited about this place. You see, the Maw is a swirling vortex of darkness, almost like a black hole. And precious few souls over the eons, the Arbiter would send directly into the Maw. Those were seen as the most tainted, the most irredeemable, the darkest, most dangerous souls that were consigned to the Maw, as much for their own potential punishment as to protect the Shadowlands from what they could otherwise bring with them. Thus, the Maw is a mystery to even the natives of the Shadowlands, even the ancient ones. It's known to have, through whispers, a ruler known only as the Jailer, but the Jailer is almost like the boogeyman of the Shadowlands, right? It's the whispered figure of children's tales that, oh, you know, the big bad Jailer is going to get you locked away in the Maw. But basically, nothing is known because nothing has ever escaped the Maw. Journeying into the Maw is one way. Of course, we're going to have to go there, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this, but that's how it's going to work. Okay, so what I just described is how the machinery of death has functioned throughout World of Warcraft's history, throughout the universe's history. But that's not how it's working right now. Death itself is broken. Instead of coming before the Arbiter and filtering out all the realms of the Shadowlands, all souls that have shuffled off this mortal coil in recent years have been pulled inexorably directly into the Maw, strengthening it, causing it to grow, to swell like a tremendous maelstrom. That also means that the other realms of the Shadowlands are starved of this essential force, anima, that souls bring with them. There's a drought afflicting the entire Shadowlands. The Shadowlands are withering as the Maw grows. Now, what is Sylvanas' role in all of this, you may wonder? Because she, after all, is the one who set these events in motion. And I know Sylvanas has been an enigma to many for a long time. She, at times, can be an inspiring figure, but then at other times, especially recently, it has seemed like her actions were calculated to cause the maximum So yeah, slightly contentious issues here. At times, and recently, it seemed like her actions were calculated to cause the maximum amount of death possible. What if they were? And who is this mysterious figure that we saw briefly a glimpse of in the expansion trailer earlier today? It's not Arthas. Arthas is dead. I'm sorry. But this is the mysterious Jailer inside the Maw. And this is not Sylvanas' master. She doesn't have a master. She is above that. She is beyond that. But this is a power with whom she is in league. They are partners with a common end that we will discover in time. And many have wondered, how has Sylvanas grown so powerful in recent years? How did she go from a mighty Dark Ranger, but one who had to flee the Lich King back in Wrath of the Lich King when you confronted them in the dungeon, to one who could stand up, smite Saurfang, and face off against Bolvar? It's because through her allegiance to one of these Lords of Death, as the power of death has been growing, as the power of the Maw and the Jailer have been growing, so too have her own powers. And that is a taste of the power that she's drawn upon, and that's part of what awaits us. Okay, now putting this all together. So, expansion launches. Just before the expansion launches, we have, pre-patch events as we enjoy having to get people up to speed, get you caught up, maybe help leveling some alts here and there. This time around, as we've said, and as we've been told by Tyrannus, the Helm of Domination worn by the Lich King was essential to keep the undead of Azeroth in check, to keep them under control. Well, without it, what are they doing? They're rampaging across the world. And so there's sort of a Scourge Invasion 2.0 that we're cooking up that will set the stage for the journey that awaits us. So in the weeks leading up to Shadowlands, as the heroes of Azeroth fight to defend their homes and families and friends from the rampaging undead, they will also muster their forces to make for Icecrown and try to attack the source of this evil where it began. A key leader in this is actually going to be Bolvar himself. He did not die. He was defeated. But he actually offers us some unique insight into this situation. Because he actually, more than any other being, has one foot in each realm and understands them both. When he was seared by the dragon fire of Alexstrasza, he was infused with the power and the energy of life. That's what was able to allow him to keep the powers of the undead at bay as he wore this helm. But having worn the helm, he has seen into the other world and understands what awaits us. And he and his Death Knights can also help us cross over into that world to understand what's going on there and to have a chance at saving our own. And so we will make for Icecrown, we will cross over, and we will end up in the Maw, because that's where everything that goes into the Shadowlands is going. And our journey ends there. It's a really short expansion. Now, that obviously not. So we, heroes of Azeroth, with a unique bond to the world soul of Azeroth herself, find ourselves uniquely able to escape the Maw. Not all who come with us will be able to escape. Some of our friends and great champions of Azeroth will be trapped behind. But we escape, and we move on to Oribos, where we begin to learn about the nature of this new world and set out to level up through 4 zones, in order: Bastion, Maldraxxus, Ardenweald, and Revendreth. So unlike the last couple of expansions, we want to get back to having a strong narrative arc that can span multiple zones. And so all people entering the Shadowlands will go on this journey. As you do this, you're going to work with each zone's powers, with each zone's covenant. As you earn their trust initially, they'll let you borrow their powers, so you can actually play with the active abilities that you'll have down the line. You get a sense of what your covenant's ethos is, their aesthetic, and all of this is as you're learning about the world, as you are trying to understand the foes that face you and defeat them, you're also getting prepared for a fateful choice. Which covenant do you want to join? Because that's the big choice that awaits you at max level. Exactly. You will choose one of them. And after joining that covenant, you have its powers permanently, your covenant campaign begins, and you move into the endgame. Now, that's how it's going to go your first time through. But what about alts, you may ask? So one of the big things that we got out of non-linear leveling in Legion and BFA was flexibility when you're leveling your alts. You can have a different journey on one character versus another. But what we lost was the ability to tell a single, strong narrative story. We want to get the best of both worlds this time around. And so on your alts, once you have one character that's made it through this journey a single time, we want to say, well, we know, breaking the fourth wall for a second, that you as a player, you understand how the world works. We don't need to teach you how covenants work. We don't need to teach you about the Shadowlands. So let's just let you pick a covenant right away, if that's what you want to do. And so you'll have access to their powers permanently, and on an alt, you can level up through any of the zones in any order that you want. You can do the narrative campaign, if that's what you want to do, or you could go to Revendreth first, or you could spam dungeons, or battlegrounds, or whatever. Endgame systems like world quests will also be available. Ultimately, it's about giving the maximum number of options. And finally, you're welcome. And finally, I think one of the questions we ask ourselves is like, well, obviously, one of the things we see with people playing alts is there's a sense of wanting to rush through to get to the end game as quickly as possible. And why is that? And it's not just a WoW issue, it's something that happens in many other games too. A lot of the time, once you've been to endgame, you realize that a lot of things before then don't matter. And so why spend your time on things that don't matter when you should rush and get to the things that do? Well, why does it have to be that way? What if you could begin progressing on your various endgame systems, unlocking powers with your soulbinds and more as you're leveling up? So of course you're still, getting your levels, progressing through that story, getting your character stronger, but the progression that you earn will matter at endgame, and you'll be meaningfully ahead of where you were when you first hit max level on your first character. Okay, So back to our max level experience. So we've seen a glimpse of the mall when we first arrived in the Shadowlands, and then we'll probably visit it a couple more times over the course of level up, learning a little bit more about it since we have this unique power to go in and out. But at max level, what is the maw? So the maw is terrible. It's a fearsome, terrifying place. But we've been to those before. We go to those all the time, right? Like we literally, not too long ago, we were fighting on the homeworld of the Burning Legion in the shadow of their great fortress. And coincidentally, we always manage to find a friendly innkeeper who will sell us water and let us bind our hearthstones. Doesn't matter how evil the place is, there's always that guy with the hearthstone. Not here. We really set out in the maw, in the outdoor space, to build an environment that matches the fantasy of the space. Where when you go in here, you'll have to have your wits about you, because it's a place that wants to kill you at every corner. There are definitely some lessons drawn from revisiting classic spawning and things along those lines. And it's a chance for us to explore some new types of outdoor world gameplay. We're going to have a lot more to say about this at our deep dive panel tomorrow, but I just wanted to tee it up. This is a place that you'll be going to only at max level, and you'll be delving in here to uncover the mysteries of Sylvanas, the Jailer, and much more. At the center of the maw is this mysterious place called Torghast, Tower of the Damned. Yes, this is the tower that you saw sticking out of the sky above Icecrown Citadel. What does that mean in gameplay terms? I would call this our second major feature after Covenants. Because Torghast is a bit different from anything we've seen before. What Torghast is effectively an endless dungeon. It's ever-changing and defies the laws of reality in a lot of ways. Crafting Torghast, we looked for inspiration to a lot of our favorite roguelike games. And what does that mean? It means an environment that changes each time you come there. When we create this experience, we want it to be one that you can enter solo or with friends. If you want a sense of endgame progression that is meaningful and challenging, that doesn't require bringing a group with you, Torghast is there for you. Of course, if you want to bring your friends with you, don't say no, you can do that too. As you ascend the tower on visits that will change from run to run, from visit to visit, you can earn permanent upgrades that you can take out with you, but also, on the course of your visit, you'll be able to absorb powerful concentrations of anima that massively change and enhance your powers. Because this is one of the other really fun parts of roguelike gameplay. It allows us to offer huge upgrades, transformative things that make each visit different from the next. You can play to your strength, shore up your weaknesses, and much more. This is the thing we're going to talk a lot more about tomorrow, just teeing it up here. But just a random example of a choice that you may be faced with early on in your journey into Torghast. Let's say you're playing a shaman. You get a source of upgrades. Do you want some, passive damage and healing, which of course everyone wants, or a permanent transformative upgrade to one of your abilities that will last throughout the rest of your journey? A different journey might offer different options and different upgrades. None is going to be quite like the others. The interior of Torghast definitely calls upon the architecture that we saw in Icecrown Citadel and elsewhere, though as you ascend to the higher reaches of the tower, who knows what you're going to find. In addition to Torghast, we have 8 dungeons on offer, 4 for level up, 1 in each zone. Each of these dungeons, of course, comes with the normal modes, Heroic, Mythic, Mythic Plus, with all new affixes coming for each season in Shadowlands, and 4 max level dungeons. One of my favorites I want to call out here is this dungeon called The Other Side, or The Other Side in Unveiled, which is a pocket dimension home to none other than everyone's favorite Loa, Wansambi. So he's been quite the trickster, and we've never really known exactly whose side he's on or what he's up to, who he serves. And this is going to give us a chance to explore that. It's a great opportunity to revisit one of our favorite characters coming out of Battle for Azeroth, and of course, he is rooted in the Shadowlands. We also have a 10-boss raid at launch called Castle Nathria. This was a super fun project for our dungeon team and our encounter designers. Like, the ask was literally just build Dracula's castle, make it a raid. It kind of writes itself. It's going to be pretty awesome. Here's an early layout as we're starting to figure out how it's going to flow. You'll come in the main front door of the castle for once you're not coming in through the sewer. And it's a winged raid, so you'll have a choice of descending into the catacombs or exploring the royal quarters, each of which have 3 more bosses. Once you've cleared both of those wings, the upper reaches of the castle will become available as you ascend to the upper spire to face the lord of the castle himself. Okay, so talked a lot about content. Let's talk a little bit about systems. Again, I'm going to touch on some things briefly here that we're going to get into greater detail about tomorrow with the deep dive. But first off, as we've thought about all of these things, our core philosophy, a central pillar, has been we want to increase player agency. We want to give all of you a feeling of more control over your destiny, whether that's in how you play your class, whether that's in how you chase the rewards that you want. We've heard a lot of your feedback. We've been hearing this for a while, and it hasn't fallen on deaf ears, I promise. I want to give a few examples of how this philosophy is influencing some of our decisions, and we'll have many more to follow. Big expansion systems and the nuances of how loot works, these are things we're going to keep iterating on over the course of development, so I don't have a fully fleshed out answer to provide right now, but I want to give you a direction of how we're thinking. So one simple example first. Professions. So right now, if you are a leatherworker or a blacksmith or a tailor and you want to make a pair of legs for yourself to wear using raid materials, you probably have a couple of stats in mind. Let's say you want crit haste pants. And so you're crafting, and whoops, you got mastery versatility pants. And you craft and craft and salvage and craft until you get the ones you want. Why does it have to be that way? What if you could take a crit gem and a haste gem and add them as optional materials to your craft and be guaranteed to get a crafted item with the secondary stats you want? So it's a small example. I realize that's not, fixing professions, but we also do very much want to make the armor crafting professions relevant in a deeper way at Endgame. The weekly loot chest. Okay, is there any more hated example of RNG in World of Warcraft today? Right? You've done your Mythic Keystone, you filled your Conquest bar, you go to open this chest, and you're pulling from a loot table that has like 100+ items and hoping that you get the item that you want in the slot that you want with the stats that you want, and hopefully it's sockets and Warforges or even Titan Forges, and then maybe you can wear it. And most of the time, after the first few weeks of a season, you're probably walking away disappointed. And that sucks. Because the point of that is to be a major reward moment. It's a payoff for something that you did in the past week. And because of randomness, that's falling short. And it's an example of randomness gone too far. Randomness can be healthy, but there are places where it really is excessive. We're looking at pulling that back where possible. So what if instead of the loot chest, there was some other device, some contraption that measured the things that you'd done, that had some sense of how many dungeons you'd done, of what difficulty or what your PvP rating was, or what bosses you'd bonus rolled. And it could instead materialize or create one of a list of items. And instead of clicking the chest and it spitting out a random item, you saw 5 or 6 options to choose among. And you could pick the one that you wanted most. And so that's the kind of thing we're aiming for, with also some universally relevant fallback option if you don't like any of those items, so that you always at least feel like you made some progress towards some goal instead of walking away disappointed. Legendaries. So, okay, here's the thing. Legion legendaries were super fun. They were exciting items that transformed your gameplay. 99% of the complaints that we heard about Legion legendaries were in how they were obtained. Having the Power Blast bracers was awesome. It made you play differently as a fire mage, and it was strong. Having Prydas, when the other fire mage in your raid group had the Power Blast bracers, and having nothing you could do to change that, did not feel awesome. So we want to bring legendaries back in Shadowlands, but rather than have them be randomly obtained, we want them to be something that you can work towards actually crafting through your work in Torghast. You are earning access to legendary powers and then building the legendary that suits your gameplay style, working towards that goal. And once you accomplish it, picking the next goal you want to work towards and doing so. Last, classes. So this is a little bit different from agency in other ways, but we've moved in the last few years pretty heavily away from broad class identity to a point where an arcane mage and a fire mage may have more that sets them apart than they have in common. And when you all picked the character you wanted to make, whether it was a week ago or 15 years ago, you chose to be a hunter or a rogue or a priest for some specific reason, not a marks hunter or a subtlety rogue or a discipline priest. And increasingly, that's been overly compartmentalized in ways that have restricted your ability to play the class in the way you might want to play the class. So we're going to talk about this a lot tomorrow at our deep dive panel. And this means, in some cases, taking abilities that have become spec-specific and bringing them back to being class-wide. In other cases, it means returning abilities that were taken away altogether. And so, talking about this, so sharing this at length tomorrow at our deep dive panel will be my colleague, Brian Halinka, or as I like to call him, Halinka the Unpruner. Okay. I'm going to go kind of quickly since we don't have too much time left, but leveling. So you may notice that I've said max level a whole bunch of times in this presentation. I haven't said a number. And some of you who've made it to our demo may have noticed, what the heck, I'm level 50. You're level 50. So existing 120 characters are 50, everything's scaled smoothly in between, and you will level from 50 to 60 in the Shadowlands. Why are we doing this? Why these numbers? Ultimately, it's about making the experience better paced. We have hundreds of hours of content that we've built in the game over the last 15 years. We don't want it to take hundreds of hours to get to max level. We want to speed up the rate at which you level to get into endgame and give you more freedom and options in how you do that. But if you're getting a level literally every 10 minutes along the way, that starts to feel a bit silly. So this number allows us to better match the content that we have that should be experienced on the way to max level, and also get back to a place where every level, every time you fill that bar, gives you something, because this is an RPG, and that's what levels should do. So we also have a brand new player zone to show off some of the best of modern World of Warcraft to new players. And on your alts, we want to give you the option to play through the storyline of any single expansion in its entirety to get you from 1 to 50. If you want to play through Pandaria, play through the whole thing, and then go to Shadowlands. Okay. And a different type of agency. Agency of self-expression. I want to talk a little bit about visual character customization, character appearances. Right? Like, everyone here, you have this powerful connection to your WoW character. I've seen people spend way too long messing with hairstyles, picking the exact look, the exact facial expression, because that's your avatar in the game. That's your connection to the world. We always want to do better there. We always want to increase the fidelity. We want to give more options. And so in recent expansions, we've done things like add allied races or improve the combat animations. This time around, our focus is on improving the customization that's available to the original World of Warcraft races. Now, what I want to share with you, I'm going to share with you a few examples of our work in progress from a few WoW races, but the idea here is just to give more options than ever before so that you can actually look and feel like you want to feel and different from the others around you who play the exact same race. So let's take a look at some of what's in store. Trolls. So for trolls, we want to give you options for different skin colors, hairstyles, tusk shapes, piercings, body paint, tattoos, and also amazing things like the ability to set your eye color different from the look of your face, because I don't know, it's 2020, the technology is finally there. What can I say? Dwarves. So similarly, if you want some, you want that Wildhammer look, go for it. Different skin colors, hair colors, and more. Maybe you play an undead, a Forsaken. And you don't want all of your bony parts sticking out of your flesh. Or maybe you do. Up to you. And last but certainly not least in my examples, humans. Perhaps you play a human in World of Warcraft and wish that you could play a character that looks and feels a little bit more like you. We agree. So this is the tip of the iceberg. We have many more examples to come, and this is something really that's an endless process of improvement for us, but this is a first step. Finally, one more small thing. I mentioned earlier that Bolvar and his Death Knights are very important to this battle that awaits us, and so what better time to bolster the ranks of Death Knights than now? So in Shadowlands, everyone can be a Death Knight. Pandaren, Kultiran, Zandalari, Mechanome, Volpera, go nuts. All right, that's all I got for now. Thank you so much for joining me on this whirlwind tour of Shadowlands. Lots more information tomorrow. So right here tomorrow, we'll have our deep dive panel at 11, just before noon, and then Q&A and developers' tales later in the day. Enjoy BlizzCon. Have a wonderful weekend. I love you all.
Thank you for attending World of Warcraft. What's next? Welcome to World of Warcraft Deep Dive.
Hello, BlizzCon! Thank you for coming to the WoW Deep Dive panel. My name is Paul Cubitt. Today we're going to dig a little bit deeper into some of the systems that define what goes into World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Quick outline what we're going to talk about. First, I'm going to talk about covenants, what they are and what they do. Next, we're going to talk about some of the changes that are coming to leveling. Next up after that, classes, some of the changes for your classes, and the philosophies about what we're thinking about making those changes. And lastly, I'm going to talk about Torghast and the maw that surrounds it. So without further ado, covenants. First, as you know, we are going to the Shadowlands. When you get there, you're going to quest through 4 different zones. In the context of those zones, you're going to learn about the 4 different covenants that rule over them. And then when you get to max level, level 60, you're going to get the opportunity to make a choice of one and only one of these covenants. Which one do you want to join? Let's review what these covenants are and what they're all about. First up is the Kyrians. They're the denizens of Bastion. Their role in the Shadowlands is to shuttle souls from the world of the living to the world of the dead. They're all about purity and humility and righteousness, good stuff like that. Up next are the Necrolords. These guys, their role in the Shadowlands is to defend the plane against outside invaders. They're comprised of abominations, spies, warlords, very much kind of a proto-Scourge vibe. The Night Fae. These are the denizens of Ardenweald. Their role in the business of the Shadowlands is to shepherd the cycle of life and death. When a powerful wild god or powerful character of nature dies and passes into the Shadowlands, the Night Fae will help bring them back to health so that they can return to the land of the living again. And lastly, the Venthyr. These guys live in Revendreth. Sounds like we maybe have some Venthyr fans. They're the punishers of the unworthy. If you were evil in life, sinful or prideful and the like, you might get sent to Revendreth, and the Venthyr will bring you low so that you can be built back up again as a functioning member of the Shadowlands. There's a lot of choices that are factors that are involved in making this choice of which covenant you want to join. Let's discuss what those are. First up, your covenant sanctum. This is a place you're going to be spending a lot of time, not unlike your faction hall that you had, or your class hall that you had in Legion. So think to yourself, where do you want to spend time in Shadowlands? Do I want to be in a glittering city in the sky with the Necrolords? Do I want to be staying in this big, awesome-looking skeletal statue of a warlord? Do I want to be in the glittering, galaxy-surrounded vale in the middle of the forest? Or in a spooky vampire castle? The choice is yours. Next big thing to consider, the abilities they're going to teach you. The first is a Covenant ability, which everyone in the Covenant learns, independent of your class. This is a non-combat ability typically, although you can use a lot of them in combat. I like to say it's a way that you can solve a problem without fighting it. As an example, let's look at the Night Phase Covenant ability, Soul Shape. With this, you turn into a spirit fox. It gives you a short dash, and also, during the duration, enemies ignore you. It lasts for 10 seconds, or as long as you want if you're in a rest area. So there's a couple applications here. You can use it to just, run forward pretty quickly. You can use it to skip a couple creatures you don't want to fight for one reason or another. Or you can just hang out as a fox. One cool thing about this ability, which isn't reflected in the tooltip, is that it's customizable. There's a number of different creatures. A number of different creatures in Unveiled that you can choose to be. So maybe you're more of a Glimmerfly, more of a Rune Stag. There may even be some rare prestige appearances that you can unlock as part of your Covenant campaign. That is the Night Fae ability. Unburden is the Kyrian ability. It's playable on the show floor. This is a much faster dash. You get 300% faster. Lasts a little bit longer, but also you can kind of use it to float across canyons and things like that. It also will reduce the radius at which enemies detect you, so you can kind of sneak around things. The Necrolords get Transcend the Flesh. This is one of my favorite new abilities, where you pull your soul out from your body, leaving your body behind, and you can kind of walk around in the spirit world. And meanwhile, your body stays behind and keeps doing whatever you were doing before. If you were just in town, it'll just stand around. If you were fighting a creature, it'll kind of dumbly keep fighting it, maybe use one or two of your abilities. And you can do whatever you want. You can fall down a cliff and not take damage because you're a spirit, right? You can run behind a tree and then pull your body back to you and confuse whatever you were fighting before. Lots of creative applications. Lastly is Door of Shadows, the Venthyr ability. This is probably the most straightforward. You just pick a location, and then poof, within a couple seconds, you're there. Very similar to Reaper Teleport in Overwatch, or Overwatch 2, if you're familiar with those games. You're also going to learn a class ability. This fits in the space, in the intersection of what your Covenant is all about and your class is all about. This is a way to solve problems by murdering them, classic World of Warcraft ability. It should feel kind of like your artifact active abilities from a couple expansions past. As an example today, let's look at the Kyrian Mage ability, Radiant Spark. Okay, so this ability does arcane damage, independent of whatever your spec is. All mages will learn this if they join the Kyrian. It also deals damage over time. And during that window of 8 seconds, your next 4 attacks will deal, the first one does 25% additional damage, and then 50%, and then 75%, and finally 100% additional damage, letting you pull off some really cool combos if you can manage to fit those abilities in time. We're going to use Mage for our other examples as well. If a Mage joins the Necrolords, they'll get Contagion Bolt. Has kind of a similar container to Radiant Spark, but it plays a lot differently. It deals shadow damage, which is correct for a Mage. In this case, and in this case, your next damaging attacks will splash plague damage to nearby enemies. So if you want to have another AoE button in your rotation, you might consider joining the Necrolords with your Mage. The Night Fae have a completely different one. This is Shifting Power, where they're all about kind of balancing energies within the forests, and you get to do this by kind of pulling energy out from the ground, channeled over 3 seconds. Every second you channel will grant you haste, so you can use it as a self-buff, and it'll also damage enemies nearby. And lastly, the Venthyr have Mirrors of Torment. So the Venthyr in their zone will use mirrors to kind of reflect the sun's light and punish their enemies. You can do this to punish your enemies by joining the Venthyr, and we'll make 3 mirrors kind of rotate around your target, and anytime they do anything, cast a spell, use an ability, they'll be rooted and take damage. Okay, stepping back a little bit, story time. Soul binds. Within the story of the Shadowlands, any 2 characters can choose to bind their souls together. This could be the result of a powerful friendship, a romantic relationship, or just very close brothers or sisters in arms. But when these 2 characters choose to go through this ritual, each one will get some power from the other one. When you join a covenant, you get to bind your soul to characters as well. Here's some you might bind to in the Venthyr Covenant. On the left, you'll see Theatar, the Mad Duke. If I bind my soul to him, a passive ability I might learn is Arrogance. Basically, I deal more crit to creatures who have a lower health percentage than me, because, haha, I'm better than you. Nadja, she's more of a fencer, very good with the sword, and so she'll increase your parry rating if you bind with her. If you don't know how to parry, she'll teach you how to parry. Okay, the point here is that this is a way to unlock new power over time. After you get to maximum level, you'll continue to increase your character's power by increasing your relationship with these characters. You can also customize your relationship and the power that they give you with a new item type called conduits. Here's an early look at what the UI might look like in-game. This is Theotar's ability. You can see up at the top there, that's arrogance. That's where I'd get that ability. I have a choice for another ability if I don't like this one. Here in the middle, this is a conduit where I've chosen to put in a survivability ability, which will give me DR, damage reduction, at low health. Alternately, I could put in this ability, which improves my healing. So without getting into too much detail, the point here is to give you a system which allows you to choose the soulbind which best suits you. You should be able to choose these for whatever reason you like. Maybe you like the way that Theotar's abilities feel. Maybe you think that Nadia is better because she has higher damage throughput. Maybe you just like the way that Theotar looks. You like that Ripon 8-pack that he's representing. Those are all valid reasons to be able to choose, and you should be able to do so. You can also switch soulbinds fairly easily as switching talents. Just pop a talent tome or whatever, and you can switch your soulbinds to counter a particular challenge. And of course, these are big characters that have rich inner lives, and you're going to learn a lot about them as you adventure with them in the Shadowlands. I would like to point out these are not necessarily bodyguards. The nature of the soulbind is you get their power even if they're far, far away. So you're not going to have them following you around all the time. Okay, in addition, you're also going to get lots of cool stuff. There's weapons and armor which really reflect the aesthetics of what your Covenant is about, including backpack-style cloaks. I call them backpack-style, but really it's like cloaks that aren't just a piece of cloth, right? And I'll show you some examples in a moment. There's a mount, which is upgradable. So this is one of the prime ways that you can show how far you've really pressed your relationship with your Covenant. There's world benefits. In the case of Maldraxxus with the Necrolords, you can build your own abomination. We've called it Build-A-Bomb internally, where you kind of put together a head and arms and weapons, and he will follow you around as a bodyguard in that zone as a perk of being a Necrolord. Other Covenants will get different perks. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that there's a full Covenant campaign which kind of defines your end game story, depending on which Covenant you've joined. Let's take a look at some of those armor sets. These are the 4 plate sets. Kyrians, Necrolords, Night Fae, and Revendreth. Some back attachments. There's a wing look for the Kyrians. This is one of the sigils of one of their temples. And lastly, kind of a halo-y shield look. So, okay, there's a lot of factors that go into make this choice, and it's the one that you should consider all these factors before you make it. I do want to point out that it is possible to change your Covenant if you feel like you've made a mistake or you want to meet someone new, but it will take some time to build up your relationship with your new allies. Before I leave, I want to try something out. I know you have limited information, but I'm going to kind of call out the names of each of the 4 Covenants and want to get some data as to like what you guys are vibing on. So first I'm going to go with Kyrians. Kyrians, where are you at? Okay. Necrolords, let me hear you. Me, Paul Cuban, I'm a Necrolord. Night Fae, where are you at? And lastly, if you're a Venthyr, say blah! All right. Up next, my close friend and colleague Kevin Martins is going to talk about the changes to leveling.
Thank you, Paul. Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. Hope you're having a great time. So, 15 years of World of Warcraft now, and it's quite a privilege to be working on a game like this, announcing our 8th expansion. Azeroth and all the worlds we've attached are such a huge, awesome canvas to tell stories on. But along the way, we have had some issues that we've wanted to solve. Some things have come up. As we've put 120 different levels in the game, a bunch of things have happened, and we tuned them over the years, as you've seen. I want to talk about what comes next for that. So first and foremost, this is the main thing we hear from everybody, that leveling takes too long. And I'll dive into that. We had some pretty serious fixes for that. Levels are supposed to be meaningful in role-playing games. That's like the core stat for most people is that. Like, that's your base level. What level are you is the first question you ask when someone's playing a role-playing game. Because of the 120 and the speed at which we level, or sometimes it's too slow, it's lost some of that meaning, and we want to capture that and get it back again. And then weaving in and out of 7 or 8 storylines as you level up can get confusing pretty fast as well. So we have made a major push for this in that patch leading into Battle for Azeroth. Paul actually led this effort, the guy that was just up here, to rescale the world. And that allowed us to fix some of the problems we had at the time. There's so many areas and levels to go through that each of the zones had such narrow level bands that you would typically out-level the story of any given zone before you were anywhere near finished the story, and then all of the quests would turn green or even gray, and the role-playing gamer in you would want to move on and keep making progress. So that largely fixed it, leading to this current live state. These are roughly the level bands, and it's roughly in order that the expansions came out with some options, like at 60 to 80, you can choose to go to Outland or Northrend and so forth. So we have some pretty huge overhauls of all of this. This is supposed to be Festal as well, and I think it still is. When you're starting a fresh character and that whole big world's ahead of you, and there's so many adventures out there, that does and can feel special. But when most of the community, like when you're starting an alt and your friends are all, way further along, or no one wants to start with you because it takes too long, it's understandable. Or as a new player, it really feels like the party has left you, right? Like you're at the end of the parade and all you can see is a single plastic bag rolling by in the breeze sometimes. We'd love to fix that. I like that graphic. So not every level is rewarding. With 120 levels, we have two problems, basically. So either we give you a reasonable leveling time, and you run through the levels so quickly that you gain one like every 15 minutes, and then none of them really feel special. You take for granted every level. It doesn't feel much like an RPG at that point. Or we try to do like a reasonable amount of time for each level so that each level has time to breathe, and if you got a power, you have some time to use it before you get another one. In either case, that is not quite the compelling balance we're looking for. Okay, so I probably don't need to explain this. If you've alted like basically at all in the last 10 years, your question as a Horde player might be, who is my war chief? So, thank you. We refer to this as the War Chief Shuffle. And again, this is part of that privilege, to be able to have characters that can live lives out over decades, like 25 years of the Warcraft IP, to bring them back in and out and have their lives have real meaning. Most games, most properties don't have a chance to do that, so that's a real privilege. But we think we can do better at this part as well. And then Pandaria is a great example of, since Pandaria was the current live expansion, you have not been able to play through that level up story start to finish in a way that was relevant for your character. At this point, and I checked the data on this, most of you who choose Pandaria to level in the 20 level band it has, will get through Jade Forest, which is a very big starter zone, and then half of the next zone before you've out-leveled that band and you've already moved on. And I don't think that does justice to all of these expansions we've released before. So from those problems come these goals. Streamlining leveling, I'll get into how that works, but it's going to be a lot faster and I hope a lot better. Along the way, we'd like to capture those expansion level stories again and give you an opportunity to complete one of those. And we want every level to feel special again. And Brian's also going to touch on this in his class section about some of the ways we'll specifically do that. While we were doing this exercise, it also occurred to us that this would be a great time for us to modernize the introduction to World of Warcraft. And we didn't want to lose any of the existing stories we have, so we are adding a brand new starter zone, which I will run through for you as well. But we're keeping all the existing ones, so you get to choose which ones you'd prefer to do. All right, so what's new? The new level range is 1 through 60. Thank you. Primarily, it's not about balance. This is about having the numbers match the fantasy and having good pacing for leveling. So the levels come at the right pace to match what's best for what's coming new with each level. And along that lines, every level should unlock access to new content, new talents or powers or abilities or new places to go, something special every level. You probably want to know what significantly means, and it's, depending on your playstyle, 60 to 70% faster to level from 1 to 50. I'll show you a graphic on how this works exactly and explain the function, but essentially you can take any of the previous expansions, including Battle for Azeroth, and you can set your story to that state, and you can level from 10 to 50 through an entire expansion story, as opposed to weaving in and out. And then lastly, our new starting zone is an island called Exile's Reach, and I have a lot to show you there in just a moment. For your current live characters, what this means is basically that you will scale to match the new range. Simply put, level 120s will become 50, and any level between those numbers will have some simple formula to match it to its new appropriate level. And you will level from 50 to 60 in the Shadowlands. I think Ian went over all this yesterday in his panel as well, if you happen to see that. And once again, not about balance. It shouldn't feel any different. You should be able to do whatever you're doing now. Many of us probably have characters that we're using to solo old content or to collect mounts or transmogs or something. That should feel the same. This isn't like a number squish or anything like that. It's just about, again, having the level number match the fantasy of playing the game and feel a little more like an RPG in that aspect again. So one more glance at what it is right now on live. And when we're done this pretty big job, it's going to play out like this. All starting zones, including our brand new one, are going to be scaled from 1 to 10. This means Death Knight and Demon Hunter as well. And I'll talk about allied races a little bit later. You can then choose any expansion's story to level through, including Battle for Azeroth. And you will level at that point. When you get around 50, you'll go to Shadowlands. You'll be quested naturally there and enter that storyline. So put yourself back in the shoes of someone who's never played before, and this will feel a lot different. You know, our plastic bag blowing by will not be there anymore. From character creation, your only option as a brand new player for your first time through is Exile's Reach. Here's our first shot of the zone. So the story here is that your faction has learned of this previously uncharted island. They sent an expedition there a couple of weeks ago, and it has not reported back. So you, as a new recruit, are part of the second expeditionary force, a bigger, stronger force, to try to find out what happened to the first one. This zone has a lot of our favorite things about World of Warcraft, like the level designers and the artists did a really good job. It's got the big mountains with the waterfalls. It's got the deep, dark forests, vistas. A lot of our favorite monsters are in here. We've got murlocs, we've got harpies, we've got quillbore, we've got ogres. In fact, the story of the zone is essentially that there is an ogre who is he's captured all of your forces, and many of the ones you bring with you as well, and he intends to sacrifice them in a big ritual to bring a dragon back from the dead. And the reason I mention that is one of my favorite parts of the island is that we are ending it in sort of a mini two-boss dungeon. So it does not have all of the trappings and limitations of a fully fledged dungeon. Like, you don't have to have roles. It'll scale to match the party that you have. So you can play it alone, you can play it with friends. There's some NPCs in there to help you out. You can queue or not queue as you prefer. So it's not meant to be a blocker, but it's supposed to introduce people to the concept of things to come, to show them the promise of some of our favorite features as longtime players. And it'll end on that, big hook. You get to kill an ogre and kill a dragon, and that really captures the attention of your faction leaders. So from there, from being a new recruit, leveling up to 10 in here, you will be quested naturally into the capital cities. You get the lay of the land a little bit before then moving right into Battle for Azeroth. So again, for the first-time players only, they have to level up in Battle for Azeroth their first time. The reason we selected this is not just because it's our most recent expansion, but I think because shared history and shared stories help build community. And one of the things we hear from new players is they feel like they're left behind, like they're not part of the existing community. Coming into Shadowlands with these most recent events in mind, with everything that happened to our big cast of characters, coming with the same stories and the same events entering Shadowlands, I think that they're going to feel a lot closer to where the rest of us are at when they get there. So for existing players, you can also choose to go to Exile's Reach if you want, and I think this has some benefits. It's new, so the first time will certainly be fresh, but also if you play two different races in a given faction, you don't have to spend that time walking across the world, having one of you to meet somewhere where you can level up together. You can start in Exile's Reach. That should be nice as well. or you can choose any of our existing starting zones, as you always have. You know, this is part of the legacy of the game. I think we all have a lot of memories here, and we didn't want to get rid of them just to add something new. We'd rather add the new thing as an option in this case. Thank you. So you also go to the capital cities, but this is where things get a little more different. Chromie reaches out. So she can see you've done this before, and she is going to help you choose one of these expansions. You can think of this as analogous to outdoor time walking, essentially. So you will choose a setting, we'll aim you at the correct story, and you can do all of your leveling all the way up to 50 in which of these stories you want to. Those of you who still want to play War Chief Shuffle can go ahead and just wander around the world, right? You're not forced to do this, but we think that this is going to be a much better experience and give justice to these stories that have been lost in the terms of relevance over the years. At or around level 50, you'll leave Chromie time, that outdoor time walking mode, and you will enter Shadowlands with everyone else. So a little graphical summary of all of this before I pass it on to Brian. New players will start in Exile's Reach. They will level their first character through Battle for Azeroth, and then 50 to 60 in Shadowlands. Existing players, similar flow, including Death Knight and Demon Hunter, can choose any of the existing starting zones they want. They will then choose which expansion they would like to level in from there, and Chromie will help you with that, and then you also enter into Shadowlands. And then for allied races, simply put, they start at level 10, and they can pretty much go directly to the Chromie choice, and then, again, 50 to 60 in Shadowlands. Okay, so that is it from me. I want to pass it off to Brian Holinka to tell you about classes. Thank you.
All right, hello, Blizzcon. How are you? I got to tell you, I've really missed this. For those of you who don't know, I actually spent a little bit of time away from World of Warcraft working on another project, and it kind of made me sad. I missed you all. I missed everyone on World of Warcraft, and I felt like I'd lost something. Ever feel like you lost something? I mean, a lot of you look like you lost weight. You look good, I gotta tell you. But I mean, like, something y'all had, something that really was core to your being, and then it was taken away, and you didn't know why, and you felt bad about it. Well, those stories, they always have a happy ending, and we'll get to that. But I want to talk a little bit about the beginning of that story. Has anyone here played World of Warcraft Classic? Anyone? That's good. Well, you tell your friends about it. World of Warcraft Classic, it's a great leveling experience, right? You start off clean slate at level 1. Every level you earn, you're a little bit stronger. You start earning abilities and different spell ranks every other level. You get talent points past 10. You build out this tree. It's a great experience. Character gets more powerful. We love it. And that worked out really well to expand on that system through Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm. And then Mists of Pandaria, we were starting to see some issues. We were getting feedback that my action bars are full. Please, please. Spellbooks were confusing, and also we were power creeping a lot of gameplay to dangerous places. So we did our best to change that. We took a look at the talent system, and we said, hey, this is something, we want every choice to be interesting and compelling. And then in Warlords, with, I swear to you, the very best of intentions, we started to surgically remove some abilities that we thought would not be too problematic. And then came Legion. And the artifact system. Anybody like the artifact system here? Everybody good? So, the artifact system was great because it was these awesome, iconic weapons that every spec got to use. 36 different weapons that a spec got to use. And as a part of that, we wanted to deliver like every spec being super cool, super distinct, and playing to the fantasy of these weapons. So we started doing some things. We said, okay, this spec is going to be about poisons, this spec is going to be about pirates, and this spec is going to be about the shadows and the stealth. And, to some degree, we kind of got lost a little bit on what being a class meant and what being a spec meant. We really pushed things away, and we actually pushed a lot of the specs further away from being a member of their class than we ever had before. So moving forward, in Shadowlands, we have these covenants. And the covenants, they're about being a part of these, these four groups that are fighting in this plane of death, in the Shadowlands. And we want to give you cool class abilities. We want to give you those racials. And the soulbind system that Paul talked about is going to tap into things. But through the artifact system and Azerite traits, we learned we just don't have enough hooks. Like, we want to give you cool, compelling rewards for our progression system, but like, we're putting heal on blink and stuff like that. So we're in a dangerous spot. So what we want to do is kind of recalibrate everything with this opportunity we're doing to improve the leveling experience. We have an opportunity to really listen to everything you've been saying through Legion, through Battle of Azeroth, and take action on a lot of your feedback. And always, the most common piece of feedback is, hey, just fix it, right? Fix the problems, which, I'll be honest, fix it is a great piece of feedback, because you're just saying, I'm not happy. I want something better. Or, not everyone can really say what exactly it is that's bothering them, but, there's just this idea, I want something fixed. But we, have to gauge how disruptive we want to be, because when you're going in the Shadowlands and you just loaded up on launch day and you're going with your friends, we want you going into the Shadowlands. We don't want you to be like, I don't remember how to ride this bicycle. We want you to get in there and get in the game right away. So we want to fix problems, but we really want to make sure that the things we're doing are worth the disruption to the players, because someone is playing that spec and is probably pretty happy right now. So we only want to hit home runs as much as we possible. And we want to say, is this more fun for the player, or are we doing it just to fix kind of a problem that bothers us as designers? So I don't think you'll see as extensive class changes as we saw in Legion, but we're going to be mostly additive. Because, as Kevin mentioned, we want to make sure that every level is rewarding. So you're going to get a new spell, or from 1 to 60, you're going to get a new spell, or a piece of content, a dungeon, maybe you get access to your mount, or one of your spells is going to get bigger and stronger. And part of that's a lot of abilities that we got to give you, and part of that is this idea of returning to class from spec. So let's say you're going to make a priest in Battle for Azeroth. So you make a level 1 priest. Well, actually, you make a level 1 discipline priest. And then you play from 1 to 10, and you're that discipline priest, and you hit 10, and you're like, well, now I want to be Shadow. So you select Shadow, and like half your buttons fly away, all these new buttons appear, a lot of things change, and it's not even like you change specs and you got additional things. It's actually like you just change classes completely. So in Shadowlands, when you start at level 1, you're going to be an unspec'd priest. You're going to learn all these different abilities about all your different specs. And then when you pick a spec at 10, new things are going to come to you, and you're going to become a shadow priest or a disciplined priest or whatnot. And a part of that is because, I think what's pretty foundational is that classes are made up of elements of each and different spec, and then a spec doubles down on it. All paladins can embrace the light to help their friends. All paladins protect their allies, and all paladins execute their enemies with divine judgment. But when you pick a spec, you really do that in a particular way. So one of the things we want to do is make sure we can do this and give you a lot of abilities. And so this is where the story of loss turns to the tide. Let's talk about some of the abilities that are coming back and why. So the first category of them are class-defining mechanics. These are spells that have a kind of unique hook. They kind of share a unique hook, and they help deliver class fantasy in a particular way. Like, does anybody know a paladin here, right? Paladins, they got a certain air about them, right? And the way that was kind of expressed through the game was through auras. Whenever you looked at your tooltip, whenever you used to look at your buff bar and you saw that little shield, you knew that a paladin was with you. And that was important. That's the thing that they, when you're just in an RPG and you're playing with a paladin, he's always telling you how great the light is and stuff. That's just kind of a way to express it. Another idea is the idea of totems. Now, shamans still have some totems. Maybe they'll throw down capacitor totems to stun a bunch of enemies. Maybe they'll throw tremor totem. It's nice that we have these kind of occasional totems going down, but it's kind of always been a fact that totems were there all the time. So just giving back some persistent totems like healing stream totems to the whole class or searing totem, just to give a little additional presence that everybody will see these totems laying around there and know there's a shaman in their group. Are there any rogues here? Not anymore. You failed the first test of being a rogue. Just shouting out, I'm here, you know. So rogues, when we were making assassination rogues in Legion, we said, they're gonna be the poison spec. And so we just put all the poisons towards them. Well, no more. Poisons are gonna be a rogue class-wide thing because, you know, rogues are the only class that puts poisons on their weapons and is really sneaky in that way, really sneaky. And we think that's an important part of being their class. And the last one is warlocks and curses. So it used to be the case that every warlock could put one curse on one target, and they had to make an important choice there. Do I put Curse of Doom on there, and then later it's going to explode, and a Doom Guard will appear, and I'll be able to enslave it and have them join me? Or do I put Curse of Recklessness on there to make sure that these guys don't run away? And we thought that was a fun and cool choice, and we want to bring it back. Now, as I was mentioning before about classes leveling up, part of that is starting from 1 to 10, it's starting unspec'd. Part of that is getting a little taste of every part of your class. And for some classes, they have different roles. And let's say Mage, for example, they're a damage dealing spec. So we feel like it's important that you tap into the different schools that you have as a Mage. And then you specialize in a particular one. So let's say you start off learning Frostbolt, Fire Blast, Arcane Explosion. These are all different ways of dealing damage, and they're all done through different schools. But it still gives you that sense of like, I'm a mage, I'm a master of these elements, these arcane elements, fire and frost. But still, you know, when you pick a frost, you'll mostly be using frost spells for your rotation. Another idea is how those spell schools lean into a particular role. So let's give an example of priests. All priests can tap into the light to heal their friends, and they can harness the shadow to destroy their enemies. Now, a lot of you probably tap into the light to leap of faith your friends and destroy your allies. And you'll still be able to do that because it's beautiful. But the idea that a holy priest could cast Shadow Word Death to kill and finish off a mob, or a shadow priest rather than using Shadow Mend is using Flash Heal, it just kind of leans into that class fantasy of what am I doing now, what's my role, and the spell school supports that. And then kind of a minor point is the idea of the weapons that you get as part of your class. Let's say you're a shaman, you start with a mace and a shield, but if you're an elemental shaman, you never get the experience of smacking anybody with that mace, and we think that's pretty important. So like at level 1 to 10, you'll get Primal Strike, and you'll be going around hitting people with maces. Or if you're a warrior and you have your shield, and you get a little taste of what it's like to be with protection with shield block, and those are things that are gonna go with you for a long time. Now, another category is just these iconic class abilities. So you made it clear they're just some abilities that they hold a special place in your heart, and you want to see them back. And like these are like spells that either their original incarnation were class-wide, or for whatever reason, you've just always had them, and we've taken them away. So here are just an example of a couple spells that are coming back class-wide. The second last. Another category of spells is a lot of abilities that went and became talents or honor talents. You know, we have this really cool system with talents, but it really relies on having compelling choices to make. And so for us, we thought, well, we're trying to clean up action bars. We want talents about interesting choices. Let's take some of these core abilities and we'll put them in the talent tree, and then it'll be great. And it was great, right? Okay, so it wasn't so great. So it wasn't so great, and for a lot of the feedback was that, hey, this doesn't even feel like a choice in this row. This is something that is so core and iconic to me. I want it all the time, so please give it to me. So these are some more examples of things that were talents that will be coming back. And the last category is just like me and you guys, long-lost friends, back together. These are abilities that are coming back, and you know, they've been gone for a while, and they went away for different reasons. Maybe we couldn't find a lot of application for them. Maybe we felt like they stomped on the niche of another spec. Maybe they were used to kill your friends in ritualistic ways. Or maybe we just didn't appreciate how much you love mind controlling your pet and exploring the world. So this is just a taste of things. They're coming back. I'm sure we'll hear from you, and we'd love to hear from you on the forums, on Twitter, in person, here at BlizzCon, about anything I didn't list here. And all of these spells, the best part about World of Warcraft is taking these tools and using them in combat. In classes, we like to say that we bring the hammer and nails, and content, they bring the problems. So up next, to talk about the newest kind of problem you're going to deal with, new content for Shadowlands, Paul coming back on the stage. So thanks, everybody.
You guys, I'm super excited to talk about this next feature. We're going to talk about Torghast, the new dungeon experience, which is coming to World of Warcraft, and the Maw, the zone that surrounds it. So first, let's get the setting. What is the Maw? It's a zone. That means it's a place you're going to go. You're going to see other people there. It's a shared space. It is our access point to Torghast. If you want to get into Torghast, you have to go into the Maw first. It's the home of the Jailer, this mysterious character about which not much is known other than he's probably bad. And historically, the Maw has been a prison for the vilest souls in the cosmos. So you might remember earlier when I was out, I said that if you were evil and sinful, you got sent to Revendreth. That may have been a little bit misleading. That's where you get sent if you're bad, but capable of being redeemed. The Maw is where you're sent if there's no hope for redemption for you. We just throw you in this place that is inescapable forever, throw away the key. The reason I say historically is because that's been the case up until a point a few years ago where something broke in the machinery of death within the Shadowlands. In the past, souls used to go to the Arbiter to be judged. You're a good soul, you go here. You're a medium soul, you go here. Bad to the Maw. Now all souls are going directly into the Maw. And that includes all the casualties of the Fourth War, all the casualties of Teldrassil. Now, you as a player have a special role. You learn this pretty early. You are a Maw Walker. This means you have the ability to transcend the grip of death. You can enter and leave the Maw at will, which is something that nobody has ever been able to do before. And this is one of the reasons that those covenants are so interested in getting you to join them, other than you just being a really good hero, is because you can complete missions that they can't do, right? You can go in and save souls that have been unjustly imprisoned. You can save your friends that are in there. Maybe even ultimately, should it come to it, you can take the fight to the jailer himself. So I thought that the best way to share with you guys how the Maw plays and feels would be to do so in the context of a story. So I'm going to tell you a story about two brave, strong heroes, Paul and Brian. You can see from our portrait frames up there, I am a Necrolord, and he's a Night Fae. A lesson there, you can play together with people in other covenants. It's not an exclusive choice. So we are going to the Maw. Our plan today, by the way, in the story, is we're going to go climb Torghast together. Brian is there. He's waiting for me at Torghast. I'm going to go join him. But first, I need to go into the Maw, which is this endgame outdoor zone. It's a terrifying place. It's not just a place where we take the same types of creatures you see in Ardenweald or Revendreth and just paint them with a Death Ear coat of paint. No, it's actually significantly more dangerous there. And that's not just the creatures, but the environments and the mechanics of the space itself. You're welcome. So I enter the Maw. I'm making my way over to Torghast to meet Brian, and I run into this guy. I'll admit, I'm actually a pretty good player of World of Warcraft personally, so I figure I can take this guy on. It shouldn't be a problem. It was a problem. He kills me. And that's fine. This has happened before. As I release, I see something, and this is the jailer has noticed you. What this is a mechanic called the Eyes of the Jailer. Anything you do in the Maw, whether it be killing one of his elite lieutenants, dying to one in this case, saving souls, completing objectives, they will all incur the ire of the jailer, and he will send increasing punishments at you. The first might be that the Shade Hounds, which you see around the area, might start to notice you from farther away. Their aggro radius is increased. So the more and more I do, the more of these guys will start adding on to my fights. Later, the jailer might say, go kill that guy. He'll send kill squads directly to go kill Paul. He's the one who's causing all this trouble here in the Maw. And it will become more and more and more deadly. The lesson is, be surgical, be careful, know what you want to do, get in and get out, and try not to die too often. Luckily, today that's not too much of a problem. I'm going to just pass through the Maw to get into Torghast, where I meet Brian. It would have been nice if you helped me kill that elite, I might say to him. But we are here now, Torghast. This is the center of the Maw. This is where the jailer himself is, as well as his most elite lieutenants, his most prized possessions, his prized prisoners. It's also a strange place, a confusing place, a place unlike we've never seen before in World of Warcraft. And so we are going to climb it. Here's a shot of the interior of Torghast. I love this shot because every time I see it, I think this is a cool painting. This is actually an in-game shot of what it looks like inside of Torghast. Our artists have done an awesome job. And now we are inside the tower. We're now in an instance. It's a scalable dungeon from 1 to 5 players. That means you can go in solo, you can go in with a group of 5 players, you bring a tank and a healer, or maybe just 5 DPS, and it should always just work out. That wasn't a joke, it actually does. It works. As you climb the tower, your enemies will get significantly stronger. Terrifyingly so. It's actually like a lot stronger. But you're going to grow in power too, with temporary powers per run that you get as you climb the tower. Of course, as you climb as well, the tower is going to increase in complexity. The first couple floors might be your standard dungeon crawl where you kill creatures, explore hallways, try to find the stairs to the next level. Higher up, you'll be dealing with traps, puzzles, locked doors, more dangerous minions of the jailer, and so on. There we are again. So, this is not our first time here in the tower. I distinctly remember last time when Brian and I came, there was this hallway which curved off to the left, and there was this caster defending it. This time, there's a hallway curving to the right, and there's this melee guy in the way. Okay, this is maybe a simplified example of the fact that the tower is always changing. The layouts are variable. They're built for exploration. You're not going to know where you're going anytime you enter Torghast. You need to explore and find the way. And because of this, by and large, this is not a timed mode. This is not Mythic Plus, right? It's a different thing. The goal here is to be thorough. Always be exploring. Try to get as much power as you can before you ascend to that next floor where the enemies are going to be that much more deadly. And that power comes in the form of something called anima. So anima is this magical soul stuff that pervades the Shadowlands, and when it manifests in the Maw, it does so in this sticky, gross, stringy black stuff that has incredible potential power. Power, like you can see here. I can make a choice when I get some anima. There's a fairly straightforward choice. Do I want some additional maximum health or some additional mastery? I'm a DPS player, so usually I'll take that choice on the right, but I'll tell you, if I take this choice every single time in one particular run, I'm going to die pretty quickly because it's going to get really deadly. I need to make sure I'm shoring up my survivability as well. Here's a more interesting choice we might find, the Corruption Antenna. Your attacks have a chance to deal additional shadow damage over time to your targets. Okay, so it's a way of me doing more damage in a shadowy way. Why is that interesting? Because later I might find another power like this, the Shadowed Iris. Dealing shadow damage has a chance to blind the target, severely reducing their chance to hit me for a time. Okay, so now I'm beginning to build a build here, right? Even if I'm not someone who normally does shadow damage, my attacks might trigger shadow damage, which then triggers the Shadowed Iris, and the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. We have synergy. In our adventure today, this is the epic power that I find, the Golden Idol. This is a power that actually doesn't give me any direct player power at all, but it gives me information. I can see which enemies are holding additional anima, and this is especially good in groups because only one of us has to have it as long as we're talking with one another. I can see like, oh, that hallway, we don't want to go down there, it's dangerous, and they're not carrying anything. Over there, that unassuming guy, he's got something, let's go kill him. It works out great for our run. Brian takes a different tactic. He takes Ardent Endurance, which increases the duration of his soul shape by 50%. So he's going to be running around much more often as his Rune Stag form. He finds Bloating Fodder. So there's this creature that lives in Torghast. It's called a maw rat. They're this kind of an irritating critter-like creature that, pretty easy, but they get harder the higher you climb too. This makes it so that whenever a maw rat dies, they explode for 10,000 damage to everything nearby. And Brian manages to find 8 stacks of Bloating Fodder. So now they're exploding for 80,000 damage every time they die. Lastly, to complete his trifecta, he finds the Heavy Hoof Sandals, which makes it so that while you're under the effects of soul shape, maw rats instantly die. So we come up with a strategy where, we find a little mini-boss over here, leave him, kill everything else. There's a bunch of rats. Okay, we'll kite them over, soul shape, explode them all. It goes from 100% to 0% instantly. It works great. Look how proud Brian looks of his discovery. Up until we get to a point where there's no maw rats and his build stinks and we die. So yes, Torghast is always changing, and that's true. It changes from run to run. Additionally, it changes over time. So as you press farther and farther into the maw, the jailer will change his tactics against you. After a couple weeks of the expansion, there will be an event called the Beasts of Prodigum, in which the jailer floods the maw and Torghast with bestial creatures like shade hounds and soul eaters and the like. This changes the creatures that you're going to be fighting. It changes the fighting experience in Torghast. It also changes the powers that are available to you. Like you might find the Chain of Command, which summons a shade hound that stuns and taunts, or maybe a different one, an item which summons a soul eater that inflicts area of effect damage and silences. And then after you get these, you might find other powers which make them hit harder or survive longer, or make it so that you run faster when you're near them. This completely changes the pool of abilities that are available to you, changes builds that are available, and is one of the things that will keep the system really fresh and should be really fun. It's probably the thing I'm most looking forward to. Of course, having fun is only half of it. The other half is, what do I get out of it? And the answer shortly is legendaries. So when you climb Torghast, you will find runes. You take these runes and bring them to a mysterious rune forge, which is run by an even more mysterious rune sage. And this character will help you build legendaries, and in doing so, maybe learn a little bit more about the backstory of Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination. But most importantly, when you're making these legendaries, it'll be with a great amount of determinism. You can choose what slot you're making them for, what powers go on them, maybe even what secondary stat distributions you have on them. This should be a really fun system to engage with, and of course, once you have that legendary, your next run into Torghast, you'll probably make it even farther. That is all the time we have for the panel today. So on behalf of the WoW team, thank you. I hope you're looking forward to Shadowlands. Have a wonderful BlizzCon.
Welcome to World of Warcraft Q&A.
No place to put these.
Hi, guys. Welcome to the 2019 World of Warcraft Q&A. How is everyone feeling right now? Okay, that's about me too, but you sound curious and hungry for answers, which is perfect because that's exactly what we want to give you today. My name is Evitel. You might know me from the YouTube channel Evitel and Taliesin. And it is my absolute pleasure and honor to be on stage here today. So, World of Warcraft has played a huge role in my life, as I'm sure it has for many of you. Even though I've only really played it for 10 years, so I'm a Cataclysm baby. My husband is a Wrath baby, and we're looking forward to welcoming our own Shadowlands baby soon enough. Joining me on stage here today for the important bits is an illustrious panel of developers. These are all familiar faces, but if you could all please introduce yourselves.
I'm Steve Denuser. I'm the lead narrative designer for World of Warcraft.
Morgan Day, lead game designer on World of Warcraft.
I'm John Haidt, and I'm the executive producer for World of Warcraft.
Ian Hazzikostas, game director, World of Warcraft.
Eli Cannon, art director, World of Warcraft.
So it's not just me and the developers here today. While I didn't actually meet my husband playing WoW, I did use it to woo him, specifically bringing up my very high-level, level 85 Night Elf Hunter on our very first date, and using that to lure him back to my place. So, speaking of him, actually, there he is, my very own pocket healer with the mic, Taliesin.
Hello, Evitel. Hello. Hello, BlizzCon. That is a really nice story, Evitel, but I am going to correct you just a little bit. Mum, it was the 5th date. It might have even been the 10th. I still feel bad about it now. But no, I'm really excited to be here for this super special occasion. Special because they've actually let me this close to Ian Hazakostas. Usually an alarm has gone off by now. So this is really special for me. I'm looking forward to basically abusing the next 45 minutes by using this microphone to ask all of the questions that I've been thinking of for the last couple of days.
They're all about Tuskars, aren't they?
Not all of them, no.
Okay, no. So actually, the way we're going to go about this is Taliesin is there with the microphone. We've spent the last couple of days gathering your questions. We have a brave line of souls waiting in line to ask their questions there. We also have a few questions that we've been gathering online, which are looking pretty good. So yeah, it's looking like a really good batch of questions this year. Without further ado, Taliesin, our first question.
A complete unknown.
This year, I don't have a lore question. All the ones I could think of were about Shadowlands in ways that I don't think you could answer without saying it's a spoiler. So, but I really do like allied races and recruiting them, so I thought I would ask a question about them. Heritage armor is really neat, but it's not as interesting as the heritage armor for regular races in terms of how you acquire it. And with the leveling changes, does that mean we might see a difference in how heritage armor is gotten, at least at a different level?
So first, red shirt guy, welcome back. And second, thank you for asking a question that even I can answer. Because I was concerned myself, for here I sit with my Nightborn warrior in Borean Tundra at level 62. Yeah, I know, but classic hit, and I gotta put some attention there, and Ian's been hassling me about my gear level, so I had to get my ahead of the curve, and I left this poor guy, and I went to Ian and the gang, and I'm like, what's gonna happen? You know, I brought this guy all the way up. I don't want to lose my heritage armor. Well, the good news for you and me and anyone else in this plight is that you're still going to be able to get your heritage armor. In fact, it's actually going to be easier for you to get to the heritage armor. You still have to get the max level, and then it's there waiting for you.
All right, thank you. I also hope that we get to see more allied races in the future, especially since we're meeting 4 races who we're allying with that also happen to be based on player skeletons.
All right. You never know.
We'll take that under advisement.
Thank you. He's got a point there. Fantastic. Thank you. Our next question.
Hello. So I was wondering, did the jailer in the mall see the Legion as a threat, which explains why Sylvanas worked with Varian?
All right. That's an interesting question. So yeah, obviously we've seen Sylvanas through the course of Legion and that intro cinematic, right, when the airships and everything, and she's kind of giving Varian a hand. So as we get into the Shadowlands, we're going to be finding out a lot of Sylvanas' motivations and what the nature of her relationship with the jailer is and when it started. And we'll find out that it actually dates back quite a bit earlier in the timeline. You may be familiar with a story called The Edge of Night, in which Sylvanas leapt off the top of Ice Crown. And you saw part of the story there, but that was kind of the start of her interactions with the jailer. And as for why Sylvanas would lend an arrow to aid Varian, there was a long-term strategy where Sylvanas needed to get into a position where she could take over the mantle of War Chief. And she couldn't do that if she was aggro and everybody was against her. So she had to bide her time, and now we're seeing the fruition of that in Shadowlands.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right, Tally, our next question, please.
I was wondering how the new progression system of the Covenant abilities combined with the legendary weapons is going to affect PvP, right, whether in the world or rated. I don't want to be forced down one of the Covenants because I like that aesthetic. When the min-maxing, I have to go with this one.
Totally.
Yeah, so, first and foremost, we think of World of Warcraft as an RPG. We really want all of those choices that you make and all the progression you're earning, the items that you're kind of looting off of big bosses to really be impactful and meaningful for your character. So, we've seen things like with the Heart of Azeroth and Azerite Armor, similar to that system in Battle for Azeroth. We feel like we have a lot of knobs that we can use to kind of tune how that works. And also with Covenants in particular, something that we think about in terms of the specifics of, is this better as a paladin picking one Covenant versus another for PvP in particular? We kind of take the outlook of, the Covenant choice is more like, what's better, a mage or a warlock? There should be a lot of different options there and a lot of different compositions that might be viable, no matter which Covenant that you choose.
Yeah, the Covenant power-wise, right, it's the active abilities, but it's also the soulbinds, their trait trees, and much more. And so the net effect of all of those things combined, as Morgan was saying, gives us a ton of tuning knobs. But yeah, as we've seen, our starting point is always everything should work in PvP. We don't like to jump straight to disable them. But if we need to, because the only alternative would be watering the ability down to make it not a balance problem, then often, we will make those exceptions. And that goes all the way back to, 13, 14-year-old philosophies where Curse of Doom, back in classic days, couldn't be cast on other players because it would literally one-shot them.
And war mode is still going to be enabled in Shadowlands, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Actually, Avatar, I've got a PvP question as well.
Go ahead.
So I did a lot of PvP in BFA because of war mode, which I think is one of the coolest things in the game. And BFA is all about Horde versus Alliance, and I think it's quite clear that Alliance won the war. No, hear me out. I'm not saying that's a good thing. The Alliance clearly won the war because we got the best mount, not only ever in the history of World of Warcraft, but in the history of video games full stop, the Vicious War River Beast, the beautiful roly-poly hippo. In the interest of fairness, what can the Horde ever be given ever again that could be as good as that?
I mean, is there anything as good as the hippo mount?
And don't say PvP vendors, because Ian, I can never find them. I just don't know where they, I can't.
I don't even know where to begin on this one.
No, I've got a genuine question, sorry. I'm going to do it, Avatar.
Oh, no.
I'm going to say it.
Okay.
Flying. How's it going to work in Shadowlands?
The same way it has for the last few expansions. So I think it's... See?
Okay, thanks. I'll see you next year.
And the mix of the chorus of boos and applause and cheers, even though there's a few more boos right now, is why we've come to this compromise, where if it annoys everyone a little bit, it's probably better than the alternatives. Because I think this has been a contentious issue, right? Of flying versus not. The middle ground we settled on for Warlords, where you explore the world from the ground to begin with, and then eventually soar above it once you've thoroughly explored and mastered it, is one we plan to carry forward.
And in Shadowlands, with the leveling system changing, so you level through one specific expansion, brilliant idea, by the way, how will that affect Pathfinders for past expansions?
That's a good question. I think there's some things you may need to revisit there. That's something we have to discuss, but we don't have an answer for that right now. It's a good point, though.
Thank you. I'm spent. Hello.
In World of Warcraft Classic, will we ever receive a toggle for the HD remodels?
Well, that's a very good question. So the initial reason for HD models was really to increase the fidelity of the character models so that they match more closely to the world that we'd come to know, right? As the years have progressed, the fidelity of all of our textures, our models, and generally the world had improved so much that the characters really got left behind, and there was a fairly extreme disparity between the look of them. So it was really an effort to not only improve the look and the feel of the characters, to push the game forward, but also to decrease that gap between the look of the two worlds. So with Classic, we're really trying to stick to the original vibe of the world. And I feel that HD characters probably would feel out of place in the Classic world. So we're disinclined to do that.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome, on to our next question, please.
Name is Zafir from Storm Rage server. Shout out to my guild, War Ensemble. Question is, will legendaries ever be transmoggable?
That's a good question. Short answer, yes. Yeah, honestly, I think when we first put the transmog rules in, way back in late Cataclysm, they were very restrictive, right? We restricted some silly items that have since been allowed. And back then, the idea was, well, these legendary weapons are the coolest looking weapons in the game. If you can transmog your Thunder Fury, you can transmog your Atiyesh or whatever, people will be walking around only using those, and it's going to make them feel less legendary. Many years later, there's a lot of really cool appearances there, and I don't know that there's a reason to continue to restrict that. So, can't say exactly when, but very soon. Transmog your Thunder Fury, transmog your Sulphurus. Go nuts.
Thank you. I'm going to take that back to Shadowlands again, because Big Brain is crafting your own legendary and then transmogging it. Galaxy Brain is crafting your own legendary and then naming it. Taliesin's law, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and then you have the right-click report option on the inspect screen.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the UI is your job.
What is the creative process when you choose to an expansion theme? And maybe more specifically, what do you guys do for Shadowlands?
All right, yeah, that's great. I think everyone should probably kind of chip in on that because we all have a different role to play. But typically, we begin the process of brainstorming a new expansion even 2 expansions ahead. So there are aspects of what we were planning for Shadowlands back in Legion that allows us to actually set some of the story plot points that are now unfolding. But what happens is it's typically, myself, Ian is the game director, his lead designers, Eli is our art director, Frank, who's not up here right now, is our technical director, and then our production director. And we have kind of weekly sessions where we, blue sky, brainstorm ideas, think of cool things, throw away things. But you guys should talk about, individually how you're approaching it.
Yeah, it's a mix of things, right? There's, I think, first and foremost, the world. Like we have said in the past, we continue to view the main character of World of Warcraft as the world, the environment, this living, breathing place that players will explore and fill with their own stories. And one of the first questions we ask is always, where do we want to go next? Where do we feel we should take this next? And often the story may twist and turn in ways to get us there, right? I think we certainly weren't perched on the edge of a precipice coming out of Mists of Pandaria where it was super obvious, well, obviously the story has to lead us to ancient Draenor in an alternate universe. It was more, wouldn't it be awesome to look at this page of this manual that accompanied Warcraft 2? Wouldn't it be awesome to visit these zones and meet these characters? Let's find a way to get there. And then there's what are the features that make sense alongside that? And where does it fit? Sometimes you might come up with an idea for a place we want to visit or an expansion that would be awesome, but it's not quite yet the time. Like when we were talking about Mists of Pandaria, where to go next, Legion was one of those ideas that was in contention. But we, at the time, said, that's awesome. Let's do that as the one after this one and fully develop it then.
Yeah, specifically with this expansion, one of the pillars that we had early on is it's otherworldly. We're going someplace new. We're going someplace that we've never experienced before. And one of the typical processes that we go through is gathering a lot of reference. And this happens across design and art in the form of photographs, might be sketches and things that people have done along the way. It might even be digging up old concepts that we've done for previous expansions that maybe didn't work there, but would be really great ideas for what we're working on here. And I remember one of the most evocative images that we came across early on was this one of almost like a nighttime forest, and it had these kind of like specks of starlight all across this, this clearing. And it almost evoked this sort of celestial, starry forest scape. And initially we thought we might pair that with Bastion, where we would have this very much like light and bright heavenly side of the zone, and then we'd have a dark celestial night forest on the other side. But it was such a huge theme and such a really interesting theme that we felt that it deserved its own space so that we could fully develop it, and eventually it became Ardenweald. But those types of things happen very often, that we can just really get an interesting idea and it will drive narrative, it'll drive themes across the expansion, and it can be something as simple as just one image.
Have you ever actually named an expansion before you've developed it?
Actually, what's funny is that we're so sensitive about names getting out, and luckily there are never any leaks with regards to that. That we use this internal acronym, which is HOTS. And so all of our future expansions have a name that somehow adds up to HOTS.
Are you sure it's not Bananas of Tel Aviv? Because I've heard that one floating around.
Who told you that?
Yeah, the only exception is actually Legion, where that was effectively our placeholder name. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to do our Legion expansion. And we just kept calling it the Legion expansion internally for long enough that when it came time to think of a name, that one just was the obvious front runner.
And it made sense, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Anything else?
Free Hong Kong. Revolution of our times.
Sounds good to me.
Hey there. My name's Laurentium. So anyway, the identity of the mysterious jailer being unknown and somewhat a new figure in Warcraft lore, is there a possibility that there could be a character we know is connected?
You got a question, mate?
Yeah. Free Hong Kong.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, sorry about that. By the way, guys, you were doing a great job today, so just want to say that. We did a great job. Basically, my question is regarding the identity of the mysterious jailer. Is he someone that we know who is connected to death, say, for example, Argus the Unmaker, or Argus the Unmaker, Werzala, or maybe Helia?
So it's really cool and interesting. So like as we're thinking about an expansion, as we're thinking about stories and all these kinds of things, we're always talking about the new stuff we're doing and new characters we have. And personally, I'm always thinking like, man, I bet they're going to ask questions about this, or like they'll think of this as some kind of mystery. And when we were talking about the jailer, we had all this cool stuff and backstory that we built and all this kind of thing. Honestly, it never occurred to me that someone might go, oh, is he someone we know? Because we just intended him to be this mysterious new figure.
All right.
So he's not someone that we've met before, but we'll find out that he's an important part of the cosmology of the Warcraft universe. And that's one of the big themes of the Shadowlands expansion, is kind of taking what we've known before about our cosmos and how the universe around Azeroth works, and kind of applying that to this whole new section of the cosmology chart that we didn't get to explore before. So his role will be important, but he's not going to be someone we know, although we're going to see a lot of figures that are familiar with that are either aligned with him or in some cases opposing him in the story.
Is he going to be present a lot? Like Arthur-style present?
Yeah, the jailer is the one whose conspiracy, the ties he has with Sylvanas, the things that he wants to do in the universe, that's driving the core of this storyline. So he's very much the centerpiece villain of this expansion.
I feel like you've just closed a lot of doors on speculation, but opened some up.
That's our job. That's what we try to do.
All righty. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Happy Blizzcon.
Next question, please.
Alrighty there. With the Heart of Azeroth being scrapped for 9.0, what will become of all of the rank 4 essences that we've collected?
Oh, you've got rank 4 essences?
Just a few. Just a few.
How many have you got?
Enough.
Yeah, me too.
Did you say enough? Yeah, so
never have enough.
With with the Heart of Azeroth, we're going to try something a little bit different this time. We're not going to deplete it. You know, if we're all familiar with our artifacts, you held it up in front of Sargeras' sword and kind of helped close that wound, which depleted our artifact. What we're thinking is more, as you move into the Shadowlands, the connection to your heart is a little bit weaker. So the essences and the Azerite powers won't be functional, but you'll still have them, right? You'll still have that, like, everyone's got their little time walking set that they put on all their cool stuff. If you sit in Ogremar, it'll still be functional there. But that's kind of the approach that we're thinking that we'll take for that.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next one, please. Oh my goodness.
Hi. Hi. What are some of the other customization options that we can look forward to for our WoW characters?
Oh, that's a great question. So customization is obviously something that we've been talking about for a long time, that you have been talking about for a long time, and we're really happy to finally be able to do something about it. So one of the other races that we're working pretty heavily on right now is Blood Elves, and we'll see, yep. More than 40 additional customizations for them across male and female. Additionally, we showed some examples of the races that we've worked on currently, Wildhammer Dwarves, for example. We also showed some examples of humans. And I want to reassure everybody that was just a small sampling of what we're going to offer. Specifically in regards to humans, we want to offer a diversity that really represents what you can find in the real world so that you can truly represent yourself in the game and really find that character that speaks to you, that represents you as a person. We're extremely happy to be able to do this finally, and we hope that you all enjoy it tremendously.
Awesome, thank you.
How about a Welsh option, where it's exactly the same, but they're just like a foot taller and cooler? Anything else?
Thank you.
Cheers.
Alrighty, next. Ooh.
It was awkward, but we did it.
Next question.
I play on a pretty small to medium pop server, and it kind of makes it hard to get excited about Shadowlands because there's not very many people to play with sometimes, especially when we're trying to do Mythic or high-level PvP. Are we ever going to see any more realm connections or anything in that manner to help improve the experience of people who play on small to medium pop servers?
Yeah, that's something we absolutely need to do. We have, the cross-realm grouping and all of that helps with a lot of our gameplay is not an adequate answer if you're looking to do Mythic raiding, if you want a server economy that can support that and other things. And I think we haven't taken a look at balancing out realm populations in the recent past, and it's something we need to do very soon. And I can't give you an exact timetable, but genuinely, it's a topic that I'm going to bring up with our server team and see what we can do within the next week when we get back to the office. I'll bring it up within the next week.
Bring it up then.
And then,
Wow.
Sorry. Then we'll do it as soon as we can.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Meanwhile, half our server team has a heart attack watching this.
Yeah, I think they just quit.
Hi, guys. I have a question about the soundtrack for World of Warcraft. So when a new expansion pack comes out, we get this amazing soundtrack. And as the expansion pack continues to have new patches come out, we get exposed to new zones like Nazjatar, Mechagon, raids, and there's some really great music in there that isn't on the soundtrack. So have you guys ever considered releasing additional digital tracks, etc., as it unfolds?
Because the soundtrack is purely digital now as well, right?
So the short answer is we're absolutely working on that. That is something we want to do. We are going to do this not next week, but we will have this before before Shadowlands comes out, so that we can capture some of this music that we have right now in Battle for Azeroth. I don't know if you're going to love the soundtrack for Visions of N'Zoth, some really crazy, ambient work. I don't know if you've seen some of the instruments that we literally built to make that soundtrack, but I'm so glad you asked that question. Yes, we're going to make that music available to you. We just got to figure out the best way to do it, but we'll do it.
Great, thank you.
Just plug it right into my brain, please. I love it. Can I take a quick poll? How many of you guys actually play with the music on? Honestly, sometimes I just go to Grizzly Hills and sit there, and it's like, it's my happy place, right?
That's all very well and good, Evertel, but we all know that I'm not allowed to play with the music on, so I can hear you shouting at me when I'm standing in front. So I'm glad you enjoy it. Haven't heard it since
Next
2012.
question, please.
I was just wondering, lore-wise, who won in Stromgarde and Darkshore?
Yeah, so our war fronts for Battle for Azeroth, right? Well, the Battle for Azeroth is still going on, but we're talking about Shadowlands, so we're looking to the future. So, again, you can look at this as what's going to happen, but canonically, the Alliance comes out on top in Stromgarde and in Darkshore.
Wait, so Steve.
Yeah.
Are you saying that Taliesin was right all along?
That's what I heard too.
Taliesin was right.
Are you saying that's canon?
Well,
Could you repeat that again? I don't think you heard it.
Thanks, Steve.
As much as it pains me to do something that makes you happy, Taliesin,
Everything you do makes
we've
me
got to do what's right for the story, and those are just some key old Alliance locations, and that's just what feels right for the world.
Thank you very much.
Battle for Blizzcon.
Uh-oh. I wasn't gonna do this, and I'm not gonna do it, but why don't you just say what faction you're going for at the same time? 3, 2, 1. Yeah, me too.
It sounded like our raid group chat.
Hello. With the faction war settling down on both sides, would you consider... Come on. Would you consider loosening faction restrictions on grouping with your friends, perhaps using cross-faction communities or mercenary mode to allow raiding with your friend groups?
I promise this wasn't staged because the last 30 seconds could not have been a better setup for this question.
Yeah, they went from yelling at each other to now wanting to play with each other.
No, honestly, like, I understand you're trying to recruit to do hard content. You meet a friend who plays in the opposite faction. You want to play with them, and it would make things easier in many cases if you could. However, Alliance and Horde separation mechanically in game, that's just a pillar of what makes Warcraft Warcraft. Like, that's just what makes this universe what it is. And that division, it's part of why we have the competing cries of for the Alliance and for the Horde, right? There is some value to mechanical reinforcement of that division. And we want to look for ways to make sure that people have as many options of who they can play with, that people have options to fill out their raid rosters, and so forth. But Alliance and Horde uniting and formally grouping together and partying together is not in the cards, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Is that the answer you were looking for?
No.
No.
Thank you anyway.
On the subject of loyalties, I've been wearing a really big eyeball on my head for quite a while now. And
Wait,
I've
what,
seen
what
a lot
eyeball?
of them.
What are you talking about? I can't see it.
You haven't seen it, no. And, I love it, obviously, because it shows my dedication to our tentacly overlord. But it has been ruining my transmogs a little bit. Please tell me I'm going to be really glad that I made the effort to keep that eye on at the end of 8.3.
I mean, I don't know.
You want that one?
Aren't the Whispers of Insanity their own reward? I mean, are you just doing this in pursuit of some
yes.
imagined treasure? No, just be yourself and see what follows.
I think Steve has a good answer to this one.
Hey guys, so obviously my question is about Classic, naturally. With the release of Classic, I'm having a great time, my friends are having a great time, but I know some people maybe might want to see the possibility of either a Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King server. Is that something that the team is taking into consideration for the future?
Okay, show of hands, how many people would like a Burning Crusade? Wait a minute, hold on. I'll get right back to you. How about Lich King? That's interesting. You want us to just skip to Lich King? Anyway, obviously we can do this. We've done it before. But we got to be really careful about how we proceed. We established Classic with no changes in mind. However, the reception from all of you has been so incredible, and I mean, literally, you blew us away. We had no idea. We knew it was going to be big. We had no idea it was going to be this big. And we would be super thoughtful in the way that we progress. We know that some people probably didn't sign up to go on to Burning Crusade, or maybe not on to Lich King. So we want to handle that in the right way. But we can do this, and we're not opposed to doing it. We just want to do the right thing.
Perfect, thanks guys.
Hey guys, after the Magar orc scenario, whenever we went to that, whatever happened to that alternate Draenor? And more importantly, are we going to run into the Lightbound, specifically Uriel, at any point in the future?
Yeah, so the Maghar orc unlock was one of our is one of my at least favorite Allied Race quest lines, because we got to go back and kind of bring that alternate timeline back into alignment, kind of. But it ends with this big cataclysmic attack. We see Yrel going all light crazy, and the orcs trying to resist that. And if you noticed, when the Mag'har came forward, a bunch of other things kind of tagged along that are now kind of running around Azeroth, so we might see them. But Draenor is still out there. The light still has a presence on it. And when we, like we talked about as we develop future expansions and things like that, we always keep things like that in our back pocket so that when the time is right, when there's something that we're working on where the flavor really fits, that's something that we can go, hey, you know what? Remember those characters? You remember Yrel and how awesome she was? What would she be doing now under these circumstances with this whole new set of things? That's definitely something that we'll be keeping our eye on for the right time to maybe play something. Something with that.
Right on. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, right now we're focusing on life and death, but light and void are definitely one of those concepts that's out there to be explored in the future.
Yeah, the Shadowlands is, again, the first step in our big exploring the cosmology much more of the Warcraft universe, and light and void are definitely something on the horizon someday. Yeah.
So does this mean Chronicle is canon?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Chronicle is something that we worked on, all of us together going through the Warcraft's history. But the thing to remember about Chronicle that I want you to think about is that, even any history, even something that's as encyclopedic as Chronicle, is written from a certain point of view. And if you look at the history of Azeroth that was contained in there, and even what it talked about in terms of the cosmos and things like that, whose point of view would that have been from? Well, that's right, the Titans' point of view, and the people who worked for the Titans, because they ordered so much of Azeroth and what it is. But there's a lot of other perspectives. If you look at the section of Chronicle that talks about the Black Empire was this huge swath of history, but the Titans only give it a few pages, from that point of view in this book. So there's other things in that kind of happen behind the scenes in Chronicle, or were hinted at in Chronicle, that you'll find expanded as we go into the Shadowlands and explore that cosmology even more.
Very exciting. Taliesin, have you scared away the rest of our questioners?
I didn't like the look of them.
Well, I've actually got one here from someone who isn't in the line, but who did ask a question, which I'll share. Speaking of Shadowlands, if Shadowlands is where the dead go, then what happens when we die in the Shadowlands?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I'll start with the aesthetic thing. One thing we definitely want to do is make that experience feel very different from what you experience in Azeroth. And we talk about this as the corpse run. You die, you go into this sort of grayscale world, right? All the color is removed, and it's very much the spirit walk. In the Shadowlands, it's different. Your spirit is not traveling away from you to someplace else, right? Here, you really are already in the afterlife. So what we've done is create an entirely different experience and a different screen effect even. We have just a different paradigm, really. And I think you could probably talk a little bit about the narrative behind it.
Yeah, so, from a story standpoint, our characters, as they've adventured through the game from vanilla all the way through Battle for Azeroth, when we die, the screen goes kind of all gray, and there's whispery stuff and wispy clouds and all that kind of thing. So we were kind of skirting the edge of the Shadowlands. And spirit healers are part of the Kyrian Covenant. That's one of the jobs that the Kyrians have, is to send their watchers out into the mortal realm and to look for souls, mortal souls, that are on death's door, and then look at that soul and say, is that soul ready to cross over into the Shadowlands? Or is there something tethering it? Is there something holding on to it? Now, that could be a number of different things. It could be one of the other cosmic powers has tethered it for some reason. But in the case of our heroes, there's something else. It's our connection to Azeroth that's kind of tethering us. And so we always get nudged back into life. But when we're in the Shadowlands, there's still that power holding us. Azeroth still needs us. She still needs us to fight for her. So while the aesthetic will be different, the story behind it is very much the same. We get nudged back into life so that we can continue this fight to save the Shadowlands and ultimately save the cosmos from this power that wants to to unleash itself upon it.
And when does Azeroth get born?
But we still corpse run, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and if you do want to experience the aesthetic, play the demo. It's on the show floor, and it will give you a first glimpse of what we're planning to do.
I can confirm. We played the demo, and for science, I messed up my keybinds, and we did die quite a lot. And it's exactly as you explained.
Did we die, or did you die?
It was me.
Yeah. Well, that's really brave of
For
you.
science.
Thank you.
Well, better question, how do you die in the afterlife?
Ooh. I was disappointed that I didn't appear in the Maw, in fact. And actually, I'd like to ask a question about the Maw, because we learned a lot more in the deep dive today, particularly about the Maw and the tower, which is the sort of gameplay center of that. How much of the tower do you envision being, how much do you envision the tower being a part of your gameplay at max level? Would you say it takes up the majority of your gameplay, like, say, a Horrific Vision, or is it less a part of it than that?
I mean, I think it's going to vary from player to player. I think that it's an activity that is designed for all players. That's part of why we made this an activity that can be done solo as well as with a group, because we know that if something requires a group, that inherently excludes some people in their playstyles. We're also excited to be able to offer a challenging solo progression experience once again, since the Mage Tower back in Legion. But there's going to be a range. I think you'll get some significant benefits. We tend to have diminishing returns, where maybe everyone wants to do at least one run a week or a couple of runs. But as we see with, let's say, the Mythic Keystone system, many people do their one run and stop for the week. Others grind out dozens of keys every week because it's just a ton of fun. There are rewards to be earned there, but it's the activity they most enjoy doing and proving to themselves how high they can go. And maybe we'll have leaderboards. We're excited to see the potential and the possibilities of the system.
I like the idea of saying how high you can go. Can you win?
Can you beat the
Eventually?
tower?
I mean, that's honestly, we're still deciding that. Right now, our thinking is that it is sort of an open-ended system, kind of like Mythic Plus. Like, theoretically, there's a maximum value entered in a database somewhere, but if you reach that, you're probably cheating, and we're probably going to ban you, because it's so far beyond what should be accessible. Because I think we want to make sure that no matter how good you are, there's always one step further to prove yourself against, to test yourself against.
So the tower sounds great, but I have to admit, my kind of core quest in Shadowlands is going to be to find out what the little owl people are in Bastion and befriend them. Because, yeah.
And then cosplay as them, right?
And then cosplay as them. That's always the next step.
I believe the owl people are actually one of the soul binds for the Kyrian Covenant. So if they're your jam, we got you.
Yep.
It's good to know. We have a question, actually, from our friend Hazelnutty, who asks, with mecha gnomes wearing armor leglessly, does that mean there's a possibility of playable races with more or less than 2 legs?
So the decision of playable races is always really particular to the story that we're telling. So it's not to say that we will do it, not to say that we won't. If it's appropriate for the story we're telling, the place we're talking about, the people we're talking about, maybe.
Yeah, and I think
you just sign yourself up for some incredible armor sets.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that, experiments, and actually we got some new tech to make mechanomes work that opens avenues that could let that be possible in a way that it might not have been if it makes sense for the story and the rest of the game, which is always awesome to see.
On the subject of gear sets as well, I read an interview that you'd done here at BlizzCon saying that tier sets would not be coming back next expansion. Is that true?
So, it depends.
Are you calling my interviewer a liar?
No, honestly, it's in what form, right? I think we have a wide range of epic armor sets. There are 16 armor sets for the different covenants, per material type, as well as additional sets that can be earned through other types of content. There's no question that we are going to get back to class-themed armor at some point. It's not going to happen in the initial patch of Shadowlands, but there is too much fantasy there and too much desire on the part of our team and on the part of the community to continue to explore that for us to leave that by the wayside for too long.
Sorry,
but our focus right now is Covenants.
We are going to get some super sweet Covenant armor, right?
That's the plan.
Yeah. Sorry, when people say they want tier sets back, I don't think the majority of people mean just from an aesthetic point of view. I think they mean the tier set bonuses and having something to farm in a raid.
That's possibly that's more likely in some ways. I think the challenge for us that also led to us moving away from them is having it feel like a long-term goal. I think that's what sets were when they were originally introduced in WoW, like 15 years ago. We can see literally today in Classic, people running Molten Core, trying to assemble their, their various might and other class sets. And that was a weeks-long, months-long journey that led to a sense of completion and satisfaction when you finally got there. Over the course of the years, as loot quantities increased, as we had multiple raid difficulties, by the time we got to, say, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, it was very common for players of a wide range of skill levels to be completing their entire sets within the first third quarter of a tier. In some cases, for high-end raiders, literally like week 3 of a 6 or 7 month tier. And then at that point, the set almost became a prison, to maybe exaggerate a little bit. You were locked into those pieces for those slots. No chest piece would ever compare if it didn't have a set bonus. No shoulder piece would ever compare. And a good third of your character, if not more, was effectively off limits for the whole rest of the tier. That said, set bonuses are super exciting. And so I think delivering that goal that you can work towards, that changes the way your class plays from tier to tier, that's something we absolutely want to embrace. Just not necessarily in a way that it's a box that you tick a few weeks into a new raid tier and then never think about again.
So where does that satisfaction come from in Shadowlands raiding?
I mean, legendaries are going to be a huge source of it, is one of our thoughts. From climbing Torghast, figuring out what powers you want on the legendary and working towards crafting it and perfecting the item of your dreams, and then moving on to another one. And sets in other forms, we've had smaller 2- and 3-piece sets that we've continued to make throughout raids and dungeons, recently seen in the Mechagon dungeon and elsewhere. That's something we're going to keep doing. We want to continue to expand upon.
We definitely have heard the feedback and very much so agree that their sets were a really big part of what made raiding compelling, right? There was something that you were constantly chasing. There was a unique reward from a raid, and that's something that we know moving into Shadowlands, we're going to look for opportunities there. With legendaries, like Ian mentioned, they're a really big part of what we imagine you'll be wanting to chase in Shadowlands. And, professions and crafting those legendaries will be a part of it. And, an example I love to use is when you got, Sulphurus, that wasn't something that you only crafted. You had to go kill Ragnaros and get the eye to then craft that legendary weapon, right? That's a really cool thing that we could explore further.
Cool, I'm looking forward to it. Because I think it's just sad in a way, because the raids in BFA were so good. Eternal Palace and Desire Law are awesome raids. And sometimes I help out heroic guilds when my mythic one is not available. And for the first time ever, this expansion, I only killed each final boss twice. And I was done. I had nothing else to be farming, which is a real shame because those raids were awesome.
We hope you'll have a reason to kill N'Zoth more than a couple of times.
Yeah.
So
you're going to want to kill him more than a couple of times.
On that
Since you never die, you're going to get a lot of opportunities.
On that note, I'm aware that we have run a little bit over our time. This conversation has been brilliant. Thank you so much to our developers, to our people asking the questions, to all of you in the crowd as well today. I am really looking forward to continuing this conversation, answering the rest of these questions, and carrying on these conversations throughout BlizzCon today, throughout the community, and yes, on the forums, obviously. Have an amazing rest of the BlizzCon, guys. See you later.
Right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Welcome to Designers at Work, World of Warcraft World Creation.
All right. Did you guys get a chance to see Eric Braddock here on the artist stage? Anybody see that? Well, he forgot to mention his name, so that was Eric Braddock. And now you guys are all artists, all right? Yes. Cool. All right, so welcome to World of Warcraft World Creation.
Hi, I'm James Chadwick, lead level designer for the World of Warcraft team. I've been with the company for about 19 years. Can't tell you how blessed by these people, but the other people that are on the level design team, and get to actually share with you guys something that we don't usually get to share with the public.
Exactly, and we're glad to have you, Jim.
Same here.
Awesome. My name is Gary Plattner. I've been working that's my family.
Gary gets...
I pay them. I've been working at Blizzard for 20 years now. All that time I've been working on the World of Warcraft team. Most of that time on the art team, I was lead environment artist for a long time. But now, for about the past 5 years, I've been a principal level designer. Best job in the company.
You found his true.
I think I did. So, we are all levels on the team. So we get to work with practically everybody on the WoW team, right?
We deal with everybody. Like
Yes.
one of probably the few departments gets to deal with sound, props, WMO, environment.
That's right.
Quest.
And we take all of the art, all of the trees, all of the rocks, all of the buildings, and we put it all together and make it into this massive game. So a good description of what we do is world building, essentially.
Probably the closest.
So, yeah, that's right. So we figured a good theme for this panel and a good thing to remember would be collaboration, because that's the thing I think we should all come away from, because we work with so many other people.
Yeah, there's not one person that takes us home and finishes all the way to the
That's
plate.
right.
The whole idea is trying to work with not only the other departments, but within ourselves. Call each other out, see what we think we're doing right, what we're doing wrong.
That's right, that's right. The other thing that's really cool about this panel is that we're going to be showing you our newest locations from our latest expansion, Shadowlands.
Yeah, we've always hidden that.
That's right.
We've always kind of shown you things that we've already done or things we've just set up just for the show. This is the first time you're going to see things that are work in progress, but we're still kind of doing the iteration process.
That's right. You won't see any of this stuff at any other panel, so I'm excited about that. Another cool thing is when we ship this...
You might not see it at all.
It might be different. Might be the same. We'll see. We call that iteration.
Is that what we call it?
That's what we're supposed to call it.
That's a nice name.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's meet our level designers. You guys ready? Let's start right here with Kyle. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Everybody, thanks for coming all the way out here today. I know everybody came really far to be here. I'm Kyle Aronson. I'm a senior level designer on the World of Warcraft team. I've been here at Blizzard since 2010. But prior to that, I was a graphic designer and illustrator in the skateboard and music industries. And I spent all my spare time staying up late at night making maps for first-person shooters. And since I've been here at Blizzard, I've worked on Spires of Iraq, Stormheim, Drustvar, a bunch of dungeons and raids. And I'm really excited to show you guys Nyalotha before you head to Shadowlands today.
Awesome.
That's it. Thank you, Kyle. Let's go.
All right, let's go over here and meet Victor. Thanks, Kyle. You wouldn't know he was part of the skateboard industry at all. Absolutely. All right, Victor, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. My name is Victor Cordes. I'm a level designer here on World of Warcraft. I'm really excited to be here at Blizzcon today. My first Blizzard game ever was Warcraft 2. It was also the first map editor I ever used. So that, along with that epic game manual that came with it, really inspired me to pursue making games. I graduated from Purdue University's computer graphics department. That was despite my WoW addiction. And I've been working in the game industry for about 10 years now, almost entirely on MMORPGs. The last 5 of those have been here at Blizzard. And I've had the pleasure to work on Stormheim, Suramar, and Suramar City, Terrorguard Sound, and the Pirate Dungeon Freehold. And for Shadowlands, Ardenweald and Revendreth, the latter of which I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek today.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Yes.
Victor, he's done almost everything. All right, let's
Our
meet
last
one more right over here with
Last
me
one,
this
Christy.
way. Let's see Christy.
Go ahead,
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
My fan club, of course, very important.
Yes.
So you pay people too.
So I'm Christy Moray, and I've been working building worlds for 9 years now. I got my start fresh out of school working on a game called WildStar, and unfortunately that had to end. So after that, I took a brief detour into the online mobile space, which was a wild ride. I'm super grateful to be here on the World of Warcraft team now. Since I've been here, I've covered a corner of Stormsong and Honeycomb. I followed that up by covering a large swath of Nazjatar and Kelp. And I am currently the level design point on the very recently announced Maldraxxus, which I am appropriately covering in bones. It's very metal, and I can't wait to show you guys today.
Hardcore.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. Give it up for her.
Yeah,
Let's move out here. All right. So what we're going to show you is a piece of our in-house software called WoW Edit. It's been through a lot of changes. Jim and I have been using this piece of software forever, and it has been changed and improved over the years. Yeah, almost improved on a daily basis sometimes, right?
Except for the water tool.
Right.
What we're going to show you too is we're going to show you the stages that we go through. It's hard to compact about 45 minutes and show you what it is to create a design or do design. But we've tried to break it up into 3 primary questions that show you our process.
That's right. The first question is going to be our blue sky time. What happens in the very beginning when we're trying to figure out what the heck to do, how far can we take things, and how we go from there. That's really fun part. The second question, sorry, Jim, real quick.
Oh, you get interrupted.
Is the middle part. What happens after that? The
There's
iteration.
a lot of it. That's where usually we've gone from spending a year, a lot of time on the zone, only to find out it's not working. It's not something we decided we like. So we'll actually change it all the way through and make it a desert to a jungle to snow.
That happens. It's the longest part of the process. The last one is my very favorite. It is polish. So that's the time we get to demonstrate the story and the details and all of the parts that we were hoping it would be. That's right. Because by then we would have gotten all of the art pieces. We know the scale of everything. We know the size. And that's the most fun.
I kind of call it the butterfly pass, where you're putting the last bit of details for the player, making sure that it hits the camera, to just little vignettes around the zone. Make sure about every 12 to 15 seconds you're seeing something interesting to tell a story that's going on besides the one that you're playing.
That's right.
I feel like it's living.
Okay, let's get started. We could talk all day. I wish this panel was 2 hours, but it's not. So we're going to start with the first question. How do you get started? We're going to start right over here with Christy. So come on over here and let's see what you got. All right, so what you're going to see when we get it up on screen, Christy's work is going to be right over here. So you'll see everybody's work on the stage, but when we're talking to Christy, this is what we're talking about. Okay, if you could...
You see it's very polished.
All right.
Yes, all right. So, Christy, what are you working on and how did you answer our first question? How do you get started?
Well, I get started by chatting with our visual development team as well as our 3D environment art team. They both provide me some really awesome concepts. The 3D environment team in particular designed all of these really neat sort of spooky spider leg type assets for our environments. And you can see I've sort of got some textures lined up here to sort of get myself started in this big gray map here. The actual first thing that I do actually is pull up this big map here. I've made this in Photoshop. It's just a 2D top-down map. Super simple, nice and easy, sort of to get the general idea of where the player's going to start, what are some possible road and hub locations. This evolves really quickly because we get into the gray map phase very fast. So this ends up actually being a trace of the actual 3D that I started to build. And while working on this, you can see it's sort of got grids here. It's got smaller POIs broken up into more detailed spaces. The roads have gotten a lot more depth to them. And this will even progress to a later stage of map where it's actually overlaid on top of the 3D, because at this point it's much easier to explain to our quest designers where everything is based on what is actually in the game.
Well, it helps quest design real quick. I don't want to interrupt too much, but it helps quest design too also fill out the flow. They can actually start working out where your first point of interest is that you're going to hit, and then work your way through the zone and help us together iterate over that.
That's right.
Oh, definitely. Being able to communicate with design in an effective manner is really important to make sure that we're able to have art and level stuff really work well and sort of flow. If they were trying to work in a vacuum without us, it'd be kind of a bummer. But we have a lot of fun collaborating with them. And when we get into the gray map stage here, you can see things are really simple. We've got these big blocky mountains going on here. Just sort of threw them in real quickly. We can make huge changes really fast if we want to get new peaks to spike up, or if we want to end up maybe sinking this necropolis down a little bit more. Maybe I don't want it in that pit there, so we'll just undo that real quick. But an important thing about being in the gray map phase is that it means that we can actually get down on player level and see how our space is shaping up. I figured out pretty early on that this sort of road that I marked here in purple needed to be actually right next to the hub. And so rather than moving the road, because I kind of liked it hugging the edge of this cliff here, I decided to go ahead and just move the hub. And to do this, I just quickly marked down in vertex color, which we usually use to actually make something pretty. But in the meantime, it's just going to be my quick little notes here, where, you know what, that hub is going to be over there. No one will ever know that this happened. We'll just get rid of that there. And from that point on, we can just sort of say, okay, cool. We're making really large changes, and we're not attached to anything at this stage.
That's exactly right. Sorry, Chris, let me interrupt you real quick.
Absolutely.
So what you're seeing here is WoW Edit, but it is also the game. We can run around in here and figure out if the road is in the right place. The reason why that hub moved is because we're playing this part. As simple as it is, we're going in early and figuring out our spaces and our timing between the roads.
Well, it's not painful right now. Right now you can move things around. You can be very malleable about what you're getting ready to do without being expensive, not only to the art, but to yourself, where you don't want to...
That's right.
Cut yourself off too soon.
Is there anything else you wanted to add, Christy? Are we good?
I think that's about it. That's
awesome.
the beginning of a zone.
Okay, pretty cool. Thank you, Christy.
Don't forget that everybody has a different way to make it. So you have some people that will make it start this way, others will have different ways to do it. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Christy. Very cool, very cool. All right, let's move on to Victor. Remember, Victor, we're going to look at this screen right here, see what he does. So answer us the first question. How did you get started on the zone you were going to show?
Yeah, so here we have this really awesome key art piece that one of our concept artists, Jimmy Lowe, did for Revendreth. So what this does is it sets up the overall look, tone, and mood of the zone. You can see there's this huge castle in the background. There's all this Gothic architecture that's sort of dilapidated. And then down here we've got these forests and these shadowy parts below. Yeah. And this does a good job of, setting up what the zone's going to look like throughout the vast majority of it. But we want to keep players interested and introduce some nice visual breakup along the way. We call that a sub-biome or a subzone. In the case of Revendreth, we didn't have a concept for that. So we got into the editor and we started to pitch our own ideas in what we call like a 3D sketch, or you can almost think of it like a speed paint. And what we're focused on right now is just doing a lot of macro work, big picture idea. We're trying to get this to a point where...
Let me stop you for just 1 second, Vic, really quick. So we just saw a concept, and this is your initial design. It looks nothing like what Christy did. This looks almost finished. So it looks like, I think he's using some other assets from another zone is what we're doing.
Luckily, we get to pull from a few.
There's a couple.
There's just two.
Couple trees.
Now, you have 15 years of different items that have been made and created. Like he's looking, Gilneas is one of the things he's touching right now.
Yeah.
Kind of flowing with the Gothic theme. And he's getting to kind of riff off of an idea. Sometimes we don't have the time or sorry, that's not the way to put it. Sometimes we don't have the resources always to just come up with concept art and get drawn for every little area of the zone. And what they're trying to do right now is basically take different assets, put them together, and come up with something so that the player doesn't get burnt out after looking at a few hours of the same kind of forest treatment.
Yeah, I mean, you know that right there. We got 15 years of assets that we're using, and we're really just trying to find something that represents a similar shape, size, or silhouette as what you saw in that concept art piece. You can even see over here, we're using an entire Gilnean village that will eventually represent a new village when we get some new assets and new pieces. We've got some Kultiran rune pieces, things like that. We're just focused on big picture. We know all this stuff's going to change eventually, but it gives a pretty nice representation of what the final product's going to be again when you squint your eyes.
Nice.
But that's really only half the process here in this first step. The other part is, of course, terrain work. So I can go ahead and show you how some of those tools work right now. So we have our terrain brush right here, and we can raise and lower the terrain. We can use our plateau brush and sample different heights and flatten out spaces. This is great for creating combat spaces or areas where large quadrupeds need to be walking around on. Take our smooth brush and we can smooth out the rough edges there, make it easier to navigate on for players. And we all have different brushes set up for different designers. You can change the strength, size, fall off, shape. They all do different things. And later on in the process, you can see if I turn on this grid right here, you can see how our terrain's tessellated. Did these different quads, and when we're in our polish mode, we'll get really tiny brushes, and we'll be lowering pixels and raising pixels and doing things to sculpt some fine details. But again, right now, we're really just focused on big picture idea, just trying to get buy-in from different departments and see if this concept sells.
Nice. Excellent job, Victor. Thank you very much. Awesome. Let's move on. Very good. You know what Victor does is a little more like I like to start a zone, because not everybody can imagine what my intentions are for it. So I like to pull as much of our old assets and try to make it look as much like the concept as I can. And so very different ways to start. But talk about different, what do you got to show us? Kyle, before you start, remember what Kyle's work is going to be over here on this screen right there. So this is what we're going to look at for Kyle.
All right, so we're looking at Nyalotha today, and when we're making a raid, we approach things pretty differently, and in some ways, than we approach designing a zone. So for starters, it's a much more linear experience, so we have a lot more control over what the player is going to see. So we're trying to figure out what Nyaloth is going to be in the first place. We had this really awesome picture from the Chronicles book to reference.
Nice.
So, trying to recreate that is a little intimidating. But
Yeah, what did you think when you saw that? When you're like, yeah, we're going to need you to do that right there. That'd be great.
Okay. Yeah. We'll see what
You're
we
like,
can do.
okay.
Usual answer.
Yeah.
So
not his first rodeo.
No.
He's good.
So, we're starting out pretty loose. I mean, you can see already we got some awesome pyramids from our dungeon art team. And so that kind of gives a little bit of an idea of what that's going to look like. But then the gameplay space for this main area here is still not really defined. So I'm using blockout pieces, just really simple, untextured, non-artified pieces.
So you can scale those. You can change them,
I can
make them, whatever
I can
you
make
want.
them huge or tiny, whatever size feels right. And we actually have little like scale models that we can see. Like, oh, here's a guy. He's really tiny. Maybe this is all way too big. So I've actually been pulling everything in tighter and just making the space a lot more condensed. Obviously we want the space to feel big and massive and epic.
Sure.
But you don't want to spend a half hour running to the next boss.
Well, he's a little bit different here. He has an open world. They have to worry about how whatever they make has to become real. It has to be something that you.
Well, you have to be able to go there.
Yeah.
To walk there, but not.
He gets a little bit more here. He gets to be free form about it.
Yeah, so I can kind of cheat with the mountains and stuff in the background here.
That can be almost anything.
Exactly.
Right.
So early on in this stage, I'm just really loose shapes. Big mountains. Really just kind of messing with the silhouettes here, and they don't need to be totally pretty. Just kind of getting the big picture, the idea of what it could look like. So
nice.
And then it's really just all about keeping it loose and iterating on feedback. We run through these spaces with the encounter designers. We have these tools that show us, like this object right here is a 50-yard radius disc. We know that is going to be a great amount of space for a boss encounter. So you can actually see that this boss fight space up on top of this pyramid is nice and a big comfy space to fight a giant dragon. So yeah, just keeping it loose and iterating.
Well, in Dungeon Raid, he's worried more about like the player flow. Where's the collision at? Where the encounter space is going to be. He's being very conscientious of melee and range classes, trying to make sure it's fun for both.
That's right.
Yeah, you want to have
you can quickly iterate without having to send off to art.
You can, and just like what we saw with Christy and Vic, all these spaces are playable. We can run around in them right away. As he's making this stuff, we can use it. We can walk around on these platforms even as we scale them and work them, so we can figure out what we like to do. Well, that's really cool. Thank you
so much, Kyle.
Really good. All right, let's go. Yeah, give it up for Kyle. Awesome.
I love it, Kyle.
Hey. Let's go back over here to Christy. Remember, Christy's monitor is going to be right up here, so we're going to talk about, wow, look at what we've done here. It's totally different. It's like a cooking show. We just sort of
pull it out of the oven.
This is how quick she works.
Yes.
It's almost looking like his own, huh?
That's right.
All right, so at this stage in development, we're doing a lot of collaboration with Quest Design. And for Quest Design in particular, we'll sometimes try to sell them ideas just based on some little art ideas that we have at the beginning here. In this particular case, we had this section that is sort of covered in spider webs right now. We thought it might be neat if the folks that were living in these spaces were kind of sneaky, kind of spidery. Maybe they're, spy masters or something interesting like that, where they are, creeping around through the shadows, keepers of knowledge, all that fun stuff. And that's kind of hard to tell with just a bunch of mushrooms. So we ended up grabbing a bunch of spider webs and dropping them in here and pitching that to Quest Design. And they loved it. They ended up really wanting to work with that. And they also really enjoyed the idea of having something in the back here where it could be the culmination of all of your questing in this particular POI. So as you can see, the road is still in here. It's still marked in this bright purple. But it doesn't quite help you get into that space. So what I'll end up doing is actually replacing my purple lines here with the proper road texture that I've been given by my environment art team. And that'll help a little bit. We'll go ahead and erase some of this purple here. And now you've sort of got this stone, but that doesn't actually lead you into the space still. And what we're gonna wanna do is to indicate that this is a path, but it's not a safe path I want to use a very different texture. So I'm going to grab this dark red mud here and just sort of snake it through the space, kind of get it in the general direction of where we're going to end up sending the player. Sort of got a trail here, so we'll move that like that. And we still have a little bit of terrain here that's in the way. We don't necessarily need that anymore, so we'll just go ahead and flatten that out, make a nice little ramp here. And now we can really start guiding the player back through the space. That's still not quite enough though, and this spider web is cool, but it gets a little hard to see, especially once the fog comes in. And even if these are sneaky Spy Master guys, they deserve a cool spot to live. So we're gonna take this small guy here and just drop it out of there and go ahead and place a nice, big, beautiful building.
Ooh, scary.
And these are awesome props that we get from the WMO team. They end up giving us just these beautiful large buildings, and it makes it really easy to have a nice centerpiece for any POI that you're trying to build out.
Nice. That's the dungeon team mostly. We could call it WMO as a type of file. So what Christy is doing here, I forgot to say, is answering our second question. What happens after the blue sky time? What is that iteration process?
We spend most of our time here. This is a time where you're constantly going through, is a play space fun enough? Are we framing the POIs correctly? Is it getting the player in? And then when you get into it, is it even fun to play through? Is it too compact? Do we need to open it up? So we're going through a lot of those iterative questions.
Those questions we can hopefully answer with the layout when we have a little more props and a little more player guidance that we can put into it.
Exactly. Having these, textures fully fleshed out, having these buildings and all these assets ready makes it much easier for us to sort of really sell our vision and get people to buy into what the space is going to play like. We're down in here running around constantly, and that's sort of how we realize when things are or aren't working.
That's right. And Jim, once we get some props, it's really fun to figure out how far you can go with them. How much more can you get out of a certain thing, or how they're supposed to look in the world. That's the fun part.
And playing with it, you often start figuring out what things need to be modified, changed. Does that wall need to be longer? Does the wall need to be shorter?
That's true. That sort of iteration is going to happen again. All right. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you so much,
Very good. Let's give it up for Christy. Awesome. All right. Let's come over to Victor. Remember, his monitor's right up here. Let's look up here. Answer for us the second question, what happens in the middle?
Yeah, so you can see that the layout for this area has been a little bit more well-refined, and now we're in the process of talking to the other departments to create an asset list of all the different deliverables we need to complete the sub-biome for Rubendreth. We work with all the different departments to do that, but in this particular case, we're working with the environment team to set up what we call an environment art demo. So this is still using some placeholder props, but it's also using some new assets that have been created. And we're trying to create a space in context where we can place all those assets and start to get a picture of how this is going to end up. So you can see that we've got all these different trees in here, and they have these really cool silhouettes and stuff. But it's really important that we look at this in context. So you can see that our horizon line, it's pretty bright. These trees could possibly get noisy with their silhouettes. So this is something we'll work with the artist to tweak, or we may just decide we don't need quite as many trees in the space, calm it down a little bit. But we're working on creating these clusters that sort of help establish a visual language for the space. So
let me stop you real quick. I think that's interesting. So Victor said that we are making a list, an asset list. So that's where the collaboration part comes in. We could just say, hey, we know we need some sort of tree, some sort of bush. The art team is going to creatively work out, based on our story, how those things look, even if they are a bush. Doesn't have to be a bush, could be something else. So we're going to work together and figure out the style. These trees could look like anything. The art department is making those creative choices with us.
And something else you talked about too is the clusters, is bringing these groups together. A lot of times we get the trees, the bushes, the plants, and we put them in small groups, and allows us to iterate, spit them. That's not a very good word. Distribute them evenly throughout the zone. Spit is not a very good word. Another thing we identified too is also the colors. As you can see right here, he's playing with a purple bush. Didn't quite work in the scene.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how this stuff all works together. And you pointed out that bush. Maybe it didn't really work that well up here. Maybe it works better down here and this space in here. Players are pretty good at noticing when something feels off, because even though it's a Shadowlands and it's high fantasy, it is similar to nature. There are these sort of rules that we use to build out these spaces, make sure it's consistent.
consistent with nature is what we're trying to duplicate real life, and not a lot of people study nature, but they know when it's wrong. So we're trying to take all this stuff and make it look realistic. You notice nothing we're doing is procedurally done. That means nothing is created by the computer or automatically.
No, everything's done by hand. Every little group of, it's at least been touched once. Textures to just the composition of the entire scene.
Exactly.
Yeah, and speaking of the textures, that's another thing that we're generating in this asset list request for the other teams. Is you can see that we've got this really cool orange moss over here that we're using. And if I turn on this grid, you can see that our terrain's subdivided a little bit differently from what I showed earlier with the terrain tool. If I turn on this little eyeball down here, you can see that each of these grids is associated with a number, and none of the numbers go above 4. There's a good reason for that. It's because we're limited to 4 different terrain textures per each one of these grids. And what we're trying to do when we're getting that list from the environment team for our terrain textures is we're trying to get the most bang for our buck with the textures that we request.
Nice. It's absolutely huge. Like textures have to make sure that because you're limited to the 4s, they have to make a difference. Having one texture down there is very similar won't help us. We have to make sure each texture sells itself well.
It's a self-imposed performance limitation that we've given ourselves to try to stick with 4 textures per chunk. And so you noticed we're putting these textures down with a pen, and it's an electronic tablet or a monitor tablet, so everything's pressure sensitive and painted. Very artsy sort of thing. All right, anything you wanted to add? I think we're good?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Can we move on? Okay, thanks, Victor.
Thank you, Victor.
That was awesome. Let's go over here to Kyle. All right, Kyle, answer for us the second question. Kyle's monitor's going to be right over here, so check out what Kyle's working on up on that screen.
All right. So, just keep working on this raid here, and we've been running through it with the encounter team and getting feedback from Art and everybody, and one common bit and the level design team, and honestly, like one really great bit of feedback that I got was that even though the space felt right and there was a nice spacing between bosses and trash poles and stuff, it just felt weird being on these platforms all the time, and it got a little repetitive and redundant. So I decided just to pull out some terrain from this little mountain that I built under this pyramid here, and just kind of keep iterating and adding terrain in conjunction to the architecture that we've got.
Nice. And
just bringing it all together. Actually, was just using this ramp tool that we have. It's really nice, saves us a bunch of time, especially for like gameplay block out kind of stuff, because
they're so spoiled. Ramp tool. We didn't have a tool like that when we were starting Vanilla WoW or original WoW.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
It's actually the way we sometimes use it just to get into or make a ramp up a road, what have you. A lot of times I would even go up and down by putting the verts to get depressions and raises within them to make it feel a lot more organic.
And you can see we have this cool tool here that shows us the terrain turns red when it becomes too steep to be pathable. So, players couldn't run up that. So we just got to be really careful with that and make sure that everywhere that seems like a good place to run is actually runnable. And, we use textures to really get that idea across. So, this is all rock. You can't really tell where you're supposed to run. So, we bring in some dirt and, oh, look, there's dirt. I can run on the dirt. And if you see dirt going up a hillside that you can't run up, that's not going to be good. So we're always really careful about that sort of visual language that we have.
It's guiding the player, trying to tell the player where best to go or where not to go, or
so
please don't go that way.
We have little rules too, like you try to put rock where you don't want the intended player to go, right?
Sure.
You don't want to they don't want to see dirt going up a road and they think they can go that way and then they bump into something.
We want it to be transparent. We want people to understand how the game is supposed to be seen.
Exactly. So yeah, at this point, I just keep taking all that feedback, and another big bit of feedback that we got at this point was, maybe we have enough tentacles. Maybe the second half of the raid can double down on tentacles, and we got all the tentacles coming into Veil of Eternal Blossoms and Oldham. So let's just double down on the architecture here and make that extra crazy and some crazy volcano stuff. And now I'm just starting to push towards finishing everything.
Okay, can't wait to see the finished part. Thank you, Kyle. Let's move back over.
The last question. Your favorite.
Yes.
Right?
But before we get to that last question, I love coming to Blizzcon because I get to meet as many people as want to meet us, and we want to take as many questions as we can. So we're going to have Craig right here, and we're going to have Jestry coming up right over here. So if you have any questions for us today, you can start to line up here, and we'll be glad to take those real quick. Okay, let's get to our questions here. The last one, my favorite part, like Jim said, polish. The best part.
This is the completion. This is when you're finally taking it. All the visions, everybody's iterated. We've already gotten all the feedback about whether this pace is good to flow through. Is it framed right?
So we're going to look right at this monitor over here is going to be Christy. So why don't you walk us through how you attack the polish part in Maldraxxus?
Polish is super fun. Like you said, it's really where you're getting down at the player's level and finding all the neat things that you can really show them. I like to swap between the game view mode at this point because this is actually showing what everything looks like with our lighting and our fog and some shadows and all that cool stuff. Typically, I'll start by actually really polishing some of my road stuff. I want to make sure that I have very clear demarcations of, hey, this is a safe place. This has road markers, it's got lighting on it, it's well paved, and it's going to guide you toward where you have to go, but not necessarily cut through the space like we showed earlier as we made our sort of secondary path. We can also notice that some of the textures around here have a little bit more depth to them than we may have noticed before. This comes back to that vert color that I was mentioning earlier. You can see these little dots on the screen here. These all indicate places where I've painted color on top of my terrain textures to give them just a little bit more oomph. We've got some areas where we've set up, really bright color to sort of bring out that this is a path that's leading into this cave back here. And there's other times where we just want to adjust the color a little bit. And I think in this one over here, we've got some light blue on the edges to make this dark color pop a lot more, as well as give it more of a sickly look in this space.
Nice.
This is also a time where we're spending a lot of time on the ground play testing our content. We're working with Quest Design to follow their quest flows through the area because we've been looking at these zones for a long time. We're working on them, and while other people will come and go and help you out with your zone every once in a while, you really get tired of looking at it at some points, and you'll end up missing things like giant holes in the ground where you can accidentally fall into, and you got to make sure that you smooth those out. Or maybe if it's even something as simple as, that path that we tried to mark through the space earlier is really obvious to us because we built it and we know that that's the way you're supposed to go. But for someone that's never been in the zone before, they may have a different opinion and say, hey, look, I could not tell that this actually looped around.
Exactly. Let me stop you there real quick. You're onto something really interesting because it is so important that we get as many people to look at these zones as possible because like Christy said, we miss some things. The obvious things, the
you
colors.
get invested. You start spending all your time in here. Sometimes you don't see the obvious things. You don't realize you're using too much of this prop or not enough of the other. Or you're maybe not pushing it enough.
It's really important.
Collaboration, like we talked about.
Look at that, how you tie
tie it together.
Speaking of collaboration, even these mountains were a collaboration here. You can see they're sort of polished up now. They've got their nice points. They've got textures running up in them. But we actually had another artist on the team, Travis Hickman, go ahead and build all of these mountains in a separate area. And he built them in such a way that we can very easily copy and paste them all through this space. So these are really nice, and it makes it super easy to fill out these back areas because we really want to spend our time focusing on all of the really neat small detail that the player is going to be enjoying on the ground here. But it's still very important to get those mountain silhouettes in. So making something like a copy and paste mountain kit for the background just helps us get through this really quickly and allows us to focus on the part that I think we and you guys enjoy the most.
Nice. Thank you,
so much,
Christy. Wait, hold on. There's something else I want to talk about Maldraxxus. I want to come clean a little bit.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
So this zone is still in its early stages, right?
A lot of this stuff has not been locked in or agreed upon or just decided upon.
Right.
So we're still going through that
Some of the stuff you're seeing and some of the props are a couple weeks old. So we're really just now working on this zone. So it may look a little different. It may look just like this, but we really like the way it's looking now.
Well, if you can, remember this POI, and when we see it come out in the actual game and see what changes in it, there's things that we do all the time. We're always constantly changing as we find out it just doesn't work or what needs to be more emphasized.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Christy.
Yes, thank you. Let's move on.
Victor.
Okay, back to Victor, back to the middle screen. How do you answer the best question, Polish? Show us.
Yeah, so here we are with render depth again, and we're definitely in the polish phase now. You can see that a lot of that environment art demo stuff we were creating in the last phase has been propagated throughout the rest of the
So these are the actual props that aren't placeholder, right?
Yeah, these are all the new assets that have been created specifically for Shadowlands. And something that Christy touched based on is at this point, you know, we've had a lot of different level designers in the space, all collaborating, adding their own new ideas. And here's an example of that. I don't know if you guys remember, but there used to be a bridge here in the last section that I showed, and it's now been kit bashed in this sort of ruined out structure using some of those assets we requested from the last phase. So it's a cool chance to use these pieces creatively in a new, different way to create some interesting gameplay spaces. Like underneath here, got some little secret alcoves hidden in the shadows, things like that. And light and shadow play a big role in this zone, so it's cool that we've been able to do that.
To be honest, you can't even underplay this. We're constantly taking all these pieces. You can get so much time and so much effort can be done, and you can get so much art, but after a while you have to start trying to find use that art in different ways so you can still tell multiple stories without having to request a brand new piece every time you turn around.
That's right. It's getting the bang for your buck out of every piece. Figuring out. Sometimes you flip over something entirely new, and now we have a new way of looking at it.
Sometimes you piss off art.
Sometimes you do. I have to tell you real quick, one time in Calteris, the story I was trying to sell was a mine car, a little mine. So I took a barrel and some dinner plates and a box and some smoke and some train tracks, and someone on the team was like, I didn't know we had a mine train. I'm like, it's not, it's just kit bash. It's just stuff put together
and Art was
tell
really
a story.
happy about that.
Well, sure they were, you know, but it's just trying to use stuff as well as we can.
Right.
That's right, that's right. That's all Victor's doing here.
Go ahead, Rick. Sorry we interrupted there.
Yeah, and the other part that we're doing in this phase is a lot of lighting and effects and atmospherics. So you can see we have some cool fog volumes and things like that in here, but what I'm going to show you now is our point light tool and our lighting tool. If I turn on this, you can see where they're all placed right now. I'll go ahead and select one of these point lights and show you how it works. So if I copy this, paste it on over here, open up our editor, you can see that we can pick all the different colors from the color wheel. So, you know, we can make a yellow, we can make a green, anything on here. In this case, we're sticking with our orange. We can increase the intensity. So I'll actually turn this off so you can see a little bit better. We can increase the size, the fall off, make it really bright, and we can even animate them. So this adds a little bit of movement into the scene, makes it feel more alive. I'll turn it way up so you can just see what it does. Nice. It's a little bit more like disco lights there. I like to keep it a little bit more subtle, just add a little bit of movement to the scene. But this is a really cool tool. And we've also got something called spotlights too. These work a little different from our point lights. You can think of point lights similar to the sun in that they emit light in every direction. Spotlights emit it in one direction, similar to a flashlight. You can see how that works here. Turn this up. But these are cool. They play a big role, again, in this section of the zone. We can even add transparencies in front of them so that they cast specific patterns and shadows, which is a really cool function of them. And cool. Yeah, it just really puts it over the top of the next polish phase.
Well, it's all like tying again to polish, right? You've gone through, you've done the texturing, you've done all the doodadding. Now the lights are trying to, there's little embellishments, either to drag the player's eye to an area you want them to go to, or just to kind of help sell the atmosphere.
And that's just one piece of the lighting tools we have. Yeah, we have the zone lights and the environment and the color of the water, the fog, all of that is tied to lighting. So there are many different lighting tools we can use to tell a story.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, Victor, let's move on. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, Victor. Awesome job. I'll Drax this out. Okay, I'm anxious to see what this, look at this, completely different. Okay, with Kyle, remember to look over here and see what he's got for us.
Okay,
wow, look at that.
So for starters, since last time you guys saw this, this final WMO, all those goofy-looking blue ramps
you had here, yeah. They're all textured.
Dungeon Art came back with this beautiful thing here, and it connects everything. And I just have one piece to drop in, and it connects to everything. Nice. And then I've been spending my time just polishing up the terrain and the backdrops, kind of everything. And it's really fun to jump around. There's so much to do. You got the background stuff and the foreground stuff.
Well, let's put, because what you've done before is he's taken all those pieces, once you've gotten the ramps, the fight spaces, how the player's going to actually flow through the zone. they'll explore all that out and give it to the art team, who then comes in and embellishes this.
And artifice it, because they know how big it's going to be. Exporting just means you're going to take all these pieces, put it in another 3D program, and build on top of it, right? Just like that.
So yeah, and you guys were talking about kit bashing earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, down here at the base of this giant old god mouth, I used some textures, some rocks from Arathi Basin, and some gross, I don't even know what it's supposed to be, from the Underrot, and vert painted it purple, and extended this thing out into the lava, molten old god blood, whatever this new awesome liquid type we got is.
Nice.
So yeah, this awesome red lava here is a new asset that we got, and we got all these new waterfalls and stuff.
Lava falls, yeah.
Yeah. So
never done lava before.
Yeah, before it was just kind of like a more terrestrial, regular-looking lava, and this crazy like reddish stuff.
So your background there is essentially like a matte painting, because you can do it's just visual.
A little bit. It's 3D, so.
But you can't go there, so.
Right. So we can do any sort of crazy stuff we want.
Right.
So like I was playing with these rocks to make interesting silhouettes in the background.
Nice.
Usually we use terrain to make as much of the rocks as we can, just because that's kind of the style of Azeroth. But here in Nyalotha, using a little bit more doodad props, that we can get some crazy overhangs that we can't with just sculpting terrain. And it's cool because, we don't have to worry about finishing everything off, because the backside, nobody's ever going to see it.
Yeah.
So, the pyramids don't even have to have a back. You can see here, they're just open. The mountains are completely unfinished, but no one's ever going to see that. They're just going to see the pretty stuff that we plan on them seeing.
Oh, don't you have the skybox here?
Well, yeah, so that is, we collaborate a lot with all the artists, like we were saying, and Servando made this amazing skybox.
Nice.
And so I worked really closely with him to make sure that the 3D space blends really well with the background. And right in here is where things change. This is all 3D here, and this is all 2D matte painting in the back there.
So that is a screenshot, right?
That's
not a
right
concept.
out of the raid.
Okay.
Yep, right out of the game.
Nice.
So it's from about right here.
Awesome. Nice. Great job. Well, that looks really good. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody. Basically, that's the process. I wish we had more time to talk about some of the other theories and the other things, but there is one more tool I would like to mention that we have, and that's sound and music. It's something not everybody thinks about, but it is very visual. It is the stuff you see beyond the trees. The sound and the music of a zone is very emotional. I can tell you if a zone is dangerous or hot or cold even.
Well, it sets the tone. So we're visually trying to show you something. Sound actually connects all.
Oh, I think it's half the picture, really. And the sound team does a similar process we do. They look at concept art, they think of emotional words, and they attach music with it, because the progression you go through as a player can be tracked musically as well as visually, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that. Okay, that wraps it up for About Us. I would love to go to questions. That's what BlizzCon is all about. So who wants to go first? JR, okay, Jestry, go ahead.
Hi there. On a big open world where everything is connected, you have zones that share boundaries. How do you handle parallel editing between multiple level editors and merging the boundaries and things like that?
You mean like people overwriting maybe that's a great question. We had to work that out pretty quickly with WoW Edit. So what we do is we have what's called a checkout process. You select the chunks you're going to work on, and they turn red, and they make it inaccessible for any other artist to overwrite your own work.
You open it up, actually.
So if we're trying to work on the same area, Kyle may have some of the section I want to work on. I have to sort of work on something that he's not, or I could work on something what's called locally, where I could put.
So we have the real chunks here, and as you can see, we can actually make sure that certain people can check out certain chunks. That way we don't overlap. It does happen, and we have to be careful, because if you are working in an area, you can work locally. You can easily wipe out the next person's work, which of course makes them very happy because they saved it. But we have to be
That's
very
a good
careful. So
question.
they forcibly locked us out. That's one.
There's another thing. I don't even know if I can mention that. Maybe I can. But we don't always do the zones. There are also branches of the game, like patches and in different expansions that we work on. The potential for overriding or making mistakes is even bigger for stuff like that. So good question. Let's go over here to Craig.
Never happens, though, right?
Never happens, right?
Never happens.
So I wanted to know a little bit more about the tool itself. Does each designer get to make their own like brushes and things like that, or does that come from another team that does the development of this tool?
Both. We have a tools team, plus the individual level designers can create and save their own brushes. It's very much like Photoshop, where they have their favorites, their favorite tile sets, textures, groups, plus the way the functionality of the brush works. I think if you look again...
You see up at the top left there, he can actually make a copy of these and then just keep modifying whether the strength, the size, the fall off, whether it's pressure sensitive. You have...
Yeah, his are going to be different than mine. Mine are going to be different than Kyle's. Yeah, it's like Photoshop. If you're familiar with that, you can save a brush.
All of my brushes are from Kyle.
What was that?
All of my brushes are from Kyle.
Yeah,
He
oh
gave
yeah.
me his set when I first started, and
Kyle's
they're
got some
good,
good
so I
brushes.
keep using them.
Nice. Good question. Thank you. Awesome. We have one more over here.
Basically, I just want to ask about the time of day. How does that affect your decisions in terms of the level that you're designing, as well as the weather? What tools do you have to exploit that?
Great question. There's a couple tools there that affect that. Time of day is huge. Usually when we start a zone, we're going to start it at noon and figure out what noon looks like, and then we figure out the other times of day. It's a huge effect on the way the game looks, so every time of day we make look good. Weather is an entirely different skybox, so anytime it starts to rain, that's a whole new light that comes in. It slowly comes in at a certain speed, and it completely changes everything. Early on, when we had quests where we wanted to change the world and make it look like you affected something, we would make it rain 10%, so it wouldn't actually rain, but it would change the sky, and it was a way to affect a change. Now we can make a sky appear on an individual player, independent of a player next to you. It's sort of like
client side versus server.
Yeah, it's really different that way. But I know. Okay, I'm going to say it, but this is known that when we were working on World of Warcraft, we had an accelerated day and night. The day and night cycle was about 4 hours, and you could see the sunset, you could see the sunrise, and everybody liked it. Alan Adham was a big fan of another game that had a different time of day, and it was time is time is what he said, and so he wanted a real time, so we went to that, and that was fun. So when you go there at midnight, it's midnight, and noon is noon. So no, good question. It's a story. Sorry, I'm just answering everything.
You just keep going.
Yeah.
You have such a wealth of knowledge.
First of all, thank you guys for everything that you do. The zones, the emotions they invoke are just my favorite part of the game.
That's great. Thank you.
It was really interesting hearing that all of your backgrounds were different that brought you to this one place to do this job. Is there anything that you could recommend to someone who is looking to become an environment designer or a level designer?
Start making games.
Do it. Like, the best thing I can tell you to do is actually experiment. Like, there's so many editors out there now. There's YouTube. There's tons of things you can actually get into. Actually build an environment for yourself. Don't build a world. Don't build this huge area. Build a small, confined space. Build the entirety from the beginning to end and identify what you like. Did you like making the models? Did you like doing the lighting? Because you're going to be a little bit compartmentalized. We get to touch everything, but we don't make the models. We get to suggest we'd like change on the model, but we don't build it. But you might find out you really love the texturing, the animation. So build something, build a small scene, and the completion of that scene, you're usually by the end of it, if you can even make it through it, you'll decide what you really like most about that thing.
That's right.
Yeah, when I started making maps, I had never dreamed of being a level designer or a game designer. I was just doing it for fun, and then here I am.
That's right. Yeah, there's lots of world designing software out there to sort of demonstrate your passion or your ability to us. It's not like we have WoW Edit out there that you can use, but...
I mean, look at Gary. He was a lead environment artist, and then he finally found his calling in level design. So he finally came to us. This is what I should do.
Yeah, actually...
I've never been happier.
Making maps in different map editors. Blizzard obviously had a lot of really great ones. Warcraft 2, 3, StarCraft. There's a bunch, and I think you just get in those, start making things, kind of find what you like. I actually started as an environment artist and then eventually made the switch to level design. So there's a lot of different avenues and paths to get here.
You know, that brings up a good answer real quick. we do look for people that are more artistic than designing. It's more of a creative tool. It's like a 3D Photoshop. So it's easier to train the design bits than the art.
Well, that's the thing is we're a little bit of a hybrid. Sometimes you say level design, they think about you're working on the flow or you do the scripting, and we're a little bit of a mix. We do about 70% art. You spend many, many months of painting rocks, and you spend many months, then you spend about 30% on that time worried about how the player's flowing through that space. Are you framing it correctly? Did you do a good call out? And does it feel rewarding, or does the player want to shoot himself at the end of this experience?
Your ability to tell a story through level design is what we're looking for.
But build one.
Cool, good question. Let's go, another one.
You're just not popular, Jestry.
Nobody likes you, Jestry.
I do.
Oh dear. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Same as the last person, wanted to say thank you so much for everything you do. Like, yeah, it's wonderful.
This is a blessing, to be honest.
And thanks for coming.
You're very welcome.
I know that was a big effort.
Love doing it.
So my main question is, how much of the process changes when you're designing a level for PvP? So like battlegrounds, arenas, just open world PvP. Like, just how much of it changes when you're just...
There's a lot of things we're worried about. LOS, line of sight, trying to block those things.
I'd say it's more similar to like a raid or something, because you know it's a smaller space. You know generally where players are going to be. It's not some massive space. You do have the fun little kind of random areas that maybe won't be like a key gameplay space, but it's a little bit more of a planned out.
Well, you're being intentional. You don't want to put things on a player that are going to make him jump all over the screen or cause collision issues. You're just being a lot more intentional, just exactly like you put in dungeon raid space. You're being very aware of where the player's either going to hide or what he's going to be pathing around, and keeping the place somewhat confined.
Yeah. We also need to be careful with small props like little rocks and bushes. You don't want goblins hiding in a bush or people getting stuck on a rock. All sorts of little stuff like that too.
Yeah, one other thing is making sure it's fair for both sides. We do a lot of testing to make sure like run times are the same between capture points or graveyards and things like that. Make sure we're not giving any advantages to other sides by accident.
Well, trying not to.
Yeah.
It's got to be fun.
Most of the solutions we have for open world PvP are sort of just the same general design philosophies that we go through in making a regular space playable. We're not necessarily thinking about who's going to fight, some other person here, but if you've got enough space to fight creatures, if a ranged player has enough room to leap back, or if a melee character can get in close without running into small rocks, it's about, basically the same when you're in the open world area.
Good question. Thank you very much.
So much.
Thanks for the comments, too. That was great. Go ahead, Jester. You got some
I got some friends over here.
Nice. Let's hear from them.
So this question is specifically for you, Victor. You spoke about when you're starting your level design that you will have the concept art and then you'll kind of make a quick sketch or a quick version of the area. How is the conversation in a one-on-one capacity between you and the concept artist who designed the framework for Revendreth versus, the amount of time you spend solo working on the area?
So we're always working with the other teams pretty much on a daily basis. We're always sending back and forth or a messenger open, sending screenshots back and forth with them, trying to spark new ideas with them. They might create a new concept based off something I've done, or they might just even give me a suggestion, something to incorporate into what I'm doing. So it is a really collaborative effort. We're really going back and forth on a daily basis, and using whatever they give us as a jumping point, but the idea always evolves.
Yeah. When we're making, I could just jump on that a little bit. When we're making a new zone and we have a concept, we're in a room and there's 3 or 4 of us and we're deciding different ideas. I want to make sure that there's clarification about my idea or someone else's idea. We think we may be thinking of the same thing. I can go into the editor and say, here's what I was thinking this could look like. And someone else could be like, that's not at all what I was thinking. Let's go a different direction, because not every time do we have a concept like Victor had. Sometimes you need to do an in-game concept. Good question. Sorry, let's move on.
I was wondering, when it comes to building a level design portfolio, do you think it's better to work with small groups of people on games and do like 80% level design and then spend 20% of your time doing things like game design and QA? but have a more finished, complete product that kind of gives your level more context? Or do you think it's better to just open up level editors and 100% time building levels?
That'd be a great question for Matt, actually.
You want to show that you like have knowledge of just how games work in general and stuff, but I'd definitely say double down on the level design for sure.
Yeah, we want to see a story, a reason for everything. Everything we do has a story behind it, even like we're talking about the temperature or what you're going to do. How you guide a player is important to us, but the reasons why they're moving through a zone or the reasons why something should look scary or weird really illustrate that. And concentrate on duplicating nature. That's the hardest part because erosion happens. Roads are depressed a certain way. They flow a certain way through a forest because they're going around rocks and other things like that. Nature, duplicate nature electronically. I like to see that. That's what I look for. I look for the more artistic expression from it. Someone else may be more story-oriented. All those things sort of help. I don't know. That's what I would look for.
Yeah, and you really don't need like 5 or 10 different pieces.
No.
Really important actually that you're focused. 2 or 3 really good examples of level design is probably enough in most cases. Just make sure those are really well done and show the case that you can do the work, and that's all it takes.
And intention, really, yeah. Just spend the time actually doing it. You'll start finding out. Don't go big and try to make us an island if you're actually going to fly. Try to make something that's a little bit more compact. Know what you're doing on the island, but focus more about the visual storytelling you do in a smaller area.
Yeah, my portfolio is super art focused. I started out as an environment artist in school, and so I ended up just doing a lot of really small scenes, really tight, polished, small spaces. And when I ended up getting my job at Carbine, I was able to learn from there that because this specific job is a little more art heavy than some other level design positions at other game studios might be, I was able to really tailor my portfolio when I was applying to Blizzard.
Nice. Take criticism. Have a lot of people look at your things and give you the criticism. Be willing to take that feedback.
That's good. Get people to look at your stuff.
Yeah, we are very critical about what we do.
Great question. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question.
Hi.
When you're world building the environments, how do you stay updated on all the new prop kits that you get to use?
That's a good question. We just we get emails about new props from our producers, but then also it takes a while to get familiar with everything in the game. I mean, the game's huge, and we just browse through giant lists, tiny little icons, so we kind of see what each one is. And, sometimes we'll have conversations in the room like, hey, does anybody know a good fog?
Well, we have a very bad naming convention. Some are wall sconces, other times a wall torch. Sometimes it's called...
The naming conventions is how we really...
Yeah.
That was the biggest thing because we can search the libraries based on how things are named. So we will know when new things... Plus, it's collaboration. We would know that new things have come in. Plus, if I'm on the team and Victor on the team, I'd be like, we got a new vase. Have you seen this vase? It's really cool. And look all the things I can do with this one. And he'd be like, I have ideas for that. I know what I'm going to do with that.
It becomes a fountain.
Yeah, so it goes back to collaboration. It's a good question.
Part of the second process I was going through with creating that asset list is we're really spending some time with the different departments, making sure we know what they're making, giving them feedback on what they've already created, if anything need to be tweaked. So we have a pretty good understanding of what's coming in since we're talking with them on a daily basis. And then we also have this other really cool thing. It's an internal sort of art site where all the different artists can post what they've been working on and showcase it. So we check that all the time, get inspiration from them, and we get to see what they've been working on.
Victor, I need to cut you off, and thank you very much for the question. Jim, I'm afraid we are out of time. I want to talk to all of you guys. I see you there. I know some people there. We appreciate that you came to BlizzCon. We love it. We want to speak to as many people that want to talk to us. So we're all going to be right over here on the right of the stage. If you want to speak to us, there will be other level designers there as well. So I think that's about all we have time for, and that's about all we can
Thank you again
add.
so much for coming, seriously.
Yes, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Hello, BlizzCon 2019. How you guys doing? Good? Look at you. Oh my God. I feel, I'm gonna admit to you right now, I'm feeling like I'm gonna cry. So if I do, I'm still a hot bitch, okay? I just can feel the tears coming because I'm so grateful. Like every year, even though I've been doing these voice panels for a while, every year they ask me to do it again, I'm in shock. And I can't believe it because this is just such a huge honor. I wish you can't see what I'm looking at. I wish the cameras could turn so you could see what I'm seeing right now. And to think that all of you got up this early to come at the ass crack of dawn to be at this panel is kind of bananas. So I just want to clap for you for being here early. I'm sure you're out having a great time. And to think that you care enough to get yourselves out of bed to get up here to join us is really, really great, and I love you. Where do I start? So you can see, who's been to voice actor panels before? Yay, I love you. I always have this fantasy that I'd love to have all of you come to my house. That would never work, but like for a barbecue and hang out and take our shoes off and talk acting. And so I can't do that yet, but someday, people, you are. But for right now, if you've seen my voice panels before, you'll know that we have the tables usually, but I tried to make it like a living room this year because we're gonna go deep. I mean, get your Kleenexes out, people. We're gonna go deep this year, okay? So I got these couches here because I want us, let's all pretend this is our living room, right? Blizzcon is our rad living room, isn't it? The whole thing. So to have you here so we could all hang out and talk is really great. And I kind of wanted, like, everybody doing okay? Everybody survived? We're here? Anybody, you're doing all right? Yay. Well, I've had a crazy year. It's been a bit rough, but every time I come to BlizzCon, I tell people it's better than Christmas. So having said that, I got you guys something. I did. Okay, I say that, but I couldn't get 8,000 somethings. But what I have for you is from myself personally, out of my own pocket. I had buttons made, and they say Blizzard's VO Guild. I don't know if the camera can see this. So I've got these cool buttons, and they're just from love because you know, I want to tell you, as some of you know, the voice actor stage started 7 years ago on a tiny panel. I'm going to get fired on Monday. It was nice knowing all of you. Thank you and good night. It started 7 years ago, and we started, was anybody at our first voice actor stage? Yeah? Oh, you got the shirt. We had like 150 sinks. It was like seats. It was super hokey McPokey pants. And now, the World of Warcraft panel is on what stage? The Mythic stage, right? So I'm so excited. So because of that, I'm trying to say I got these buttons for you as a note of gratitude, and I love you because of you, that's why we're standing on the Mythic stage right now. So mad gratitude to all of you. I love you, I love you, I love you. But the problem is I can't throw. So how the hell am I going to get these buttons to you?
Buttons! 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 Hold the buttons! 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 Buttons, and I think there is candy as well! Buttons! Turn left. Let's go this way for buttons! Buttons, watch your eyes! Watch your eyes, there you go! We have buttons!
Oh my goodness.
Got
Over this way, Darren, over this way. Darren, this way. This way.
Buttons!
Mike, anybody, this way.
We are now out of buttons!
Are they done?
We're out of buttons, Andrea. You need more buttons.
It's okay. Two things. I have
Deliver
more.
the button killer.
So find me on the floor, find me at the Hilton later. I'm going to carry a whole bag of buttons around with me. And for those of you who are streaming this, I also have some at the office I've saved for people who couldn't be here. I don't know what camera to look at. But for those of you who are not with us, wherever you may be around the world, tweet at me and I'm going to send that button to you straight away on Monday, okay? I love you guys, so that's it. All right. So I have many good things in store, as you guys know. Anybody saw Jaina sing last year? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of screwed myself with that one because I'm like, what am I gonna do now, damn it? So, but it's gonna be really great. So, all right, so let's start the party. So for those of you who don't know me, not to be weird, but I'm Andrea Toyes, Senior Casting and Voice Director at Blizzard. Thank you. I started the VO department 11 years ago, and so to think that I started there and we're here is a really big deal. So it's my job to cast and direct every single voice you hear in all our games. So for me, to be here with all of you, who all of you feel like my family, and to be here with my wonderful actors and team, it's a really big deal. So I love you, I love them, and let's get started. How about that? So, I don't see what slide's coming up next, so can somebody, I usually see a slide. Oh, great. Starting us off is my favorite human. I think you guys know him. He's a wonderful artist and a talented friend, great writer, great director. It's my cinematic director, Mark Messenger. Come on out, Mark. I love you. I love you. Thank you for joining. Great, take a seat, Mark. Wonderful, and then coming up next, you guys know her. It's so rad having such a powerful chick at Blizzard. The fabulous, the very talented, the very beautiful Christy Golden. Come on out, Christy. Look at her. I love you. And then I found this random guy backstage. He paid me to bring him out, so I'm like, well, you gave me $50, I guess I'll let you come on stage. He's kind of all right. He does okay work sometimes on a good day, but truly I'm deeply in love with him. That would be the fabulous, the one and only, Mr. Steve Denuser, lead narrative designer on World of Warcraft. Best intro ever. Great. There's water for you guys, too. So we've got some panelists for you. Who do you think I brought here today? All of that, yes, all of it, everybody. Well, you know, the title of our panel is Voices of Azeroth, The Hero's Journey, and I think we've all fallen in love and had our hearts broken by many amazing heroes, and I think all of the characters in our current arc are heroes in their own way, and we'll talk about that. So first, behind the curtain with me, somebody we all know and love madly, we can't get enough of, Lady Sylvanas Windrunner, of course. To know that sometimes I get all, in case you can't notice, I'm hyper and excitable, right? It's because I'm fangirling out. I know them, but I'm feeling like I'm with you. I get to sit here and stare at them, right? Like to have these actors here, I feel so, I'm getting a nerd excitement right now. So, all right, next, of course, if we're gonna bring Patty out, then we have to bring out, well, how about, this one will be fun. How about Anduin Rin for the win? Love you, I love you, love you. All right. It's gonna be great, people. You have no idea what's about to happen later. All right. This is a really big deal for me. I've been waiting so long to get this person here, and so I'm really, really excited because he's epic in every way. So with that, how about we bring out Varrock Sourfang?
Azeroth!
Right?
Let me hear you!
Yeah, for the horn! Yeah! Oh my gosh, this is so wonderful. Still, as people that are here, they actually pay attention to what we do. It's shocking.
It's amazing.
So our goal is today, I'm gonna put my clicker down. My goal, as I told you, is like to pretend this is our living room because I want all of us to talk. I really love everybody here and I love all of you. So the goal is for us to dive in and really bring you into our world. And before I kick in, I want to talk about the fact that, those of you who've been to my voice actor panels know that I've wanted to like rent 50,000 buses and bring you all to the recording studio with me. And I'm telling you, someday I'm gonna figure out like a lottery or if you pay me, maybe I'll do it. Something like that, we'll do it. But my goal is those of you who are here, you love voice actors, I think, as I do, and so I would love to give you a piece of that. So this panel today is my way. If I can't bring you to the studio, I'm gonna try to bring the studio to you. Does that make sense? So with that, we are going to deep dive into our recent cinematics and really talk about it, which will be Old Soldier, Lost Honor, Safe Haven, and Reckoning. You guys all know, I imagine you know what all those are, right? What's your favorite one of those? Reckoning, right? Safe Haven, oh, love it all. But I'm gonna start talking to Steve, actually, because I don't even know the answer to this. Steve, how did we come up with the idea of telling these intense stories outside of the game? Because we could have put it in the game, but I love that we have these exterior cinematics. So what was the thinking with that? How did that happen?
Well, you know, we like to tell stories in the medium that best fits the kind of story you're telling. And when you're doing quests in game, it's really about your character and the kind of boots on the ground view, the things that you're doing, the characters you're interacting with. And there's this whole other layer of story going on with these major characters, the leaders of the world, and sometimes we interact with them, but other times, you know, what they're doing is kind of on a bigger stage, a grander venue than your character might be in. And so that's what this series of films, really, they're awesome films, really allowed us to do, was to look back at these major characters of our franchise and lore and really let them shine in an unbelievable spotlight. And everybody did just such an amazing job working on these. It was such a labor of love.
Yes. So I'm curious. I mean, literally, I work at Blizzard and I don't even know. But do you start out going, okay, let's take Sourfang, for example, or Sylvanas, or Anduin. Do we start out, does the game team go, here's where they are, here's where we want them to get to? Like, do you track their journey, or do you talk to Christy? I mean, how does it work? Once you decide you want to do it, then what's the next step? What's the process?
Yeah, I mean, anytime we're figuring out an expansion, we kind of start putting some stakes in the ground, and then it really is a process of collaboration with a bunch of different people. So the story and franchise people, like Christy and Mark, you know, we have weekly meetings and even multiple times a week where we're getting together and we talk about ideas. Then Christy might go off and bang out a first draft of a script, and then we talk about it, and Mark is thinking about shots and all this stuff. And it's just this awesome process of going back and forth, and then them going off and thinking about things. And then as the game is developing, we check in with them and say, hey, we thought of this and this and this. So it's really this, you know, year-plus long process of collaboration and iteration that just makes everything come together.
And it really drives home that it takes a village. I mean, there's so many, and I think everybody here knows that, but it really, especially for this journey, I mean, I think it's a hero's journey for all of us. We're all kind of bringing out things from ourselves and bringing it. I really feel like everybody at Blizzard, well, anybody who's creative puts a piece of themselves into anything, whether you're a watercolor artist or this or that, but for all of us who touch it, no matter what degree, I mean, looking at you actors, looking at the three of you, a piece of your heart is in every single cinematic, for sure. So then you have the primary beats, and then as Christy takes your beats and then fills it in, because she is, Azeroth lives in your head, Christy. so do you give her, here's the beats, Christy then colors it?
Yeah, sometimes. It just depends on the situation.
Sure.
You know, some of these things, if we know the characters, and Christy knows these characters so well, so we just talk about how they would react in these situations. And really, storytelling is about taking characters that you know and love and applying different pressures to them. So how does Sourfang react when everything that he loves is being stripped away? How does Sylvanas react when she's trying to close her fist and control the situation? How does Anduin react when he's facing this he wants peace, but everything is against him? So that's what really makes it fun and interesting and helps us bring those characters to life.
It's great. God, and there's so much to talk about each of you. Can we just clap for Patty's cinematic? What? Patty killed it. Oh my God. We'll talk about all this stuff, but I was so proud to see that on screen. So Christy, it comes to you, and I think we chose a hero's journey because we really are thinking of the hero's journey, a la Joseph Campbell. So you want to talk a little bit about your process and how that works?
Yeah, it's as Steve said, it's extremely collaborative, much more than I think people think. We do talk with the writing team. We get ideas from everywhere. We check in each stage of that particular journey, and you know, some of them we get to a point we're happy with in maybe 10 drafts, and other times it can be like 30 or 40 because something that sounded great, looked great on the page, doesn't read well, or something that sounds great and reads well, when you get into boards, it's not working. So we're always iterating down, you know, until we get to a point where we have to turn that over. And by the way, I just want to make sure that we talk about this. I wrote the three scripts for this, but the wonderful Matt Burns gave us Old Soldier. And I have to say, that was a tough act to follow.
Yes,
so
give it up for Matt.
You, Matt.
Perfect. Christy, do you want to walk through a little bit of the hero's journey? I don't know how many people are familiar with Joseph Campbell's approach, but just the steps of the hero, because we could argue that each of our actors here are going through these journeys in various ways.
Yeah, it was really interesting when we were kind of looking for a title for this. I just kind of sat back and I reread all the scripts and stuff, and I was like, well, this is the classic hero's journey. All 12 points are covered. We have the world of the beginning, where the ordinary world, we have the call to adventure, we have the refusal of the call, we have the meeting with the mentor, friends. It was really uncanny how it all played out. And also I realized that all of the characters have gone on their own journey. Nobody is the same at the beginning as they are at the end. And that's really exciting when you realize that you kind of tapped into these, you know, things that we all resonate with.
Yeah, the zeitgeist that we all carry. Because I think we're all, I mean, I think you guys have been to the panels enough. I feel like we're all heroes because I read a meme recently that said, sometimes just getting out of bed in the morning is courageous, right? Because we know it's a struggle, man. Life's rough. And so I think as humans we get that, and as our actors we get that, and as our characters we get that. It's cool. So the market comes to you, so I take it you're part of the process all the way through. And are you then taking the written word and interpreting it and making it your vision? How does that work for you? How much of Mark do we get in there?
Well, you know, like the guys were saying, it's really collaborative all the way through. We have a real strike team approach to these movies where Christy and I will develop the script, you know, working with Steve and the game team, our other writers, you know, we get a writer's room together and really jam stuff out. But then we get this little group that comprises like our editor and our storyboard artist and our previs artist. And we meet daily if we can, you know, and we really, you know, just work on the animatic together, and things are going to rise to the surface. Sometimes people are going to see something in the cut one day and go, you know, I challenge that. I think that that character wouldn't say that right now. You know, we had that actually with Old Soldier. Originally, I think the idea was that Zakan would say, my dad died too, you know, and that would soften Sarfang's heart. And then as we got it on its feet in the editorial, we were like, I don't believe it. You know, Sarfang is a crusty dude. He's been through a lot. And I think he needs a little more than that. And so we kind of turned it on his head and we said, what if Zakan, you know, opened himself up to Sarfang and said, my dad died too. And Sarfang's like, oh, so you think you know me now? We're going to do therapy? You know? And, you know, instead we sort of prolonged the scene, and I think we made it a little bit more real in that way.
Right.
So, yeah, it's just, it continues to be a very collaborative process all the way through.
And one thing
And
that
if
I
I may
think
just
go
follow
ahead,
up
go
on
ahead,
that,
Christy.
I'm very new to script writing. I come from novels, and so I was constantly learning. Mark is an amazing mentor, and I learned so much from him. And the strike team was awesome because I got to see all the people who do something with this when I'm done with it and find out what their role is and their feedback is. So it was really just, it was a little family there.
Yeah, of course. And on that note, what you guys don't know, which is why I love Mark and his team, is you will shoot this yourself. Like, I see them LARPing in the parking lot sometimes, like, what the hell's going on out there? And you guys literally are LARPing with your swords, jumping around, because you kind of film it to get a sense of the action. And you even injured yourself one time, didn't you?
These are the actors, we're the frustrated actors. You know? So yeah, we'll take a crack at it to just, you know, it really helps the animators actually as we're blocking stuff out. You know, and then sometimes, you know, when we get to the point where our voice actors are doing their thing, they're going to bring something new to the table, and we're going to incorporate that and reflect that. And that means sometimes that we'll go back and reshoot and kind of try to, you know, work off of what they created, you know. So, but
You know,
yeah, we got to have fun.
If I had more time to think about this, I would have we should have just play your LARPing footage, because I think it's probably better than the final cinematic in the Blizzard parking lot with like foam taped to yourself. It's amazing.
That's the best, the foam.
And how did you did injure yourself? I think you were shouting as an orc one time. Didn't you hurt your back or something?
I always hurt myself.
Because Mark takes it seriously, and somebody blew out their voice screaming as an orc at one point. This is how dedicated you guys are. I love it. So let's start talking about Old Soldier, shall we? That was amazing. Let's talk a little bit about I want to talk to Mark about his vision, then I want to talk to you about, I don't want to block you, because that's when we first fell in love with you, and that's when you first got to connect with Sourfang. So Mark, real quick, or Christy, Old Soldier, what does that piece mean to you? How do you see it?
Old Soldier is, you know, a warrior who's on his last legs, you know, a character who's been through everything and feels like he's in a very disillusioned place, feels like there's really nothing left for him to fight for, and he's looking for the warrior's death that's been denied him. And through meeting this other young, naive, innocent character, he finds the strength to go on, a reason to go on, you know. And so that was something we dug into really deeply, and I think it's something that Andrew mined so expertly as we developed it together.
So I'm going to come to Andrew in 1 second, but I want you to know that in our cinematic sessions, which we'll talk about more in depth, so for our in-game sessions, actors come in, we run the lines, we talk a little bit. Sorry, guys, I'm sorry to have my back to you over here. But for our cinematic sessions, it's almost like a 5, 6, 7 hour day sometimes. The actors come in, we do a, what's wrong? Do I smell? What's just happened?
Yep, I was just so
better.
lonely.
It's a photo op, it's better, I get it. But we get around the table and we can all talk about this because we've all done it. We do a table read, and then we dive into the script, and I'm going to come to Andrew in a second, but I bring this up because I had not worked with Andrew before, and Zakan, played by Valence Thomas, a wonderful actor who couldn't be with us today, an amazing actor. As a director, I've got to take these two actors who've never met, ever, and honestly make them feel like best friends in a matter of hours. I have to connect their hearts. So we start that by going around the table, and I start, because for me, when I see Zakan and I see Sourfang in particular, it's somebody who's just at his darkest hour. So when we go around the table and talk about the script, I start by saying, you know what, guys, here's and for real, my darkest hour. Have I thought about topping myself and all that? Absolutely. It's a Tuesday, of course, why not? But my point is I have to open up that I know that long night of the soul. I'm sure we all do. So Andrew, coming to you, and we dropped you into a really heavy piece, and we went there, and we got dark, and I think there were tears, and it was intense. Talk about what it was like to come in that day and voice Sourfang in that journey.
Yeah, you know, thank you guys so much for having me, by the way, and to Blizzard and you guys. My God, how about this? Huh?
I know, look at it.
Pretty sweet. Yeah, you know, I kind of came in towards the end of this character, you know, and so I'm new in the room, but the story that we're telling is winding down for this guy, you know, and there's been a lot of baseball that's been played before I showed up, and you know, so there was this, you know, I don't know if you guys know, but a lot of acting jobs, you kind of come in at the beginning, and then everybody kind of gets to know each other, and it grows, and this was a little different. It was kind of in reverse, and so Andrea and the team did this sort of deconstruction process, and I had no idea what I was getting into. I thought I was just showing up and, you know, make some noises with my face and go home, you know? And it was not that. I mean, this was gonna be a much bigger deal, and I knew that right away when they were like, oh, we're not even gonna record anything.
We're just gonna
for
talk.
hours, you know? Let's just talk about kind of who we are and find out who this guy is and how does he relate to, you know, these people, you know, and so all of a sudden, the next thing we know, I'm in a room with people I just met talking about these really uncomfortable private things that, you know, led us to sort of, you know, start to kind of like, let's wash all that away, let's get comfortable, and now let's dig into who this is, you know. So it was a real actor's journey. It was my first real experience doing something that was that, you know, in depth. And it was super intimidating and it was scary, but I think most rewarding things are. So
Right.
it was, yeah, it was incredible.
It's really great. And the reason we do all that improv exercise and go deep is because from the director's perspective, in order to make these lines ring true for you, I have to get Andrew and Zakan's heart, as actors, as humans, their real heart into the lines, into the script. And if they came in and I'm like, nice to meet you, let's read the lines, they would have read them, they would have been great. But I need all that subtext and emotion. So by doing the improv, like when improv, but you could even say how you felt, it was hard. I literally had Andrew and Valence, I had Andrew pretend he was on a bridge in real life about to jump, for real. And then Valence was like a jogger coming by and saw you're about to kill yourself and was trying to talk you down. And I think by the end, Valence was sobbing like, please, man, don't do this. I'm your friend, I'll take you to breakfast. Remember that one? That got really real, really
Yeah,
quickly.
and well, you know, what you didn't know is that me and this guy, Valence, had spent about an hour not talking to each other in the waiting room beforehand because we didn't, you don't even know if you're gonna be working with the guy next to you. He could be doing something else. So everyone's just kind of like, like, had I known we were gonna have this horrifying, like, breakdown about an hour from now, you know, we might have put in a little more effort to get to know each other, you know?
But you did it beautifully. That was an intense improv. It was really full on.
Yeah.
I love these actors, and someday I'm going to get you to the studio, or have like a studio cam you can log into, which that would be great, so you can see what's happening. It's really, really, yeah, we'll do it. It's done. Michael, my producer, Michael's here. He'll make it happen, right, Michael? He'll do it. So great. So we've got, I want like a 3-hour panel. Maybe next year we can get a 3-hour panel because we got to keep moving. So let's move on now, because now I want to go to Lost Honor. Now that was great, because then same process starts again. You hadn't met Josh before.
Right.
And we're all going to take our shoes off and sit at the table and improv this.
Yep.
So
we're going to sit exactly alike, too.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Look at that.
So Mark, for you, Lost Honor, quick, what's your take on that one?
You know, Lost Honor is a really, it's just really dear to my heart, to be honest with you, because you have Anduin, who is just at the end of his rope. He's a young king. He just doesn't know what other tricks he's going to pull out of his hat to make something happen for his people. And he has really one card left to play, and that card is sitting, sulking in a cell, and down in the stockades. And so Anduin goes there to play this one card out and see what will happen. And I just have to say, the moment in the writer's room, I don't know if you guys remember, but when we came up with the idea that Anduin would get Saurfang to say the thing that must be so hard to say, which is, I hoped that you would stop Sylvanas. And Anduin says, I can't. And he turns to go, opens the door, not alone. When that thing fell in the writer's room, everybody just went, oh, we're doing that, right? Oh my gosh.
I mean, I think the idea of Saurfang, Varrock Saurfang, saying to a young boy, I thought you would stop her. I mean, that's a really vulnerable moment. So Josh, I mean, I could just have a panel all about you. But for you, that was a moment. I mean, we've seen you grow and become strong and try to lead bravely. How is that for you?
Well, I mean, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I have been a very, very avid WoW player since vanilla. And so I'm very familiar. He's one of us. Thank you. Thank you. And so I'm very familiar with Anduin's journey from the very beginning, from the time he was the little kid that, well, my first character was a horde, so I was always trying to attack him. And,
Secret. It's a secret.
Now I have an allowance. Yes. But yeah, so I mean, I've seen him grow up, and I've been a part of a bunch of the other things, and I've seen him lose his dad, and I've seen him lose or have to figure out now what to do, and yeah, it's been a beautiful development seeing him almost have to find these surrogate father figures in Gen and also in Saurfang.
I never thought about that.
Yeah,
Saurfang is a father figure to him in that regard.
Absolutely,
I didn't.
in a weird way.
Right.
And so it's been really fun getting to be a part of this world that I've kind of been a part of in a different way for such a long time. And yeah, I mean, sometimes I still like to log in and walk around Stormwind and just say, this is all mine. These are my stockades. It's my auction house. It's my other auction house. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And one thing I remember about that improv, and Andrew, you might remember, is that you had injured your arm that day.
Yes, I tore all the tendons in my shoulder like 20 years ago, and I only just got it fixed last year.
Yes.
And so when I finally got it fixed, I was in this immobilizer sling, and I had to come to this session, this improv session, with basically this cyborg arm that couldn't move at all.
But I liked it because I think it added a degree of vulnerability to you, because it was so interesting, because we always say as an actor, bring you that day. Don't come in thinking you got to be a rock star actor. You bring you. And you coming in kind of injured and vulnerable, kind of like a broken little bird, kind of helped the scene, because you were vulnerable walking into that cell and he closes the door. So I remember clearly at one point when we improved, you were both kind of on your knees and you were injured, and it was so powerful. Do you remember the feeling of being vulnerable with
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I had to take so many other things into account just so I wouldn't re-injure it or mess it up, and not have to think about it. And in the same way, that's pretty much where Anduin's at when he's in this cell, where he's got all of this other history, and he's got so many other things that he's thinking of. He's got his father in his head, he's got Sylvanas, he's got his people, and he still has to put all of that aside to just deal with what's happening right now. So it was a really weird life metaphor for what was actually happening right there. But and I just want to let you guys all know how giving Blizzard has been for actors in terms of getting us there and getting us to be a part of this story. Because usually when we go into to do something for a video game, it's just us by ourselves in a room with script, and it's not even any context, it's just our lines, and we're there for 4 hours, and we're just saying stuff. But whereas with this, we see the other actors, we are face-to-face with the other actors, we're interacting, and we're more further exploring these characters. We don't get that really anywhere else.
Well,
it's amazing.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, you know, and not to be all kumbaya right now, but I got to thank all of you, because these 3 people over the last year or 2 years have given your hearts. I think we have literally, we've all cried together, probably multiple times. We have had really heavy sessions. So speaking of that, I really want to talk about Safe Haven, because Safe Haven to me, who loves Safe Haven? With Thrall, I lost my mind. I just want to do this because I need to do this. I happen to know, a little bird told me, because he emailed me and told me, that our fabulous Chris Metzen is watching right now. He told me he would be because he wanted to be here. Can we just yell out loudly? Just nerd out with me for a second, because he's my war chief, yo. So let's just yell out, I love you, Thrall, right? In the count of 3. Chris is watching. I want him to hear that you love him, okay? 3, 2, 1. We love you! Oh, Chris, we love you. Wherever you are, we love you. Because that guy. He's like, oh, it's hard because I think he started voicing stuff early on when we were still, kind of a smaller company. And so he always feels like he's not an actor. And back me up here. He's a killer actor. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ridiculous what he brings. It was amazing. So I want to talk about that because we really had a lot of fun with Safe Haven. Chris came in. I tortured him. I'm like, Chris, take your shoes off. We're going to improv. We're all going to cry. And he's like, I'm sorry, what exactly are you talking about? But he did. So do you remember that day? Do you remember working with Chris Metzen and diving into that and chewing on things?
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, it was yet again one of these opportunities where I've walked into a room, I didn't know who anybody was, and there's, this colossus figure in the Blizzard world. Physically, too, he's enormous. No. I think it helped that I didn't really know who he was because, I got to see the guy for who he was, this human being with, insecurities and senses of wanting to be perfect when we never are, and just like all the little fears and little things that is the human experience, And so I kind of got to know him from that little jumping off point. And the guy is such a talented human being, and we did it once in LA, and then I came down to Irvine and did it on campus, and we got to do it on the Foley stage there. And so we were surrounded by swords and weapons, and it was kind of dirty and amazing, and it was exactly where like the final should have been done, which was this gritty, sort of hole where, these 2, war-torn guys end up. It's incredible, yeah.
And again, as we keep saying, I've got to bring these actors together who've never met and make them fall in love. And I got to say, Chris and Andrew, it seemed like you were best friends for 20 years. You two got on a house on fire. I want them to have a podcast. Maybe if we can do like a write-in petition to have Chris and Andrew, Thrall and Sourfang podcast where they review movies and restaurants and stuff.
Yeah, hey.
I would love it.
I'm available.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, while we're talking about, Mark, anything or anybody want? I'm sorry, I'm so excited talking over here. Safe Haven was really intense. Christy, you wrote that.
Yeah.
To get the chance to bring Thrall and Sourfang together.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you got to get that right.
Yes. So how was that for you? Just okay, we got to figure out how it's going to work, what it's going to look like, that kind of thing.
It was really great because this is the first time I'd gotten to work with Chris. And, to see him, Thrall, who I had worked with, almost 20 years ago on my first novel for Blizzard, and now he's reading my lines. It was really, my heart was very full, very, very full. And I loved the tension between the two of them because actually both of them have valid points. And it's only at the end where it all comes together.
Well, I have a special little gift for you. Are you ready? This took a lot of negotiating, and I had to get a lot of approvals for this. I have a clip that I'm going to play for you that's I never thought I could play this for you. This is an improv session between Thrall and Sourfang. Forgive the crappy angle. It's kind of, it's insane. It's a crappy angle because it was really lo-fi. We threw a camera in the corner because we don't usually record improvs because they're so vulnerable. But for some reason, we had to record it, so it's not the best angle. It's behind Chris, so you're not really going to see him that well. But I thought, even though it's not the best footage, I want to show you what goes on. So this, to me, I cannot believe. I thought everybody was going to say no. Everybody said yes. Okay, so here's the setup for you. Thank you.
Well, I haven't seen it, but...
I don't need your approval. Here's the setup. I'm teasing. I'm teasing because I totally got your approval, for the record.
Of course.
The first people I asked were you and Chris. So I don't get people trolling at me later. I did.
Oh, yeah. We are on the up and up.
Yes, thank you. So here's a setup so you understand. And there's a lot of footage. I wanted to show you the whole damn footage. They wouldn't let me, so I had to cut, because we have no time. So I cut it down to 5 minutes. Here's the setup. I wanted them to do the whole cinematic in their own words, right? I wanted them to say what they were thinking. Forget the script. I want to hear these two characters talk. And so I had them start by saying, Andrew says, you belong with the Horde. Thrall says, I belong here. So they do this for quite a bit, which you're not going to see a lot of, and then it's just going to kick in. So I'm so excited to share this with you. You're going to see our studio. You're going to see all of us there. This is a glimpse of our recording studio for you because I love you. So here we go.
You belong with the Horde.
I belong here.
You belong with the Horde!
I belong here! Right here!
You belong with the Horde! Not here. Not here playing make-believe or whatever this is.
Make-believe. This is my life. This is my life. My choice.
Do they know who you are? Yeah. Your wife? Your children? Do they know who you are?
Watch that. Do you know who I am? Who the do you think I am?
You're not going to have a family to protect.
What do you want me to do? What do you think I'm going to do for the Horde? That I haven't done 100 times already? Nothing. There is nothing left.
You belong with the Horde.
I belong here.
You've always belonged with the Horde. You belong with the real family, your brothers. You belong with the men who have picked you up out of the mud. You have the blood of your brothers underneath your fingernails. Not this. Whatever this is.
I spilled blood. I cleaned up their blood. I've been up to my eyeballs in blood. I've had enough of it, and I'm done. I don't owe them anything. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe anyone a thing. That is why I belong here.
With the Horde. For what? For this? For this? What is this? Look at
It's not about this. It's not about this.
An illusion. This isn't real. You're protecting something that doesn't exist. This doesn't exist without us.
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I belong here.
You belong with the Horde.
I belong here.
You belong with me. You belong with me. I need you. All right? I need you. The Horde needs you. I was promised a life after this one. And I've watched all of you, my son, everyone, claim it. And so I took it all off. And I walked into what was going to be the final dance. And some kid
What?
Who had nothing else to live for but this Horde stopped me. And you know how he stopped me? Taking off his own armor and walking like a idiot behind me, following me into this thing.
That did not happen.
Oh, it happened.
He took off his armor.
Yeah, idiot. You should have seen it. It's unbelievable. I couldn't do that to him.
Is he a troll?
What do you think? Yeah.
Varrock.
And the next thing I know, the first cannon of the day sounded, and I just knew that it's not about me. It's not about you. It's not about your family, with all due respect. We don't get to have that. We don't get here from there, and yet here we are. They're not going to have anything to go to if we don't finish this. There won't be bread to make, earth to farm, a hearth to sit around in the evening. This is a temporary Band-Aid. This is a dream. A dream that we can make real if we finish what we started. You belong with the Horde.
Boy, you sound a lot like me. In my head, I know where to take it because he's right.
Wow!
That's awesome. Yeah.
I was going to have...
Wow.
I know.
Oh, stop.
Let's all, thank you. Oh, isn't that so cool, seeing the studio? And so what we do that scene, they go, right, let's get behind the mic, let's go, because I want everything you heard to be in the lines when they read it. Does that make sense? I want all that subtext to be in there. How was that? That was a great day.
That was really neat. It was.
We should have just made that movie, honestly.
What'd you say?
We should have just made that movie.
I know, we should. The beeping, I couldn't, what you guys are potty mouth, what am I gonna do about the beeping?
I know, what a bunch of potty mouths.
I want to say something, because none of that would have been possible if they didn't trust you.
Yep.
And you create that atmosphere, that room. You bring it out of them.
Yeah, I mean, if you can believe it, me and Chris met maybe an hour before that. Maybe. Right. That's pushing it.
And then we go there. I just like to make people cry. That's kind of my special superhero. But thank you, Steve. I mean, all of us, we trust all of us. I trust you, the game, I trust the writer. I mean, we all, it's so kumbaya. So we're running out of time. Let's talk really quickly about Reckoning. Oh my God, guys, right? Patty, what was really cool about Reckoning, and then we're going to get into it, is that we had Patty come to, actually, Mark, why don't you talk about it? What we did, what we decided to bring Patty down to Blizzard.
Yeah, that was super cool. That was amazing. Something we'd not done before. We were still in the script development phase. Christy and I were still working on it with our writer buddies, and we brought Patty down to ostensibly do live-action reference shooting for her character.
To LARP.
Yeah, to LARP. But while she was there, we were like, you know, maybe you have an insight on this because this character is so, you know, part of you now. Maybe, you know, you can help us because we feel like there should be a moment where Sylvanas speaks some kind of truth, and we just haven't landed on it, you know? And that moment where we just kind of, do you remember? We just kind of played.
We were playing around quite a bit, you know, improving, just messing around with ideas and you know, the moment, kind of like what these guys did. And you've touched on so many really valid things. But yeah, the truth comes out of that, the frustration, you know, the anger. And it's such an honor to be asked to even be part of that process with people who are so brilliant. I'll get all choked up and,
Yeah.
But yeah.
And that specific moment where you kneel down and you said, I trusted you. It was kind of out of an improv that we were working on. And Christy and I just kind of went, oh, dang, you know, because honestly, that was what we were looking for, was something where Sylvanas could go where, you know, it's like no one can hear what she's going to whisper in Sarfang's ear, you know, and she's about to take him out, so no one will ever know what she said to him. What she says to him can be true. And she says, I trusted you, you know, and she means it. You know, she believed
And for her,
this.
that's a big step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't trust anybody
This
other
was
than
supposed to be
Thanos.
her great general that would carry her on, right?
It's like,
Steve? You know?
wow, it was such a stab in the back. Yeah.
I think the subtext would be, Patty, what do you think? What she's saying is, you hurt me. She would never say that.
Yeah.
You hurt me. So what was that day like for you? I mean, I can see I wish I had the footage of that. Patty was in it. I think you had a weapon. You were
had two.
pacing like a wild animal.
Yeah.
Talk about that day. What was that day like? To come to Blizzard and do that with us?
Yeah, it was just incredible to be a part of that, to be able to kind of play around with what those ideas meant, and to really call upon that deeper part of yourself. I just thought it was so thrilling to be part of that process. And you guys have mentioned so much of the, you know, the things that sort of go into that. I've had the good fortune of working with you guys, so you all make somebody feel very comfortable and loved and welcome to express something as dark as that and kind of disturbing as making some of those statements without judgment, with really embracing the journey of the character. So a thrill, honestly, really a thrill.
It's so hard for me when I see you play Sylvanas in our cinematics because you are truly one of the most lovely, kindest, sweetest people that I know. So what's your process? Because you got to go dark, you got to go deep, because you are the epitome of what it is to be a loving human being on this planet. So what's it like for you? How do you bring out your inner Sylvanas?
You know, on previous panels, I probably touched a little bit on this, but I think all of us have some kind of trauma or dark thing in our lives. And if pushed far enough, there's no doubt that that exists in the real you. That you know, you're a fighter. And I think that stuff, when called upon, just kind of bursts forth. So you call upon some of that and just try to enter that place and call up those memories of the things that you're really upset about. And you brought up some really good images, you know, to call upon. Even in those improvs, you set the stage for something really messed up. And how would we handle that in that kind of a situation?
As humans, right?
And we'd be swinging. I mean, you know, we would love to think we wouldn't be, but, you know, we would be so furious. And so it makes it a little easier to draw upon that fury. So yeah, I don't know if that's helpful.
That's what's amazing about all of you, and I can't thank my voice actors and my team enough, but voice actors, you know, as all of us as humans, we take our trauma and our darkness, we put it in a box, we lock it, put it in the closet. Yeah. We don't open that trauma up. Voice actors walk in and I'm going, I'm gonna need your trauma. Sorry, sign here, I'm gonna need it. That day you wanted to die, I'm gonna need it. So, but you give it willingly, and that's why these pieces pop, because you put your hearts into it. So.
And some days as you leave the studio after that, it can be a little hard to shake off. Or you'll just feel a little drained, you know, of that. Yeah.
Quite often I go home and I'll drive home in the traffic, 2 hours to get home, and I'll just start sobbing when I get home because what we've been through, we're absorbing it all, and I'll just sit on the couch and sob because we've just gone together collectively to an amazing place.
And it's a really odd combination of gratitude,
yes,
and reverence for the opportunity, and touching on that inner pain. So it's an interesting combination.
I love it. Well, we love our Lady Sylvanas Windrunner so much. I love it. So, damn it, we need longer panels. Do you guys trust me? Do you trust me? So I'm gonna have to cut Q&A like I did last year for Jaina, because today in Blizzard's theater, we are going to present live theater to you. Battle for Azeroth in 2 acts. We're gonna do live reenactments of Lost Honor and Reckoning for you, so you can experience this live. So with that, we are going to get set up. I love you. I want to, again, this is my final thing to bring you into the studio with us. We've never done anything like this before.
No.
We haven't had much time to rehearse, so be gentle on us. No movie reviews, please. But we're going to do the best we can to bring our hearts and souls to you, and our actors are going to reenact both sequences for you. Are you ready? Get your snuggies and your popcorn. So let's do this. All right, guys, let's move on. So, whoa. All right. If we get the stage lighting, perfect.
Which one are you starting?
Should I exit?
Sorry?
Until our scene?
Yes, perfect. This is not a good music stand, but okay. Okay, is that okay for you, Christy?
Mm-hmm.
So how about, yes, we need you. Mark, you and I can sit over here,
Sure.
right?
Lost Honor?
Yes, Lost Honor. Okay.
I'm just gonna
Great.
stay here until they...
You guys know, you've seen the movie before, right? So you kind of know what's going to go on? All right, so let me get this out of your way. Is this... Can we make it darker on stage to make it more theater, or is this what we're stuck with? That's fine if it feels really bright still. Maybe we can... It's fine. I'll get out of the way. All right. So, Christy, do you want to move so you don't feel like you're...
Bring
you
it
can,
down.
You can put the stand. How about we put you over here? This might be better.
I rehearsed.
Okay.
Sit my
Action.
Exterior, Stormwind. Anduin Rin and Gen Greymane overlook Stormwind Harbor. The docks teem with soldiers waiting to board ships, while others disembark, bearing bodies on stretchers.
That's the last of the soldiers. We'll be bringing out farmers next.
When this war began, we were fighting for peace. But now we're just fighting.
You're doing all you can to stop her, Your Majesty.
Interior, a cell in the stockades. Inside the cell is Sarfang, a dimly lit shape in the shadows. The sound of boots comes down the hallway, then Anduin appears outside the barred door.
At Lordaeron, you had the chance to take my life. Maybe even end the war. Why didn't you kill me?
Could kill you now.
I spared you because I believed you have honor. Was I wrong? Did you want innocents to burn? The Horde.
I have given everything for the Horde! Bled for it! Killed for it! And Sylvanas is destroying it! She will destroy everything. What I want is my Horde back.
Sarfang, tell me why you spared my life.
Because I thought, I hoped you could stop her.
I can't. Not alone.
All right. So good, so good. So good. Oh my God. Isn't it fun? Let's just do it all day, shall we? Let's reenact everything. All right, so now we're going to do Reckoning. And to join me, because sadly Chris couldn't be here, I've got my good friend Taryn Gregory, who's going to play Thrall. Taryn.
I think so.
So great. So wonderful. Let's see. We've got that. We've got you. Mark, you're good. Give me check one thing. Hold on. Perfect. Great. Okay. Awesome.
Where am I?
Great. So with that, it places everyone. Are we good? Okay. Action.
Exterior, Orgrimmar, day. Sarfang, Anduin, and Thrall walk along a line of armored horde, which give way to Alliance soldiers. Sarfang's gaze is on Orgrimmar. Thrall notices his distraction.
Varrock, it is time. Those who defend Orgrimmar are Horde as well. Our brothers and sisters. These warriors have sworn to fight for you. Many lives will be lost. Or perhaps just one.
He strides forward.
Sylvanas Windrunner! I challenge Mark Gora!
The gates open. Sylvanas strides to Sarfang.
A traitor leading traitors. Why should I accept your challenge?
Because you want to see me suffer.
Sylvanas smiles slightly. She gestures to the honor guard while Sarfang walks back to Thrall and Anduin. Thrall and Sarfang regard one another.
Brother, you cannot win. My old friend, you and I, we don't get to hide.
Sarfang looks out over the horde assembled, then turns to Anduin.
I set you on this path.
And we knew where it could lead. Walk with me. The rest of the way.
Anduin is moved. He draws Charlemagne and extends it to Sarfang. Its light changes from pale gold to orange, from the energy of the priest to that of the warrior. All watch Sarfang and Anduin approach Sylvanas. Too late, Zakan has moved forward and now stands, distressed, beside Thrall. Sylvanas smirks at Anduin before turning to Sarfang. Sarfang and Sylvanas regard one another for a beat.
Let it be finished!
The High Overlord falls. As did you. And so did they. Death comes, old soldier. And all their hope dies with you.
You cannot kill hope. You tried at Teldrassil. Hope remains. You failed. You set us to kill each other at Lordaeron. You failed. Still we stand. You just keep failing. The Horde will endure. The Horde is strong.
The Horde is nothing.
The world is still. Slowly, the Forsaken Honor Guard turns to stare at Sylvanas. Thrall and Zakan are unsure of what's going on, but Thrall is starting to work it out. We see the satisfaction on Sarfang's face. Sylvanas, realizing what's happened, embraces it. She whirls and cries out to the Horde, the Alliance, and the Forsaken.
You are all nothing!
Zakan can't believe what he's hearing. Thrall smiles slightly. He now understands Sarfang's gambit. Sarfang spreads his arms, then lifts the split Charlemagne.
For Azeroth!
If you could see yourselves as I see you. Toy soldiers in tin plate. Beasts who howl for honor, standing as one. Savor it. Nothing lasts.
and as she walks, she dissolves into twisting smoke and is gone. Thrall and Zekan rush to Sarfang's body.
What do we do now?
We bring him home.
Let's take a bow, everybody. My fabulous actors, take a bow. Well done, Sylvanas. All of us here, thank you. All right, let's do your actors bow thing. Come on, let's walk up, take a bow, the three of you. So good. Everybody, come on. Thrall, Zekan, all of us.
Thinking first the rest of our team. Get that team in here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oops, sorry. But wait, there's more. You know when you watch the Marvel films and there's all the funny outtakes and stuff? I have 2 outtakes of Thrall and Saurfang in the studio. So let's cue up pretend it's a Marvel movie and credits are rolling and this is what you're gonna hear. Let's cue it.
Who said?
Are we ready? Hello?
We're cutting it.
I'm thinking, brother, you can't win. Oh, my old friend. You and I. We don't get to hide. That's right. If I can spare these men, spare our family, I will do it. It is my density. So I can't do it. Yes, never mind. See, I knew we shouldn't have talked about it. It's too long. I've thought about it. Let's go have a beer. This is ridiculous. Let these idiots figure it out. So on this, I retract. Have a great day. Nice to see you, everybody. Good night.
There's one more. Oh, out of time. Could we play one more? It's like 15 seconds. Let's play.
Yes! One more clip. Brother, you can't win.
That's the same clip. The other one? The other clip?
You know, Thrall, sometimes I should have just let those two annihilate you and your family back at the farm.
6 miles I want.
Through wheat. I'm gluten-free. You know that.
Disintegrated farms.
Oh my God. And I think that's it. We love you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Love you guys.
Thank you for attending Voices of Azeroth, A Hero's Journey. Up next, World of Warcraft Deep Dive. Welcome to Quarter Century of Warcraft Audio.
Howdy, BlizzCon. All right. So how about that Shadowlands cinematic? No. All right, so I know there are some of them around in earshot, so let's make a little noise for our Blizzard animation group, our cinematic sound, and everybody in story and franchise development to help bring all of those awesome trailers. All right. We are super excited, geeked out about the content, this next chapter, the Shadowlands. The opportunity for sound to help tell the story that we want to bring to this expansion is more than we've ever really seen before. If you were here last year, we talked about the immersive soundscape in Drustvar, which was one zone in Battle for Azeroth. Well, we've been building these ideas, technology that's helped made for more dynamic experiences, with also supporting a more narrative flow. All of these ideas we've been evolving, and you can see some of this in the upcoming content patch, Visions of N'Zoth. So going from that into the expansion, we're excited to even do more with the Shadowlands expansion. And so the opportunity to basically tell these stories, to get into the exciting things that are to come, it's something that we're really looking forward to sharing with you, just not today. Today, we're actually going to be looking back. We're going to be looking at the last 25 years of Warcraft, the last 15 of which are World of Warcraft. We have been preparing for this panel, talking about some of our stories, some of our experiences working. And it's been fun, but we've realized that we have way more than we have time to share with you today. And so what we want to encourage is that if you find us after this talk or just around the convention, stop us and share with us some of your stories, some of the sound in Warcraft that have been important for you. So let's actually do a quick survey. How many of you play World War? Hands up. Yeah, that's a big number. All right. So hands still up if you play Warcraft. Yep. All right, let's go back a little further. All right, yep. And then all the way back, Warcraft 1. There are some hands up. This is excellent.
That person.
All right. All right. A quarter century of Warcraft audio. Let's get into introducing you to some of the people who are on the stage with us today. So first off, my name is Jay McGuire. I'm a senior producer working on the World of Warcraft team. I've been at Blizzard since 2005, just a few months after World of Warcraft shipped. I'm going to be your tour guide today on this nostalgia trip. And to that end, I'd like you to look to my left, to David Roven. Yes, you're looking a little better than your picture. Right? I think you're getting into the spirit of this next expansion. Yeah. David is our sound supervisor on World of Warcraft, which means that he leads a team of sound designers, and they establish the sound of what World of Warcraft is from this point going forward. Next to Dave, we have Brian Farr. Brian is a principal sound designer working on Hearthstone. Brian started in the year 2000. Brian's first game was Warcraft 3, and then he became part of the original sound design team working on World of Warcraft. All of the years that Brian has spent on WoW have helped has helped contribute to a lot of the aesthetic of the game as we know and love, and a lot of the files that we're actually going to play for you today are thanks to Brian.
That makes me a classic.
I think we're all in that category. Next to Brian, we have Glenn Stafford.
Yeah.
That's right. Glenn is audio hire #1 at Blizzard, 1993. Glenn has touched every iteration of Warcraft through the years and is kind of an anchor for us to talk about some of this history and some of these moments throughout. So, Glenn, why don't we actually go back and start? It's the early 90s, classically trained pianist. How does a musician looking for work find his way into Blizzard?
Well, it's a nice story, or maybe a sad story, depending on how you look at it. But so my mom calls me up one day and says, I found ad for a job for a video game composer in the paper, and I don't think you'd ever find a job that way these days. But so I was like, really? There's a video game composer? That sounds cool. I love video games. I didn't know anybody in the business, so I sent in my demo, and a few weeks later I got a call from none other than Mike Morheim. He calls me up and asked me to do temporary trial basis working on some music conversion.
Nice. What game was that for?
That was for PC Lost Vikings. We took Lost Vikings over to PC format. Nice. And he was doing the coding and audio coding for that. And
so Mike was Blizzard's first audio programmer.
He was, and he did audio programming up through Warcraft 3 even, yeah.
Yeah. Well, nice. Well, we're always looking for more audio programmers, so, you know, be like Mike.
Be like
Let us
back,
know.
Mike.
Well, so how big was Blizzard back then?
It wasn't even Blizzard. It was tiny. It was, I was employee number 14, I think. Small office, kind of a common area with a few offices. And the first week or so, I sat with Mike Morheim in his office working on this music conversion. He was doing audio coding. And eventually I got hired and moved out to the common area. Sat next to Joey Ray, our artist/receptionist. You know Joey Ray from Joey Ray's Bar and StarCraft 2.
There you go.
Anybody? No.
Well, so Brian, let's talk about your origin story a little bit. You got your start in audio, recording bands, working at studios. You know, how did you find your way to Blizzard?
Yeah, rock music actually. So I had a part-time job. Everyone knows if you don't make it big in the business, you don't make much money. But I had a part-time job, and a guy sat behind me, and I would be talking about games like EverQuest and games I was playing at the time, and I'd be complaining about bugs that I would find in certain games too. And I think I annoyed him, and he said, you know, you should probably look into being a video game tester. And I said, wait, you get paid to play video games? And the light bulb turned on, and I was like, you know, I'm going to take a look at my video game collection when I get home. And I went through everything, and Blizzard was on one of the games. It was Diablo. And I looked online, and they were looking for quality assurance testers for video games. I applied and got the job. But during my interview, they mentioned they have a sound department. And once again, I was like, I never thought about till that exact moment how cool it would be to do sound effects. So I met Glenn, thanks to Glenn here, 2 weeks after working at Blizzard at the Queen Mary at an offsite Blizzard party. And I asked Glenn, I said, you know, what could I do to get into the industry? And he said, just give me something, you know, give me something that shows what you could do with sound effects and whatnot. I went home and I used everything I had, guitar stands, kitchen utensils, whatever, to make a battle sequence. I took it to work, I gave it to the recruiter, and 24 hours later, the recruiter gave it back to me. Denied. So I was really bummed. But I didn't give up. 6 months later, I was hired full-time in QA. And this time I waited for Glenn. They used to, at the old building, used to have to pass through QA to use the restroom. So I waited patiently. And here came Glenn, and I waited till he went to the bathroom, and he came back. Not going to the bathroom. Handed him the demo, the same one, just to see. And I asked him, you know, am I headed in the right direction? Could you just listen to this? And he did. And I actually got called back to the sound area, got an interview, and was interned. And lo and behold, I got on Warcraft 3, and that's my first job in sound. So that's my story. Don't give up.
Well, I think it's important to make connections like that, even if I don't know about Glenn heading to the bathroom, but you know, it's important to make that connection. So Dave, let's do something a little different. Let's actually go back to, I think, the first time you and I worked together. So it was, you had come in and you were working on Diablo 3. You started at Blizzard in 2011. Yep. And so you were working on Diablo 3 first, and we were also working on Mist of Pandaria. That was where I was at. And at the time, we reached a point where it was all hands on deck. So we kind of, you know, we reached out to the rest of the audio team working on all the projects at Blizzard and asked for help to get us kind of over that hill on Mist of Pandaria. And, you know, we needed all sorts of sounds, just the entire gambit. But I think the first sound that we actually had you work on was for a creature called the Verming, which If you're familiar with this little guy, he's, you know, he does what most rascally rabbit-like creatures like to do: burrow under the ground, find vegetables, and there you go. So clearly the greatest sound in World of Warcraft history. And that's obviously the reason why you're now the sound supervisor. So great work.
Worked out well.
Yeah. Well, so, you know, we've heard from Glenn and Brian about how they got their start. You're the boss now. Do you have any advice or tips that you would give to aspiring sound designers?
I think the story that Brian told about handing out a demo and getting a no immediately and then sticking to it is a really important lesson. I think perseverance, life is filled with all sorts of moments of, no, this is not what we're looking for. And if it's something you're really after, I think you need to stick with it. On the World of Warcraft team, what I look for when we're hiring is not just a love of video games, but a love of the Warcraft universe itself. I have 3 members of my team. One of them has a bronze orc. One has a character who is as old as my high school age son, who he plays constantly. You'll meet him a little later on. And I have another guy who, as of BFA, had all class characters maxed with no boosts. So these people know the game better than I do in most ways, and I really lean on them. And, you know, in a world where the tools are mature, the game's been live for a long time, having a love for the game really helps you push through some roadblocks and things like that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there is something very important to what our jobs are, which is having that reverence for the past and these games and how that helps us actually determine which ways to go in the future. For me, at least, I think one of the things that triggers my nostalgia the hardest is the music. A lot of it is your music, Glenn. So let's actually move on to the next part. Why don't you take us all the way back to Warcraft 1? It was a blank canvas. What were some of the conversations like? How did we end up with Warcraft 1 music?
Well, Warcraft 1 was Blizzard's first game, first PC game, sorry. First strategy game, and sorry, it was the first Blizzard game under the new title of our company. And we wanted something different than a lot of games out there. The hardware was fairly limited on what you could do with music on a PC, but we wanted a heavy classical soundtrack, and Alan Adham even talked about having a something along the lines of Holst the Planets. Mm-hmm. So that's a bit of a challenge with the hardware. We were also working on other games, busy with that, Super Nintendo titles in the works, and I was too busy to write the music for Warcraft 1. A lot of people don't know I didn't do that. We hired, Mike Morheim went out and hired a guy named Gregory Alper, who did a fantastic job at these MIDI versions of classical music, and I have some samples of that over here, as well as a special appearance of sorts.
Yeah.
And also, I'm going to step up here so I can reach it.
Well, while you're getting that ready, how about we give the sound system a little bit of a test?
Yeah, super working.
Your sound card works perfectly.
I understood that reference.
All right. And we're going to skip over huge swaths of Warcraft history, but we're going to give you a few snippets here. Starting out with let's hear the most basic form of Warcraft 1 music on an FM synthesis card, where you might get 8-note polyphony, 8 notes at a time, something like that, playback. So that would sound something like this.
And the waves of nostalgia wash over the crowd. There's something familiar about that. That's not the only place that's...
Oh, you probably heard this one from Warcraft 2.
Yeah.
It made its way as an Easter egg track and as Medieval Man Easter egg. There he is, Medieval Man.
Glenn, you are Medieval Man.
So that's the FM synthesis version. So if you want a little bit higher quality than that, actually quite a bit, you would jump up to what's called General MIDI. And we have our special guest appearance is a sound canvas, which is a General MIDI sound module, synthesizer module. And this just happens to be, his name keeps coming up today, Mike Morheim's sound canvas, everybody, yay. So this is the only one in the world because it was Mike's, and it was used to create the Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 music. He brought it in. I layered it. I had another sound canvas similar to this, and the two layered together made nice sounds. Anyway, this is the MIDI version, the general MIDI version of that, playing back live, MIDI out of the iPad into the sound canvas. And MIDI is kind of cool. You can jump around a little bit more forgiving. You could jump around and loop and do things in the game that you can't do with digital audio, but it did have its limitations. That one sounded a little bit better than the FM synth version, though.
So when you've described MIDI and kind of what we're seeing on your iPad, like we've got actually an example to show.
Yeah, it would be like on a, you can't really see this, but on the screen, yeah, like a piano roll representation of MIDI. It's just note information, what note, how long the note is, how hard to play the note, and things like that. And that's just sending the data to the sound module, which is playing it back. And so that's how music worked in the games back then. You didn't have rendered audio files. There was not enough bandwidth for streaming. So.
Right. Well, so eventually you had the opportunity to write your own music. Can you tell us a little bit about what some of your goals were as you were going into that?
Sure, yes. So for my part in Warcraft music was wanting to keep the tradition going, and I really wanted to bring some more contemporary rock and pop kind of sensibilities to it, even though it was still rooted in classical format. It was game music. It was meant to be energetic and fun and kind of build over time along with the units building up, things like that. Yeah, I mean, I have some samples of some music I brought as well for that.
Cool. Let's move into some of the samples.
Yeah. So actually, let's just do a fun little guessing game here. So if I played this sound, anybody recognize that? It's kind of innocuous.
Kind of sounds like my clock.
All right, what if I put that with some percussion? Anybody guess that? Name that tune? All right, let me give you a clue that I'm probably going to get out there in the audience. Where is it? Here we go. Somebody's got to recognize that. That guy.
That guy. One guy.
All right, well, if we put it all together, and again, playing back live off of Morheim Sound Canvas, here's, you guessed it, Warcraft 2, Human 1. The most creative song title ever. Everybody, dun, 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 no? All right, so, oops, I'm gonna undo that change. I'm gonna show you, the next clip is the same tune, but it was we were thankful, I was thankful enough to be able to do not only all the MIDI versions for Warcraft 2, but at the last minute we decided to record it all and put it as Redbook audio, so game geeks still come out there and tell me, oh, it was cool, you could put the Warcraft 2 in your CD player and play back the music that way. So that sounded like this, pretty similar, but digital audio this time. some human music over time, early days. All right.
Well, I saw some heads bobbing to that, and I think there's some people in here that, like me, would just like to spend the whole time listening to the music, but we've got a lot to cover. So why don't you bring us home, share us a few other pieces that we've seen kind of carry through the Warcraft franchise.
Right, so the one you just heard, and I think kind of all the Warcraft 2 music made its way into later games in some fashion. But in particular, there's one on the Horde side to give the Horde some props. Early Orc music had some rhythms and groove to it that you might not see today. Here's an example of Warcraft 2 Orc music. Good old orcs. And last bit, I'm gonna, well, yeah, that one made its way into Warcraft 3, I think even early WoW. There's another quick example of some human music from Warcraft 3. The opening bit was also quoted in Heroes of the Storm, a little bit differently after the intro, but the original from Warcraft 2's opening sounded like this. So a lot of people recognize that riff. And I'm going to take you to the next one, which is all the way up to modern day with full live orchestra, live choir, a kitchen sink, and that sounded like this.
I'm not sure you went big enough.
I could have added the rock band. Yeah, some music geeks out there are probably going, "Oh yeah, big deal. He's playing MIDI back into my Moorheim sound canvas."
Well, I think it's really cool to see. You know, we're talking about how the game has evolved in 25 years. We're seeing all the way back to MIDI up to hearing live orchestra, live choir, and it's even mirrored in the fact that you have the sound canvas and you're controlling it with the tablet. It's the
Yeah, small little tablet, the same original MIDI files. I didn't have to alter them at all, imported them in, and that tablet is hundreds of times more powerful than any computer we had back then. So
100 times smaller than a lot of this.
Something to be said about working within those small limitations, though. It's kind of, it lets you flow with the creativity and...
Certainly. Are there ways that you would approach MIDI differently than how you handle music today?
You'd put, I think, more notes. The music took more of a prominent role. I think back then there wasn't streaming ambience and not a lot of other sounds, just the unit sounds. And the MIDI tends to sound better as playing more notes quicker, not sustaining the notes. You don't have the lush, long samples that you have today. So.
Right. Well, Brian, you've even mentioned that, you know, we're talking about MIDI and how it applies to music, but you've mentioned that you've used this in the past for ambience as well, right?
Yeah, when I first started in Warcraft 3, we actually used MIDI to control what we call a DLS instrument, a very small bank of sounds. It would have like little loops of wind loops and birds, and then we would take that and play the MIDI to control that, because back then it was really hard to compress a file down really small without being a massive download size on your, or take up a lot of space on your hard drive.
Yeah, so that let us have ambience in War 3, otherwise we wouldn't have.
Yep. Well, so Glenn, you've we've talked about the music. You're a full-time composer now, but that hasn't always been the case. In fact, for most of your time at Blizzard, you've also been a sound designer. Brian, you started in 2003 on World of Warcraft, and a lot of the team at the time, you've mentioned had a musical background. And Dave, even you have a music background. You've composed for games in the past. I think you started your sound career in 1994. Joining Blizzard in 2011, but you've done a lot of music work as well as sound design. And
yes.
I don't think that's a requirement per se, but it's certainly something that's been common in a lot of the sound designers that work in World of Warcraft. How do you think that's actually affected the sound that we hear today?
It's really interesting. Everybody has a different interpretation of what drives them and gives them inspiration on making sound effects. But I'm going to set the pace. In 2003, when I did start on World of Warcraft, we really started building out what the spells were going to sound like. I remember being in this meeting. It was the first big kickoff for the visuals that you see. How many players do we have that are playing Classic right now out there?
Yeah.
Okay, quite a few.
Good number.
So before it was called Classic and it was just World of Warcraft, we, for the first time, were starting to figure out how we were going to get sound on all these spells. And what really struck a chord with me, no pun intended, was the fact that every color on every spell effect had such meaning and depth. So as a sound designer, my ear always kind of goes towards what kind of element, a tonal element, can I tell the player that this belongs to this spell effect, such as like a holy spell. It's got the gold and it's got the shimmering colors and the healing properties to it. And it was about getting that right, what I would say, sound chord or tonal element. So I'm going to play a video, and if you've been playing Classic or you play the original, you would understand, hopefully, how this all plays out. So here we go.
So we're listening for the different tonal elements with each one of
Tonal
these.
elements, yes. Thank you. It took a lot of trial and error to get to that level. The spells back then were very simplistic in their own way, and the sound, I felt, it was really important that we had an element on each of these that you could just know what was happening, not just on screen, but off screen. We are one of the only disciplines in development that can tell you information of what's happening behind you when you can't see any visuals or text notifying you what's going on. So once we got that just right, it's what I've been calling, as going back to Classic now, we can actually hear these again in context, the base coat of sound. Like, we've used these elements, bringing them forward into what you hear in the current World of Warcraft or even Hearthstone that I'm working on. The team, we all work really hard to try to get that to make sense and identify, as you, the player, to identify what these elements are. And it goes all the way back to 2003, so yeah.
Excellent. So, moving us forward, does anyone have an idea what this sound is? It just keeps going. Does anyone see any wisps? All right. You recognize the Horn of Cenarius from the Warcraft 3 cinematic? Excellent. This is as we were sitting around telling some stories, it was hard for us to find some of these specific elements and moments to share with you, and this one kind of stood out as fun because, I'm going to retell your story, Glenn. As you had gone out into the forest just outside of Irvine to the tallest tree and taken a giant branch and carved this amazing wooden instrument that they actually modeled the in-game version on. I mean, you can see it, and that's how this happened, right? Like,
that's fairly accurate.
100%.
Minus the part about the carving and the wood. And
the forest outside of Irvine?
The all too ugly truth is that the horn do not look so pretty. It was some industrial foam tubing from the hardware store. It was kind of thick, dense foaming with, it had a plastic coating on it. I tried various lengths of it and various ways of having a bell on the end. Ultimately, I found the right length and had it coming just into a metal pot to give it some resonance. So, yeah, the goal for that horn was, it had to be big and magical and more, otherworldly, as well as, sound like it's coming from that guy.
Why would you use foam instead of?
Oh, well, yeah, the metal or the hard stuff wasn't working. It had to be more kind of soft and absorb the sound and then ring out at the end. So it wasn't working to use anything with a hard surface.
And your years of playing the piano really prepared you for the...
Yes, my lips were not prepared, but I practiced and practiced. I think I had to come back, the next day for my lips to recover. And I finally got a good take of me like starting low and going up high. And then I did some more sustaining notes and some different notes with it. But I should have hired a brass player. Anyway, it was fun.
Well, I think it turned out okay. Well, it's funny. You and I actually went earlier this week. We decided to go spelunking into the Foley room, which enters your own risk. And we were looking to see if we could find this prop. And I don't think the foam lasted the test of time, but...
No, but my wife actually found something, and she set it aside for me with not knowing anything about this. She's like, oh, he's going to use that one day. The long cardboard tube, and that almost makes the same sound, but I couldn't practice enough to play that today, so I left that at home.
Well, I think we're kind of going down this line of the musical aspect of sound design in a way. You're turning anything into a musical instrument, which Aaron is going to show us later. But why don't we actually check the horn out in context, how it actually plays with the music and the other sound effects. Those wisp sounds, we know who made those too, right?
That was me too.
Yeah.
Like swishy sounds.
All right, so part of what we're here to talk about today is the power of nostalgia.
I will now demonstrate the Doppler effect. Doppler!
And so dialogue is something that when we're looking back at things, it's often in early games, you're looking for basically the closest and best option. And so Warcraft is no example. And as we were going through some of the files, we found a whole lot of things that we could not share with you today. But there were some that we could. And so, any guesses on who that voice? Did it sound familiar? There's a trend here, if you haven't noticed. Glenn. Yeah, this is also Glenn.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah. Glen's voice is actually, in most of our games, StarCraft, the SCV is... it's great. I'm actually partial to the Mortar team, which is you and Chris Metzen, the dynamic duo. We also have a few other people. Let's actually see if you can tell who this is. Well, I know what character that is, but Brian?
Yeah, you're not going to believe this. That's Mike Morheim. Yeah, his hind voice can do that. It was just a little bit of pitching. He came in, and I'm like, of course, please, you're the president.
When Mike says he wants to do an org,
no, he kicked butt on it. It's great.
All right, so we got one more to share. This one's a little different because this wasn't intended to be a character as we were recording it. This is someone actually warming up. So give this a listen. Sounds familiar.
They already guessed it. Yeah, he almost said it right there. I am Thrall.
It was like his warm-up mantra.
They guessed it.
Yeah, Metzen basically, to get into Thrall, to get in that character, he would tear his voice up. So I happened to be recording that session, and I was like, I hit record. I was like, I don't know where I'm going to use this, but eventually it found its way into Burning Crusade, in the blood furnace. So it was perfect for the pain of the fellow orcs being transformed.
Don't pull the trash. Brian, the patrol is coming. You should move.
Yeah, it works so good. So happy with that one.
Tortured orcs.
Chris getting turned into a fell orc there, yeah.
Yeah, when he would come out of a session from that, his voice would be completely done. So he worked really hard to get into that Thrall character.
Well, that is definitely something that would not advise to try at home. I think, I think all of us have been on that side of the mic, and it's a lot of fun. And I think that humor and personality actually comes through, especially in some of the earlier games. But, as the game has been evolving, we have more dialogue in the story, and as things have evolved, we've really started to lean more on actors. And today, we've actually been really fortunate with the talent that we lean on, the opportunity to tell these deeper stories and more character. And yeah, it's been amazing. So I want to move us on. We're going to play a couple more samples here. So do I have your attention? All right. Power of nostalgia. All right. So we're going to talk about, there's 15 years of sound in World of Warcraft that you've been hearing through repetition and memories have been tied to these times and space. You've started to have meaning associated with it, which is honestly one of the key jobs of sound, to help communicate gameplay cues. So while, yes, having these boundaries kind of defined for us that whenever we're trying to evolve can be tricky. If you go outside of these lines, then it can feel wrong. It actually works in our favor. It's a strong base that we can build on and explore. And so let's actually go and see, are you ready for a few more examples? All right. You can tell where I'm going with this. All right. Brian, I said, are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Brian's ready. Okay. So games are often better if you play with friends. So
What do you want? Ready for action.
Let's bring these guys along. Well, at least some friends. Not sure about that guy. Well, I think we're ready to go. So let's see what we can
What do you
find.
need? Zug zug.
All right, they're ready. Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't know. I think every time I hear that sound, I have a physical reaction to it. Does anybody else like Fell Reaver? Yeah, there we go. Let's not mess around with this guy. Let's take care of him quick. Yeah. And again, a voice that sounds familiar, Glenn. No, this is a sound that Glenn made back in Warcraft 3, and it's too iconic. We've brought it forward into WoW, and every time the trouble's there, Glenn yells at us. So
I just imagine what an orc would do.
Brian, let's go back to the Fell Reaver. How did you make that sound?
So the Fell Reaver, it was really interesting. I had to go look at this session. Jay said, how did you make that? I had to go open up the session. It had been that long, and I could not remember. And it turned out it was a bunch of old rusty doors being opened, the hinges being pulled, and it just kind of squeaking and screeching and making all these weird sounds. That mixed with a bear.
So,
yeah.
Everything that you have in your garage.
Bear was in the bathroom.
The bear.
Okay. Obviously.
Yeah, that's how you get those good grunts. It works really good.
All right. Well, I think we distracted the Fell Reaver enough. We can send him away. Good thing. How do they sneak up on you? How does that thing sneak up? I don't know. Well, so I suspect
Here you die.
Yeah, I suspect that most of you who raised your hand at the beginning could probably have told me what those sounds were, even without the visuals that popped up. So if that's the case, good on you. All right. as with the dialogue, the game has evolved over time, and it continues to grow and expand, and we use this library. We incorporate it into sound palettes that we've expanded through the years. As Schools of Magic have become more detailed and more intricate, we've had to expand on that language. And we still have that base, those precasts that Brian played. We still work within those bounds. And Brian, you work on Hearthstone now, and you even take that forward into other games. So this language is carried forward into everything that says Warcraft on it.
I was going to say, too, that the Hearthstone team is amazing. The sound designers are there, incredible. Andy and John right now working with me over there. So props to them, Jonas. Just want to throw that out.
Yeah, Hearthstone sounds amazing. Dave, I want to shift to you. You have been at the helm of World of Warcraft since Battle for Azeroth. Can you tell us a little bit about what your experience has been adding to the WoW sound?
Well, the core of my job is to take the concepts of the designers and the artists and bring them to life using sound. And one of the great advantages of working on this particular game is that the world of Azeroth is really well understood. And as an example of that, there's a chart that we use. It's the cosmology chart, and I actually have a copy of this up on my desktop. And it really is sort of a compass for us working on all of the schools of magic. The base coat that Brian developed in the early 2000s fits right into this, and we to this day still use it. So you can see light opposes dark, and order opposes disorder, and life and death. And everything in between represents everything both in magic and in sound in the World of Warcraft. And it's a guiding light for us as we develop stuff. So as an example, we're going to play a sound that has a precast from Brian's era with a cast sound from our era. And while we have maybe higher fidelity and some stereo imaging and a couple extra layers, it's still pretty much set in the same nature magic universe.
So let's play that file.
So that's a 2003 era sound with a 2017 era sound.
So sometimes we actually can control that. So like in the case of the class spells, we understand exactly what's going to happen when you press the button. But a lot of times in a game like World of Warcraft, we can't actually tell how you're going to encounter sound. And so a lot of what we have to do is build on this common language so that wherever you're finding something, you understand what it is. And there may be a sound that was made in 2003 or even earlier that's associated with Warcraft 3 or something along those lines, along with a sound that we've created for that moment in time. So let's, Dave, let's talk about the future. Tell us, what does the future hold? Tell us, Dave.
Well, I come at this job from a technological point of view. I have a CS background, and a big part of my job is just giving my team better and better tools and higher fidelities, that sort of thing to work on. Another thing that I've been working on, and you've been instrumental in this as well, is telling stories with a collaboration between music and sound effects. My favorite soundscapes in movies and TV and games is when the lines between sound effects and music get blurred. And we're about to hear an example of just that.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that appears all through World of Warcraft, and these opportunities for like the ambience and the music to work hand in hand and kind of tell that same story. And you know, the collaboration between these departments is something that we strive to find. And what's interesting is that in the upcoming content, both with what you're going to see is from Visions of N'Zoth, and it's going to tie into the next portion that we're going to actually see. But we also see this coming forward with Shadowlands as well. There's a lot of opportunity for us to blur those lines. So as we set up for our next section here, enjoy this video. All right, so that was an example of the music that's actually going to play in Visions of N'Zoth. There's going to be more, but what you can hear here is some of the more ambient stuff. So we really want to try and blur those lines in terms of what feels ambient and what feels like music. And Visions of N'Zoth is a perfect place to get into your head. Speaking of, next up we're going to have Aaron Kraft. Aaron is also known to his D&D group as Captain Darby O'Shea, who you can see here. I don't know if he's coming out in character or not, but Aaron and I met back in 2012 at a GDC. He was at a demo derby for sound design, and he really wowed us with a Warcraft-themed Unreal map. He had built all of the assets that went into it. He had done the implementation, all of the sound design, and it really featured an incredible up-and-coming sound designer, which you're going to see shortly. Aaron is one of the biggest Warcraft fans that I've personally ever met. I mean, take a look at his office. I kind of want to live in this space. He is a dwarf paladin through and through. If you walk into this office at all times, it's at least 10 degrees hotter than everywhere else on the Blizzard campus. And so with that, Aaron, why don't you come out and show them what you can do?
Yes. Ahoy! All right, thanks for that intro, Sir Jay. Whew. All right, I'm extremely excited to be here. I've been playing WoW since day one, so as you guys can imagine, you're in those same seats that I sat in. I'm extremely excited to be able to help build this stuff now. But enough of that. Let's get to some fun stuff. So today we're going to be going over the next update, Visions of N'Zoth. We're going to go through some creature and magic sound design. We're going to start off with some creatures. So let's bring in our subjects here. We have big tentacle face, small tentacle face, really scientific names here. Tentacles going down, tentacles going up, mostly, and a room full of tentacles. Clearly, we're working on squirrels today. All right, so who remembers Sean Minot's awesome slime demo from last year? Yeah, that was super awesome. So that stuff would be super perfect for these tentacle guys, but we're going to need to do something a bit different. So instead of using a can to inject air into slime, we're going to use this PVC pipe, and while blowing, do our best monster impression into the slime. This is probably the last time you'll hear my voice. I'm about to lose it. You guys ready? I'm a little lightheaded right now. Okay, so yeah, as you guys can see, it's super fun. You can do that for hours if you don't pass out. But what the coolest part of this process is that everybody has their own monster voices that they do. I know you guys do them in the car when somebody like honks or something, probably, maybe. Anyways, to demonstrate that, Sir Brian, would you come back to the stage and help us out? We got some inspiration for you. This is a super big tentacle face guy. Don't inhale.
Why not? Not as easy as it
All
looks.
right, let's hear it for Sir Brian. Thank you. Whew. All right, cool. So from there, we took the best parts, manipulated a bunch, and here's just a couple of spots that ended up in game. All right, one more. This snail is not an old god, but it was cool, so I had to put it in there. Thank you for your sacrifice, Mr. Snail. All right, so we're going to move on to some magic. Who likes magic? Me too. It's one of my favorite things to work on. But what's different about magic is that it really brings a lot of abstract problem solving to the board. So, who better to help us address this? Woo, there it goes, see? Who better to help address this than Sir Archmage himself, Khadgar? We went to him and we said, Mr. Khadgar, would you please help us summon an ancient artifact that might help us discover this sort of wisdom? And he said, knowledge is power. And summoned a whiteboard. All right, so on this whiteboard, what we do is we write all sorts of things like concepts, themes, lore, emotions, really anything that comes to inspiration. The important part of this process, though, is that we don't put a lot of rules on ourselves, so it's just creative. And it's also a communal sort of development together, so we can brew our ideas and all that good stuff. Another reason why this exercise is helpful is that later on, if we need some more inspiration, we can come back to it. Or if we're getting a little too crazy, these are our rails to help guide us. So, do you guys remember earlier, Brian and Dave, they mentioned how one of the most important things when designing sounds for magic is finding that identifiable tonal signature? Cool. So looking at this whiteboard, we're sitting there thinking, how do we distill all of this stuff into a sound? Enter the trash can. It's another artifact. So originally I made this thing for some Mechagon beasts. Give you that quick tour here. Just your regular old trash can from your local hardware store, $30 if you're wondering. And inside you have 2 copper wires, one big and one small, thick, thin, whatever. And they're crossed over so you can play 1 at a time or 2 at a time. And also it enables you to kind of do a circular motion from the thick to the thin without having to stop the sound. Now to make it a little bit more expressive, up here, I just attached on a spare door hinge I happen to have and some spare wood that lets you tighten and loosen the wires to make it a little bit more expressive. Here, I'll just play the thing for you. High-class instrument. That's a beautiful piece I've been working on all week. Glenn, I'm available if you're interested. All right, so the more I messed around with this thing, I'm sorry, there's more to tell you. So anyways, the prop design, I based it off of a concept that Peter Steinbach, one of our senior voiceover designers, taught me, which was if you're making a prop intended to kind of mimic voices, incorporate all of that physical anatomy into the prop design. So you have like your skull is kind of your resonating chamber. That would be the equivalent of the can here. And then inside are the copper wires, like your vocal cords. And as your vocal cords go higher and lower, that's the bendy thing on the side. So anyways, the more I messed around with this thing, the more I was like, you know, this actually does a pretty good job of emoting some of the stuff that's on our whiteboard. So I locked myself in my office for a few hours, channeled my best old god into the trash can, and here's just a small bit of what I got. All right. Sounds like a trash can, huh? All right, but there's more. So doing this right off the bat, I was like, this feels like it's going to naturally land in sort of an ambience vibe. So I added some reverb and motion effects to it. Here we go. But if this is going to be an ambience for, say, Nyalotha, Nyalotha is not some tiny puny city. It is a grand empire home of an old god. So let's make it bigger. All right. Thank you. And one last example, and this is just to show you how different it can sound with some completely different effects and some less aggressive playing. All right, cool. So, thank you. So ambiences are looking pretty good. But if we're going to make a full suite of magic sounds out of this, we're going to need to bring in some additional elements. So I went to Sir Dave and I said, Sir Dave, can you help me out with this? And he gave me some bowed cactus. All right. Now, to help sell the fantasy of N'Zoth trying to claws influence into your mind, I added a little bit of thickness and motion to it. And I went back to Dave, and he gave me some screams. I had no idea he could get that high. And took those and kind of bent it into a smoky voices in the wind sort of thing. All right. So this concept of madness magic that we're exploring, this is telling the story of how N'Zoth has the tentacles in everything. So in a way, this isn't your typical magic of arcane or frost. This is kind of more of a living magic. So I thought, well, how do we tell that story? Let's try just using his voice, see what we got. This is Darren DePaul. Cool. All right, took that and formed it into a old god soup, I call it. Cool. So we have a lot of interesting textures, but we're missing that all-important identifiable tonal sound. So I went back to the trash can, and this time I kind of focused in on this sort of insect vibe I was hearing. Reminded me in some ways of like the insectoid races from the Black Empire and all that good old god lore. So I explored that a bit. See if you guys can hear it. All right, so at this point in the process, N'Zoth was successfully reaching through the computer monitor into my own mind. You'll hear why. Yeah. It's true. I showed a buddy of mine in the hallway that last one, and he looked at me like I was crazy, which at that point was probably very true. All right, so I took all that and did some more weird stuff to it with whooshes and layers, and here's some final results. Cool. Thank you. So just one last point. It sounds corny, but I truly believe it, that the real magic here is not one weirdo in his office making a bunch of weird things. It's all of the team collaboration that goes into this. There's so many hours of hallway conversations and just idea searching that takes this sort of thing into way bigger territory than I ever could have on my own. So thank you, team. Sir Jay, that's all I got.
So from all of the panelists, from Aaron's Trash Can, Mike Morheim's Sound Canvas, we want to say thank you for coming out, spending your morning with us here. As well, there are more than 50 men and women working in audio at Blizzard, and we really appreciate your energy and everything that you give us. So if you want to chat with us, we're actually going to be over here in the meet and greet area shortly. Would love to say hello and hear from you about what sound moments that you love from your time in Warcraft. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, BlizzCon.
Welcome to Artists at Work, World of Warcraft.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a great BlizzCon. My name is Jeff. I'm an art manager on World of Warcraft, and I'll be your host. For this panel, we're going to showcase some of the visual development workflow that artists on the team use when they're creating art for World of Warcraft. Specifically, they're going to be focusing on Torghast, Tower of the Damned, which is an upcoming feature for Shadowlands. So please keep in mind the work you're going to see is early and subject to change. So with that said, let's go ahead and introduce your artists so they can get started. Over here we have Cole. Cole, if you could tell everyone your name, how long you've been on the team, maybe some things you've made in the past, and then what you're going to be making for us today.
Yes, my name is Cole Eastburn. I've been on the team for about 11 and a half years. I'm a senior visual development artist on the World of Warcraft team. Some of the things I worked on in the past, I worked on the art and wheel concept of the landscape of the forest. It's a bunch of stuff. The Valpyra crest, class crest that they have, the Mechagon crest that was out. So, what's stuff like that.
A few things in the gallery.
A couple things.
Okay. In the middle, we have Matt. Matt, if you could tell everyone your name, how long you've been on the team, what you've done in the past, and then what you're going to be making today for us.
Sure. My name is Matthew McEwen, and I'm a character artist on World of Warcraft. I've been on the team for about 3 years. Some things you might recognize that I've made is Lorthamar and Rexar. Recently, I have some stuff in the art gallery that if you want to take a look at that stuff, some of the mock creatures, some other things in Maldraxxus as well. And today, I'm going to be working on some Torghast boss sketches. So right now, I have some thumbnails here, and I'm going to be taking this last one here to a finish. Oh, they can't see. Okay.
Thanks, Matt. And last but not least, we have Eric. Eric, if you can tell everyone how long you've been on the team, what you've done in the past, and then what you're going to be working on today.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Eric Braddock. I am a 3D artist on the prop team for World of Warcraft. I've been on the team for about 6.5 years. And some of the kits over the years that I've worked on have been Garrisons, Paladin, Order Hall props, Death Knight Order Hall props, Pillars of the Creation, Vault of the Wardens, and more recently, Dalen Proudmoore statue, the Kulturas boats, and the Uther Lightbringer statue update. And today, I'm going to be working on a Book of the Dead prop, something that maybe like a caster would be holding, or a prop that you would see in Torghast, Tower of the Damned.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. So while the artists are started, I just want to let you guys know that we have Guillermo and Steve with microphones. If you're joining us live, if you have any questions, go ahead and line up behind them, and we'll get to your questions. So, Cole, I mentioned at the beginning about visual development. Can you talk about what that means for the team and how that fits into the larger picture of creating art for WoW?
Yeah, so the visual development team, we're a pretty small group, but pretty important. We try to come up with like the style, the big picture items that drive the team's production forward. So like what's the overall look of a zone or a POI, which is a place of interest. So something like this concept that was done And sometimes they're in color, sometimes they're in black and white, but it's meant to give the team like a mood or a feeling for an entire zone or a dungeon or something like that.
Awesome. Thanks, sir. Or thanks, Cole. So Matt, what are you starting out with?
So I'm going to be starting out with these thumbnails here. As I mentioned earlier, so this is some of the rougher stuff that I'm going to be taking from. So I'm going to go with this bottom one right here. So this is where I'm at with this currently. I'm going to be just refining some of this stuff and then bringing it more towards finish.
So how long are you spending on those thumbnails on the previous image?
Not too long, just to kind of get the ideas down. So they can be really rough, just a basic idea, and then you can kind of go make sure that it's the correct one to go with.
Okay. And are you kind of going over detail in one area, or are you just kind of hitting the whole image at once?
Oh, sure. Starting with just kind of the shoulder pad right now, just getting that a little bit more finished. But then I'll move around the whole thing.
Cool. Looking good.
Thanks.
So Eric, where are you starting?
I like to start with some really loose sketches, thumbnails of maybe the shape or some of the elements that I'm going to have. If I'm thinking about this tome, whether or not I want it to have chains, really long kind of necrotic looking like bookmarks or skulls and crystals, things that kind of relate to the aesthetic of Torghast itself.
And you're specifically working on a prop asset. So when you come up with those, are you just kind of free-forming it off the top of your head, or do you look at reference? Do you do research? Like, how do you kind of dive into that?
So there's a couple of different things. If I'm starting the kit, like depending on if there's nothing established yet on the team, a lot of it is just reference gathering, which, jump on Google and look up images that fit this theme. So something like this would be skulls and, metal and references to the Domination kit of, the Lich King's armor and Frostmourne and things like that. But in this case, there was a lot of preliminary work from the VizDev team. And so I was pulling a lot of references from some of the work that they did and a little bit of my own kind of contribution to it.
To jump back and forth on that too is like, I just saw the Necromancer book that he's making, so I was gonna try and put, and this is something we do all the time, we'll bounce back and forth, so it's like, VizDev doesn't just do everything. Like maybe I'll add his book to the back of this guy, right?
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so you're working in his idea into your idea.
Yeah, maybe it's like a huge tome that Eric's got going on, probably a skull right here. That's what I think he was doing. And again, this is like the thumbnailing stage, so it's supposed to be pretty loose. It's Jimmy Lowe, my art lead, has a great way of thinking about your thumbnails, which is something I struggle with for a long time. I usually tend to do something a little bit more detailed, like this stuff, and I tend to jump into rendering because I like to do it so much. But for thumbnailing, it's not production efficient. So the way to think about thumbnailing that he told me is that think about kind of like how a kid would draw something, and like, so this would be Illidan. This would be my thumbnail for Illidan. And I think it's a great way to actually make sure that your character has something iconic. And if a kid can draw it, if you can show your drawing to a kid, and then he can actually draw it right after seeing it, and you actually see what the kid remembered from your drawing, or a person, just show a person, it's a good indication that you have a strong design.
That's awesome. That's really cool. It's a great way of thinking. So you said you tie in with Eric's. Do you do that often? Does your visual development team do that often, or?
Oh, all the time. One of the best parts about working on such a big team is that there is always a fresh idea. If you get stuck with artist block or anything like that, there's always someone there to be like, oh, what about this or what about that? And it helps you from getting into that rut.
That's awesome. It's looking great.
Hey, thank you.
So Matt, you're focusing on the braziers right now, and then.
Yep. So I'm just trying to go around the whole image basically, and start getting that more refined. So right now I'm on the bracer. Moving on to the weapon.
Okay. When you design a character, do you design the weapon at the same time?
Sometimes we do. So if that character has a special weapon, like this character, for example, is kind of like a boss that might kind of be like the Grim Reaper. So like his weapon's very important in that sense. He's kind of like has a big scythe.
So when you're, do you work closely with design or art leads about this? How much detailed information do you get about the weapon specifically?
Sometimes it definitely varies. It could be something vague about the weapon. Maybe it's just the scythe. Maybe there's something more to it with the story. So we definitely want to incorporate story into our design if that's the case. But it really depends on what the character is.
Cool. If you guys have any questions and you're with us live, go ahead and line up behind Guillermo and Steve, and we'd love to answer those. One thing I noticed with your sketch, Eric, is you're working with more of a tone sort of gray.
Yeah, I like to work on some kind of background that has a value, just in case I want to jump in and play around with values at some point early on. Like, let's say I wanted to, give this book some glowing kind of eyes here. It's easy to just throw some lighter value on there and get a better indicator of kind of like what that's going to look, what it's going to look like. And I'll worry about color as I get to that part, But it gives me a good kind of, just like a good range to play with.
That's cool. Looks like we have a couple questions. Yeah.
This is a question for Eric as the 3D artist up here. So I know Blizzard allows some flexibility in this, but what's the general workflow like for prop creation for 3D for WoW?
The general what?
Workflow. For what programs, what,
Yeah, we start like this with Photoshop, and depending, Sketchbook even, stuff just to generate some ideas. And going into a concept, either fully refined if you want to take it to that level, like a fully polished, almost borderline illustration kind of piece, especially if it's like a hero piece, you want it to really nail down what the look is. And then you would jump into any 3D program like 3ds Max or Maya. I use 3ds Max. Our tools department we have a lot of really great tools that we run through 3ds Max. Some people like to go back and forth between Photoshop, 3D Coat, things like that, once you jump into actually texture painting. And we even do some of our own animation, like smaller animations and effects on our props, and we do all that right through 3ds Max.
Okay, yeah. All right. Thank you. And
yeah.
One last. So you texture in Photoshop primarily?
Yeah, I texture primarily in Photoshop. I'd say 90% of the time I'm working in Photoshop.
When you're not using that, what else do you use? Does anyone on your team use Substance Suite at all, or no?
There's a few people that have toyed around with some Substance. Yeah, I personally don't. But I'd say I use Photoshop and 3D Coat the most.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
I think just to jump in there on that too, one of the things that the team has is a good amount of creative ownership and like flexibility. We actually have artists that use a number of 3D packages.
ZBrush.
Everything from Maya, ZBrush, Blender. It's really up to the artist, and as long as they can get it in WoW, and as long as it looks like WoW and kind of fits in the world, that's really the most important thing. We don't really care how you get there, just that the art matches that style.
As long as it's awesome.
Okay, that's really cool. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Question. We have another one?
Hi. It's a really popular question, and I guess it's kind of addressed to all of you. When you got hired, what did you have in your portfolio? How did you display it? And what stood out? And how did you lay it out? And all of those questions.
That's awesome. That's a great question. Matt, do you want to start that one?
Sure. So when I started, I was actually in college. I went to Laguna College of Art and Design, and I did the World of Warcraft art contest. So that was definitely a great way to get in. So with that, I displayed, something that really represented what World of Warcraft looks like. So something that could fit right into the game. So I think that's my best recommendation for starting. It's like, if you want to work on World of Warcraft, for example, really have that thing that's World of Warcraft in your portfolio. It looks like it could go right into it.
How about you, Eric? What did you have in your portfolio? Or
well, I actually I come from a freelance illustration background, so I had a lot of 2D art, and I was building up as I was building up my portfolio, I was thinking of specifically what team I wanted to work on. And when I was working on props, I started building out pieces that were from very different kits and different variations of what those objects were. So I wouldn't want to have a portfolio that's completely only treasure chests, for example, because they would be like, oh, it's the treasure chest guy. That's the only thing that they make. So having a wide kind
He's a little bitter about that because he was that guy for a long time.
I'm just a little, scarred. But having a wide range like that is really it's important because for us, it allows us to see where your creativity can expand to, and just like how you think about culture creation, and also, you know, how you apply a certain aesthetic to an actual game asset.
Cool. Thanks, sir. Cole, did you want to add anything to that? What your starting portfolio?
Yeah, for me, I always wanted to work here since I was like 12 years old. It's been my lifelong dream. And so like I drew like Sammy's work all the time, and my portfolio in general was just all Warcraft stuff. So I'm one of the really lucky people that a recruiter just found me online and contacted me out of nowhere. And I remember flipping out and being like, oh my God, Blizzard's talking to me right now. And that was it. So my portfolio kind of consisted of a bunch of stuff. I did a lot of character work. I did a lot of just everything I could to try and get in the door. And for a long time, I was just a texture painter. So I painted textures on the team for, I think it was like 8 or 9 years. And they were like, hey, you like doing concepts. You want to do concepts? I was like, yes.
So I think to kind of summarize, because everyone's path's a little different, I think the one kind of through line is make it apparent what you want to do and showcase what you're interested in, and make it really apparent in your portfolio. If it's props or characters, you know, or visual development, that's really apparent, and also that you understand WoW and the Warcraft IP. I mean, with Matt's student art contest that he did the Draenei Ogre kind of half-breed, and I think when everyone saw it, it was like, oh my gosh, that seems like it can go in the game, but it also feels brand new. And so that's kind of what you're looking for, is not replicating something one-to-one that maybe someone on the team has already made, but also making something feel new and add something new to the game, and what you can bring as an artist. That's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Looks like we have another question over here.
Sorry. Hi, guys. This is a question for all three of you. My name is Zach Fisher, and I had a question about style kits. In Legion, there was kind of a strong emphasis on class fantasy in terms of the styles that were used. All the classes got really, really specific class armors and ideas. And in BFA, we've strayed more towards environmental design. And the explanation was that kind of melding class fantasy and environment was just a little bit too kind of complex. And I wanted to ask you guys if it was something that you prefer working with one specific style kit in design, or if you like the challenge of blending multiple things like classes and environment together, or if it's just something that you prefer, you know, just kind of a case by case basis.
You want to start that off, Cole?
So out of like class fantasy, and then you're talking about like environment armor designs, I tend to lean more towards the class fantasy. I love feel like that's the reason I feel like you pick your class. You know, if you pick a rogue or you pick a paladin, you should feel like a holy knight, or you should feel like a backstabby, you know, Philistine. That's the way I lean, and sometimes it's good to break it up. But for me personally, I love class fantasy all the way. It should sell the feeling and the mood of that class.
Cool. Thanks, Cole. How about you, Matt? How do you balance that?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, you know, a good challenge to have the things you can mix. So, I mean, there's that too. But I obviously love the class fantasy as well. Honestly, it's like everything of everything, pretty good. You know, just a lot of variety is good.
I think I know Eric's answer.
Class fantasy. No, I really like class fantasy too. Obviously, I mean, I completely nerd out about all things Paladin. So anytime I get a chance to work on anything, Paladin or Death Knight, I am totally there. And but even just the other things, like just building out the other cultures, even if it isn't specifically about, you know, a specific class or character in particular, you just find something that's really cool about it, and you just like latch onto that, and then just grows from there. So I'd say like it's really about, you know, finding something that really gets you jazzed, and then being able to focus on that kind of element to it, you know. So, but in terms of like the expansions from one to another, I think it's really cool to like vary up some stuff from time to time. But obviously, whenever there's a chance to do some like real like hardcore, like really fundamental, like Warcraft stuff that I personally really, really love. Like, because I've been playing Warcraft since Orcs and Humans in 1994, and like I just lose
Respect.
Yeah.
I'd say it's also a great question. Thank you. We have another question over here.
How do you get to be a better artist?
Oh my God.
Cole?
Yeah, Cole, how do we be a better artist?
Hold on, I'm recovering from the cuteness. It means it broke my brain. Like, literally the cutest voice.
Awesome costume, by the way.
Oh, amazing.
Great.
Just a lot of practice. That's it. Just work hard, and you'll get here. That's the best I can say. It's people talk a lot about talent and like, oh, you're so talented. I personally don't believe in talent. I think hard work is the way you get anywhere. So as long as you practice and you believe, I think you'll get here.
So when you're practicing, did you just do like anatomy study after anatomy study, or did you kind of vary things up? Like, do you try to keep them, I guess, are you practicing to practice, or are you practicing for fun?
Both. I got basically every art book I could find. I was kind of self-taught a lot of my life. I couldn't afford to go to really nice art school. And there's so much online resource now. Like back in my day, there wasn't all the YouTubes and the Twitters. So you gotta go to like a library. It had like books and paper. And so I grabbed every art book I could find. Yeah, I know. Weird. So I just grabbed every art book I could find and just try to gather as much information as I could and just practice drawing as much as possible.
Awesome. Thanks, Cole. Oh, do you have a follow-up?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Round of applause. A lot of courage. Come on now.
Chase your dreams.
Oh my
Looks
God.
like, do we have another question over there?
I have a... Oh, okay. I'll hold it. Okay. I have a question for Sergio. Are you... I can see so many features on your drawing. I think majority came from experience or references.
Matt? Is that for Matt?
For Sergio.
Oh, I can answer. Yeah, I mean, we definitely use reference as well as, our visual library within our heads. So it's definitely, a mix of that. Like, I might start the sketch and keep going, but definitely looking at reference can give you more ideas, more variety of things. Like, expanding your knowledge with reference is definitely a good idea. It's always looking at new things, and that can give you inspiration.
Do you take a sketchbook out and do reference studies?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sketching's always good, too.
Great question. Thanks. Looks like we have another question over here.
Hi, I was wondering what the top 3 art books. Sorry, it's really hard here. What are the top 3 art books that have taught you the most?
Top 3 art books that taught you the most. Eric.
Oh my God.
I know. There's so many.
Honestly, I mean, this sounds silly, but I grew up looking at like the Art of Warcraft books.
The manual?
Yeah, like watching, like copying manuals and things like that. Art books, like the more academic type. I like Andrew Loomis books. Any really good anatomy book that has both drawings and photo reference in is a good choice. Dynamic Hands is a really great book.
Bridgman, Loomis, the Gurney one's really good.
Yeah, James Gurney books. And every Art of Warcraft book that I can get my hands on.
All the manuals.
And literally just study like Sammy paintings and Metzen drawings and Wei Wang paintings. Like, I love all of it,
How about you, Cole? Do you have a favorite art book?
Again, there is just so many. It's hard. God. And you took all the good ones. Loomis, Bridgman for anatomy, stuff like that. Let's see, Anatomy for Artists is another great one. I forget who it's by. Frank Frazetta's Rough Work book is really awesome and inspiring to look at. Honestly, any artist book that really gets you jazzed and passionate about art is a good art book.
Great question. Hope that helps. Looks like we have another question over here.
I was wondering, because I have very shaky hands, so I was wondering if you guys have any tips about like working on line work and making it look kind of steady compared to messy and all over the place.
Confident line work. Matt?
Actually, things like the Photoshop tool right here, where you have the smoothing, can help a lot with that stuff. Like personally, I don't have like really clean line work. As you can see, it's pretty rough. So I mean, it really depends on what you're going for, but clean line work isn't always necessary, especially with this stuff. However, if that's what you're going for, there's definitely tools like on Photoshop where you can smooth the lines. That really helps. So you can definitely do that.
So when you're, Eric, when you're doing sketches and paintings, are you drawing with your wrist or your elbow?
It depends on what I'm trying to do. Like if I'm getting really, really into tight detail work, it's more wrist. But if I'm just kind of painting large brush strokes, I would say, really tight, small details might be a struggle, right? So try to use more of your upper arm, and just try to be as intentional as possible about the strokes that you do make. That way you're following the form more and you're being a little bit more analytical about what you're painting, and hopefully that'll come through.
Great question. Thanks. Looks like we have one over here.
Yes, I have a question for Eric or the boss. Maybe I'm so impressed with all the work that's going into the prop illustration, but there are so many props in World of Warcraft.
Yes.
Do you spend this much time because it all has to be recreated in 3D, or do you sometimes jump right into 3D and model it out?
It kind of varies from artist to artist, to be honest. Like there are people on my team that rarely do concepts. They just see it and then they go, and they have a really clear vision of what it's going to be. I would say I wouldn't take a concept to a fully finished, polished illustration most of the time. It tends to be really more rough for me, personally, because once I know what I'm doing and where I'm heading, the rest is just kind of fluff, and it's kind of like, I need to get this asset done, and I want to get started on it, because now I'm excited about where it's going to go. So it depends. Like sometimes I'll get really, like I said, I come from an illustration background. I do sometimes, like, even on prop assets that aren't like a showpiece or a hero piece, it could just be something like a book, and I'm just really into the painting, so I might just spend a little extra time making a polished concept just for me, and also depending on if it's defining a kit, then having something that's more refined and more defined can be helpful for other artists that jump on after me. So
awesome. So I play Paladin, so thank you for the hero pieces.
For the light, brother.
There are artists that do a lot of their visual development work through 3D, though. Like what our dungeon lead right now does all of his work through 3D for the most part, and then we'll do 2D after. It's kind of whatever your preference is, really. Again, it goes back to that creative freedom of being able to work with what works for you. So it's a great question. Yeah, over here.
Hey guys, question for all of you. What's your favorite traditional medium?
Ooh. Favorite traditional medium, Mr. Eastburn.
I like oils. Classic, just oils. Is one of my favorite traditional mediums. Pencil, graphite, runner-up. It's really neat. We just started getting these monthly like art kits, and it comes with its. This is another great thing about working on the team, and Matt, props to our team for treating us like so well. Is that it ships random art supplies to you every month. So like crayons might be one thing, and then we'll take like a day or half a day and do concepts just using the sketch utensils inside of these kits to help branch out different styles and keep us growing. So it's really, really awesome. So, but oils and graphite.
You guys are always trying new stuff. I mean, I see some of the sketches that Jimmy does with crayon and charcoal.
Highlighter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're amazing. How about you, Matt? Do you have a favorite traditional media?
I would say oil painting is definitely my favorite. Aside from that, pencil and paper. Just doing sketches all the time with that stuff. So,
Eric, what about you?
Oils, like I said, I trained traditionally. I went to school for illustration and actually didn't do any digital until after I graduated. So I was purely oils, and even just the tactile quality of paint is really fun. And I really like charcoals, working with charcoals, graphite on toned paper. It's a lot of fun. Do portraiture work, things like that. Yeah.
Great question. Thanks. Question over here?
Hello. So I wanted to ask a question for all three of you. What got you inspired into art? Was it just a hobby that each of you developed over time, or was there someone that inspired you to be an artist?
Matt, do you want to start that?
I've actually been drawing pretty much my whole life, from what I can remember. So I can't say what really inspired me to start drawing itself. However, like I've definitely been inspired by video games forever. I mean, StarCraft was my first game, Blizzard game that I was interested in, and I was a little kid at the time. So I definitely loved like all the artwork in that. So I draw that stuff all the time. Later on, would be Warcraft stuff. So I mean, I guess video games in general have been a huge inspiration for artwork for me.
I think I know Cole's answer because I've seen the YouTube video, but you want to...
Yeah, the thing that got me into, I even remember the piece that got me into it. I wanted to be a paleontologist when I was a kid, so I drew dinosaurs, and then I started liking drawing after that. But the thing that made me that really set me on my path was when Warcraft 2 came out, Metzen did this image of an archer and a troll axe thrower jumping on top of him, and it was like the menu screen. And I remember seeing that as a kid, and it blew my mind, and I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. I want to do this. And then from that moment on, I wanted to work at this company. I wanted to do nothing but Warcraft artwork or StarCraft artwork, Blizzard artwork, and that's what set me on my path.
How about you, Eric?
Cole stole my drawing.
Inspiration. Same thing.
Stole my drawing. It's honestly, it is like one of those moments where seeing the drawings in the manual for Warcraft 2 really, like I knew then that I wanted to work on this game. Like I knew it then, which is, I feel so fortunate that it impacted me to that at that early of my life. But I've always, drawn. I think it's like when you're a kid and you're even kind of good at something and you get a little bit of positive reinforcement from your peers, or like for me, like my mom was super supportive when I was a kid. She, really show off to her friends and stuff. So at an early age, I had a lot of positive reinforcement for it, and I just kept up with it. And then it becomes something that you have to do. Like it just feels like if you're not doing it, something's wrong. And I've just stuck with it since,
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question over here.
Hi.
How's it going?
I have a question about when you're working on a new expansion, how do you go about developing the cultures for culture kits? And an example would be like Volpera, but you can talk about other kits.
Okay. So Cole's actually on the visual development team, and they're usually, we say tip of the spear. You guys are usually in first. So how do you tackle that?
It really just depends. It varies a little bit, but for the most part, it's down to what is their story is the first thing that we start with. Who had the question, by the way? Over there? Okay. I'm always looking at the wrong person. Great question. Oh, you didn't ask it. Great. But no, so we start with the story and how they're supposed to feel is the number one important thing. So for Volpera, for instance, is like they're supposed to be like these nomadic, kind of like merchant, gypsy kind of culture. So we start there and then build out all the shapes in the shape language and stuff like that based on that.
Cool. Thanks. Great question. Question over here.
Hi. The themes from patch to patch and expansion to expansion vary a lot. Are there any over the last couple expansions or patches that have really stuck with you guys?
Favorite themes okay.
Theming between them.
Favorite themes from expansion to expansion or patch to patch? Eric, I know the answer.
Anything Paladin or Death Knight.
There you go.
Man.
Thanks,
Anything.
Eric.
So biased. The second Legion was in development, and they go, oh, we're doing order halls. And they were like, oh, we're doing class order halls. And I was like, yeah, Shotgun Paladin and Death Knight. I'm good. So those were, super fun to work on. And any chance I get, I just latch onto it. So
it's as pro Paladin as Eric is. We also have a big team, and so we have a lot of people that pretty much identify like that with everything in the game. So we have pro hunter people as well. So don't feel like it's just Paladins.
I'm biased towards rogues.
Yeah.
So
Matt, what's really stuck out from patch to patch or expansion to expansion?
I've got to say the Moss stuff has been really awesome for me. I mean, just the whole domination armor kit, everything that was like Arthas is really cool. So definitely for that.
Matt's also a big fan of anything classic or really Warcraft based. So
Yep. Orcs, dwarves, all that stuff.
How about you, Cole? What's been a fun one?
As long as it's anything to do with Warcraft, I usually have a lot of fun, but I do love just your typical grunt orc, just big heavy metal, old like Frank Frazetta feeling, just a metal looking orc. Something that, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks. Great question. Question over here.
Yeah, you guys all talked quite a bit about what your favorite or your video games inspired you coming up. So what were your favorite video games, and do they make their way into your art?
What were your favorite video games growing up? Do they make your way into the art? What were your influences, I guess, artistically from the video game world?
Video games? Growing up? You mean
kind of all over the
Warcraft?
place? Like, it's almost like it's many areas, right? Like,
I mean, I've always played video games growing up. Any kind of RPG is like totally at its core, like in my heart. Just any kind of like fantasy themed epic adventure type video game. As long as it feels like that's something that resonates with me, it'll find its way into my work. But it's not just video games, it's also books and movies and TV shows, Lord of the Rings, anything that's like that, like Tolkien.
It's that fantasy for you.
Yeah, he's like really resonates.
I think if you look at all three of their past work, their personal work that they do, it's all heavily based in Warcraft too. Great question. Thanks. Another one over here.
Yeah, hi. Has the increased popularity of cosplay had any impact on your design process? Like, for example, there's now a good chance that something you design might end up being worn by somebody, or they might attempt to recreate it. Does that have any bearing on like how big somebody's shoulder armor is or something?
Oh, do we take into account the foam weight of something?
Yeah.
Okay. Matt, do you work on armor sets and on the character team? So
yeah, I've definitely thought like it would be really awesome if someone did that, but I never really consider like designing it to be for the cosplayers or something. I mean, I love seeing it. It's super cool. So when you do, it's awesome.
when you're designing the spikes on those shoulder pads, are you thinking how heavy are those going to be for someone walking around?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, sorry. Great question.
Yeah. My wife's in fashion too, so it kind of does cross my mind quite a bit. I'm like, how would they wear this? You know, is it functional?
That's awesome.
It's fun to design that way.
It's got to make sense, I guess, right?
Totally.
I have a question over here, and I think we have time for about one more after that, maybe two.
Do you have any tips for color theory or color picking when you're working on something new, like a new mount that doesn't really have any relation to like some old kind of thing?
Color picking, are you talking about color harmony or?
Yeah, just like working on a palette that looks nice for something.
Okay. So Matt, you work on characters, you do armor sets, you do a lot of color variants. How do you think about color?
Yeah, it's definitely important. I mean, when we're designing for armor sets, different color variations or mounts, for example, we definitely want to have variations that fit within whatever it's supposed to be. So we're not going to make it, rainbow color just for no reason. But, if it's like within a certain culture, we want to use those types of colors that they use in their materials. We don't want to stray too far from those things and keep it nice and consistent. So, as for picking the colors themselves, it really depends on what the culture is and things like that. So it can vary a lot.
Cool. Thanks. Great question. Looks like we have another question over here.
Yeah. This question's for Cole. I was curious about your process.
No more questions, please. No, it's good.
Okay. Your process in how you bounce around the image. Like I've noticed, you'll get a texture brush and then you'll texture like one area, and then you're like, all right, I'm kind of done with that, and then you'll move on to the side and then texture that area and then move. So what's your process in like working with the whole image versus just tight knitting one spot and then kind of gradually, going through it?
So for this one, it really depends on like what the task is. For this is supposed to be like a loose concept that kind of gives enough information for the team to move forward, right? So it's kind of like I need to bounce around. Also, I'm a little ADHD, but when you bounce around and work everything evenly, you can kind of take everything to a level finish that like the scythe is defined enough so I can do the scythe of this character. Oh, okay, the face is defined enough so I can do the face. If it was an illustration, sometimes the things I like to do for like pieces like this is define out like one specific area after I do my rough, and it gives me a level of detail that I'm shooting for in the rest of the piece. And also a bunch of values that I can color pick right here. So if I want to add anything else, I know what the shadow color is, I know what the light color is, and then I can just use that across the entire orc. So since I have my shadow color picked out like this, you know, and I know what my light color is, if I wanted to block out a whole other segment of him, I could just do it really, really quick by just color selecting, block that in, and then, you know, grab this, block in a shadow. And
He's
then,
using the mouse the whole time.
this is mouse, by the way, yeah. I always paint with the mouse, too. I don't know what you guys do. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Funny story, Jimmy Lowe, my lead, did his entire
texture test
with mouse. And I was like, what?
It's only because he's Jimmy Lowe.
The guy's a demon. He is.
So, Cole, that's a great question, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cole, I noticed with your orc that you had up, you went in and went super detailed even on the mouth area.
Yeah.
Like seeing saliva and stuff like that. Are you going to take this image that you're working on right now? Are you going to take it to that level, or?
No. This one's going to stay around this level.
Okay.
If they want me to take it to that level, I totally will.
Okay, cool. So we've got a few minutes left. Artist, if you want to pull up some final images of your work, maybe you've done in the past, and if you have any right now, and then I'll come around and just kind of gather your final thoughts. You can give a few final thoughts on that. Matt, you seem like you've got some. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so this is an example of a concept I did for Lorthamar. For this one, he's got a lot more detail than a lot of other concepts do. But for this one, it was like really important to sell this character, really important character. And show what his material's like, what his color's like, what he's going to actually look like in the game, so everyone has a good idea of what the final product's going to end up being.
Cool. So not everything is going to be at that fully rendered out level.
Sometimes a little rougher, but usually just to get the idea down.
I've seen even like sometimes you'll do one side, maybe like a left arm, and you won't do the right arm will be in shadow and not as described.
Right.
You're finding that balance sometimes?
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Eric, do you want to pull up some final work and talk about it?
Sure. So I mentioned earlier that sometimes I don't take an asset to a fully finished painted piece, but here's an example of a shrine prop that I had made for Shadowlands, which some of you might have seen in Bastion. And I also wanted to show what we also sometimes do, which is kind of play around with what the animation for this prop might be like, what the effects might be like, and how that transition happens. And I have a little image of showing that process in play.
And so you're handling all this yourself as a prop artist?
This was completely hand animated by me, and the effects grabbed a lot of stuff from our amazing effects team and just tweaked some things here and there to fit my needs and fit for the prop that I was making. And it's just, grabbing work from our teammates and making something awesome.
So going back to your previous image of that, your concepts, are you doing these beforehand, taking them?
Yes. Yeah. This is just like I wanted to think through how that animation process was going to go when I was making this prop. And when I was texturing it, I was just referencing elements from the kit that the dungeon team had been making.
So because you're working off something established?
Yes.
Okay. Putting it sort of all together.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Oh, do you want to talk about that?
This is just a final kind of rendering of the book. Some of you might have seen me jumping around, like forward in time in some of the steps. But this is roughly around what I would consider like a final for me, where I was like happy with where I had all the things defined before I actually jumped into modeling it.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
And lastly, Cole, you want to pull up some final images and talk about them?
Yeah, so this is the process that I just did, which is the loose thumbnail right here, into just like a sketch, a little more defined, into a little bit of value, a little bit of lighting for mood, and then a little bit of color. And then I take that even further if the team wants me to take that further. Really define maybe for the effects team, like what this effect looks like and that kind of thing. And then somebody had a class fantasy question, and yeah, I like class fantasy, so that's that's what that's about. Yeah.
So with that image, that would pretty much be done at that point?
Yeah. Also, it's up to my art director. If he says it's not done, then it's not done.
Okay. Work with him. Okay. That's cool. And then would you pass that off to another team, or how does that work?
Yes. Send it over to the design team so the design team can start putting together story or something, whatever they want to do, like maybe play mechanics around it. Like this, guy could have a site that does, a dot of DPS over time, and the same thing for the effects team. They get it and they look at it and say, what can we do for that effect? That kind of thing.
Cool. Also want to let everyone know that if you're joining us in person, afterwards, the artist will be over to the right of the stage. If you want to talk to them any further, have any more questions, they'd be happy to talk with you over there. And also that our 9th annual Student Art Contest is live now. There's details online about that if you have interest in that. And please give the artist a round of applause, and hope everyone has a great rest of your BlizzCon. Thanks.
Welcome to World of Warcraft, Developer's Tales.
Cries of war echo upon the winds. My son, a terrible darkness has returned to our world. What am I supposed to do now? What a king must do.
What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you, father.
Lost devoured the shadows and lead.
You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destiny.
Once before, you and I stood side by side.
What's different this time?
We are.
My old friend, you and I, we don't get to hide. Sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. This was not our destiny. Times change. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared!
The day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas.
We will never be slain!
The true question is, what is worth fighting for?
For the Alliance!
matter what you fight for,
You never
fight
alone.
Hello, Blizzcon. How's it going for everybody? Are you excited? So I don't even know what word to use to describe that other than wow. Right? So we have a really unique opportunity. We get to celebrate 15 years of World of Warcraft today with all of you. I hope you are all fans. I know that we are all fans. All of us have been on the team for a long time. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time introducing us. We are all the members of the panel, which is the WoW Developers' Tales. And we're going to delve into the history of WoW and talk about some of the early experiences on the game, some of the early decisions. And all these guys who have been on the team a lot longer than I have are going to talk about their favorite memories. I'm Eli Cannon. I'm the art director on World of Warcraft. I've been on the game for 13 years. I started during Burning Crusade. And let me tell you, it's been a journey. I've been there for a long time, but like I said, these guys have been here much, much longer. So I'm going to go down the line and introduce everybody. This is Gary Plattner, principal level designer on World of Warcraft. We've got Morgan Day next to him. Lead game designer, Monty Kroll. Tools programmer. And of course, Taryn Gregory, cinematic director. So what we want to do first is talk a little bit about how everybody got their start and how long they've been at Blizzard on the World of Warcraft team. So let's go ahead and start with Gary. Can you tell us a little bit about how you started on the team, how long you've been here?
Love to. All right, I started in May 1999. I've been on the World of Warcraft team from the very beginning. And, I have something. Hold on. So you guys are aware of the service awards we get at Blizzard.
You have it with you. That's
I do.
awesome.
Of course I have it with me. I'm going to
brought it.
like fully wear it.
Shields, right?
So
Oh, that one's cool. It's
when you're,
gold.
well, yeah, it's the only one.
It's very cool. Nice.
So when you're working at Blizzard for 5 years, you get a sword. For 10 years, you get a shield. But if you're on the WoW team, we have our own service awards. So we have these medallions. So I happen to be the first one to get a 20-year medallion. So, thank you. Yes. The coolest part of having this medallion at Blizzcon is that I get to speak anytime I feel like it when I'm on a panel. So that's pretty cool. So I can just interrupt when it strikes me. So I got started in May 99. I've been here 20 years. I got hired to work on a game called Nomad. And that was a sci-fi RPG game that we were trying to work on, and we didn't really think it was that good. And we ended up making a different game, and we were influenced by EverQuest at the time. And I don't know when it started or whose idea it was, but at some point, we just thought maybe we could make a massive multiplayer type of game. And we just started exploring that. And I should tell you how I got hired. So I worked at a couple other companies before Blizzard, and I was always jealous of everybody that all my friends. I had some friends that worked at Blizzard, and a friend of mine called me one day, and he says, I made a new team. They had a cool new name for it. It was Team 2, and he was starting
That's a clever name.
Isn't it? Yeah,
it really is.
You know what they called the other team?
What's that?
Team 1.
Oh, Team 1.
And so he asked me to be the artist. We had a concept guy, Bill Petrus, who's the art director on Overwatch, was our concept guy. And they needed an artist. We had an animator, but they needed an artist to do everything else. And back in the day, there weren't no titles. You were an artist or programmer. There really weren't designers or anything. Sorry, but there wasn't. And you just did that. So I got hired to work on a game called Nomad, which had nothing to do with World of Warcraft. So like I said, at one point, we decided to make an EverQuest-style game, and that sort of turned into World of Warcraft. So there's a lot more I'll touch on in a minute, but that's how I started.
Excellent. Morgan, how about you?
Yeah, so I started a little bit later, about summer of 2005. I kind of consider myself almost a different generation than Gary. I was what I like to call like the Blizzard boomers, right? World of Warcraft had just come out.
Younger, I think is the word you're looking for.
Sorry.
A little younger.
It was wildly successful, and we were trying to figure out, like, okay, how do we develop this game? What do we need to do to really let it shine? And I drove cross country with just no job, really, no interview to set up, and I was like, I want to work on this game. I was part of a...
Wait, you just got in a car and just drove?
Yeah, it was really not...
Hoping?
In hindsight, not too responsible, but I was like, I want to work for Blizzard, and if I'm ever going to do it, now's the time. They actually had a job opening on their website for quality assurance, which is the job where, you enter bugs, give qualitative feedback, and I think around that time, Blackwing Lair had just come out, and anyone who rated Blackwing Lair back in vanilla knew there was a couple issues. There was a few issues. So they were looking for challenges. There you go. That's a good word. So they were looking for people to kind of test raid content, and I was part of a successful raiding guild at the time. So I was like, cool. I'm just gonna go give it a shot. Right. This is my chance. So I drove cross country, interviewed for quality assurance night crew. Ended up getting the job. A couple months later, they opened a position for, hey, that's night crew. A couple months later, ended up opening a position for raids and dungeon specialist. So that was the person who was like in charge of testing the content. It was actually kind of hilarious because my interview for that position wasn't really an interview. It was more like a contest. Like we were testing AQ20 at the time, and we split night crew into 2 groups or 3 groups, and just said whoever gets further, you're going to get the job. And my group turns out won.
Did you know that going in?
No, not really. It was pretty awesome, though. Yeah, it was like we were raiding Mome, if anyone remembers the guy who had to mana burn, and if he got to full mana, he would AoE. And back when we were testing it, it was a huge knock-up, and I found a nook in the raid, and we all hid under the little cover, and we were fine. But anyways, joined the development team around late BC, early Wrath of the Lich King, and the rest is history from there.
I don't think anybody's ever raided and gotten a job out of that. Maybe Kaplan.
I have, yeah.
Hard to say. Monty, what about you? When did you start? How long have you been here? And
oh boy,
what were your first days like?
So I started, I think about a year after Gary did. I started in October of 2000. Actually, just last week was my 19th anniversary. So I'm trying to chase, but thank you. My background, I grew up, I was kind of a late 70s, early 80s kid. So I grew up playing early consoles and games, and I loved computers. And when I went to school, I studied computer engineering, and I played video games all the time. And so when I got out, naturally, I went into healthcare software. But it was a good trip there, and I learned a lot about it, software development in general. But my passion had always been games. And I managed to, while I was doing healthcare software, a friend who knew I loved video games he called me aside and said, hey, you got to see this game I just got. And he showed it to me, and it was the first time I had ever seen anything like it, and it combined 2 things I loved. It combined a video game and kind of like a Dungeons & Dragons RPG, and that game was Diablo. Nice. And it was the first Blizzard game I'd ever seen, and it just knocked me backwards. And I played it so much. I didn't get fired, which is good, but I played a ton of Diablo, and then a short time later, I bought the next Blizzard game just on the strength of the name. I'm like, hey, that Diablo game was great. I'm going to buy the next one, and that was StarCraft. And by then, I was actually working at a tiny game studio out in Chicago, where I'm from. And when I started playing StarCraft, I brought it to all my friends, and we all started playing it. I loved StarCraft. I played so much, but I loved it until my friends got better than me. Then I only liked it. But we played a lot of that, and when that job was winding down, and I started looking around, I needed another job, and the Warcraft 3 trailer had come out, the Human versus the Orc. Does everyone remember that trailer?
Yeah,
that one? Yeah, it was cuts of it were in there. I was watching that, and I looked at that and remembered the games I'd played, and I thought, I want to be a part of this. And I applied for a job, and I flew out and interviewed, And the interview went well, but I didn't know what game I was going to be working on. So I was actually interviewed by the World of Warcraft team, but we hadn't told anybody.
It was a secret, yeah.
Yeah, it was a huge
We
secret.
were trying to keep it from everyone else in the company as well, much
Right?
less someone interviewing.
No one knew. So I went through this interview process, and I was completely convinced I was going to be working on StarCraft 2, which was not the case. And it wasn't until I actually started that I found out I was going to be working on World of Warcraft. And those are the earliest days. Oh, hey.
That's a great picture.
Look at that guy.
Isn't that a great picture?
Monty energy.
At one time, the hair was slightly different color. So.
Nice.
Anyway, it was an incredible start. From that time, I actually split off and went on loan to Team 1, the cleverly named Team 1, just like Team 2. It was supposed to be a temporary loan. That wound up being 6.5 years. But after that time, I came back, and I've been working on WoW ever since. So I spent most of my time at Blizzard working on WoW. Love it.
Nice.
Over to you, Taryn.
Taryn, how about you? How long have you been at Blizzard, and how did you get your start here?
Well, I've been at Blizzard since patch 1.12. That should sound familiar to Classic folks, because that's what Classic was built upon. But back in the day, 2004, a very important year. At the beginning of that year, I was finishing up my studies at film and video production at University of Washington, while I was also working at a tech support for a game developer up in Seattle, Washington. And by the end of that year, I was playing way too much World of Warcraft. Throughout the following year, my friends and I had a role-playing guild that we played with together, and then one afternoon, one of my coworkers, who had been a friend of mine most of my life, ran up to me and said, "Taryn, we need to enter the movie contest at Blizzcon." And that was the first I'd ever heard of Blizzcon. I'm like, I'm sorry, what's Blizzcon?
No one else had heard of it, too. It was the first one, right?
The very first Blizzcon that we're ever going to do. And I was like, no, dude, I don't think I want to make a movie for that. And he was like, no, come on. Like, let's just tell the story of our characters that we love so much in this world that we play all the time. And I'm like, okay, you got me on the hook. We had no knowledge of working with machinima. I didn't even know what that word was at the beginning. But we dove right in and used some of our technical troubleshooting skills to assess the software potential of machinima in the early days, and ended up finding one of the earliest branches of the Warcraft model viewer, which is somewhat well known these days, but it was actually a very small project on a random open source website. And it had only 2 developers at the time, and one of them was Australian. And I reached out to him. I was like, so, hey man, what's the chance you could add this feature that would make making movies easier in this program? And I wasn't expecting anything, but he immediately emailed back with a new build of the model viewer. And I was like, whoa. And then I started pushing my luck. How about these 5 features? And he would send me a new feature, and I'd send 5 more features, and he'd send me a new version. And that permitted us to make Return, a Warcraft motion picture, using some tools that were co-developed right there at the time. And that was our submission to the BlizzCon 2005. Fortunately, I wouldn't be here if we weren't one of the winners. We were one of the 5 finalists, and we got to fly down from Seattle and sit in the exact same hall. Back then it was just Hall A and B, 2 halls for the first BlizzCon. And they projected our movie on the big screen in front of all 8,000 attendees, which that's probably the size of this room roughly. That would have been all of BlizzCon in 2005. And it wasn't long after that we made a few other films and ultimately got in contact with Blizzard. And I had a job interview, and I was hired as a video editor. And my first couple projects were the patch 1.12 gameplay trailer, Eastern Plaguelands PvP, if you remember the tower. And there's me in my second office working on the Black Temple trailer with the old Chaos Studios logo up in the background. And having made the Black Temple trailer, that was kind of the first foray into using the game to tell stories in World of Warcraft in kind of a cinematic fashion using the game models. And that really kicked off my career and ultimately led to me being an in-game cinematic director on the WoW team.
Nice.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing, everybody.
I have to jump in there real quick. That it's amazing. I love his story. I love how he got in. But when Taryn submitted that movie, it was such an interest to us at Blizzard. We had no idea how he did it. We were trying to make our own movies at the time, and we're like, how does he even do this thing? what does machinima mean? And how is this a thing? And yeah, it was incredible. It was incredible.
Yeah.
And that's
Carrie, am I remembering this right? Were you and you both interviewed by the same guy?
Yeah, there's an interesting story. Interview.
Yeah, let's tell that story real quick.
Go ahead.
Right, Joey Ray.
Go ahead.
Joey Ray. So Joey Ray's Tavern, you've probably been into at the arcade, which is awesome. So he was a real guy. He still is. He's not like he's... Right? So when I first got an interview, it was very unusual. I come to Blizzard, and I'm getting stuck. And it wasn't a typical process. I just went to the lobby, and this big guy comes out. Like, I'm not the largest. It's very intimidating. And it's Joey Ray, and he came out. He's like, "Oh, you're an artist?" Yeah. I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, draw something."
Pen and pad, draw something.
I wish he gave me a pen and pad. I didn't have anything. I'm like, "Well, do you have a pen?" I guess. And I sketched something right there in the lobby, and spoilers, I got the job. I guess it was okay, but...
And when we were sharing these tales, getting ready to share them with you, we realized we had a very similar experience with the same man who interviewed me for my job, and got there for the interview really, really nervous, all dressed up, buttoned up, and then first question, so did you make that movie? What do you mean? The movie, did you make it? Like, did you actually do the edit? Like, yes? He's like, sweet. And then it was all just casual.
That was it.
Going on. And it was like, that was the most awkward moment.
He didn't know how you made it either, and he had no other questions. He was just like happy to know you.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
The early days were really different, right?
Yes, they were.
And I think you guys probably have some of the best stories about what that time was like. And would you share some of them? Do you guys want to hear some of the early stories? Awesome.
Old tales.
Well, let's open it up.
Well, back in the day...
It was 1999.
What? We didn't know what computers were, and we liked it. No. Well, we didn't know what we were doing, so we decided...
Well, of course you didn't, right? It was a new game, so you're making all the decisions for the first time.
Right, and it was a small group, and like I said, I don't know when it started, but at some point, other people were playing EverQuest, and we said, you know what? Let's make a massive multiplayer game. This would be really fun. Let's try to do this. And there was like 10 of us in a room, and we're like, okay, we're going to stop working on Nomad. We're going to make this. And everyone's like, okay. And then we started, and someone on the... So we tried to make... So what is the genre? What is it going to be, right? And we were like, well, how about Warcraft? That's a good established world. Maybe we could do that. Some people on the team were like, no, it's way too played out. Team 1 is already making Warcraft 3. Why would we want to keep doing Warcraft stuff? And we're like, well, we tried to make, Nomad. We're trying to create this RPG sci-fi thing and create the world around it, which was difficult. We didn't want to have to do that again with something we knew would be really difficult, that we didn't have any idea how to do. So we picked Warcraft, and we were very influenced by Warcraft 3. And I just wanted to go into the barracks, and see what the inside would be like. And it really was just, sorry, I have the thing. We really just wanted to make the game that we wanted to play. We didn't look at demographics. We didn't think about numbers. We thought, hey, this would be fun. And the rest of us were like, I'd like this. Let's make this. And we never knew it would turn out the way it did, obviously.
I mean, honestly, that same goal still drives us, though, right? We're still in the game that we want to play.
Oh, yeah. Every expansion. And, some people ask me, how can you work on this game for so long? Well, it's easy. Every expansion, we're trying to do almost an entirely different game. And we're trying to top ourselves the next time. And all the systems are different. The art gets better. It's new challenges. Challenges.
Yep.
It's fun. And I wouldn't want to do anything else.
Yeah.
Gary, we were talking before about the development of the look of World of Warcraft. You had an interesting
the
story
look.
about that.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you,
Some
Monty.
early art, yeah.
Yeah.
I will. Oh, gee. Okay.
Really early
That's an
art.
early version. So we were thinking it would be a little more realistic because that was fun to do at the time. I was doing that. Bill Petrus was doing that. He and I liked that look. And then someone on the team took a Noel from Diablo 2 and he rezzed him up. Yeah, there's a knoll in Diablo. It's amazing.
You heard it here first.
What? Remember where we are?
Is this the up-res knoll, or is it?
Yeah, actually, that is the up-res knoll.
You can tell because it is.
Yeah, it was from War 3. So he took this guy and he textured it a little different and added a little more geometry. And Bill Petrus looked at this and he said, you know what? I think this could be our cornerstone. This will be our guideline for the look of WoW, because we were struggling with that.
Oh,
and so we
Bill Petrus was the art director at that time.
by then he was.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. Good call. Thank you, Eli. So we put the knoll in Goldshire, which is our first stone that we were trying to build around Elwyn. And we put him there, and I tried to make a tile set, and then we tried to make buildings and trees that would fit his look. You know, we would make rules based on the texture of the knoll. And we found out that once we had that, things started to go a lot quicker, because then we could make buildings, we could make armor sets. We had the parameters we needed, you know, and like you said, we use that all the time.
It still works that way,
Yeah.
too. I mean, oftentimes one single model, one single illustration or concept will really be the starting point for an expansion or a particular zone or something that we're working on.
Things
In the
went
same
a
way.
lot quicker once we did that. Yeah, we'll do that with a new culture kit, for example. We'll make a style guide, and we'll build the rules. Believe it or not, if you're an artist and you have those limitations, it's easier to become creative within those limitations, because you can actually do more. Think of it, if you had none, you don't get anything done, and things flounder.
Well, yeah, it's like the blank white page. What do you draw?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's constantly got potential and will never go anywhere.
So you're saying the artistic cornerstone of World of Warcraft is Hogger. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
You heard it here first.
That's
That's
right.
where it all came from.
Tell me the truth. When we saw that picture, how many of you heard the sound in your head?
Yeah.
For reals, right? I see it. I heard it.
Yeah, you guys didn't have the rules of the world or how big it would be or anything.
Oh, dude, we didn't know. We had blue sky ideas. We wanted to make 4 continents, and it was going to be awesome. And we didn't know how fast to make a guy run, or how big he should be, or how does skilled combat even work.
So how does a fast person run?
Yeah, it was funny. Like when I first joined Blizzard and Quality Assurance, we have these interesting tools that kind of tell you your coordinates and where you are in the world, so you can put in bugs.
Right.
And one of the things I noticed was the speed of your character was like 7.2 yards a second. It was one specific and two extremely
We worked hard on
fast.
that number, absolutely.
No, you didn't.
No, dude,
I asked
we just thought it
everyone
looked
I could think of, Aaron Keller, Jeff Kaplan, all the people I could think of.
No, here's how we
did you come up
decided,
with
like,
this number?
Oh, that looks good.
Just like that.
Then we're like, let's move on.
Which, by the way, 7.2 yards a second, I had to Google this, is extremely fast. It's like 14 miles an hour, which you would crush the two-hour marathon. So your WoW characters are really fast.
Yeah, they look good,
Morgan, during those early days, we were discussing that a lot. Like, so there were so many unknowns. And one of the things that came up when we were talking about that was if all characters were going to move at the same speed.
Right.
And we weren't sure if that was going to be part of the game design or not. And actually, I mean, you probably know this now if you play, but everyone moves at the same speed. If you're a gnome and you're moving at that speed, it looks like you're booking, right?
Yeah.
Right? And if you're a Tauren, it looks like you're kind of loping along.
Yeah, the animators were thrilled about that. Like, wait, everyone moves? Like, that guy's 3 times the size of that. He's going to have to hustle. Like,
But that was an early decision. We didn't know at the time. We didn't know if we were going to do that.
Well, it's all about what felt right. And
Yes.
that's often where decisions come from.
And so, but the whole world was initially built on inches, right?
Oh, yeah. We talked about that, too. So we had some fun stories in here. When we initially built the world, our base unit was going to be 1 inch, and everything was expressed in inches. That's 2.5 centimeters for the rest of the world. But what we found was that when we built everything in inches, the numbers got very large for distant things. You said we were going to be 4 continents. We actually didn't even know how big the world was going to be.
No.
And when stuff got spread out very far and we actually had some numeric precision problems in our graphics engine and our programming code. And the result of that was things would twitch at a distance. So animations that were far off, guys would jump and jerk and herky-jerky around. And so we decided to rescale it to make it yards. So everything got divided by 36, and that gave us enough precision to be able to make the world the size we kind of finally decided on.
Yep.
And then when we localized for the rest of the world, we didn't change any of it over, so we just called yards meters. So everything in Europe's about 10% bigger. Sorry about that. That's how that goes.
Taryn, you had a funny story about that.
Yeah, so we had the same precision error that Monty was mentioning with characters really jittering a lot at the extremes of the world. And there was one cinematic where we had the characters in the dungeon, and it was way off origin, which the center of the world is at 0, 0, 0, XYZ, right? And in order to fix this, we had decided to put the characters for at least the layer in the cinematic back at 0, 0, 0, which happens to be Dalaran Crater in the Eastern Kingdoms. Which is why some odd, hacks have had you teleport into and fall into, because that's the center of the Eastern Kingdom's world space. And so we had just shot the characters floating above Hillsbrad foothills, and then we just composite them back into the scene they're supposed to be in to solve this error.
There's funny, yeah, I mean, like in quality assurance at the time when we were, sometimes you would teleport to Dalaran Crater and just see like the weirdest things there. Like there would be like airships and cats and like really weird things. Because like if you don't know where to go, like the engine would just be like, I don't know, go back home, which was Dalaran Crater.
Someone on the other side of the world saying spawn something, and it's spawning at Dalaran Crater, but it's not spawning where they're at. They're like, it didn't work, and they spawn it again, and another one spawns at Dalaran Crater, and another one spawns, and he's over there going, where are all these things coming from?
Yeah, I think that was to try to prevent crashes. If it couldn't figure out what the position would be, instead of giving up, we'll just put it at 0.
There you go.
And then Morgan found this incredible collection of random things in the world.
I mean, that actually the imprecision you're talking about and how large our world is still causes us some. It always presents itself in weird ways. Like actually, the BlizzCon demo, we were doing a play test of it early on, and one of the bugs that we found was, hey, when you punch things, you don't see the like scrolling combat text. Like there's no damage numbers. What is going on here? And like all the designers were like, I don't know, that's super weird. Just punt it to engineer, which is like code for we don't know, help. Yeah. And it turned out it was because Bastion, the BlizzCon demo, was just so far off of 0 that it was like, oh, right, this is one of those weird ways that this presents itself.
Yeah. Game programming is strange.
It's magic.
And sometimes we have to improvise or try new technologies and rise to the challenges that we want to try. And one of them was, as I mentioned earlier, when the Black Temple trailer came out, Chris Metzen, the creative director at the time, along with Alex Afrasiabi, came to me and said, we want you to do what you did for that trailer, but we want you to do it for an in-game cinematic. And I was horrified and flattered and really, really scared that we're going to do this with a team of 2 people at the time. And so you can see some storyboards from the early iterations of the Wrathgate up here. And so how do you make a movie with a core crew of 2, maybe 5 people? Well, most of the scenes in the film were actually gameplay. They were actually players playing the game. And I have a clip here that you can see. This is the shot where the Horde rides up the stairs and yells, "For the Horde!" That's actually 20 members of Quality Assurance, all in voice chat. And we're saying 1, 2, 3, action, go. Oh, everyone back to 1. And then they all go back to 1. And then we go, all right, we're doing it again. 1, 2, no jumping. Stop jumping. I can't use the shot if you're jumping. Go back to 1. Jump to the next clip. You can see this side from the Alliance. Again, a bunch of players lined up. Everyone ready, set, go, action, and they run. And 90% of the movie is this. It's players playing the game, shot with fraps, and we cut it together. And at the end of the day, it looked enough like a cinematic that it convinced many people that it was.
Nice.
Don't look at the man behind the curtain, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and I was reminded last night by a friend of mine that he did the effects for the dragon fire. So at the very end, all the dragons come in. Spoilers if you haven't, played the 2008, expansion of World of Warcraft. The fire comes in and is burning, and this expansion, the vehicle system was brand new.
Oh,
we had just gotten vehicles. And we didn't know how we were going to have the breathing fire dragon tracking along the ground. And so this mad genius friend who I worked with, he developed a vehicle that was the flame. So this flame is now a vehicle. And the dragon is a passenger. And when it jumps in the vehicle, it flips up here. And it's hovering with its mouth attached to the fire. And he drove it around like a car, taping it the whole time. And it's like, hey, it works.
Don't give designers tools like that. I mean, that was made for like the vehicle quest and Wintergrasp, and then people are like, well, but what if I did this other thing? I think the first time I saw a vehicle in use was I think Alex had made a quest, a Afrasiabi, and there was just a gnome that was like jumping on cockroaches. And we were all like, how are you making the guys jump? You can't do that. And he was like, haha, vehicles.
Vehicle.
Like, oh boy. You made the cockroach a vehicle. Wow.
I have a story of vehicle abuse.
There's lots of them.
In Lich King, there were some ghouls walking around, and designers wanted some ghouls with icy spikes, and the art team said, I don't think we can make those. We don't have time. So designers turned the ghoul into a vehicle and turned the spikes into passengers and stuck them on the backs of the ghouls.
Where there's a will, there's a way. That's all I heard. I mean,
that reminds me of during testing optimization, right? Like when you're optimizing the game, getting it ready for launch to make sure everyone gets good frame rates on their hardware. There was an anecdote that was told to me by an engineer where they were testing Dalaran, and as they were flying through, checking the frame rate, good, boom, they thought they crashed. It went to 0. And they were at a slideshow of a frame rate, like 1 frame every 6 seconds, and then it resolved. And they had to go find what was this thing causing the frame rate to completely drop. And they reduced it down until they got to the toy shop. And then they got inside the toy shop and they saw the toys. And one of the toys was a Dalaran in a bottle.
Oh, yeah.
And what the designer had done.
I remember that.
Has
Yeah.
the snow globe. They had spawned the entirety of Dalaran and shrank it down to 1% and stuck it in a bottle.
Yeah. I remember that one.
And when your camera hits that, it's double Dalaran.
Yeah.
And $1 is enough.
that was a fun conversation with the engine program, I'm sure. Like, scale, that's not how this works.
That's not
You'll
how
have
this
to-
works.
Those are some great stories, you guys. I do want to take a moment and just make sure that you all have an opportunity to talk about, I guess, how this game has really touched your lives personally, or how the community that's been built up around the game has really touched you personally.
Well, I'll start.
Medal.
Yes.
Get the medal.
I have that. So like I said, when we started this game, we just made the game that we wanted to play. We thought it would be fun to play. And to tell you the truth, we had worked on it for so long, it was weird to see other people playing it. Outside, that was our game. We're like, why are you playing this game? Why are you making movies in our game? Like,
Sorry.
This is our thing. It felt weird, and it was almost embarrassing because we were working on it for so long. Back in the day, you could do a game in a year or less even, and we had been 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Blizzard is shipping other products, and we're not. It was a rough time, but then, so we launch, and it does amazingly well, and it turns out there's a lot of other people who like to do the same thing we do, and the amount of friends and people I have met around the world that have told, I didn't know we had such a following in the military, for example. People at forward operating bases in Afghanistan who would pool their own money to buy a satellite dish just so they could get in touch with family and stuff. Absolutely. I'm a huge fan of the military. I have lots of friends there now because of WoW. And it was a relationship we didn't expect. How could you plan for that? Make-A-Wish, our Make-A-Wish pet that we just announced, that is fantastic. I work a lot with those kids. And how lucky are we that these kids have picked our game?
So lucky.
It's amazing.
It's extremely
I keep in
special.
touch with those guys. I was just talking to Amara this morning. And I know a kid, Gilles, from... He's not a kid anymore. He's from Belgium. I talk with him this morning, actually. I talk to him all the time. He wants to be a level designer, and he will be. And yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Morgan, do you have a story you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, you know, like Gary mentioned, just the relationships that we've built in this world, in this game, are really nothing I could have ever imagined. It's so incredible to share this with all of you. And, you know, every time I come to a Blizzcon, I always hear such amazing stories about how people have met and, you know, people who have met online and met in WoW and are now married. One of my favorite stories was from a convention a few years ago. Someone was telling me about, you know, they were camping in Warlords of Draenor. There was a mount that you got from killing Garn Nighthowl. He was this, like, really beefy, like, almost raid boss in the Outer World, and you had to kill him. He was on a rare spawn, and one mount dropped, and it took a raid group to kill him. And this couple met from just trying to farm the mount, and it dropped. The guy won it, and he stuck around and helped everyone else. And, you know, it was just like, what are you going to do when you're sitting around for hours on end camping this mountain except talk to each other, and they got to know each other and ended up getting married. And it was such a touching story, and I'm sure there's so many people in the audience who probably have similar stories that are so amazing every time we hear them.
Wow, that's good. That's cool. Monty, do you have any special experiences you'd like to share?
I really love the people I've met through World of Warcraft and BlizzCon have just been absolutely amazing. I have a friend who's come to pretty much since 2009. I don't know if you guys have seen this guy on the left. He hangs around by the Dark Moon Fair, dressed as a warlock. His name is Chris, and he's from Perth, Australia. So he flies across Australia and then across the ocean to come to BlizzCon. And he actually came to the U.S. for the first time just to be at BlizzCon here. And we were waiting in line together for temporary tattoos, of all the things. You guys remember that?
You do.
And I got to talking with him, and I was so struck that someone had traveled literally halfway around the world to come hang with us. And it was so cool. And we've stayed in touch and become friends and visited every year at BlizzCon. And in fact, we've stayed in touch so well, he actually stays at my house now. So Chris is my guest after the con ends. So that's an incredible BlizzCon relationship. And one other thing I wanted to show and talk about was in 2010, when we were launching Cataclysm, I got to go on a PR trip, and I traveled to Moscow, Russia, which was a bucket list trip for me. It was just incredible, something I really wanted to do. You guys have all done that, right? PR trips. Sometimes we visit places in the world and get to interact with fans, and we do signings. Anyone been to a signing like that?
I love it.
A few? No one. Okay. This is the mall in Moscow. It's called Metropolis, and it had about 3,000 people waiting in line for a midnight signing for Cataclysm launch. And it was December. It was cold. If you're from a cold climate, it was too cold to snow. You know what that means. It was crazy cold. And these people lined up inside and outside to get these boxes signed. And through the crowd, not from that line, but kind of behind the crowd, a man came up to me, and he put a rolled up piece of paper in my hand. And he said, "I work for Blizzard too," which I thought was weird because we don't have an office in Moscow, so I didn't understand it. And I took the piece of paper, though, and I brought it home with me. And it took me a while to figure out what it was, but it was this piece of art. And I don't know if you can see the signature on the bottom, but it's from a man. His name is Anton Zemskov, and he's a fantasy artist in Moscow, and he's done TCG art, and he's done some Hearthstone art. And he traveled to Metropolis just to hand this to me and to thank me and to ask me to thank the team for everything that we do. So I brought this back, and it got a little dinged up on the way, but I framed it. It hangs in my office now, and I still talk to Anton regularly. So I made a friend in Moscow, and I just don't think that would have been possible without this incredible community we've built. So that's a special piece for me.
Wow. Taryn, I think I've heard your story, and I think the audience would love to hear it too.
Yeah. So I love all the connections I've made, having been at every BlizzCon. You all mean so much to me and have touched me in my heart so many ways throughout the years. But I want to share about my family today. Some of you may have met David and Judy Gregory walking around Stormwind. They patrol through the Cathedral District and around the graveyard. Those are my parents. They play World of Warcraft. And particularly, I'm going to talk about my mom. In 2004, the midnight release in Fry's, I happened to be visiting my mother for Thanksgiving, right around the time it came out. And I mentioned to her, hey, this game I've been playing open beta like crazy for the last 3 weeks leading up to Thanksgiving. They're having some event down in Los Angeles. And my mom looks at me and says, do you want to go?
Right now?
Sure. And so the two of us road trip 3 hours down to Fountain Valley, and she stands with me in line on a line that goes 2.5 times around, a full Walmart-sized building.
It was cold that night, too.
It was cold that night, November.
Not like got in Russia, but
California cold.
We got in at 2:30 in the morning, got a copy, and went home. And she was fascinated by my fascination, and she ended up picking up a copy of the game and playing it and getting into a guild and have friends in Canada and all over the United States. But within the first 6 months of 2005, she fell very, very ill. She collapsed in her home. She was taken to the hospital, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong until they MRI'd her brain. And on the scan, they found a golf ball-sized abscess in the right hemisphere of the brain that was putting pressure on everything. And they knew they had to do immediate surgery to try to figure out what this was. Fortunately, it was not a tumor. It was actually an infection that had abscessed into the head. So while the worries of it being malignant were gone, we were still wondering how much the deep brain trauma had done that would change her personality, and we didn't know how recovery would go with deep brain trauma. So after for the next few months, she was at home. Her mother and her brother were her caretakers. And slowly, as she started to recover her tactile skills, the first thing she did was play World of Warcraft. And she used it to get her tactile skills back, her linguistic skills back. Her friends in Canada and across the United States would work with her, do quests at her pace that she could handle. And over the months, she made a full recovery and returned to being a registered nurse. And over the last 15 years, she has been to at least 10 BlizzCons. She has asked questions at the Q&A. She has dressed up in her Draenei cosplay. She has rocked the stage as her character that she raided the Black Temple with in Burning Crusade. And she is watching at home right now, so I just want to say, Mom, I love you and thank you for everything.
You know, I can tell you for me, BlizzCon has a special place. 10 years ago, actually, at BlizzCon 2009, I met my wife. She's amazing. She's changed my life. And she got into World of Warcraft while she was recovering from a traumatic back injury. So it's just amazing what this game does for all of us. I think obviously it's impacted all of our lives. I hope it's impacted yours. We love it. Thank you so much for coming here to celebrate 15 years of World of Warcraft with us. Thank you for sitting here and listening to our stories. I hope you enjoyed them as much as we have enjoyed living through them. Thank you, BlizzCon. I hope you've had a great year. Have a great year until we see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending World of Warcraft, Developer's Tales. Up next, Voices of Overwatch. Welcome to Diablo IV Unveiled.
Hello, BlizzCon. My name is Luis Barriga, Game Director for Diablo IV.
My name's Tiffany Watt, Senior Producer on Diablo 4.
And my name is John Mueller, Art Director on Diablo 4. Wow. What's up? We're here.
We can finally say it.
I know, right?
We can finally talk about Diablo 4.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Can we just take a minute to just recognize how stacked this BlizzCon is?
It's incredible.
Overwatch 2, Shadowlands, Battlegrounds, Diablo 4. I'm kind of jealous of you guys, for sure.
Yeah, it's, I mean, just amazing to be here with all of you to share this. I mean, I think, you know, for us on the dev team, we've been working on this for a while. And so to finally be able to be here with all of you is really super meaningful for us. All right, so, Luis, a lot of stuff has gone down since Diablo 3.
That's right.
And so before we get into it, we have a ton of stuff, but you're going to set the stage for us a little bit.
That's right. Let's set the stage a little bit. All right, Diablo 4 takes place decades after the events of Reaper of Souls. Though Malthael's plans were foiled, the Angel of Death exacted a terrible toll on humanity, and Sanctuary suffered great devastation. Entire populations decimated, cities ravaged. Heaven itself suffered great losses, causing them to shutter their gates. You can
close the gates. That's terrible.
And you can imagine what that does to people. Religious schisms, famine, war, basically humanity left to our own devices. And we know how well we do on our own.
Not so good.
All right, it is against this backdrop of despair that Lilith returns. And that's when those events in that cinematic you guys witnessed happen. This is important because in the mythos of Sanctuary, Lilith is the mother of humanity. Lilith represents that demonic half that we all have inside our hearts. In that mythos, she and the angel Inarius, along with other rebel angels and rebel demons, tired of this endless great conflict, created a world that would be free of conflict called Sanctuary. And along with that, they created the first mortals. That's a legend. That's what we've heard. The scary part about that is she knows our hearts. She knows what motivates us and can manipulate us. The other scary part of that, she's Mephisto's daughter. That's right. So she represents a link to an even greater threat, the greater evils. So even though she was summoned for reasons we were not ready to divulge quite yet, we know it can't be good. And with heaven having closed their gates, there's no one to answer our prayers. Even the Horadrim are but mad old men talking to themselves, talking to graves, clutching their bottles as hard as they once clutched their swords.
Yeah, we can kind of identify with that, I think.
Amen. All right, that's the stage upon which Diablo 4 is set. But let's talk a little bit more about Diablo 4. Help us out, Tiffany.
All right, guys, we're going to go on a journey together. But before that, let's take a look at what Diablo 4 is. So Diablo 4 is a classic isometric action RPG.
Surprise! That classic camera. We wouldn't let it go. No way.
It's going to feature a dark, non-linear campaign.
And we're not going to spoil any of the details about that campaign today, but you'll get to meet some of the folks in charge of it, including our new creative director, Sebastian Stempian.
It'll be a shared open world with 5 distinct contiguous regions.
You'll be able to go from the tip of Scotland all the way down to Kyrgyzstan.
Complete with weather and day-night cycles.
There are hundreds of dungeons to explore and hundreds of legendaries to find and equip.
Did you see the legendaries in the Dark Gallery?
You should check them out.
Oh my.
All right, there's 5 powerful classes. 3 that we announced today and are playable in the demo: the Sorceress, the Barbarian, and the Druid.
The Druid, yeah.
And it's being developed simultaneously for PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4.
All right, so like Tiffany said, we're starting a journey together. You may recall in the opening ceremonies, Luis said that Diablo 4 is about world, legacy, and darkness. Who wants to talk about darkness? Yes. All right. At the highest level, what this means is that when you play Diablo 4, everything you will see and experience will feel immersive and faithful to the legacy of what we all love about Diablo. How's that sound? All right. I wanted to give you an idea what we mean when we say that. You might wonder, is it mature themes? Is it blood? Is it gore? There was a little bit of gore in that trailer, right? Just a little bit. And, is it the music, right? It's all of these things. And what we like to say is it's the totality of that tone that creates that experience that we all know and love. And I think, the Butcher's Pit in Diablo 1, you go down, you open that door, everything seems fine. And then it goes horribly wrong, right? Bodies eviscerated. This crazy guy coming out with a butcher's knife. And in our trailer today, you saw that as well. It's like everything was fine until they opened that door. No, doors are bad. So this is what we're really excited about. It's that contrast. It's not monotonous, right? We want to create that sense of space and that world that we're really excited to explore. All right, so here's how this idea affects our heroes. We've taken a more grounded approach to presenting the world of Sanctuary. You can really see it in this piece. It's everything from the palette to the design of the armor, to the design of the weapons, to how we treat magic. In the classes, you see the Druid, the Barbarian, and the Sorceress engaged in combat with monsters from different realms around Sanctuary. And this piece really evokes the kind of tone and that feeling that we're after. And it really affects all things in the world. All right, so how would this tone affect the world of Sanctuary? We have this vast open world, and we want to immerse you into that medieval, apocalyptic, demonic version of Sanctuary like never before. The moments of contrast that you will experience in today's demo are areas like Donheim Caves, the Drowned Caverns, and the Hangman's Tree to the south, which is one of my personal favorites. And then Keeler Farm, which kind of evokes these Diablo 1 vibes. Like the artist who built that, he was so excited about to put that into the demo.
Straight inspiration.
Yeah. These are all areas that remind us that we're in the world of Diablo and what we mean when we talk about Return to Darkness.
But it's not just present in the art, this darkness. It is in the world, our gameplay, and the stories we tell. So what we mean by that is our world is medieval RPG, but rather than being inspired by high fantasy, we're inspired by the occult, the demonic, and biblical themes. What we mean by gameplay is that even making a very dark, moody world, if we create, the sort of overpowered characters with really over-the-top effects, we know we're going to undermine that sense of darkness. So we want to make sure we keep that in check. And then with stories, you heard me talk about how victories aren't clean or guaranteed. This means that sometimes evil wins. After all, this is the IP where you get sent to save the child Albrecht in the first Diablo, and guess what? There's no saving him. This is the franchise where even after you kill the Lord of Terror himself, it's not good enough, and you need to risk your own mortal soul to try to contain him and just fend evil off for one more day. The entirety of Diablo 2 was predicated upon being a day late and $1 short, and we basically want to encapsulate that feeling, put it in a bottle, and just create a whole world with that sense. So yeah, it's in the art, it's in the gameplay, it's in the world, and in the stories we tell.
All right, but it's not just the darkness of the previous Diablo games that's influenced us. Every Diablo game has added great new gameplay features to the series, and we're using all of these as inspiration for Diablo 4. We're taking some of our and your favorite. Let's go back a slide real quick. Go back to that campfire. There we go.
Yeah, we're not done with that slide yet.
Yeah, I still want to talk about that campfire. Back one more.
One more, please.
There we go. Back to that campfire. All right, we're taking some of our and your favorite features from past Diablo games and bringing them into Diablo 4. We've updated their design, their look, their feel, using our brand new engine and all the lessons that Blizzard has learned over the years. So nowhere is this as apparent as with our classes. So it starts with this campfire right here. This pays homage to the classic campfire from Diablo 2, and this is one of my favorite parts of the demo and the game. So John, what was your team's inspiration when, tackling the character select screen?
Yeah, I think when we started the character select, it was actually a really short conversation about what we wanted to do with that. It was like we had a few ideas, but the campfire was it spoke to us. It really showed off the new engine in a really cool way. It was really awesome to see the classes with the high fidelity that we've added into our characters with Diablo 4. Yeah, it was just so much fun.
Yeah, go ahead, Luis.
Oh, I was just going to say, I love that we left a little room in there. And I also love how we don't put any text there telling you, the barbarian is this and that. It's like, yep, the barbarian is the guy that broods in the corner with a bunch of swords. The druid's the guy that, has, some good boys hanging by him. And the sorceress conjures the campfire. It's so great.
Yeah, we wanted those classes to just be clear without any text and just it should just speak to, I think we all know who these classes are at this point, so yeah.
All right, let's take a closer look at these classes, starting with the Barbarian. All right, the Barbarian, you saw the slide a second ago. There's a reason we keep bringing this class back. So Barbarians are the embodiment of visceral, brutal combat that's just so core to Diablo. So in reimagining this class for Diablo 4, we drew upon classical Barbarian imagery as well as art from our own past. So one common theme that kept cropping up was the physicality of these warriors and how armed to the teeth they are with weaponry. Every time you take a look at a picture of a barbarian, they've got axes, swords, polearms, as many weapons as they can carry. And we really love this fantasy for this class, and with that in mind, we've added the arsenal system. So in the Barbarian in Diablo 4 will have 4 weapon slots and be able to use both one-handed and two-handed weapons in the same build. And I'm so excited about this level of customization and being able to equip 4 legendary items at the same time.
Yeah, it's pretty much every barbarian's fantasy to finally see that arsenal that you're used to seeing on those classic barbarian paintings come to life.
So you'll actually be able to assign items to each skill slot to add yet another layer of customization, and depending on what skill you use, the barbarian will automatically pull out the weapon that he or she needs, so combat will continue to be seamless on the battlefield. So we're carrying forward Fury to power the aggressive, physical, fast-paced attacks of the Barbarian, but they'll also continue to pull the ancient magic of their ancestors to give them all that strength and combat on the battlefield. So let's take a look at the Barbarian in action and some art.
Yeah, I love this piece. One of my favorites.
Some of the legendary sets we've got in the works.
With built-in blood.
This guy's ready for action.
All right, wait for it. You know what he's gonna do.
Yeah! Like almost a hammer down moment.
As a Barbarian player, I love that the team's taking some of the things that were formerly elemental magic, and now it's just more blood.
Yeah, I think this is like every Barbarian painting that I grew up with come to life, where he's just like, you know, wading into the crowd of enemies and just wreaking havoc.
All right, let's look at our next class.
All right, next up we have the Druid. Who all got to play a Druid in Diablo 2? How about any WoW Druid players? I think you guys are going to like this guy. But first, I don't know if this little tidbit I'm going to give you is going to reaffirm your faith in us or shake your faith in us, but we got something to share with you. The Druid was not part of our original lineup for Diablo 4. I know, it's my bad. That lasted about a day. Basically, one of our artists did this amazing piece of art, and then we went from like, I don't know, Druid, maybe we're making a Druid, 100% starting tomorrow, right now.
The power of art.
It's so great. It is a theme that the art inspires the design in this game. You see it with the Arsenal system, you see it with the Druid. So one of the things that we said is like, hey, we love the idea of the Druid. How do we move it forward? One of the things that we did is we took some of that fire magic that didn't feel like it met the fantasy of being someone in tune with nature, and we replaced it with storm magic and earth magic. And we feel pretty great about that, and we have it in the demo if you guys want to check it out. We kept his nature companions, like the wolves, the ravens, the vines, all of that. And then the thing that we feel is the kind of the special sauce is he's always been able to be this master shapeshifter. He can turn into a werebear, he can turn into a werewolf, and you know, it was pretty cool. You'd be a bear and spam shockwave. That was pretty awesome. But we decided to move that forward with Diablo 4, and now we have something we call seamless shapeshifting. What that means, if you truly want to embrace the hybrid nature of the class, you can start an attack in one form, and you'll begin animating as smooth and fluid as the Diablo 3 combat you've enjoyed so far. We're leveling that up. So mid-swing, you will transform into the correct form. So you'll press that button for a werewolf attack, you'll start animating caster form, finish it in werewolf form. If you're surrounded by enemies, you can conjure up a boulder, push those enemies away, and then turn back into a werebear and charge into them. It's really, really cool. I really hope you guys have the time to play the demo, check out the Druid. But enough of me talking, let's see that stuff in action.
That guy is not having a good day.
I love these sets.
Yeah, this was one of our first pieces we did for him when we were trying to figure out what was going to be so cool about him.
Crazy mountain man.
All right, look at those good boys.
Send your pets in, summon up some storm magic. Boom.
Yeah.
And don't worry if you've got a preferred form. You can just assign all your buttons to that form and just be a bear all the time if that's your Druid fantasy.
And of course, Cataclysm just wrecks the battlefield.
Master of nature magic right there.
Yeah. You made a good choice about that art, I guess. It worked out. All right. The Sorceress. The Sorcerer is back. How exciting is that?
Heck yes.
Yeah. She is elemental carnage on the battlefield, whether it's chilling enemies and smashing with a fireball or transforming into a chaotic ball of lightning and just completely destroying the battlefield, teleporting around and just wreaking havoc. She is an unstoppable wrecking machine, wading through the hordes of monsters with the power of elemental magic. In the dark, oppressive world of Sanctuary, the Sorcerer lights up our dungeons. Like when we say we're returning to darkness, our dungeons are really dark. And the Sorceress lights it up in an amazing, fantastic way with our new engine and our new tech. And we're going to take a look right now.
That guy's about to eat a fireball to the head.
He's definitely questioning his life choices.
Pentagrams, of course.
Yeah, that classic D2 Sorceress.
I love that in addition to bringing the light show, gameplay-wise, you feel like a dungeon boss when you play a Sorceress. She has basically control over the battlefield with abilities like Blizzard, like Firewall, that basically make you feel like you are doing area of denial attacks on enemies. Really cool.
Super exciting. All right, so how you look in a game like Diablo as you're laying waste to the hordes of hell is pretty important, don't you think? You guys want more options for customization than you've had in the past? Of course. And we agree. And we're offering levels of customization in Diablo 4 more than we've ever had before, and allow you to make that barbarian of your dreams, that druid of your dreams. And this is just a few options that we have here today in our demo to kind of show you what appearances look like. And then these are some concepts of also where we're going with this. We really want to give you kind of like a template, and you can build on that fantasy however you want. So if you want to customize the hair, the skin, the jewelry, the scars, the tattoos, those kinds of things. And we really wanted to, we have a lot of these that we're planning, and it's something we're really excited about. We think you guys will like it.
All right, but it's not just the appearance. Customization is at the core of Diablo, and what I mean with that is gameplay customization. And customization is back with a vengeance. We're bringing back some ideas and new ideas that we've become inspired from previous games. So we have super happy. We're a little nervous. They're like, they're gonna like it. Yeah. So we have a trifecta of customization options with talent trees, with skill ranks, and with rune words. Rune words especially, we've taken inspiration from Diablo 2 and given it a fresh new interpretation. You'll get to hear all about it in our systems and feature panel tomorrow, or if you check it out on the demo. But the way that it works, it's super exciting. That's no longer like a secret recipe, but a little bit more freeform with triggers and effects. We're very excited to see the combinations that you come up with. But the message that we want to bring to you today is we want you to play the build that's inside your head. Not the build that I designed for you, but the build that you want to play. Because we realize that, your idea of a frost sorceress might be different than mine or John's. All right. Another thing that's new to Diablo 4 is the sense of world. It's a very big difference in how we've approached it from different installments. And we're coming at it from two angles, the fantasy and the gameplay. On the fantasy side, we knew we had kind of planted these seeds of, hey, the druid, we've told you he came from Skosglen, and we had shown little corners of Sanctuary that we knew you guys wanted to explore. But then on the gameplay side, we kept making a more or less linear game with Diablo before. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. And you guys kept wanting to approach it in a more open way, jumping around, killing stuff, and not following the rules. So with Reaper of Souls, we created Adventure Mode to kind of give you guys a taste of that openness. And it was really transformative. That was a moment where we learned a lot about how the game could be played and where we saw how you guys were approaching Diablo. So based on those learnings, we are making Diablo 4 open from the ground up. We're making an open world with a non-linear campaign so that you can be in charge of how you decide to level. If you're the type of player that wants to take breaks between the story and do some of the repeatable content, explore a little bit, do side content, stuff like that, great. If you're the type of player that wants to experience the story uninterrupted, you can still do that. So not only can you customize who your character is, you can customize their experience in Sanctuary.
Yeah, the world. This is something we're so excited about. I think when the concept team got a hold of this, this idea of this vast open world was really exciting and what we would present to the players. Diablo levels have always felt a little bit like, corridors, or, I kind of skirt around the edges and work my way in towards the middle. But there was always that border that was a little frustrating. And I think, like, for this game, those borders are gone. And so on the concept team, when we were kind of imagining what this space would look like, we had to imagine what that would be. And so, what if the region itself was 10 or 20 times larger than any previous Diablo region? So big that mounts might actually be required to cross these distances. There's going to be 5 connected regions to explore with distinct geological and unique biomes. We will have the icy mountains of Fractured Peaks. We're really excited about this one. It's beautiful. We'll have the dark forest of Skazglen. And we're going to have the desolate grasslands of Dry Steppes. Sprawling deserts of Kyrgyzstan. Of course, we're going to go back to Kyrgyzstan. We're really excited about this. And then the foul swamps of Hawazar to explore.
Why can't they just be regular swamps?
Because they need to be foul. This is super important. Foul swamps. Sounds pretty dark, right?
So the world is also how you engage with other players in Diablo 4. So we'll have social hubs in major towns. This is one from our demo. This is Korbach. And in these towns, not only is this where you pick up quests and talk to NPCs, you can also trade, ask someone about their gear, maybe investigate their build, take a look at how they customize their character or what awesome armor they're wearing. You might even be able to look for a group. And you might be wondering, why do I want to look for a group? Well, as you're exploring the open world, you'll come across world events. And our druid here is going to come up on one in a second. And you may not want to fight these events alone because they're a little bit tougher experiences, which I think is pretty exciting. All right, I'm gonna wait for this one to pop up. All right, here we go. So this was in the game trailer. This is Ashava. This is in our demo. I'm curious how many people Ashava is going to murder this weekend.
Anybody want to venture a guess? I'm guessing thousands, maybe. Everybody.
Everybody.
I like that.
Everybody
yeah,
here, yes.
Probably everyone that plays a demo is going to die to this. So, you can group up with other people. You'll be running around the world. You'll come across other players, and they'll be able to help you defeat this demon and get some awesome loot. That's why we fight demons, right? So I know what you're thinking. What if I don't really want to play with other people? Well, there will be areas of Sanctuary where players can opt into PvP, so you can just murder them instead. You'll be able to complete the entirety of Diablo 4 without ever necessarily engaging in these social activities. You can continue to crawl dungeons on your own or just form private parties of your own. But I'm really excited about what grouping and trading is going to do to the longevity of this game. And the most important thing for me for playing games these days is player stories. And I have so many of my own. And I'm curious, do you have any?
I mean, yeah, I love PvP, not because I'm a great PvPer. I'm like kind of middling, but it's the sort of thing where I don't remember a lot about other games, but I remember how I lost my hardcore characters in Diablo 2. And I lost my sorceress, basically. Someone befriended me. We did bail runs for a couple hours. I'm like, this person's pretty chill. My bags were full after killing Baal, so I went to town, took the town portal back to get the rest of my loot, and I don't know how, this person must have been telepathic or something, but they went hostile right as I was loading. I loaded up to like 1 million firewalls, died in like a second. Your deeds will be remembered. And that person really enriched my online experience, I must say.
Luis, I didn't realize we'd met before.
I'm not even mad. Maybe in Diablo 4 I'll finally get revenge, so.
All right, well, John and Luis talked about this expansive open world, and there will still be waypoints to travel around because we think that's really core to the fantasy of Sanctuary. With so much world to explore, we saw the opportunity to add a new feature, and that is mounts. So we took a very Diablo approach to this feature, both thematically and from a gameplay perspective. So taking a look at this concept art right here, you'll be able to swap out the armor pieces, change the saddle, change, armor,
Horseshoes.
horse armor, and maybe swap out that fallen head for a different trophy. And not only does this add, aesthetic customization, but it also changes the gameplay. So if you're in PvP and you're running away from a sorceress that's turned hostile on you, you may want to equip some items that decrease the damage that you take on a mount, or maybe make your mount go a little bit faster so you can outrun that firewall or outrun that blizzard, and keep your ears for another day. So it's really important that mounts feel grounded in this world. Everything that we add, you'll hear us say time and time again, for this to feel like a dark, grounded world. We want these mounts to feel at home in Sanctuary. So, John, I saw that on your desk, you had this picture of a rainbow unicorn.
That is not true. It was on fire.
Oh.
If it was on my desk, it was
All
certainly
right,
on
that's
fire.
why there's a fire horse behind
Or
me.
dead, or
All right.
flayed, or something.
So we'll have demon horses, flayed horses. This horse doesn't even have a face anymore. That feels pretty at home in the world of Sanctuary. And so these are the kinds of mounts that you can expect to ride around. Because Diablo is an action RPG, we want to get you back into the action as quickly as possible, and we want to do it with some flair. So we've added dismount abilities. Each class will have class-specific abilities that fit their fantasy perfectly. So if you're a sorceress and you just want to get off your horse like normal, you can still do that. Or you can turn into an ice storm and freeze everything in your path. So let's take a look at the barbarian and the sorceress and some of their dismount abilities in action.
What do you think? Are they chasing each other, or are they friends?
I think they're about to kill each other.
Probably.
All right, check this out. Combo those dismount abilities. So I guess they're friends for now.
Don't trust them.
All right, so we've talked a lot about the world above ground, but we all know that really the cool stuff in Diablo happens below ground, in dungeons. You guys want to hear about dungeons? All right, well, we've added, like we have all this cool stuff above ground, but when we say return to darkness, that is a literal truth for a lot of our dungeons, and we are crafting some of the darkest, most evil spaces that you have ever explored in a Diablo game to find epic loot. And we're gonna show some of those right now. Let's take a look. Those are your people, Luis.
I love the first time I went to a dungeon in Diablo 4 and I realized I was at home was when the corners were dark. I'm like, oh, this just feels so right in a Diablo game. Right here, this. And if you play a class that brings the light show, here's where you see it.
Yeah, for sure. When the player's in there and you have that little pool of light around you and those dark corners, it just feels like home.
And of course, we should reassure you, these are fully randomized. We're building up on our know-how from D3. It's basically DRLG 2.0. Our dungeons continue to be randomized. And not only that, but we have new features that in tomorrow's panels you'll get to check out.
And also exterior dungeons as well that are randomly generated.
So there's one thing I'm not seeing here, John.
Really? Did we leave something out?
Where do we usually go in a Diablo game?
Where do you guys want to go in Diablo? Yeah, of course we're going to hell.
Handbasket.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Diablo without going to hell, right? And we're doing it, and we're really excited about it. We don't have it here today with us, but I guarantee you in the future, when you see it, we're going to really do it a very strong service, yeah.
All right, so what good would all of this world and all of these dungeons be if we didn't have cool stuff to kill? So as a former quest designer, it really excites me to do a big world RPG in the world of Diablo and finally get into the backgrounds, the backstories, and how all the pieces fit together. Like the Fallen, for example, in the demonology, how they fit in. They're at the lowest rung of basically that demonic hierarchy. All the other demons just crap on them. They get the crumbs of the human remains that are left, maybe some bones. They just take in all this insane cruelty, and then they just reflect it back into the world. That's where you have like fallen lunatics that are just ready to blow up, and like these wicked weapons with spikes, and they just look like cruel, miserable creatures. But it all comes from them taking all this cruelty in. So, let's think that.
You're kind of making me feel bad for the Fallen. I want to kill these guys and take their stuff.
Well, hopefully not too bad, but think about that next time you're killing Bish Bosh or Rakanishu. But it's not just the iconic and genre-defining monsters of Diablo. like The Fallen. We also...
Yeah, we got some new stuff.
We got lots of new stuff because we're exploring parts of the world that we've never been to. So here's just one example, one taste. This is the Drowned. They are undead that comes from the oceans. They're linked to ancient maritime curses and stuff like that. So as we move forward, we're going to keep exploring these families and how they fit into the world and how they work together as a family. So they have mechanics where they amp each other up and they're bigger than the sum of their parts.
Yeah, I love the Drowned. Seeing them come out of the coastline, which you'll see in today's demo, is really striking.
All right, and then what good would all these monsters be if they weren't dropping awesome stuff? So items are one of the most important elements of Diablo, if not the most important. We're really leaning into legendaries as opening up build possibilities. We realize that with D3, we maybe emphasize sets a little bit too much, and we want to make sure that we leave room for legendaries moving forward so that we have build variety and that we don't overstep on that customization. Sets will continue to be there, but they won't dominate. Even non-legendary affixes will also lean into customization. We will have affixes that will improve your skill ranks, and we'll have affixes that will improve your passive talent ranks. And we hope that will further differentiate your build from my build. And then, great. And then also, we're just building in our tools, our pipelines, and our know-how, and we're bringing even more legendaries than ever to the table.
Yeah, we're making so many legendaries, and these are just a few of them here. And actually, you're going to get to see some of them at the show today, which is pretty cool.
Super excited. That spiked one right there is my favorite.
How are you supposed to hold that?
You bleed.
It looks like it'd give you tetanus.
All right, so there is much, much more to come. A game of this scope takes time. This is a very, very early first step. We're not coming out soon, not even Blizzard soon. We're just excited to take this first early step in the journey together with you. We have a demo ready for you guys to play back there. We have 3 classes, our first 3 classes. We're going to have 5 when we ship. We also have 3 dungeons, lots of events, including the world event that Tiffany described, and a very small sliver of Scotland, which in itself is just a small region of the world. Please give us feedback. We want to hear what you liked, what you didn't like. Again, this is just the first step in the journey. And then if you can't be here, if you're watching over the internet at home, we have streams both days. We've partnered, We've partnered with streamers where you can go experience the demo vicariously. And then we also have a website live with info. And we're on the hook now with you guys to update that website on a quarterly basis with a weblog to keep you up to date as to how we're going in the development.
All right, so yeah, right? That's super exciting. All right, so we have so many things for you to see at the show. Luis talked a lot about the demo. I'm going to talk about the stuff beyond the demo. It's crazy. So there is literally a 12-foot tall Lilith in the front of Hall D.
I can see her.
Yeah, I know. I can literally see her from here. It's absolutely crazy.
Right there.
Built by the incredible Steve Wang and his incredible team. We have a slightly smaller version of Lilith, crafted by our very talented sculptors, which you will also see at the show. We have brought artifacts from the world of Diablo on display at the Dark Gallery. The Dark Gallery is kind of a first time of doing something like this. We've brought a piece of Sanctuary here, filled it with artifacts. Some of them are made by our team. We've had some other people chip in, and it's really something pretty extraordinary, and we're excited for you to see it. We also have the artist Brahm here, who created the cover to Diablo 2, yeah, is that right? And did many beautiful paintings for Diablo 3. And he was also, basically, he'll be here signing prints. He painted Lilith, that'll be in the Dark Gallery. So yeah, please stop by, get a poster signed, nerd out with us about all the things that we're going to be doing in the future, and share your stories.
All right, I got to give one more plug to the Dark Gallery. It's like a really messed up museum. There's also a cultist sacrifice going on in there, so if you're really big on taking photos, you can go get sacrificed on an altar. So just a suggestion, if you have some free time, go into the Dark Gallery, check out some art, maybe get sacrificed.
Yeah, that guy's terrifying.
Yeah.
Send that picture to your friends and relatives, freak them out a little bit.
Yeah, you came to Blizzcon and you got sacrificed. It's, true Diablo fans.
All right, we touched on a lot of things today really briefly, but you can find out way more at our other panels this weekend for Diablo 4. So starting off tomorrow morning, there will be a live art demonstration from Diablo 4 artists if you're interested in seeing how we create character assets for the game. So that's over in the Dark Moon Fair, and that's at 10 a.m. on the Epic stage. If you're interested in learning more about the systems and features, because we just touched really lightly on them this morning, if you're interested in learning about the classes, the skills, monsters and bosses, dungeons, items, check out that Systems and Features panel tomorrow right here on the stage at 12:15. If you're interested in learning more about the world that we're building and all the characters and where they're going and how we even got here, check out the World and Lore panel, also on the stage tomorrow afternoon at 3:15, and learn more from our World and Lore team. And last but not least, all this beautiful art. If you want to take a look at that, and listen to a multidisciplinary discussion on our approach for returning to darkness in Diablo, come to the art panel with John and some artists.
That's going to be so much fun.
Awesome artists. On the legendary stage tomorrow afternoon at 4:15. So these three latter panels will have Q&A. So we would love to hear your questions and answer them. We're actually, you can actually submit a question physically here over at the demo station. There's a little box. You can write your question on a card and drop it into that box. Or if you're watching online, you can tweet at us at hashtag D4QA. We'll be going through those questions, picking the best ones, and answering those in our panels.
Don't be afraid to ask hard questions. I know there's a lot of speculation that like we won't. We'll take them. So give us some hard questions. All right. So, like we mentioned at the beginning, this is a stacked BlizzCon. What do the airlines say? We realized you had a choice of demos and presentations. We're really, really happy that you came to see us and hear what we had to show you, to say and show you. So thank you. We three represent a very, very passionate team, and we want you to know that like we have our team staffing the area, the demo area, and the dark gallery. That you'll see us wearing the blue shirts. Please stop by, talk to them, let them know what you liked, what you didn't like, share your Diablo stories, ask them what their favorite class is. Maybe you let them know what classes you like and don't like. We're just super excited to just nerd out with us and finally be able to share what we've been working on with you guys. So on behalf of the entire Diablo team, once again, thank you all, and we'll see you in hell.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending Diablo 4 Unveiled. Coming up, Overwatch, what's next? Welcome to Diablo 4 Systems and Features.
Welcome, everybody, to Diablo 4 Systems and Features panel. I hope everybody's here to hear about our systems and features. That is the only deck we have, so that's what you get. All right. My name is Tim Ismay. I am a senior producer on the Diablo 4 team. I have a moderate amount of knowledge about all the things we work on. Not to worry. I have a collection here of experts that have deep knowledge of all the things that we work on, so they will be talking more than I will. David Kim here is our lead systems designer. Next person down, we have Angela Del Priori. She's our lead UI designer. Next to her is Zaven Hartunian. He is our lead dungeon designer. All the way at the end there is Joe Shelley, lead game designer. Now, we have a ton of stuff to get into, so I'm going to jump right into it and hand this over to David Kim.
Cool, thanks. First, I want to say thank you for coming to our panel. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for all the questions that you've submitted so far. Let's get right into classes. So as you can see up on the screen, these are the three classes we just announced: the Sorceress, the Barbarian, and the Druid. So let's talk a little bit about each of these classes. The Sorceress is the Master of Magic. She is your fragile caster class that deals high magical damage from a distance. So as you can see, there's a good mix of returning skills as well as brand new skills. One of my favorites is this Conduit skill. Whenever you use it, you're invulnerable, you'll deal damage, and you can teleport as much as you want during the duration. I also want to talk about the chill mechanic in Diablo 4. Whenever the sorceress uses cold magic to attack enemies, she applies chill to the target's hit, making their movement speed slower and slower. And if you apply enough chill, the enemies get frozen completely. So let's check it out in this video. It should be coming up soon. She will be using her Frost, Bolt, and Blizzard skills to chill and then freeze the enemy, as you can see. The Barbarian is one of the main classes that everyone thinks of when they think Diablo, and of course, he's back. If you like constantly jumping around and charging around the battlefield while dealing heavy physical melee attacks, of course, this will be the class of your choice. Again, this is the Barbarian that you know and love, but also he has some brand new things about him as well. One of these things is the Arsenal system. This system allows the Barbarian to equip 4 weapons, 2 two-handed weapons, and 2 one-handed weapons, allowing him to use more item affixes than any other class in the game, and also he can equip more legendaries than any other class in Diablo 4. The Druid is a shape-shifting class. The Druid can rapidly shape-shift into his human, werewolf, and werebear forms at a moment's need. So let's check out how that works. So as you can see, whenever you use a werewolf skill, you instantly transform into that form. And whenever you use a werebear form, you instantly transform into that form. When you use your earth or storm spells, you instantly transform back into the druid form. So one of the reasons why I think this is so cool is because you can tie specific mechanics to the moment you transform. So for example, one of the talents, it says something like, whenever you shapeshift into a werebear form, you gain damage reduction for a few seconds. So not only can you pick the specific bonuses that you want, you also control the exact timing when you activate these bonuses. So you have that full control, and that's what I think is so cool about the rapid shapeshifting. Okay, so let's talk about the skill point system as well as the talent tree system. These are 2 different systems that every class in Diablo 4 will be utilizing. The goals for these are to have an increased sense of power progression during level up, as well as great player choice and customization. The skill point system is fairly straightforward. As you level up, you'll be gaining 1 or more skill points for you to spend, and you can use it in 2 ways. First is unlocking brand new skills that you didn't have access to before, and second is ranking up existing skills to make them more powerful and unlock new choices within that same skill. Another way you can get skill points in the game is to find these skill point tome items, and then you can use those items to have access to more skill points. For the talent tree, this is an example of the sorceress's talent tree. Each tree is unique to that class, so this is just one example of one of the classes. So you work your way from top to bottom, making yourself more powerful as you go down the tree. And not only that, you will be able to make very specific playstyle choices to your liking, so you'll have that full customization option. And of course, at the bottom of the tree are the strongest talents in the game. This is one of 6 that the sorceress can choose from, and it's a fairly simple one, but we have a lot of choices ranging from simple to more complicated playstyles. So this one increases the lightning damage against enemies within melee range. So naturally, this would combo very well with a spell like Charge Bolt, and you can because it is a returning skill in Diablo 4. So let's take a look at the flow of how you go about spending points and unlocking new tiers. So as you can see, this is how the talent tree system works. And this time around, I'm going down the cold tree. So let's take a look at one of the options at the top, or at the bottom. So Endless Winter, so instead of chills leading to freeze, you gain a massive damage bonus instead. So you can kind of imagine, if I'm not going for that freeze playstyle, I can choose something like this to get a different benefit instead. So one last thing I want to mention about classes is there are even more details about skills as well as talents in the demo. So if you're here at Blizzcon, please be sure to check that out if you're interested in that kind of thing. If you're not here, then please check out the streamers streaming live from Blizzcon to learn more about classes. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll hand it over to Angela for talking about all the cool stuff coming to the open world of Diablo.
Okay, thanks, David. Okay, so you've checked out the classes, maybe you looked at their skills and your talents, and you're about to enter the world of Sanctuary again. But one of the biggest differences in Diablo 4 is this idea of a shared and contiguous world. What does that mean in a Diablo game? So to start with, the shared world concept doesn't affect dungeons. Dungeons continue to be private from start to finish, supporting you and optionally up to 3 other players, which is our maximum party size. And what about the campaign then? Because the campaign storyline is of course going to send you all around the continent, into these private dungeons, but also to parts of the overworld. So you might think that means your campaign moments in the overworld are now going to be shared with a bunch of random people. But campaign areas will also start as private, meaning accessible only to you and your party, until you've completed the campaign objective for that location. And it's only after that point that it becomes shared like the rest of the open world. So when we talk about shared open worlds, we mean you'll see players outside your party and you'll see different types of open world activities. Activities like the public events that we showcased in the demo, ranging anywhere from the more common Drowner attacking the coastline, all the way up to a huge pestilence demon is clawing its way out of a farm. The overworld would have things like collectibles, lore books, caches, materials for crafting, as well as dedicated spaces carved out for very specific activities, like open world PvP, or one of the many other open world systems that we're still iterating on and we'll talk about more at a future date. But I'm sure many of you are curious about the other players part, right? How many people are you going to be sharing this open world with? And the number can actually be variable by location, meaning we might make a place less or more populated depending on what's going on there. So our guiding principle on this topic is the feeling we're trying to achieve. And we did try to get this in the demo if you had a chance to play it. But it's that Sanctuary should feel like a bleak and dangerous place. And while you're out in the overworld, on occasion you might run into 1 or 2 other players, but most of the time you're going to be alone. And the exceptions to this would be something like the World Boss event, right? That is a huge undertaking. We want to allow more players into that space so that they can tackle that challenge together. And then there's towns, for the opposite reason. Towns are safe places. They make natural gathering spots for grouping up with your party, trading, or just chatting. And with all of these ways to encounter other players, we want to make sure it's easy to play with them, too. So I'm going to use one of our lead game designers, Jesse, as a way to illustrate what a social player's experience might look like. Jesse would start his campaign, and throughout it, he might jump into someone else's to help them out, or he might invite someone to his to show them something cool or just for company. And there should be no friction there, right? We take the party leader's state in the campaign area, share it with the rest of the party, and everyone will be able to contribute regardless of where they are in their own campaigns. We didn't want people to feel like they were stuck in their own story modes just because they were in a slightly different step from someone that they actually want to play with. We'll have clans, so Jesse will probably form a clan, make a cool clan banner, initiate a lot of different clan activities because that's the kind of thing that he does in real life. He'd probably use our in-game voice chat to talk to his clanmates while he's out doing side quests, or maybe he switches it to party voice chat because he grouped up with someone that he was doing a public event with, and now they're going to go PvP together. He might even be doing all of this on a console, on the couch with his friend, because as you've probably heard, alongside PC, we're developing for console, and we'll be supporting 2-player couch co-op on consoles. Yeah, a lot of couch co-op fans, right? Okay, but what if you're not the kind of person who likes grouping up with people to get your stuff done? Like me. You could be a really good friend of mine, you could be my spouse. I probably don't want to party up with you. And it's nothing personal, I just like to do things at my own pace. So you can imagine it's a pretty big barrier for me when a multiplayer game gates content or progression behind a grouping requirement, which makes me really happy to say that Diablo 4 does not go in that direction. And all of the best items, content, progression will be available to all players regardless of whether they're playing solo or with a group. And so, So for me, the campaign is really obvious, right? I love the fact that our campaign areas are going to be private. I'm going to play through that entire thing solo. And I might join a clan, probably not participate in any clan activities. I'd be more likely to engage with a clan bank system because I love crafting. But crafting gets boring when you run out of reasons to make items. So being able to donate items to my clanmates really appeals to me. I would opt to use text chat, voice chat, I'd opt to use text chat or emotes over voice chat. And I'd still go into the overworld for things like gathering more crafting materials, probably avoid the PvP areas and target specific events with rewards that I need. But once I'm all geared up, I'm just gonna go straight into pushing those endgame dungeons because that's where I get my private, quiet space back. And so while Diablo 4 does open up Sanctuary to a lot of new shared systems and hopefully more meaningful connected experiences, the level to which you engage in those connected experiences is still up to you. You could choose to play through the entire game solo, from campaign all the way to endgame, and that would be just as valuable and successful of a way to approach the game as someone who might choose to group up for the large majority of it. So I've mentioned dungeons a few times now, but we've barely scratched the surface on those. So I'm gonna hand this over to Zavin, our lead dungeon designer, to go into those details next.
Cool. Thank you, Angela. Hey, Blizzcon. All right, let's talk about the dungeons of Diablo 4. Dungeons are a foundational part of that Diablo series, right? And they're a critical part of that legacy. Randomly generated dungeons are a critical part of that. So Sanctuary is a large and diverse place, and we are filling it with lots of dungeons for you to explore, slay, and loot your way through. So, we want dungeons to be dark, dangerous, unpredictable places in the world. Even the holiest of places can fall to corruption, like the Zakaru Monastery behind me. Now, since they are randomly generated, that means until you venture down that dark corridor, you're not really sure what you're gonna find. Could be treasure, could be death. And this is that tension between risk and reward that really defines that dungeon crawling experience in Diablo 4, where anything can happen. And also, dungeons are not always random building, or just like randomly generated buildings, they're randomized exterior environments as well. These exterior dungeons are randomly generated just like the interiors are. So we can have Whispering Woods here behind me as an example. We want dungeons to feel like real, explorable places in the world. So we also built our dungeon system from the ground up with this idea that we call seamless exploration. So what seamless exploration means is no more loading screens to go down to the second floor. Third floor, 10th floor, whatever, any other area. Yeah. It all happens seamlessly in the game. And with seamless exploration, we can even blend these randomly generated tile sets together. You can go from a randomly generated cave and walk straight into a randomly generated forest. And this means dungeons can become sprawling, interconnected places to explore and discover. Your reactions in one part of the dungeon can actually affect what happens in the other part. So, as you're crawling your way through these profane halls or stepping cautiously through a misty wood, what are you doing? What are you gonna do in these dungeons? What can I find? So, well, we have two major pieces of content systems to talk about today. One is random events, and the other is dungeon objectives. So first up, random events are back. And random events are a core part of that classic dungeon crawling feeling in Diablo 4. And one major change compared to the past game is they are no longer restricted to a specific place in the world. This is one of our new events, the Altar of Bishibosh. Any Bishibosh fans out there? I'm not sure. Yeah. So this event can also show up in the Whispering Woods. It's in Garenhold in the demo. You can totally find it. You got a good chance of finding it. And this allows dungeons to actually have a much broader range of possible events. Every time you play, you can actually find a different kind of event in it. And those events can actually follow monsters around, just like elites can, and makes it way more broad range of things to do. So we have random dungeons, and we have random events. But for us, it's also really important that dungeons have this sense of identity. They have something that helps set them all apart from each other. So the other thing, there we go. The other thing we're adding is the dungeon objective. So the dungeon and its objective are designed together as two parts of a cohesive whole. Objectives are completed by doing specific things in the dungeon, like killing a sea witch. And progressing the objective also increases the danger and the rewards found inside that dungeon. So as an example, this is Domhain Tunnels, playable in the demo today. The objective here is to slay all enemies. We've seen that before. But in Domhain, as you make progress in that effort, the enemy responds. They send powerful elites to hunt you down and kill you no matter where you are, no matter what you're doing in that dungeon. Yes, even during a random event. Yes, even during a boss fight. And since every dungeon has its own custom objective, we can have varied gameplay across dungeons as a whole, and memorable dungeons with a strong underlying identity. Now, we're still exploring multiple other dungeon systems and features, but we do have one more thing to talk about today. Let's talk about endgame dungeons in Diablo 4. So, what do we look for in a Diablo endgame? What would we be excited to play? And we started thinking about this, like, okay, varied content, that's critical. I don't want to just be doing one thing over and over again at endgame. And, making powerful, unique builds is a core part of Diablo, and we need content that helps encourage that level of strategic depth. And honestly, player agency is super important. Random dungeons are awesome, I love them, but I don't want to just feel like I'm just reacting to what the game is giving me. I don't want to feel like I'm on rails. So, how are we doing this? We're adding a new type of item called a dungeon key. How do they work? Well, when a key drops in the world, it drops for a very specific dungeon in the world. Using this key, we'll upgrade that dungeon into an endgame dungeon. The key also has a specific difficulty rank. The higher the difficulty, the higher of the quality of the drops that you get within that dungeon. And finally, dungeon keys can roll specific dungeon affixes. Now, this is an entirely new feature. These are modifiers that increase the difficulty and complexity of the dungeons found throughout the game. They apply the affix to either the players, the enemies, the environment, or any or all three of these. So with a system like this, you can imagine an affix that says something like, all enemies are, invisible unless they're in combat or something like that. Every time you walk in a room, you're not sure what you're going to find. And you can also have another affix that says there are double bosses in this dungeon. And how having both of those affixes on the same key can have a very different outcome when you're playing any of the dungeons in the game. So, let's look at an example. This is Garen Hold, has Lightning Pulse. Let's see what that looks like in the game. So Lightning Pulse adds this cool pillar of lightning energy and stone that hunts down the closest player and deals damage to them. It can't kill it, you can't stun it, you cannot stop it until that dungeon objective is complete. But this is still Garen Hold, the same dungeon we have playable in the demo today. It still has the same objective, you still have the same enemies, and you still have access to the same randomized content within it. Yeah. And this is how we get all three of our goals. We get varied content, right? Varied gameplay. Any regular dungeon can become an endgame dungeon by finding a dungeon key for it. And the plan is to have hundreds of dungeons in the game. We get strategic depth. The key provides a lot of information for you to plan a specific build around. You can customize your loadout, your skills, your talent, your items to tackle that specific dungeon. And we also get player agency. You can decide whether you want to use a key and upgrade a dungeon, or if you want to salvage it for crafting. And the plan is to drop lots of keys so you guys actually have exact control over which dungeons are your endgame dungeons. So we learned a lot about dungeons. Let's learn more about the monsters that you kill inside them. And for that, I'm actually going to hand it over to Joe Shelley, lead monster wrangler, really.
Thank you, Donovan. So this is my very close friend, the Fallen Lunatic. I know he's my close friend because he always wants to be really close to me. But the Fallen Lunatic is a really interesting case because he's part of the Fallen family. This idea of families is really important to Diablo 4. In the case of the Fallen, the Lunatic runs forward and tries to explode. The Fallen grunts try to surround the player, while their shaman friends hang out in the back, throwing fireballs and resurrecting slain grunts. Let's take a look at another example of families in Diablo, the skeleton family. The great thing about the skeleton family is that, like the Fallen, the members of the family can work together to do something greater than they could do by themselves. So, of course, you've got skeletons with swords, shields. The shield skeletons can stun you, while two-handed axe skeletons bring down their axe on your head. You've got crossbow skeletons who are firing from the middle distance. And in Diablo 4, you've got my personal favorite, the skeletal ballista. This is an amalgamation of skeletons that have come together to barely hold up this giant bow that can fire from multiple screens away. And when we talk about how important legacy is to Diablo 4, this is a great example. The inspiration for the skeletal ballista came from Diablo 2, where you could walk out of a doorway and be surrounded by skeletons and then be getting shot from off screen by ranged skeletons. It creates this choice moment where, do I stay engaged with the skeletons I'm fighting and try to dodge these arrows, or do I go deeper into danger and lay the smackdown on those skeletal ballistas? In Diablo 4, that gameplay is back. Thank you. But of course, the skeletal ballista is not the most dangerous thing you'll face in Diablo 4. There are also elite monsters. And if you play Diablo 3, there are some monster powers or affixes that are making a return, like Mortar or Frozen. But in Diablo 4, there are a new category of affixes that we call enhancing affixes. These affixes take the monster's base powers and improve on them. In the case of a skeletal ballista, he might have the multi-shot affix. So he's firing 3 ballista shots instead of the usual 1. And the cool thing about enhancing affixes is that when we apply that same multi-shot affix to something like a fallen shaman, he can resurrect multiple grunts or brutes instead of the usual 1, totally changing how the gameplay plays out. Now, of course, there are lots of bosses in Diablo 4. And if we go back to that previous slide with the skeletons, you might see the Tomb Lord standing tall and proud in the middle. The Tomb Lord is a master of necromantic magic and bone, and he can resurrect his skeletal minions, he can create walls of bone and shatter them, and he can spin his magic into a storm of bone that can blind you. But in Diablo 4, you have additional combat options to fight back. One of these is the new evade ability. Every class can do a short distance dash that gets you immediately out of danger and allows you to strike back very quickly and get back in the action. It's perfect for getting out of something like this bone storm. Also, many class skills in Diablo 4 grant the unstoppable status. This status allows you to break out of any control impairing effects. So if you're stunned, blinded, slowed, you can break out of it and grant immunity for the duration of the effect. In the case of our barbarian friend, who just doesn't want to deal with this bone storm anymore, he can rallying cry, becoming unstoppable and granting his allies unstoppable as well, and immediately dish out more pain onto the Tomb Lord. Now, if you've had a chance to play the demo, you may have seen this one, this demon, Ashava. This is our first world boss in the Diablo series. And it is so big that we had to pull the camera out just to frame the action and show everyone engaged with it. Ashava is a huge undertaking, and looking at some of the stats already that have come in, I see that a lot of people have fallen to Ashava. But the really cool thing about the bosses in Diablo 4, and Ashava is a great example of this, is our new stagger system. This means that you can bring your control effects into fights against bosses, like your stuns, your freezes, chills. And when you apply them to bosses, it builds up the stagger bar. When it's filled, the boss becomes staggered, and something really cool happens. I came up with that term myself. But basically what it means is, for each boss that we design, we build some unique behavior. So when you stagger Ashava, you can break off its arm blades. And this changes the whole fight, because those giant sweeping attacks that it performs are greatly reduced in their range. And areas of the battlefield that were dangerous become safer. In fact, if you stagger Ashava multiple times, you can break off both arm blades. And this changes the remainder of the fight. Now, of course, to take on something like Ashava, you're going to need some legendary gear. David's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, so let's take a look first at the item qualities in Diablo 4. So as you can see up on the screen, normal items are the weakest items, and the mythic items are the strongest items that we're proposing for Diablo 4. So let's take a kind of deeper look at each of these categories. So for the first three categories, normal, magic, and rare, of course, if you played Diablo games in the past, you'll notice that you have more item affixes, the higher the quality. And our main goal for item affixes is to increase the number of playstyle choices and options for players when they're picking item affixes. So, of course, we'll have a good mix of returning affixes as well as brand new ones. For example, attack speed, critical strike chance, critical strike damage, damage against faraway enemies, cooldown reduction, damage resistances, damage bonuses to specific elements, like all this stuff and more. But what I want to talk about on top of that is one of the affixes on the screen. It says +1 rank to Master of Arms on the rare amulet. It's the bottom one that you see. What that's doing is it's giving me +1 rank to one of my talent points. So what that's going to allow me to do is, as I put my talent points and pick a playstyle, I'm not going to have enough choices to go down every single tree. But with items, I can break some of these rules by getting access to talents that I normally couldn't access before, or I can use them to go past my maximum talent point through items as well. So we want to add as many of these types of affixes as possible in Diablo 4. For legendary items and sets, the goal is to provide as much player choice and customization as possible when forming your end-game build. And in order to do that, the most important change in Diablo 4 is to make sure that legendary items are on equal or greater power level compared to set items in Diablo 4. This way, you'll have that full customization of picking every single slot which specific legendary power you want to use. So, So let's take a look at a simple example of customizing your playstyle through one specific simple skill in Diablo 4, as well as items that only modify that specific skill. But of course, we'll have a wide range of legendaries in the game. So this is teleport. As you can see, pretty straightforward. You teleport to the target location, like you just saw. Say you are struggling on the defense, then you can pick something like this up. Every time I teleport, I gain damage barrier. And this one, whenever I teleport, I create this rift on the ground. Whenever I stand in it, I gain increased critical strike chance. This next one, I can use teleport as much as I want now. It has no cooldown, but it's random, and I need mana to use it. And this last one, I can cast damaging lightning nova whenever I teleport. So let's check that out. So pretty straightforward. Let's try to equip the one that lets me teleport as much as I want. And now I've kind of turned my mobility skill into a damaging skill at the cost of it being a little bit random. And I just want to stress once more that not all legendaries will work so specific to one skill. We'll have a wide range of skills ranging from legendaries that are generic and good for every type of build, legendaries that are good for specific categories of skills, and legendaries such as the ones that you see here. And finally, mythic items are the strongest items in Diablo 4. They're equipped limit 1, but they have 4 legendary powers on them. This is a simple example of a Barbarian Legendary, or Barbarian Mythic Amulet. So you can look forward to more info coming in the future on the mythic items. And there are runes and rune words in Diablo 4. How they work is quite straightforward. You have 2 different types of runes in the game, condition runes and effect runes. You can take any condition rune, combine it with any other effect rune in the game to form a rune word. So the example on the screen is, it says the condition rune, whenever you freeze an enemy, and the effect is reduce a random skill cooldown by 15%. And as you can see from the item, I have formed my rune word. So let me show you some more examples of condition runes and effect runes. One thing that is not displayed here that we're currently working on is we're working on adding progression to runes as well. So you can look forward to more info on that in the future as well. So I'll hand it back to Tim for Q&A, so you can quickly read this before he goes to the next slide.
Thanks, David. Everybody memorize everything? You got it? All right, next slide. Okay, Q&A. So over the past 24 hours or so since we announced this game, you guys have been submitting questions. Some of you right here on the floor, there have been places for you to hand in your questions. We've also been looking online. We got Twitter sending us questions, Reddit sending questions. The internet has many questions, as usual. I have taken a list of some of the most asked questions that we got, and now I'm going to ask our panel. So, starting right in, one of the most common ones that we got, a lot of people want to know about monetization or business model or how do I buy this game? So, question of how do I buy Diablo 4? I will divert that one over to Joe Shelley.
Thanks. So, of course, it's very early days here, but what I can confirm is that we will sell a base game and expansions. And I can also confirm that we will not sell power.
I think that's the answer they wanted to hear. Okay, on to the next one. All right, lots of questions here we saw from various sources. Customization of my build. People want to know, am I only customizing my build through the legendaries that I choose, or are there other options? That seems like a good question for David Kim.
Yeah, so customization is one of the main biggest goals in Diablo 4. So of course, we'll have more options outside of just legendaries. So for example, I talked a little bit about the skill point system. As you put points into the specific skills, they will unlock brand new things. For example, the Unstoppable that Joe talked about, it doesn't appear from rank 1 of that shout. But as you rank it up, new parts of the skill are unlocked, brand new components are unlocked, as well as the power goes up. So that's one example. On the talent tree side, you can check it out in the demo to get a feel of where we're at currently, but the hope is even if two players are going the same sort of build, say like we're both going a lightning build, then we have enough choices within the talent tree system for us to make our kind of adjustments that cater specifically to me and to the other person, right? And then on the item side, item affixes, we of course want to have even more choices and even more playstyle choices specifically. So we're going to be looking for opportunities to add as much customization as possible across the board.
Awesome. All right, diverse answer. On to the next one. All right, so we got a lot of questions along the lines of, will I be able to solo in this game? But also, will it support a full offline mode? Tricky question. I'm going to send that one to Angela.
So we are not going to support an offline mode, but as I said before, nothing in Diablo 4 is going to require partying up. You can play solo, and dungeons are private, and campaign quest areas will remain private.
Okay. Solo, some amount. Offline, not the case. Next question we had. Okay, we saw a million questions about trading. We have people asking, is there trading? Some people in the audience agree. They want to know, is there trading? They want to know, how is it implemented? How does it work? Is it like D2? Is it like D3? I will send this difficult question to Zavin.
Thank you. So, our underlying philosophy here is we think it's the best when you can kill a monster and get loot that way. So we want to make sure, whatever we do, we kind of respect that part of Diablo. It's core to Diablo. But with that in mind, we also do want to allow trading. So our current strategy is this, and it's still early days, so we really want to hear your feedback on this in particular. So the idea is that we have kind of three different types of tradable item, so to speak. So there is a class of item, a bunch of items that can always be traded no matter what freely. I can give it to Angela, she can give it to David, he can give it to Joe, so on and so forth. And then we can also have a class of items that are tradable one time. So I have an item, I use it for a year, and then I'm like, I don't want this item anymore, and I give it to Angela, but now she can't trade it anymore. It's bound to her. So things that can only be traded one time. And then we're also thinking that probably the highest quality, most powerful things in the game, especially in that area, there should be items that you can't trade at all, that you have to earn yourself, that you have to, go do those endgame dungeons, kill monsters, etc., get that loot. So, cool. So you can kind of see, just like with these very simple kind of gradient of things and options here, where we kind of do the cutoff of when does something become a one-time trade or a never trade, we have a lot of flexibility there. And we're going to be listening to you guys and kind of getting that feedback as well. So please let us know what you think.
Cool. Complicated answer, but the important part at the tail there, let us know what you think. So if you have opinions on that, make sure they're coming our way. You can yell at us, that's one way, but it's even better if you go online, talk about it. We're going to be reading that. All right, next up. All right, big question around PvP. We mentioned that it's going to be in the game. People are curious, though, what does that do to balance? Are we going to have separate rules for PvP? Is this going to affect the balance of the PvE experience? That is a tricky question. Perfect for David.
Yeah, so we're trying to, it's a great question, I think, because many people must have noticed that we have the same sort of skills, same talents, and same items in both PvP and PvE. So I guess that's the natural question that you would ask, right? But our goal is to have enough choices and options available for players. And what that means, I think, is the best skills, the best talents, and the best items in PvP will be very different from the set of skills, items, and talents in PvE that are the best. So I think, so the current plan is to make sure to locate issues as they arrive and strategically make the right tuning choices to make balance good in both formats, right? So every balance problem is so different, so we'll have to see what the problem is and then fix it that way, but we will have enough tuning knobs across these three systems to be able to balance tune properly.
Okay. All right, next big one from the internet. They really wanted to know legendaries. These are important to the game, but has varied a bit across the different Diablos of how they drop. How common are they going to be? Some people even commented, is it going to be like D3, where they basically fall from the sky? Good question. Legendaries, how much are they going to drop? How big are they in my loot? Joe, can you answer that for us?
So legendaries will not rain from the sky in Diablo 4. And when you are playing through Diablo 4 and you're playing harder and harder content, you're going to be getting better and better items. And because of this, we don't think that there's any need, at least currently, to modify the drop rates of legendaries as you get farther and farther into endgame.
Cool. All right. Next one. All right, this is a question about speed of combat. So we've had a few people asking us in various different ways, what is the speed of combat going to be in Diablo 4? Is it going to be as fast-paced as it was in Diablo 3? Are you guys going to try and slow it down a bit? Is it more tactical? Good question. I'm going to send this one to Zabin.
So, for those of you who have played Greater Rifts in Diablo 3, you might know that there's like a timer there. And, one of the side effects of doing things like that, and we've learned a lot about this, is it makes you kind of want to rush through, skip things. You start getting very, specific about what you want to kill and what you want to do. So for the key dungeon experience, it's the only endgame experience we can talk about right now, but for that in particular, the plan is that since we have all these various dungeons and they all have very different objectives, you need to do a different thing to complete each one of those dungeons. It's gonna mean that the pace of combat and the exact thing you're really valuing in every one of those dungeons is gonna be very different, particularly when you add dungeon affixes. So for example, in Domhain Tunnels, it's, kill all monsters. Having the lightning pulse chase you through that dungeon, there's constant pressure. You have to kill everything to complete the objective. Comparing that to Garen Hold, where you have to find the fallen idols, you have a bit more leeway. So even just that one affix in 2 different dungeons can yield a very different experience. And on top of that, we have that short distance evade that Joe mentioned. And what that does is it really helps make a lot of the combat very intentional, particularly at higher levels of play. So you have to be very careful, very good at timing your combat and your evade skills when you're doing this stuff. So the plan is to really, make it a bit more intentional experience.
Awesome.
I guess one thing to add is it's kind of related to what Joe was talking about of more powerful monsters drop more powerful loot. So naturally, you're going to be wanting to go and take on these like really tough challenges, right? But at the same time, we believe that replayability is best when you have a varied play experience like Zavin was talking about. One of the other hooks is we're going to make sure that players at least have some hooks to be able to play different difficulty content in the end game to help with the replayability as well.
All right, so it's going to take a variety of forms, but intentional combats. All right. Next up, there were a number of questions about item randomization. Are we going to have random stats on the items that are dropping, or will each item actually have static stats on it? Said that roughly accurate. Anyway, sending that one over to Angela.
All right, so affixes will be randomized values within a range, which means you aren't just comparing attack and defense on an item. You could have two items that contain the same affix effect, but they could have completely different values. And we're also looking into, or we're planning to support modifying, customizing your affixes. We just don't know exactly what form that will take yet.
Oh, cool. All right. Next question up. All right, number of questions around how we're going to support the game once it's live. So people mentioned that they really enjoyed playing seasons. Other people said they wanted to see more. Questions about, are there going to be major content drops? What is that loop going to look like? So post-game support, seasons, that kind of stuff. Broad, weird question. David.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have seasons in Diablo 4. The main goal for seasons will be to change up the player experience whenever they play from season to season. So we don't have all the details worked out yet in order to achieve that goal, but I want to give you a very kind of slight example for it, right? So if we look at just the legendary item slice, then we can maybe talk about we are planning on introducing brand new legendary items to seasons. On top of that, we want to kind of spotlight subsets of different legendary items from season to season. So best builds and what you're exploring can change a little bit. So I'm not saying this is the only thing that's going to change up the player experience. Of course, we're going to try to hit it at all different angles across the whole game. But that is our goal, and we'll of course have more information to share in the future on the specifics.
All right, we have time for just one more question. I'm going to go to this one because it was heavily asked. Everybody wants to know, will we have hardcore in Diablo 4? Zavin, do we have a hardcore mode?
Of course we're going to have hardcore mode. It wouldn't be a Diablo game without it. You know, hardcore is actually, it was basically invented by the community in Diablo 1. It was officially supported starting in Diablo 2. We're going to carry on that legacy. We're absolutely going to support hardcore mode in Diablo 4.
There you go. Hardcore mode is a yes. All right, that unfortunately is all the time we have, but it doesn't mean you should stop sending us your questions. We have just started the effort of learning how to make a better Diablo 4 game. There's still a lot more game to make. We want to see you posting online, telling us what it is you expect to make this game amazing. We're going to be reading it, and we're going to be responding to it in the future. So thank you, everybody, for coming. If you're here on the floor, you can go play more Diablo 4 right now behind you. If you are watching from home, there are 2 more panels coming up later today. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome to Diablo 4 World and Lore.
Hello everyone. I've been waiting a long time to say this, but hello BlizzCon. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I'm Elizabeth Seminario. I'm a producer on the Diablo team, and this is Diablo 4 World and Lore. Are you guys excited? Awesome! We're excited too. We're excited because we finally get to talk to you about some of the things that make this such an amazing game. So that could be the places that you travel, or the friends and foes that you meet along the way, and the stories that you collect during your adventures. So I ask you to play along just a little bit longer with my extended metaphor. Grab your trusty barbarian pelt, or maybe it's a sorceress's cloak, and stay a while and listen. Clearly, this is not a solo quest, so I'd like to introduce my fellow adventurers, or maybe I will call them party members. We have Sean Copeland, historian supervisor.
Hey, everybody.
We have Jesse McCree, lead game designer. We have Sebastian Stepien, our creative director. We have Harrison Pink, our senior quest designer. And Candace Thomas, senior encounter designer. Now, I don't want to take up any more time, so with that, I'm going to pass things along to Jesse to get us rolling.
All right, hello BlizzCon. I am super excited, very humble to be here, to be able to add to this world. Like Liz said, my name is Jesse McCree, and I just want to get this out of the way. My parents were big Overwatch fans, but I'm here to talk about Diablo 4. We've been working on this game for a little while, and we're super excited to tell you more about it. So let's get started. As you know, the world of Sanctuary is a large world, and we didn't start off knowing that. So what we've done is we've looked at a lot of pop culture references. We get influenced by a lot of things, and I just wanted to give you some insight into our process, the way that we think about things. So we start by looking at comic books, movies, TV shows, particularly horror, role-playing games, things like that, and we look at it through a lens of Diablo. And when we look at those things on the other side, we see some pretty gross and horrible things, and then we add those into the game. We especially like to look at role-playing games, and we've been involved in that kind of thing for a while. Diablo 4 is an action role-playing game, and as such, it's going to have a lot of choice. We even decorated our stage with role-playing stuff. We like to think of this as informing our relationship with you. Like, we want to invite you to our table, sit down, have fun with us. We're going to offer you some challenges, let you customize things, and then we're going to play this game, and it's going to be fun. Oh my God, our artists are looking at pigs. So this is what happens when our artists look at pigs. They see it through that Diablo lens, and that's the kind of thing I want you to think about. This is what's going on in our brains when we see cute stuff. It comes out horrible, and that's pretty good for us. We like that kind of thing. So besides role-playing games and some of the other things I mentioned earlier, one of the things that inspires us a lot is music. So when I get started on design, I like to put on my headphones. Early in Diablo 4's development, I wouldn't put on my headphones. I would just play the music out loud because there weren't a lot of people around. But people wandering by could hear metal music, and I thought that was a good way to start. It got me inspired, and hopefully people walking around the Diablo 4 area were like, ooh, what's going on in there? I want to work on that. It sounds like a good time. And that worked, and it turned into a way that we talked about the game a little bit. Metal became a way that we described things in the game. And I don't mean metal like on a helmet or a sword. Metal is like metal. Okay, so this is going to be a little fun. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but I kind of wanted to get exercise, get everyone in the room in the mood for the rest of this, which is going to be a little slower pace. But shake out your hands, and I want you to be metal with me. So do metal, and then do extra metal. And then if you can, link your pinkies, lock your fingers. And you can make a hand pentagram.
Yeah.
It's goofy, but it's just for fun. All right, now that, wait, don't summon demons. Nobody's chanting, right? Okay, good. No demons were summoned, none that we didn't want summoned. All right, so to take the pace down, talk a little bit about the vibe, the feeling that we want you to have for your character. I'd like to introduce our creative director, Sebastian, to talk a little bit about the mood that we want your character to feel while you're moving through the world of Diablo 4.
Hello. You probably heard already a lot about darkness, but I want to say a few more things about darkness, because this is something very, very important for us. And the truth is, we are not going to be just dark. We want to bring back this very, very specific vibe that makes Diablo unique. And it's not only about darkness. So this is very, very important for us because it impacts almost every layer of the game, every aspect. So let's watch some movies and talk about darkness and mood. So the first thing is the story. We want to make much more grounded story than in Diablo 3. And we think that the best way to deliver this story is to give you a possibility to discover stories of those simple folks, and that's why you are watching this movie right now. So imagine this kind of village. This is just an example. It's not about this specific village. We have like over 100 villages or places like this. And we would like to focus on those simple stories, the eternal conflict that is going on inside here. So it's not about big heroes. It's not about politics, kings, or any other high fantasy themes. It's about those guys. And as a reference, you can think about Wirt from Diablo 1 or Marius from Diablo 2. When you are done with talking and shopping in the village, it's time to go for a quest. And this is the essence of Diablo, being somewhere alone outside and wandering around. You are a kind of wanderer in this game. So thinking what awaits in the darkness, this is something that we want to, this is kind of mood that we want to create. And here, there is one more important thing. It's about visual storytelling. So it's not about creating spectacular big scenes here. It's more about those small, very, very like claustrophobic even scenes. It's about many small things that combined together, they will give you this mood. And of course, they will be inspired by medieval themes, by religious themes, by occult themes, many things. But it's still like up to you to follow those small things that you will find in the open world or somewhere in the dungeon, and get better imagination of what's happening with the NPCs, even with the big things here. But it's like, the story about eternal conflict developed in D1, mostly through journals. In the end of the road, there is always something evil. And evil in Diablo is glorious, unconquered. But actually, this is a good occasion to talk a little bit about the religious themes and this Gnostic atmosphere of Diablo. We call this guy a blood bishop. So he was a bishop probably before, and he committed a lot of evil things, and now he's, blood bishop like this. We don't want just to spread crosses and monsters all around the sanctuary, but the way people imagined hell in Middle Ages, that's something that really inspires us here. And this Gnostic way of thinking that sanctuary is a place of misery, decay, and suffering. This is very, very important theme for us. So if you put all those three movies in a row, you will get kind of basic game loop. It's a very simple classic setup. There are good guys, they have a problem, a hero goes for a quest, there's a journey, and then there is something evil in the end you need to face. But this simple setup gives us a chance to focus on those details and to build this mood that we are looking for. This kind of dark, Gnostic, little bit mad, with a bit of blood and gore, with dark sense of humor, sometimes even more than a bit. And of course, we will have also bigger themes, but they are just like a frame for us to deliver this grounded story. And now Sean is going to tell you more about those bigger things. So here you go, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. And if I may say, actually, thanks to Jesse and everybody up here for inviting me to this panel. It's really geeky and super cool to be up here with you, so thank you very much. Hello, lore friends. My name is Sean Copeland. I am the head historian for Blizzard's Story and Franchise Development Group, and I've had the privilege of working in the Diablo universe for over 11 years, and that's pretty wickedly cool to say. Oh,
yeah!
Guys. You've seen my little lore fingerprint on all of our published works, so the novels, the comics, the short stories, and even the source books that we released, like the Book of Cain, the Book of Tyrael, and the Book of Adria. It's just been a hell of a ride, to pardon a pun. So I'm actually here to give you a super quick lore summary of all the events in Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls, and to kind of basically set this world state of Sanctuary in Diablo 4, and to give you some really quick lore beats on who the lovely lady named Lilith is. So, guys, it's a really treat to say it's Diablo story time, so gather around. All right. All right, here we go. So, it's Diablo 3. Diablo has worked a seriously long game to acquire an artifact known as the Black Soul Stone, and he was able to get all great essences, the evil essences, within it, so he can power himself up to be the singular prime evil. As soon as he did so, he marched up to the high heavens and tore down the diamond gates. How metal is that, man?
Pretty metal.
So after that, Diablo started laying waste to the high heavens, and it was up to us heroes to go up there to rescue some angels and kick some demon butt. And we totally did so. And by doing so, the Black Soul Stone eventually was freed from Diablo and came into the hands of our friend Tyrael. Now, Tyrael knew it wasn't safe to keep this thing in the high heavens. So he took his reformed Herodrum, and he brought it back down to Sanctuary, where it would be safe. Well, I use the air quotes because if you remember the introductory cinematic of Reaper of Souls, his brother Malthael had other plans for the Black Soul Stone and confiscated it in the most violent way possible. Unfortunately, after he did so, he did something wickedly awful. Malthael started committing human genocide. Across Sanctuary, scores of humanity were just being slaughtered wholesale. It was up to us heroes to stop that awfulness from going down. And again, because we're heroes and we like loot, we totally did so. But unfortunately, our ultimate win was a loss. You see, for Diablo 4, we were like to say to you that when the Black Soul Stone was shattered by Malthael, and when he consumed the great essences to power himself up to beat us, which he totally didn't, those great essences rocketed back out into reality. And let me tell you, folks, as a Diablo historian, them being out there, seriously bad news for us. So, yeah, so that's how we kind of ended Reaper of Souls. And I have to say, it is so cool to say these words. It's time for Diablo 4.
Yeah.
So I don't want to get into any spoilers because that would totally be not cool, but some quick lore beats about who this lovely lady is. Her name is Lilith. You've heard the words daughter of hatred being said around. It's because she is the daughter of Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred. It's kind of funny also that the Lord of Hatred, his daughter, actually would become the one to form a relationship with one of their wicked enemies, the angels, Anarius specifically. Anarius and Lilith created the sanctuary in which we all inhabit, and the Nephilim that were created from reunions of both Anarius, Lilith, and other rebel angels and demons are the reason we have the universe today. So that's just to set the stage a little bit about who this lovely lady is. And now, Sanctuary, the world. As we talked before, Malthael's genocidal campaign has just wrecked our world. Scores of death everywhere you see. And in that death, massive power vacuums have opened up across the world. And people have begun to fill those power vacuums. Our household lore names that you may have heard before, like the Zakarum and the Temple of the Triune. And honestly, when I think about it all, I think about Lilith and I think about the world she created. And the way we see the world now, that sanctuary they created to hide out from the eternal conflict, it's hard to believe there's any refuge left on Sanctuary. And with that lovely thought, I want to kick it back over to my friend Jesse here that can dive into the little bit more of the world building.
All right. Okay, so I was talking earlier about our influences, and our biggest influence for making Diablo 4 is every other Diablo game. And just a little bit of our process. So the first thing that we knew about the world of Sanctuary with Diablo 1 was the town of Tristram. And that's basically all you knew about the world. There was a town, there's some people in it, there's a chapel, and in that chapel, there's a way down into a dungeon, and in that dungeon's a lot of really bad stuff. And if you wandered around the town, there's something like a bridge, and you can't cross it, and you're like, oh, what else is out there? If you happen to read the manuals, so this is all we knew about the world, and if you happen to read the manuals for Diablo 1, you found out a lot of stuff about the lore of the world that wasn't included necessarily in the game or that wasn't as easy to access. So things like the high heavens, the crystal arch, the burning hells, the great evils, Nereus that we talked about earlier, the cathedral of light, the Herodrum, the Sin War, the Zacharium. There was a lot of information there, and that's really our starting point for everything that we've done from that point forward. With Diablo 2, we finally have a map with the manual, and we have a little bit more of the world, and so we can finally start to look at things and connect them. We can see like, oh, this is where Tristram is. Oh, there's an ocean. What's outside of that? And your imagination can start to get carried away, and you can start to think like, oh man, these are places I could go. What are they like? And there's names and words there that you don't know what they are, and it's really exciting to think about. Gameplay-wise, the way you interacted with the world, because everything was built kind of separated, is you would waypoint around, and that totally worked. And it's waypoints are Herodic magic, so it's totally safe. You probably won't get disintegrated when you use it. Okay, so the waypoint system totally worked for us, and then in Diablo 3 we added even more areas, but it was still built in a not connected way, and so we continued to use waypoints as the way to get around, and it totally still works. And we had way more places to explore, more than were on this map because we went extra dimensional into heaven and places like that. With Reaper of Souls, we finally added adventure mode, and with adventure mode we added a map. And the map is an abstract, so things weren't exactly where they were, and it served as a waypoint and an activity map. And everything wasn't where it appeared to be because it was abstract. So when we added places, for example, the Shrouded Moors, we didn't really have Skosglen on the map, so we couldn't put it in its spot, and we stuck it in a corner in Act 2, but it's in Skosglen. And now, finally, with the spaces that we're building in Diablo 4, we're building one large contiguous space, and everything is connected. So you don't have to portal around in this space on the map. It's all going to be there for you to interact with. And we'll also have dungeons underneath and dungeons above, and there's a lot to the world here. And the way that you interact with this world now in Diablo 4, we have a different kind of map. So things are where you think they are, and you can zoom in and out, and you can see what's going on, and you can find your friends on here. And you can kind of see the space that we're building. The area that's uncovered is the demo that we brought to Blizzcon, and the rest of the world is what we're building out. And it's thank you. So yeah, I have a huge affinity for maps, and I really like this stuff. So being able to work on the Reaper map and then turn it into this has been a lot of fun, and hopefully it works well and you guys like it. But in order to talk about what's hidden under that stuff, I'd like to hand it off to Harrison to talk about the regions that we're building for Diablo 4.
All right. So hi, everybody. My name's Harrison Pink. I'm a quest designer on Diablo 4, which means I get to tell stories. That's super, super exciting. And it's an absolute privilege to get to sit up here and tell you guys a story about the regions you're going to get to explore in Diablo 4. So for the first time, Sanctuary truly gets to be its own character. Throughout the Diablo games, we've interacted with these incredible characters, but for the first time, the world itself gets to be its own character, and I think that's super, super rad. And we're going to get to travel across Sanctuary for real. We're not going to have to go through loading screens. We're not going to have to sort of imagine these spaces. You're going to just get to walk Sanctuary. It's super, super exciting. So as I'm a storyteller, I'm going to tell you a quick flashback. So I hope you'll flashback to 2001 really quickly with me. I'm in boarding school in the cold, frosty Northlands of Ontario, Canada, and I'm playing Diablo 2, and I finish Act 1 for the first time. I beat Andariel in the monastery, you go through a loading screen, and now suddenly you're in Act 2, and it's a totally different area. You're in Luca Lane, the art is different, the sun is beating down on you, there's different characters around you, and it was like so different. It was a huge jarring change. And so I opened up the map from the book that Jesse mentioned earlier, the manual, And you can kind of see the rogue encampment over here, and Luca Lane's over here, and you see this dotted line that kind of connects the two. And it just got my imagination going about all these crazy adventures that my character maybe saw off screen that I never really got to experience. But for the first time, we really get to see all of that space together, and that's super, super rad. So I'm really excited to start talking about this stuff. So let's dive right in. So let's start at the very top of the map with Skazglen. So who's played the demo so far this weekend? Awesome. So if you played the demo, you got a very small glimpse of what Skazglen has to offer. This is the ancestral home of the Druids. If you played the Druid class, which is available in the demo, this is where their secrets are hidden all throughout this region. This is sort of an untamable, rugged, beautiful land with these deep forests, these rocky highlands, but it's also savage and sort of untamed and wild. There is this constant gloomy rain, this constant fog. There are these creatures hiding in the forest, waiting to drag you back into the forest, or these monsters like the drowned waiting to pull you back into the ocean with them. The people who live in Skazglen are constantly pushing back against this encroaching wilderness. Goatmen are slaughtering farmers mere feet from the torchlight of their towns. It feels weird to smile while I say that. The people who live in these towns huddle together in their little huts, hoping their numbers will keep them safe. But the moment they leave the safety of civilization, they find themselves lost and surrounded by these feral nightmares. To the south of Skazglen, we have the region known as the Dry Steppes. This is a war-ravaged region. Say that 3 times fast. It has these amber grasslands, these deep canyons, these wide salt flats dotted with geysers of boiling hot water. This is an incredibly difficult place to live. If you try and live here, only the very ruthless or the very desperate choose to call the Dry Steppes their home. If you live in this place, you're either a predator or you're prey, right? There are violent wars between these groups, like the power vacuums that Sean mentioned earlier, that have opened up. There's different groups that are trying to take their spotlight now in this vacuum. They're trying to win the hearts of the minds of the people who live in these regions. And with Lilith's return, that darkness that's sort of within all of us, all of humanity, since we're both angel and demon, has started to sort of rise, and many people sort of give into it, give into these dark powers, and turn to things like cannibalism for more power. So to the east of the Dry Steppes, what we once thought was the Dry Steppes continuing all the way across to the eastern part of the continent, we now know as this sort of snowy mountainous region known as the Fractured Peaks. We took a lot of inspiration from those classic Victorian Gothic horror themes, so if you have a secret inner goth kid like I do, I think you're really going to like this region a lot. So the people who live in the Fractured Peaks, they have this horrible anxiety all the time. They feel the hair on the back of their neck standing up. They feel like something is watching them from these dark ruins, these ancient old cathedrals. Something is waiting to prey on them when any moment of weakness strikes. When the sun goes down inside the Fractured Peaks, those towns, those doors get barred, they get locked. If you're outside in the nighttime and during the Fractured Peaks, you're as good as dead. If those monsters that are waiting in the shadows don't drain you of your blood, the cold will just freeze it in your veins. This is also the home to a group of religious zealots whose sort of fervent belief in their higher powers keep them feeling warm and safe on those dark, scary nights, but leave them completely ignorant of the dangers that are slowly, slowly encroaching upon them. To the south, we have the swamplands of Hawazar. Poison, disease, despair, they coat this whole region like a mold. Hawazar is so deadly. The fauna is ravenous for your flesh. The flora is poisonous. This is a place of madness, of black magic. Who can tell how much what you see is real or just some kind of fever dream? Those that come to Hawazar, they do so to be forgotten, to be lost. There are cutthroats, thieves, assassins, murderers that want to do their dark trades far out of the reach of the forces of like law and order, or groups like the Zakarum who might be able to put a stop to this. This is also the location where we have groups of swamp witches who worship massive snakes. If you saw the gameplay trailer, you might have caught a glimpse of one of them. They have dark knowledge that they may be willing to part with, but for a heavy price. And finally, we have the zone of Kyrgyzstan. So Kyrgyzstan was once a much larger empire that encompassed the sort of forests and jungles surrounding this area. But over time, those borders have kind of shrunk back down to this region that we once called the borderlands. This is the last bastion of the Zakharum faith. Years of decadence and corruption have just caused them to sort of fall apart and lose the hearts and minds of the people who live in this region. They've been desperately trying to gain that faith back, but it's just not going well. In Diablo 3, we've actually visited some places in Kyrgyzstan. We went to Chaldeum, the Jewel of the East. We visited Alkarnas. Things were pretty bad in Diablo 3 for them. Guess what? They've gotten worse since then. This is also the location of a lot of really important events from Diablo's past. So the Sin War, a lot of that took place in Kyrgyzstan. The Mage Clan Wars, all of that kind of thing took place in Kyrgyzstan. There's a lot of history buried in the sands under Kyrgyzstan. And speaking of buried, we have these ancient triune cult ruins that radiate this dark power, sort of thrumming with dark energy. The triune who was responsible for helping Lilith return to Sanctuary, as you saw in our cinematic, they also worship the primevals, and they are hastening their master's return to Sanctuary. The people who live in Kyrgyzstan have just lost any hope of any kind of rescue. Demons are lurking in the sands around them. Lilith's agents wear the smiling faces of their friends and trusted family members. There's this horrible paranoia and suspicion that beats down on the people who live in Kyrgyzstan like the hot sun above them. So those are our 5 incredible regions that we're going to ship with Diablo 4. But the world isn't just a place. It's filled with lots of dangerous things besides you. And to talk a little bit more about the monsters that are going to inhabit the worlds of Sanctuary, I'd like to pass it off to my friend Candace.
Hi, everybody. My name is Candace Thomas. I'm a senior encounter designer for Diablo 4, and that feels really good to say out loud. What I do is I bottle up all of that story, all that history, all that lore, and I turn it into a combat experience. And what that actually means is that I tell you a story by punching you in the face. So what does that mean? I'll talk about the Drowned. So if you didn't get to play the demo, or if you're watching from home, you don't know who these people are because they're new to Diablo 4. But they've always been a threat to Sanctuary. So first, to tell you the story about them, I'll use my words. So these are monsters of legend in Sanctuary. They haven't been seen in generations, and most people don't even believe that they exist. These are like the terrors in the night that'll come in and kidnap you and drag you into the water and drown you. Villagers will tell the stories of these guys huddled around their campfires to scare their children at night. Like, if you don't go to bed on time, then the Drowned will come and take you.
It's a good villager voice.
Thank you.
It's a very good villager voice.
Thank you. But their effect is real. The bodies of the victims wash ashore and bloat in the midday sun. Ships are lost at sea. And on the first moonless night, after all of the omens have passed, the Drowned will appear. And the denizens of Sanctuary, believe it or not, they have to face it because now here they come to attack. And when they attack, they infect the shores like a disease. With them comes this thick, brackish fog that encroaches in from the shoreline. Ships are lost at sea, people are going missing, and everywhere you go, there's this constant, unyielding tolling of the bells, clamoring, reminding you the Drowned are out there, and they're rallying to come and get you. So that's how you tell a story with your words. Now, I want to talk about how I punch you in the face with it. So this is a lineup of the Drowned. Early on, this is a concept piece that we encounter designers will use to inspire us to determine what they're going to do in combat. So on the the left, you can see the Wretch. He's like the little guy, and they're numerous. There's a lot of them. Next to him is the Sea Witch, and she's a dungeon boss, and she's pretty cool. But I want to talk about the guy in the middle. He's the Drowned Juggernaut, because there's kind of a cool story about him. So if you look at him and you get inspired by this photo, it's perfect, right? Like, he's supposed to be a heavy punisher, right? He's supposed to be a brute that has these vicious attacks. And that's perfect, except for one thing. That's kind of weird. Like, if knowing the story that I told you about the drowned and how they shamble in from the ocean and they kidnap you and they pull you out to sea, like, what story are we telling with that flail? You know, like, where does he get that thing? Is there, like, do we have to tell some story about, like, a store that he buys this from under the sea? Like, that redhead with the clamshells, does she, like, brush her hair with this thing? Like, what's the deal? So instead of telling you the story of where he got the flail, we changed it because it felt wrong. And now you'll see that he has the mast of a ship that he attacks you with. And because their story, because that fog comes in, because the drowned come in and they bring the sea with them, to make it a complete thought, to kind of supplement the story that we're telling you with our words and with our world, you can see that in the apex of his slam, not only is he beating you with the mast of a ship, he's bringing the sea with him. He has this phantasmal wave attack that comes out, even though there's like no water nearby. And so this theme, we carry it across the entire monster family. You see the sea witch here, for the lack of a better word, has like a wave attack. She has geysers that come out. Even the little drowned wretches will lob little like water crystals at you. And really this is just to make the game more of a complete thought. And it's these little things that we're hoping that will carry through and make these monsters come to life in Diablo 4. And now I want to talk about bosses, because that's like my specialty. That's what I like to do. And it's kind of why I joined the team. So first I want to talk to you about Ashava. And you've probably heard a lot about her, and I hope you played her on the demo. Please give us your feedback. But if you haven't met her, I think that she's important to the world for two reasons. One, because she's this ever-present threat in Sanctuary. She's lurking, she's sleeping underneath the surface of Sanctuary, and she can pop up anywhere in the world as like a constant reminder that Lilith is watching and that nowhere is safe from the gates of hell. But to us as developers, I think that she's kind of like a monument to what Diablo 4 is as a game, right? She's this enormous monster, but she takes more than just you to defeat, right? People have to come together across all the regions to take her down because she's just this giant killing machine. And so I thought she was kind of cool. She's actually the reason that I joined the team. Like, I was walking by the Diablo 4 area, like Jesse's like playing metal music or whatever, and I saw her on someone's screen. I was like, what's that? And he's like, girl, let me show you. And he showed me like the stagger mechanic that she has, and I got super excited, and I was like, man, I got to join this team, tag me in. Anyway, so if you have been watching the gameplay trailers, or if you have been watching closely on some of the other panels, you might have seen this guy. He's returning to Diablo 4. If you don't know who he is, his name is Duriel, and he's the Lord of Pain. And I don't want to spoil any like of the interaction that you're going to have or the impact that he has on Sanctuary, because that's something that you're going to find out in the story. But what I want to talk about is kind of our philosophy behind the designing of bosses in Diablo 4. And so in Diablo 2, if you fought him, you know that he was just this giant ass beater. Like, he comes toe-to-toe with you, and one of you comes out alive, and there was nowhere to run, right? You're enclosed in this small space, and only one of you is going to emerge victorious. We wanted to honor the legacy of who he was in Diablo 2, but while also kind of elevating it and telling more of a story about who he is for Diablo 4. And so you'll notice in his gameplay fight, did you know that he's the Lord of Pain, but he's also the Lord of Maggots? And so we decided to sort of explore that side of him. And he like burrows into the ground to give you some like real one-on-one time with those maggots. Therefore, like reducing the space that you have to fight him, kind of just paying tribute to who he was in Diablo 2, while kind of taking it into the next level in Diablo 4. And there's like a little bit of so you see how he like jabbed you and he like pulled you into his belly. We're trying to kind of use that symbolism for like an Iron Maiden, right? That's one of those cages from the medieval times that has like the spikes in it. We wanted to evoke those emotions in you whenever you see Duriel. We wanted to tell a story about who he is. And so yeah, I hope you enjoyed this little glimpse of our process whenever we design monsters in Diablo 4. And we can only hope that you get as much joy from killing our monsters as we do when we find out that our monsters kill you.
Thank you so much, Candace. Thank you for punching us in the face with your words. It was amazing.
That's what I do, man.
All right, so you guys submitted questions to us yesterday, both online and at our Diablo experience in the back. So I'm going to start off with one of our more higher rated questions, and we're going to read through them and give you some answers. All right, so this first one is from, I think it's Bull. Bull asks, with the mother of hatred coming out, will the father of the Nephilim make an appearance? It's a great question.
Oh, yeah, I think I can tackle that.
Yeah, Sean?
I think I spoke about it a little bit in the talk just now, but again, Lilith has been known in legends as the first mother, but that doesn't mean that she's the only mother. You see, when Inarius and Lilith enacted their plans to steal the World Stone and to create Sanctuary, they had other rebel angels and demons with them to help enact the plan. So just to talk about that, she's definitely a first mother, but not the only mother. Second of which, Inarius, if you guys had the chance to read any of the source books or even the Sin War trilogy novel, we know where Inarius is, and he's unfortunately been under the wonderful care of Mephisto for the past 3,000 years, being tortured. So yeah, what's he's going on right now? I think that'd be a bit of a spoiler, but to the last we saw him, he was still being tortured.
There's an amazing piece of art in the Dark Gallery, if you haven't checked that out, of like Inarius bound.
Yes.
It's beautiful. You've got to check it out. But that's the last time we saw him. So.
Yeah, last time we saw him.
Bummer. Yeah, it's a bummer for him. Okay. Our next question was submitted via Twitter from Lord Arner. And Lord Arner asks, will the entire map be randomly generated like in Diablo 2, or will it be just the dungeons? Candace?
Yeah, so Sanctuary is a fixed world. It's an open world that you explore. So that is not randomly generated, but we do have hundreds of dungeons that are both below the surface and in pockets of Sanctuary that will be randomly generated, just as like that tool that we use for variety, just like you expect from a Diablo game.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Our next question is from Thunderclaw. Thunderclaw asks, what happened to all the souls trapped in the Black Soul Stone once it was destroyed? It's a great question.
That is a great question.
Jesse?
I think previously we've said that they were all bound together on further introspection and consulting with the Herodrum. I don't know how that could be the case for such a long time. If they've been trapped in there as separate entities, you're going to want to fight to separate. This has happened even up to godhood in the lore. So they're probably separate, and they will come back at some point.
They're all out there.
They're all out there.
Yes.
We're gonna come
That
back.
brings me back to the first question, actually, which I was thinking about while we were talking, that Inarius' jailer is one of those.
That's true.
So that could create problems for Sanctuary.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That makes sense. Woo. I don't know what that was. Okay. Next question is from Soothsaying. No Diablo game is complete without the Lords of Hell. Can we expect to see the unholy triumvirate? Harrison.
The unholy triumvirate? That's awesome.
I love that.
Unholy triumvirate.
That's rad. Yeah, just like Sean and Jesse said earlier, like that soul stone is shattered. Those sort of essences have been scattered to the cosmic winds. You've seen Duriel, so that's one of them. And we know from history has shown that when the essences are scattered, even when they're defeated, they do find their way back. So, but it's important to remember that Lilith is here and now. There's a power vacuum. She is the ascendant power. She's the tornado at our doorstep right now. There's a hurricane off in the distance that we should probably be aware of, but Lilith is here and she is in charge.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Next question is from Twitter from Soshi Shork. So thank you, Soshi Shork. Cain's dead. Will Tyrael be the narrator? Good question. Jesse?
That's an interesting question because it assumes that we have a narrator in Diablo 4 or what a narrator is. So since we've said some time has passed since the events of Reaper of Souls, and we know that the last time we saw Tyrael, he was in heaven and he was mortal, it's hard to say where he is at this point. Without giving an exact date for the storyline, there's a lot of possibilities for where Tyrael might be. Previously in Diablo games, we've had usually a Herodic representative, and if you guys watch the gameplay trailer, you see we have a character, he's wearing a Herodic necklace. Maybe that's somebody important, that's someone to keep an eye on.
And also, it's important to mention that, like, since the events of Diablo 3, like, heaven closed its gates, phone's off the hook. They're not taking our calls, right? Like nobody's answering. Haradrim are incommunicado.
We're kinda screwed,
we're kind of on our own.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not great.
Awesome, good stuff. All right, next question was submitted by Ellie Becht from Twitter. Is my homie the Butcher in D4? My homie the Butcher. Interesting that the Butcher's your homie. Jesse, I'll let you take that one.
Yeah, I don't know how the butcher's your homie. He like, did you not meet him in Diablo 1? He rushes outside and beats the heck out of you. Yeah, he's definitely not your homie. Unless you're on the side of evil, then I'm not your homie. Or am I? So I think it's more like a bigger question to me, like, are favorites going to come back? I think that there's a lot of characters like that are really fun to play and are fan favorites, and they'd be awesome to bring back. So we're definitely talking about that, trying to figure out where it's appropriate. The Butcher, I think, could make a really fun fight in Diablo 4, so I think that'll be something we'll talk about a lot.
Yeah, we want to make sure that when we pick things to bring forward, that it feels organic and correct for Diablo 4. We don't want to just pick like, oh, that's an easy win for us. We want it to feel like it's a part of. There's a reason for it. It matters. This lore matters. The characters matter. We don't want to just snag something and just chuck it in because it was like a thing that we remember from back in the day.
Well, and he's a giant demon that's going to beat the crap out of you with a huge thing, and it's not
Which
good.
is pretty
so that's
rad.
totally appropriate for Diablo.
That does hit your like metal requirement.
Yeah,
That's
he
true.
does fit the tone really well.
That is true. Yeah. So maybe.
But remember, we're trying to honor the legacy of what Diablo 2 was, and we're hoping that our monster lineup, without spoiling the whole thing in our first panel, will delight you and murder you.
Delight and murder you.
Yeah, in that order.
Awesome. Well, that's all the questions that we brought with us today. We just want to take a moment and say thank you guys so much. It is such an honor to be up on this stage. It is so incredible to finally be able to say Diablo 4 and to bring you a little early taste of what the game is going to be like. So thank you again so much. Thank you for being here, and have a great BlizzCon.